In succinct terms, this is a tale of an individual who possesses multiple personalities, the origins of which are drawn from iconic figures across various realms, stirring up chaos. Within the Marvel Universe, Quicksilver, how could you possibly catch up with me? Raymond, speed is power, young man. Have you ever been kicked by light? Loki, why can you disregard my illusions? Raymond, enlighten yourself, my foolish friend. Iron Man, who exactly are you? Raymond, I am Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons. Chapter 001, Digging One's Own Grave. In 1973, Professor Rosenhan of Stanford University's Psychology Department conducted a bold experiment. He feigned mental illness and successfully infiltrated a well-known psychiatric hospital in New York, easily deceiving the attending physicians. However, shortly thereafter, when he sought to prove that he was not mentally ill, he discovered that he was utterly unable to do so. On the other hand, the mandatory medications prescribed by the hospital had significant side effects, exacerbating his mental state to the point where he appeared indistinguishable from actual patients. If not for his wife arriving as planned to rescue him, he might have genuinely succumbed to madness. This is the infamous Rosenhan experiment. The Rosenhan experiment teaches us that even an expert in psychology, like Professor Rosenhan, may struggle to assert his sanity. How can I prove mine? Dr. Beth, I sense you are putting Raymond in a predicament. Inside the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital, in one of the consultation rooms, a 30-some-year-old man of mixed Asian and Caucasian descent, clad in a blue and white striped patient gown, spoke helplessly. Opposite him sat Dr. Caitlin Beth, a white female doctor in the standard white coat, with a silver nameplate adorning her left chest that read, Dr. Caitlin Beth. As Raymond eloquently expressed his thoughts, Dr. Beth listened with an air of calm, occasionally jotting notes on the case file before her. Once Raymond finished speaking, she set down her pen and looked up at him. Logically speaking, your behavior shows no issues, and your eloquence rivals that of most sane individuals, but Raymond anticipated the inevitable, but that would follow. But you told me just yesterday that you hail from Huagua, a renowned private detective, and that you mysteriously found yourself here upon waking, correct? Dr. Beth flipped a page in the case file, reading the recorded notes as she questioned him. Raymond's expression stiffened slightly, rendering him momentarily speechless. For indeed, those were his own words, irrefutable and unchallengeable. The consultation room was equipped with surveillance cameras should he attempt to argue nonsensically. Dr. Beth could easily unveil the footage to refute him. Yet at that moment, he had no inkling that he had traversed to another realm. Yes, a crossing once more. Though the concept of transmigration was all too familiar to him as a seasoned online literature enthusiast, who could possibly deduce that they had been confined to a psychiatric hospital upon awakening? Moreover, the absence of mirrors in the ward meant that in his state of shock and anger, he failed to realize his body had transformed entirely. He merely wished to escape this wretched place. That it was only after his initial exchange with Dr. Beth that the truth began to unravel. That evening, fragments of memories belonging to the original occupant of this body surfaced in his mind, revealing his current predicament, along with the identity and history of the original owner. However, that realization came only after their first meeting. Even if he wished to retract his previous claims, it was too late. Thus, in Dr. Beth's eyes, he was merely a fragment of a personality that fancied himself a celebrated private detective from Huagua. Frankly speaking, Raymond understood why Dr. Beth would arrive at such a conclusion. After all, the original occupant had been admitted to this hospital due to schizophrenia. Additionally, for someone like Dr. Beth, who dealt with psychiatric patients daily, a personality that imagined itself as a private detective was hardly unusual. Compared to those who proclaimed themselves as deities, demons, or extraterrestrials, a mere detective from Huagua was hardly remarkable. Yet, this predicament rendered Raymond incapable of earning Dr. Beth's trust or convincing her of his genuine recovery. After all, he could not simply declare himself a transmigrator. Setting aside whether he could persuade her, even if he could, he would not dare to do so. From the fragments of the original occupant's memories, it became evident that the world he now inhabited was likely the Marvel universe he had known in his past life. Though he could not yet ascertain which version of the Marvel universe he found himself in, one thing was certain. This realm possessed extraordinary powers. Should he foolishly declare himself a traveler from beyond this world, and managed to convince someone of it, who could predict the myriad of overt and covert extraordinary forces that would set their sights on him. Thus, this was an utterly impractical approach, one best left unconsidered. Rather than that, he would prefer to remain in the psychiatric hospital than be treated as a guinea pig. Yet, devoid of alternative strategies, he found himself at a loss, compelled to engage in a battle of wits with Dr. Beth in an attempt to navigate this predicament. Regrettably, Dr. Beth proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Damn it. I can explain yesterday's events. Raymond braced himself, ready to present a rather lackluster excuse he had concocted to address Dr. Beth's mention of the previous day. However, before he could finish, Dr. Beth interjected, "Let's not discuss yesterday's matters for now." Upon hearing her statement, Raymond felt no relief. Rather, he grew increasingly wary, sensing that Dr. Beth was about to impose further embarrassment upon him. Indeed, it soon became evident that his instincts were correct, as events unfolded precisely as he had feared. However, that does not grant you the liberty to undermine my professional integrity. Dr. Beth adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and stated earnestly, "I hold both my bachelor's and master's degrees in psychology from Stanford University. If Stanford's psychology department had ever featured a Professor Rosenhan who conducted such a renowned experiment as you described, I would undoubtedly be aware of it. Thus, despite your assertions, Dr. Raymond, which may appear logically sound and free from fault, they do not substantiate your claimed recovery. I apologize. This world lacks the Rosenhan experiment?" At this moment, Raymond's mind buzzed, and his heart remained unsettled for an extended time. Had he truly dug his own grave? Thus, the so-called Rosenhan experiment he previously mentioned was not a mere figment of his imagination. It is indeed a renowned experiment within the realm of psychology. This explains his unwavering confidence in engaging in a battle of wits with Dr. Beth for a second time. However, he could never have anticipated that there was no such person as Professor Rosenhan in this world. Naturally, this meant that the Rosenhan experiment he referred to never occurred. No matter how sound his linguistic logic or sharp his intellect, it could not alter this ironclad fact. This is the end. Emerging from the consultation room like a soulless automaton, Raymond felt an overwhelming sense of bleakness about his future. It was evident that Dr. Beth would now be even more wary of him, especially after witnessing his earnest yet nonsensical claims. Gaining her trust would be an arduous task. But could he really be blamed for this? From the fragmented memories of the original inhabitant of his body, it appeared that the overall trajectory of this world closely mirrored that of his previous life, with the current president of North America still being the same Uncle Oreo. The fact that the Rosenhan experiment, which was so well known in his past life, had never even taken place in this world left him at a loss for whom to turn for answers. "Hey, Raymond, are you all right? Why do you look so pale?" Just as Raymond was engulfed in despair, a youthful voice broke through his thoughts. When he instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, he beheld a short-haired, blue-eyed young man waving at him, his tone laced with genuine concern. "David?" Raymond almost instinctively uttered this name. Only after the words left his mouth did he realize he somehow knew this blue-eyed youth, whom he should have never encountered. His recognition of this young man seemed to stem from the fragmented memories of the original inhabitant of his body. Most of the original memories had already been absorbed by him, but the integration of such memories was not an instantaneous process. It required time to adapt. It was akin to the fact that he had no recollection of the blue-eyed youth David prior to this moment. Yet, upon seeing him in person, memories related to him instantly surfaced in his mind. From these recollections, he learned that the full name of the blue-eyed youth was David Haller. Like the original inhabitant of his body, he had been admitted to the hospital due to schizophrenia, making them kindred spirits of sorts. Unlike other types of mental health patients, individuals with schizophrenia often appeared relatively normal when not in the throes of an alternate personality. Thus, within the psychiatric hospital, the original inhabitant of his body and David were among the few who could communicate normally. Through their interactions, they had developed a friendship. Wait, hold on. As Raymond pieced together David Haller's identity from the fragments of memory, his body suddenly stiffened. David Haller. Heavens, could it be that David Haller? The name David was commonplace in Western society, and even with the surname Haller, it was not particularly rare. There were likely many individuals sharing that name. However, The combination of this name with the fact that he was a schizophrenia patient receiving treatment in a psychiatric hospital could only point to one individual: David Charles Haller, son of Professor X. Although Professor X was currently unaware of his son's existence, and David himself likely did not know that his biological father was the leader of the mutant community, the true terror of David did not stem from his lineage, but rather from his uncontrollable and formidable powers. David was often referred to as Legion due to his resemblance to the biblical figure possessed by numerous evil spirits. While he was not possessed by malevolent entities, his mind contained over 1,000 alternate personalities. These personalities were predominantly twisted and bizarre, and more terrifying still, each possessed distinct supernatural abilities, some of which were immensely destructive. Consequently, he was one of the few mutants classified as a level 5 mutant, a distinction that highlighted the sheer magnitude of his powers. To put it into perspective, even Magneto and Professor X, the black and white leaders of the mutant community, were merely level 4 mutants. This illustrates the extraordinary nature of David's abilities. However, this assessment pertained to his peak condition. At present, he was not suffering too severely, and the number of alternate personalities he harbored could likely be counted on both hands, indicating he was still far from being a level 5 mutant. Nevertheless, he remained a volatile bomb waiting to explode. His abilities were inversely proportional to his mental state. One could hardly predict whether he would be triggered by some stimulus, leading to an abrupt escalation of his condition and a subsequent outburst. For an ordinary person, facing a level 5 mutant with world-ending capabilities was unfathomable, let alone contending with a level 3 mutant like Wolverine, whose vitality surpassed his attack power. Thus, when Raymond realized that the fellow patient David was most likely the Legion he knew, he froze in place, his hair standing on end, paralyzed by the revelation. I knew the name Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital sounded familiar. Is this how I'm meant to meet my demise? Raymond was overwhelmed with a desire to curse. To be reincarnated as a mental patient was one thing, but to have the misfortune of sharing a psychiatric facility with this unpredictable time bomb was an entirely different matter. Though David appeared relatively normal at present, should he enter his episode, switching to a deranged alternate persona, he could instantly turn hostile. In such a case, his potential for violence would be akin to harvesting vegetables, swift and merciless. Raymond had no desire to be a casualty of David's outbursts. Initially, after exiting Dr. Beth's office, Raymond had contemplated lingering in the hospital for a while, believing he could afford to stay longer given the provisions available. After all, he wouldn't perish from mere boredom. But now, he regretted his impulsive decision to dig his own grave without fully grasping the situation, which forced him to continue cohabiting with this volatile individual. What should I do now? Raymond's mind raced wildly. Even as someone accustomed to facing formidable challenges, having once been held at gunpoint, he was still taken aback by the gravity of the situation. While he was deep in thought, struggling to devise a strategy, a line of golden text suddenly materialized in his mind. Ding dong. You have encountered the S-Class antihero David Haller. Exploration value, 100. You have received exploration value for the first time. The infinite personality system has been successfully activated. You can convert exploration value into system universal points for exchanging various functions of the system. You can explore the specifics by contemplating the beginner's guide. Function in your mind. The sudden appearance of this golden text did not frighten Raymond. On the contrary, it filled him with uncontainable joy. What could this be but a divine boon? It was akin to finding a coveted martial arts manual after plummeting off a cliff, or encountering a venerable master while aiding a beggar on the street, or discovering that a family heirloom contained a wise elder. How could one traverse realms without a system? He simply hadn't expected that this system would not activate the moment he opened his eyes. It required specific circumstances for its initiation. However, what on earth is the infinite personality system? Raymond pondered, somewhat bewildered. Although he had encountered numerous system novels, most were akin to direct monetary investment for character enhancement, or akin to a simplified version of a divine orb that allowed for the casual exchange of items. The infinite persona system, which sounded rather unserious, was indeed a novel experience for him. He found himself utterly perplexed by this seemingly frivolous system. What the hell? Raymond was taken aback, stepping back several paces before regaining his composure. He realized that David was merely observing him closely, having noticed his lack of reaction, and intended no malice. "My apologies. I was lost in thought for a moment," Raymond quickly clarified. "Ah," David exhaled in relief, a smile breaking across his face as he said, "That's a relief. When you didn't respond earlier, I feared they had administered some new experimental drug to you. I'll see you shortly." Before long, foundational information regarding the infinite persona system manifested in the form of a manual within his mind, providing him with a general understanding of this system. Note: for the sake of clarity and memorization, this book will categorize the levels of mutants using the classification from the X-Men film series, ranging from 1 to 5, with 5 being Omega level and 4 being Alpha level. This note is provided to avoid any concerns from comic book enthusiasts regarding the rigor of the classification. Chapter 003. The first alter ego. Through the introduction of the newbie guide, Raymond could initially summarize some fundamental aspects of this infinite persona system. Firstly, the system does not possess any grand superintelligence, nor does it assign him any tasks. It only presents rewards under specific circumstances. For instance, upon encountering David, a story character, he automatically received 100 exploration points. However, the guide does not elaborate on what other specific situations might yield rewards, indicating that it is something he must explore on his own. For now, it remains unaddressed. Secondly, the primary function mentioned in the newbie guide is the ability to exchange universal points for character cards of varying levels. These character cards can randomly generate an alter ego based on story characters from other worlds. Theoretically, these alter egos can replicate the abilities of their original characters, though there are likely constraints that remain unclear to him at this time. Furthermore, the higher the level of the character card exchanged, the more formidable the resulting alter ego will be. Nevertheless, this is not an absolute rule, as there are instances where a lower-level character card can activate a more powerful alter ego, albeit with significantly lesser probability. Currently, Raymond can see 3 levels of character cards: bronze, silver, and gold. A bronze character card requires 100 universal points, a silver card requires 1,000 points, and a gold card necessitates 10,000 points. Additionally, the newbie guide provides some scattered introductions to other minor functions, but most of these names appear rather obscure. He has not yet had the time to explore them thoroughly, so they can be set aside for later contemplation. With his current 100 exploration points, he can convert them into 100 universal points. Thus, it seems he can only exchange for a bronze character card, Raymond mused. After reviewing the newbie guide, he realized that he seems to have no other options. Staying within this psychiatric hospital, he cannot continue to explore what other specific situations might yield rewards, and it seems unlikely he will encounter any other story characters. In this scenario, acquiring more universal points appears to be a daunting challenge. Based on his analysis, since encountering story characters yields rewards, would not engaging with them more, such as defeating or killing them, also result in rewards? Logically, this possibility seems plausible. However, it is evident that he is currently unable to pursue such exploration. Firstly, he is not a psychopathic killer, incapable of executing such experiments without psychological barriers. Secondly, the only story character he can currently interact with appears to be David, his fellow patient. But would he dare to experiment on David? Certainly not. He has no desire to hasten his demise. David is a volatile individual. Even without provocation, he could erupt at any moment, and introducing external stimuli could trigger an explosion. Never mind. Let's just exchange and see. Realizing he had little choice, Raymond promptly converted his solitary 100 exploration points into universal points and exchanged them for a bronze character card. Upon completion, a panel resembling an inventory interface appeared in his mind. In the first slot lay an ancient-looking bronze card, which he recognized as the bronze character card he had just acquired. When he focused on this bronze card, a system prompt reappeared. Would you like to activate the bronze character card immediately? Yes, no, yes. Without hesitation, Raymond chose to activate it. Activating bronze character card. Bronze alter ego Crocus activated successfully. Background of the prototype. Crocus, from the world of One Piece, former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, renowned for his intelligence and possessing formidable skills, with a bounty of 16 million berries. Is it really this guy? Raymond was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile crept onto his face, as he was quite pleased with the result. The reason was simple. Although he was still unclear about the differences between the bronze, silver, and gold alter egos, The newbie guide suggested that the ranking of alter egos was distinctly based on the strength of their original characters. In other words, the fact that he could activate the alter ego of Crocus from the One Piece world was indicative of Crocus's inherent battle prowess being at the bronze level. However, Crocus's cunning was evidently not factored into this. Yet, if Raymond remembered correctly, this former captain of the Black Cat Pirates was precisely known for his tactical brilliance, making him one of the most exceptional strategists in the One Piece universe. Had it not been for his relatively average strength, which prevented him from stepping foot into the Grand Line and relegated him to the East Blue, the weakest sea, he might have achieved great renown across the seas. Consequently, Raymond's first character card activation was undeniably successful, although he did not strike luck by directly activating a silver or even gold-level alter ego. To have activated such an intellect-driven alter ego was indeed fortunate. Now let me give it a try. After clarifying the situation of his newly acquired first alter ego, Raymond followed the guide's instructions, concentrated, and switched to the Crocus alter ego. Almost instantly upon deciding to switch alter egos, his demeanor transformed dramatically. The original Raymond exuded a sense of composure and competence, whereas now he radiated a languid yet frenzied energy, a stark contrast of two distinct temperaments. A new world, perhaps? I wonder which is more thrilling than the East Blue. Raymond mused, subconsciously pushing his wrist against the bridge of his nose, only to realize he was devoid of glasses. He paused for a moment, then shook his head with a smile, not dwelling on it. Casually surveying the room, he continued to muse aloud. What a stifling environment staying here for too long. One might develop an ailment even without being sick. Should I make an escape? It doesn't seem too difficult. All right, I get it. I have no intention of actually breaking out. It's merely a fleeting thought. No need to take it so seriously. Can I get a breath of fresh air? How unreasonable. As he muttered his complaints, Raymond's gaze gradually returned to its previous steadiness. Chapter 004. Fury's concerns was that the sensation of switching to an alternate persona? Raising his arms and observing the self who had regained control of his body, Raymond began to form a preliminary understanding of this so-called alternate persona switch. During the transition, although he temporarily lost control over his physical form, his consciousness remained intact within, never descending into a state akin to unconsciousness. His visual and auditory perceptions were also unaffected, allowing him to remain acutely aware of his surroundings. Furthermore, while he did not share memories with the alternate persona, he could unilaterally sense its thoughts. For instance, just moments ago, he could perceive what the persona Clow was contemplating. It bore some resemblance to the divine strike technique from legends in Huagua, albeit instead of summoning deities, he summoned figures of renown from various realms. Raymond mused. Having grasped the concept of switching personas, his thoughts began to wander. Clow's combat prowess was rather ordinary, even within the realm of the Pirate King, where any pirate worthy of traversing the Grand Line could easily overpower him. In the Marvel Universe, a realm where even creation gods exist, he seemed even less formidable. However, compared to the street-level heroes and villains, he might not necessarily be at a disadvantage as long as he did not act recklessly. Generally, he could manage. Yet, he pondered whether there were limitations to switching personas or if it could be done at will for an indefinite duration. With arms crossed and a hand stroking his chin, he contemplated. In contrast to the world of One Piece, the Marvel Universe was undeniably a high magic realm, and exceedingly so. Yet, for an ordinary person, especially one residing on Earth, this world was relatively safe, far safer than the chaos of the Pirate King universe. After all, when the sky falls, there are towering figures to uphold it, and in most instances, the side of justice holds the advantage, ensuring that ordinary lives do not hang by a thread. Possessing an alternate persona of Clow's caliber already bestowed Raymond with a measure of security. Of course, this was contingent upon not encountering a frenzied David. Otherwise, not even a persona of the Four Emperors would suffice. Having established a general understanding of the alternate persona switch, Raymond quickly recognized another crucial question. Were there any restrictions on this state of persona switching? He resolved to conduct further tests to ascertain this. With determination, Raymond activated the persona switching mode once more. The Triskelion, situated in Washington, D.C., has long been an enigmatic location for the vast majority of individuals. Even local residents remain largely unaware of its true nature. The government has designated it a military exclusion zone, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary citizens to approach. Only a select few are privy to the fact that, strictly speaking, It is not a genuine military restricted area and does not fall under the jurisdiction of the North American military. Rather, it belongs to a semi-official organization known as SHIELD, which operates globally. The Triskelion serves as the headquarters of SHIELD. Even the North American government and military must submit prior notifications to access it, akin to the United Nations headquarters also located in North America. Nevertheless, the relationship between SHIELD and the North American government has remained amicable. While SHIELD is not directly governed by the North American government, its operations are overseen by the World Security Council, composed of representatives from several superpowers and mainstream nations. As a superpower itself, North America holds a significant position within the World Security Council. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, SHIELD is disinclined to engage in direct conflict with the North American government. At this moment, within the director's office on the top floor of the Triskelion, Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD, also known as the infamous Egg Director, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have we confirmed who is responsible for this? Is it the civilian hacker organization that has been tracking us?" Standing beside him, Deputy Director Hill appeared somewhat surprised. "Yes," Coulson nodded before continuing, "as far as I know. This organization, known as the Tide, has been dedicated to exposing secrets that governments wish to keep hidden, much like Assange. However, for reasons unknown, they have recently focused their efforts primarily on us, displaying an unusual determination that deviates from their usual modus operandi." Fury tapped his fingers pensively on the desk, contemplating. "Are you suggesting that there might be a hidden hand behind this incident?" "The possibility is quite high," Coulson replied. "Organizations like the Tide, which specialize in revelations, do not concern themselves with the identity of their targets. There are numerous options for them to choose from. Fixating on us in such a sudden manner likely increases their risk of exposure, which is not a wise choice. Therefore, I suspect someone has approached them, commissioning them to infiltrate our database. That would explain their abrupt shift in focus. What are your thoughts?" Fury then turned to Hill. "My assessment aligns closely with Coulson's. This situation is likely more complex than it appears," Hill shrugged. Fury nodded slightly before continuing to address Coulson. "Have you identified which data may have been compromised? Have you verified it?" "Most of it is clear now. The specific details have been transmitted to your terminal, Director." "Oh, is that so? Let me take a look." Fury pressed a hand against the desk, activating the electronic screen, and began to scan the information rapidly. In a short while, he had perused the content and raised his head, stating, "I understand the situation now. The task of tracking the Tide organization will be assigned to you. You may mobilize as many personnel as you deem necessary. Once you locate them, do not act hastily. Remember to report back to me promptly." "Yes, sir," Coulson acknowledged before departing. Once Coulson had exited the office, Hill turned to Fury and asked, "Is there something else going on that required you to send Coulson away to discuss? Do I really act that poorly?" Fury feigned astonishment. "Well, what do you think?" Hill replied, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Cough, cough. "All right, let us not discuss acting skills. Let us address the matter at hand." To mask his embarrassment, Fury cleared his throat and stated gravely, "I suspect their target is the Tahiti Project." "What? The Tahiti Project? Are you certain?" Hill's expression shifted as she recalled. "But I believe you deleted the Tahiti Project from the database, didn't you?" "Indeed, I have removed the specific details of the plan. Yet there are always traces that cannot be concealed, such as personnel movement records during that period and budget allocations, among other things." Fury's expression grew serious. "While the data that has leaked is extensive, and there is no definitive evidence proving that their target is indeed the Tahiti Project, based on my experience and instincts, I have reason to believe that this is precisely what they are after." Hearing Fury's assertion, Hill solemnly replied, "The fact that you have reached this conclusion indicates that the likelihood is indeed substantial. Moreover, for them to be aware of the existence of the Tahiti Project." Hill paused, for the topic was weighty, and she trusted that Fury understood her implication without needing it spelled out explicitly. Chapter 005 The Sole Exception. "This was precisely what concerned me," Fury remarked with a hint of gravity. He was acutely aware of Hill's implications. The so-called Tahiti Project was, to put it succinctly, a clandestine initiative aimed at exploring how to exploit the accidental acquisition of a Kree corpse by SHIELD. Initially, Fury had entrusted this project to Coulson, and the early progress had been remarkably smooth, successfully extracting a substance named G325 from the Kree remains. This liquid possessed the extraordinary capability to revive the dying. The sole drawback, however, was the unimaginable agony endured by those undergoing the treatment. For them, the suffering was so inhumane that they would rather embrace death than endure such torment. Consequently, Coulson had implored Fury to consider halting the project, as anyone who had witnessed the treatment process understood its inherent cruelty. Fury, heeding Coulson's counsel, had temporarily suspended the initiative. Subsequently, he had decisively terminated the Tahiti project, obliterating all related documents and enforcing a strict confidentiality order. Thus, only a scant few were privy to the details of the project. Even Coulson, its original overseer, had entirely forgotten the matter. This was why Fury had chosen to dismiss Coulson earlier, for the decision to revive him might not be fair to Coulson himself. Had Fury not been unwilling to witness Coulson's demise, the Tahiti project might have remained buried indefinitely. Consequently, the knowledge of this affair was exceedingly limited. Not only outsiders, but even within SHIELD, very few were aware. However, the current leak indicated a singular truth. SHIELD was facing internal turmoil. Hill refrained from articulating this outright, recognizing the gravity of the topic. What are we to do now? Hill queried, uncertain of Fury's intentions. Fury pondered, the source of the leak is currently untraceable. We can set that aside for now. Our paramount concern is to ensure that the Tahiti project does not resurface. Hill inquired, what should we do? Fury replied, regardless of the origins of the shadowy figures behind the hiring of the Rising Tide organization, it is highly likely that the leaked data has reached their hands. They may use that information to uncover the identities of all personnel associated with the Tahiti project and systematically dismantle them. Furthermore, most of these individuals are stationed at headquarters, making it difficult for adversaries to act, except for one person. Are you suggesting? Hill's mind conjured a familiar figure. Indeed, the one you suspect. Dr. Raymond, who was wholly responsible for the psychological treatment and subsequent hypnosis related to the Tahiti project. Fury spoke slowly. But isn't he currently undergoing treatment? Hill questioned. Fury sighed with resignation. Had it not been for this data breach, I would have refrained from troubling him, especially since his condition stemmed from that very affair. However, the current circumstances render it imperative that he no longer remains outside. If they locate him, he could face grave peril. They will show no mercy simply because he is unwell. Without a moment's hesitation, Hill responded decisively, leave it to me. Thank you. Fury nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. Ordinarily, even as the director, he would hesitate to send Hill, the esteemed deputy director, on such a mission. Yet, the situation left him with no choice. In the absence of clarity regarding who the traitor might be, he had no option but to rely on Hill. He trusted her implicitly. Despite their frequent disagreements on various matters, including his favorite Avengers initiative, which Hill had vehemently opposed, Hill maintained that one could not solely depend on intangible ideals to secure the cooperation of superheroes with SHIELD. Some form of constraint was essential. Fury, conversely, held an opposing viewpoint. Nonetheless, their differences were merely ideological. He did not believe Hill would take any actions detrimental to SHIELD. It is important to note that Hill had been directly appointed by the World Security Council to serve as deputy director, effectively acting as their oversight over Fury. Following the Chitauri incident, the council had contemplated replacing Fury due to his repeated defiance of their orders during that crisis. This demonstrated that Hill was principled in matters of great significance. Had she not been, Fury would likely have been replaced by her. And she had no reason to defend him. It was precisely her history that fostered Fury's profound trust in her. At least among those aware of the Tahiti project, Hill was the sole individual he could confide in. Had he not dispatched Hill, he would have had to take matters into his own hands. But as SHIELD's director, every action he took was scrutinized by countless observers. Should he intervene personally, it would be akin to drawing unnecessary attention to himself. Thus, he ultimately chose to entrust the task to Hill. I have already sent you the specific information. The rest of the details are yours to decide upon. I will refrain from further involvement, Fury stated after transmitting the information to Hill. Hill glanced at the specialized watch on her wrist, signaling her acknowledgement with an okay gesture. The asylum of the mind, she murmured, the name escaping her lips. Chapter 006. Raymond's calculations. With a deep exhale, Raymond collapsed onto the bed, acutely aware of the soreness that enveloped his body. Just as he had surmised, the transition into an alternate personality was indeed not without its limitations. After various tests, he had finally discerned the boundaries of this alternate state. Primarily, the duration of the alternate personality was directly correlated to the physical exertion expended during the switch. The more intense the exertion, the shorter the time he could maintain this alternate state. For instance, engaging in combat undeniably resulted in the most significant physical drain. Following preliminary assessments, he concluded that in a confrontation, the alternate state could last no longer than 10 to 15 minutes. Conversely, remaining idle could extend this state for several hours with relative ease. However, he remained uncertain of the absolute limit if he were to remain completely still, as he had not yet found the leisure to explore that possibility. For now, he had no intention of doing so. It sufficed to recognize that the duration of the alternate state was indeed tied to physical consumption. Additionally, during further tests, Raymond uncovered another minor function of the system, equipment manifestation. Based on his conjecture, it should be possible to materialize the gear associated with the alternate personality, albeit at the cost of certain universal points, and likely with a time constraint as well. However, he currently lacked the requisite universal points to attempt this, so it would have to wait until he acquired more. At that moment, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. Glancing at the electronic clock on the wall, he realized that he had lost track of time, engrossed in testing the alternate personality, and had missed dinner. Night had already fallen. Never mind, he thought, I shall sleep. Noticing that even the slightest movement caused him discomfort, he resolved to rest, reasoning that a little hunger would not be fatal and he could eat upon waking. The following morning, Raymond awoke naturally. The soreness had dissipated, yet the pangs of hunger were more pronounced than the previous evening. Noticing the time was already past 6:40, he deduced that the hospital cafeteria should be open by now. After a brief wash-up, he made his way there. Shortly after selecting his meal and sitting down, David approached with a breakfast tray, greeting him with a cheerful, "Good morning, Raymond." "Good morning to you as well." Upon recognizing David, Raymond felt a slight tightening in his chest. Nevertheless, maintaining his composure, he managed to mask his apprehension, ensuring David perceived no hint of unease. "You slept well, I trust?" David inquired with a smile. "Indeed, I slept for over 10 hours. It would be difficult not to feel refreshed," Raymond replied with a shrug. "I noticed you missed dinner, so I assumed you were still asleep and did not want to disturb you," David continued, spreading jam on his bread with a specially designed plastic knife. "I was rather fatigued. When I woke up, it was already dark, so I decided to continue sleeping." "Ah, that makes sense," David replied. "You appeared rather unwell yesterday. Was it a lack of rest?" "Surely you realize why I looked unwell upon seeing you." The harbinger of chaos, Raymond thought, suppressing the urge to voice his sarcasm. "It was likely due to insufficient rest. After a good night's sleep, I feel markedly better today." "That's a relief," David said, visibly easing. "I feared they had put you on some new medication." Raymond recognized David's concern for him, but did not wish to dwell on the subject, opting instead to shift the conversation. "What about you? You seem to be in good spirits lately, without any episodes. Have you considered applying for discharge?" "Certainly, but you know how difficult it is to leave. Even someone like you, a psychological expert, has faced obstacles. I lack the confidence to manage it alone," David lamented. "That may not be the case. My inability to leave is due to unforeseen circumstances, which does not imply you are bound as well," Raymond countered. "How about this? After breakfast, I can assist you with a simulated test. If you pass, it's likely you can also succeed in the hospital's evaluation. What do you think?" "Really? That would be wonderful." David's face lit up with excitement. Having known Raymond for quite some time, he was aware of Raymond's expertise in psychology before his condition, far exceeding that of the resident doctors. As Raymond had stated, if David could pass his test, he would undoubtedly fare well with the hospital staff. David had considered this approach before, but hesitated to speak up, planning to wait until Raymond had also passed his tests before making the request. Unexpectedly, Raymond offered to assist, filling David with immense gratitude. "Thank you so much, Raymond," he exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "Just a small favor among friends. No need for such formalities," Raymond replied, brushing off the praise with a smile. "Indeed." David nodded vigorously, unable to conceal his excitement. Observing David's reaction, Raymond felt a tinge of embarrassment as his offer to help was not without ulterior motives. Firstly, his own immediate departure from the hospital seemed nearly impossible. Following the private investigator of Awaken the Rosenhan experiment incidents, Dr. Beth had lost faith in his recovery and would undoubtedly prevent his exit. Moreover, while switching to the alternate personality of Clark could facilitate a swift escape, he was reluctant to resort to such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. This was the 21st century. Surveillance was ubiquitous, and facial recognition technology was highly advanced. He had no desire to bear the label of an escaped mental patient, perpetually evading capture. Furthermore, compared to his previous life, this world was home to organizations akin to S.H.I.E.L.D., who knew what unwanted attention might arise should he attempt to slip away. Weighing these considerations, Raymond deemed it prudent to refrain from rash actions and strategize carefully. However, being in close proximity to David, a harbinger of chaos, was somewhat disconcerting. Thus, he resolved to adopt a different approach. Since he could not leave in the short term, why not find a way to facilitate David's departure? After all, according to the original timeline, David would eventually vacate the hospital, with or without his intervention. He would merely expedite the process. Chapter 007. If this plan were to succeed, it could indeed be described as killing two birds with one stone. Not only would it temporarily resolve his own security issues, but it would also allow him to verify another hypothesis, whether altering the trajectory of the plot characters could yield systemic rewards. Admittedly, even if he were to facilitate David's earlier discharge from the hospital, it would likely not alter the fact that David was destined to become embroiled in the conflict between the third chapter and Summer Island, two rival mutant organizations that had long set their sights on him. These groups had been fixated on David for years and would not easily relinquish their pursuit. However, Raymond understood the true extent of David's terrifying potential, far surpassing what these two organizations could fathom. Their intentions toward David would ultimately lead to their own demise. Raymond was unconcerned about David's fate, for it was David himself who posed the greatest danger, not only with these mediocre organizations, content to lurk in the shadows and engage in underhanded schemes, struggle to contend with David, but even the X-Men, established by David's father and the Brotherhood of Mutants, founded by his father's close ally, would likely find themselves at a loss in dealing with David, a ticking time bomb. Resolved in his purpose, Raymond accompanied David to the hospital's lounge after finishing breakfast. Once David had settled at an empty table in the corner, Raymond procured several sheets of paper and a colored pen from a nurse, intending to commence a simulated test for David. The memories regarding psychological assessments from the original host's consciousness naturally surfaced as he resolved to assist David in his early discharge, giving Raymond a degree of confidence. "Shall we begin?" he inquired, finding a comfortable position and addressing David, who had lowered his head. However, just as he spoke, a series of golden lines of text materialized in his mind. Raymond was initially perplexed. He had yet to alter David's fate. So how could the system reward him preemptively? That seemed overwhelmingly fortuitous. Ding dong. You have encountered the A-rank antagonist Amor Farouk. Exploration value 50. You may convert the exploration value into universal points to redeem various system functionalities. Amor Farouk? Raymond felt a fleeting sense of unfamiliarity upon seeing the name, momentarily failing to recall who it was. However, considering that David appeared to be the only individual present, alongside the system's classification of this person as an A-rank antagonist, he quickly deduced the identity of the name's bearer, the Shadow King, one of Professor X's formidable foes. A powerful mutant who had entirely transformed his life form into a psychic entity. Although ultimately defeated by Professor X, he had successfully deceived him into believing he had perished. In truth, he had stealthily parasitized Professor X, lying in wait. Recognizing that seizing control of Professor X's body was an impossibility, he had quietly shifted his presence to David after his birth, subtly influencing him from the shadows. His aim was straightforward: to breach David's psychological defenses and induce a complete collapse of his dominant persona, allowing him to usurp it. Once a level 4 mutant himself, he understood David's circumstances better than most, and David possessed a terrifying potential that surpassed even Professor X. Should he fully occupy David's body, the time invested would be worthwhile, for after altering his life form, time held no meaning for him. Presently, David remained unaware of the Shadow King's existence, as the latter had never revealed himself directly. It was only after David began collaborating with the Summer Island organization that he gradually became aware of the Shadow King and engaged in a protracted, absurd confrontation against him. However, David's ignorance did not extend to Raymond, who comprehended the Shadow King's origins and objectives far better than anyone else. Yet, his mind had been consumed by the dual-purpose plan, neglecting the significant presence of such a formidable antagonist in David's life. Damn it, how careless. Raymond's eyelids twitched. Had he taken a moment longer to ponder, he would have surely recalled the Shadow King's existence and most likely abandoned this seemingly clever dual-purpose plan. For facing the Shadow King was undoubtedly a far more perilous endeavor than interacting with the current iteration of David. Though David was a level 5 mutant, he remained far from his peak potential, and even in a state of rage, the damage he could inflict would not be excessive. The Shadow King, on the other hand, was capable of confronting Professor X directly. Even if David were to rage now, his strength might not suffice to contend with the Shadow King, who was a disturbingly calm adversary. If given the choice, Raymond would prefer to face an enraged David rather than engage in direct conflict with the Shadow King. However, with circumstances having unfolded to this point, he found himself with no means of retreat. Based on the system's earlier prompt, it appeared that the Shadow King had temporarily seized control of David's body. Otherwise, the system would not have alerted him to encountering the Shadow King. There was no choice but to respond to the situation as it unfolded. Realizing that the David before him was likely no longer the David he knew, Raymond steeled himself to proceed one step at a time. In confronting the Shadow King, switching to the persona of Klaus would be futile. Klaus's combat abilities were evidently no match for a level 4 mutant, nor did he possess the capacity to contend with a foe of the Shadow King's psychic nature. Additionally, Klaus's inherently erratic disposition made Raymond hesitant to allow him to confront such an overwhelmingly powerful adversary. Fortunately, the Shadow King was not the type to unleash violence indiscriminately. He seemed more inclined to manipulate others' emotions from the shadows, systematically breaking them down. As long as Raymond refrained from provoking a conflict, it would likely be manageable. Shall we begin? David lifted his head, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Observing this, Raymond couldn't help but internally criticize the situation. It was no wonder David had been unable to leave. His demeanor was clearly abnormal, and only a blind resident physician could fail to notice the issue. Under these circumstances, it would be a miracle for David to be allowed to depart. Yes, we may commence, Raymond replied, maintaining a calm facade. Regardless of his internal musings, he had no intention of revealing his awareness. If the Shadow King desired to perform, Raymond would play along, cooperating with the act to the fullest extent. As long as he refrained from flipping the table, everything would be negotiable. Chapter 008. The sudden attack. 20 minutes later, Raymond set down his pen, concluding the assessment. So, have I made a recovery? David wore that peculiar smile on his face. Raymond inwardly scoffed, feeling a sense of distaste. One had to admit, this Shadow King was exceedingly dull. He had actually sat there, earnestly cooperating with him throughout the test, without exhibiting even a hint of erratic behavior. Raymond had anticipated that this individual might resort to some outrageous antics to disrupt the assessment, providing him an opportunity to gracefully conclude it early. However, he had not expected this character to play by the rules, compelling him to perform in this charade for a full 20 minutes. As for the outcome, it was hardly a mystery. No psychologist would ascertain a patient's mental state based solely on a few test questions. If the logical coherence of his speech were the only criterion, Dr. Beth would not have intervened with Raymond. Honestly, with your current condition, you should not have passed the test, Raymond remarked, shaking his head. Oh, is that so? How unfortunate, David replied with a smile. Yet, despite his words of regret, his expression betrayed no sorrow. It was evident that he was indifferent to the result. Raymond. Yes, that's the name, isn't it? Do you believe I still have a chance for recovery? David's gaze fixed intently on Raymond, the corners of his mouth twisting into a subtle grin. Uncertain, Raymond responded casually. Uncertain? Who can provide clarity on such matters? If I could, would I still be confined here? David nodded, smiling again. Is that so? Then I must trouble you this time. By the way, I do not wish for him to be aware of my existence, understand? As he uttered the final words, a glimmer of yellow light suddenly flickered in his eyes. Alarm bells rang in Raymond's mind, instantly grasping David's intent. Yet, a wave of dizziness washed over him, blurring his vision. Simultaneously, a system prompt echoed in his mind. You are currently under a mental pollution attack from Amor. Pollution level, minor. Would you like to spend 10 universal points to eradicate it? Yes, no. Was there any doubt in his choice? Eradicate. With a mere thought. 10 of the 50 exploration points he had just acquired transformed into universal points, automatically deducted by the system. As the universal points were spent, the disorientation vanished entirely. A miscalculation. As Raymond regained his composure, a wave of apprehension washed over him. David, or rather the Shadow King, had revealed that he had discerned Raymond's act of performance. This prompted him to deploy his abilities in an attempt to influence Raymond's mind. In truth, Raymond realized he had committed a grave error. His mistake lay in pretending not to notice that David had suddenly morphed into a different persona. It was blatantly obvious, requiring no specialized knowledge to recognize. Yet, as a psychological expert, he had failed to perceive it. How could that be? Fortunately, the Shadow King could not fathom that Raymond was aware of his true identity. He likely assumed Raymond considered him merely one of David's subpersonalities. Perhaps he believed Raymond was feigning ignorance to avoid provoking this subordinate persona. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far more severe than a mere mental pollution attack. Nonetheless, this realization left Raymond feeling quite unsettled. Had it not been for his recent stroke of luck in acquiring those exploration points, the Shadow King's mental pollution attack might have indeed succeeded. The aftermath of such an event was easy to predict. It would likely erase his memory of the prior incident or embed a subconscious urge to keep it a secret indefinitely. His brief encounter with the Shadow King unveiled the stark reality of this world to him. Previously, whether interacting with hospital staff or with David, he had felt an intangible sense of superiority, a superiority derived from his former God's eye view. He was aware of many truths about this world and the fates of numerous individuals. Unbeknownst to him, this bred an illusion that these individuals were merely NPCs. However, the emergence of the Shadow King had struck him like a bolt from the blue. Even in a scenario of informational asymmetry, the Shadow King had outmaneuvered him, nearly leading him to a significant downfall. Were it not for the system at his side, that downfall would have been inevitable. This incident made him acutely aware that if he continued to harbor the unfounded superiority of viewing everyone as mere NPCs, he might not even grasp how he would meet his end in the future. From this perspective, he owed a debt of gratitude to the Shadow King for shaking him awake. What is happening? Why did I fall asleep here? Just as Raymond resolved to ensure the Shadow King would pay dearly for this wake-up call, David suddenly appeared to awaken, shivering slightly and looking utterly bewildered. Never mind. I'm going to the library for a stroll. Would you like to join me, Raymond? After a moment of contemplation, David, seemingly unaware of his previous state, lazily stretched and inquired. I think I'll pass. I wish to rest here for a while, Raymond replied, shaking his head. All right then, I'll go alone. See you in a bit. David, unbothered, bid farewell to Raymond and departed on his own. Had his memory been affected again? Watching David's retreating figure, Raymond muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. From David's reaction, it was clear that he not only had no recollection of the Shadow King manipulating his body for a testing game, but had also forgotten Raymond's earlier offer to assist him with the assessment. The excitement that had surged through him at Raymond's offer demonstrated the significance of that moment. Yet, such a pivotal event had vanished from his memory entirely. It was evident that he had completely forgotten the incident, or perhaps subconsciously believed the test to be concluded. Regardless of the situation, it was undoubtedly the work of that old dog, the Shadow King. In truth, this was not the Shadow King's first foray into such manipulation. He had been parasitizing David for 30 years, having influenced his memories on numerous occasions. For instance, David had always believed that his family had owned a large yellow dog, when in fact, they had never had a dog at all. That yellow dog was a mere figment conjured by the Shadow King, an illusion visible only to David. Such instances were not isolated. They pervaded David's life, subtly shaping his psyche, endeavoring to push him towards greater extremism until he ultimately succumbed to madness. You twisted old dog. You'll meet your end soon enough. Raymond scoffed coldly. Chapter 009. The Visitor. The first direct encounter with the Shadow King nearly led to Raymond suffering a significant setback. However, he managed to navigate the situation safely, and it seems that the Shadow King is unlikely to re-emerge in the near future. It is evident that if the Shadow King could forcibly seize David's body at will, he would not have spent 30 years in hiding, constantly influencing David from the shadows. Clearly, he is extremely reluctant for David to discover his existence. Should David become wary of him, any subsequent actions on the Shadow King's part could easily raise David's suspicions, making it increasingly difficult to breach David's psychological defenses. Moreover, in a direct struggle for control over the body, the Shadow King likely lacks any assurance of victory against David. After all, David is a level 5 mutant. Even if his potential remains untapped, he cannot be easily overpowered. Otherwise, It would be absurd for the Shadow King to have concealed himself for 3 decades. Given these circumstances, it is apparent that the Shadow King cannot afford to make frequent appearances, and Raymond is not concerned in the slightest. Furthermore, this encounter brought him certain benefits. Aside from being jolted awake by the Shadow King's unexpected blow, shedding his unwarranted sense of superiority, he also gained 50 exploration points. Even after spending 10 points, he still has 40 left, which he considers a pleasant surprise. The only issue is that his plan to send David away is evidently doomed to fail. With the Shadow King watching closely, David will never pass the so-called rehabilitation tests. It is quite possible that even the attending physicians, including Dr. Beth, have already been compromised by the Shadow King, making it impossible for David to leave. Is it truly necessary to stage an escape from a madhouse? Rubbing his forehead, Raymond felt a twinge of headache. The idea of a potentially unstable David was already enough to deter him from remaining in the hospital. And now the looming threat of the Shadow King only heightened his sense of unease. It felt akin to having a grenade next to one's pillow while sleeping. Even if one knows it is unlikely to explode, the anxiety remains palpable. Relying on brute force to escape the hospital is undoubtedly a last resort. Yet staying here does not seem like a favorable option either. If there is truly no alternative, he may have no choice but to take that route. Resolute in his decision, Raymond spent the entire morning ruminating over potential compromises, yet regrettably, no epiphany struck him. David appeared to have completely forgotten the events of the morning. Remaining elusive, it was not until lunchtime that Raymond encountered him in the cafeteria. However, in their conversation, David did not mention a single word about the testing. And when Raymond subtly probed, it became clear that David indeed had no recollection of what transpired earlier. Thus, Raymond refrained from further discussion. Even if he genuinely wished to assist David, he was devoid of any viable options. Should he recklessly divulge the existence of the Shadow King to David? It might create some trouble for the Shadow King, but there is no guarantee it wouldn't result in the Shadow King correcting David's memories once again. At that point, Raymond would become a thorn in the Shadow King's side. Being targeted by a level 4 mutant who could easily outmatch even Professor X is unequivocally perilous for Raymond. He is not inclined to court disaster. As he left the cafeteria, he was unexpectedly intercepted by a young nurse. "Dr. Raymond, there is a friend outside who wishes to visit you. Would you like to meet?" The nurse's demeanor was exceptionally courteous, a stark contrast to how they treated ordinary patients. This was hardly surprising, as Raymond's psychological achievements earned him the respect of several attending physicians, especially Dr. Beth, who regarded him as an idol. "My friend?" Raymond inquired, taken aback as he pointed to himself. "Yes, a lady. She did not disclose her name but asked me to convey that if you wish to relocate, she may be able to assist you," the nurse relayed sincerely. "Oh." Raymond was surprised by this response. In his view, it was not unusual for a friend of the original body to wish to visit, as he had gleaned from the fragmented memories of the original body that acquaintances had indeed come to pay visits. However, what did it mean that she could help him relocate? Was this not merely another way of saying, "I can help you leave the hospital"? This was not paranoia on Raymond's part. The situation itself was decidedly peculiar. He felt a strong inclination that the individual seeking to visit him was likely not a friend of the original body at all. This matter was undoubtedly suspicious. Nevertheless, after a brief contemplation, he resolved to meet this so-called friend, regardless of her intentions or whether she could genuinely facilitate his departure from the hospital. There was no harm in at least making the acquaintance. Even if she turned out to be a charlatan, meeting her would not cost him anything substantial. With that thought in mind, Raymond smiled slightly and said, "Very well, please lead the way." "Certainly, follow me," the nurse replied, leading the way without further thought. Before long, they arrived outside a visitation room. In North America, the visitation rooms in psychiatric hospitals resemble those in prisons, featuring a small designated room equipped with cameras and a supervising staff member. However, hospitals are not as stringent as prisons, allowing the two parties to communicate face-to-face without the barrier of glass, and staff generally refrain from eavesdropping on conversations. Most of the time, they provide patients and visitors with a degree of privacy. Their primary purpose in monitoring is twofold: to prevent patients from unexpectedly harming their visitors, and to ensure that visitors do not inadvertently provide patients with prohibited items. In psychiatric hospitals, everything from utensils to furniture is custom-made to mitigate the risk of patients causing harm to themselves or others during episodes. Thus, they strive to eliminate any potential sources of external danger. Chapter 010. The unexpected visitor. When Raymond entered the room, he was greeted by a striking sight. A mixed-race woman of African and Caucasian descent clad in a form-fitting floral dress, casually perusing the newspapers laid out on the visiting table. A floral dress? A mixed-race beauty? The moment Raymond caught sight of her, he was immediately struck by her most distinctive feature, and a name swiftly flitted through his mind. Lena, his classmate from back in the day. Before he could delve further into his thoughts, a prompt from the system chimed in. Ding. You have encountered a C-class villain, Reyna. Exploration value, 10. You may convert exploration value into universal points to exchange for various functionalities within the system. Indeed, it was her. Raymond had no doubt about the system's authentication. In truth, even without the prompt, he had already surmised that the woman in the floral dress was none other than Reyna, who would soon fall in love and conflict with Coulson as they formed an agent team. Her penchant for floral attire had earned her the nickname Little Flower. Raymond recognized her primarily due to the unique combination of floral dress and mixed-race beauty, which made it nearly impossible not to draw associations. Thus, even though the characters in this world bore only a partial resemblance to the actors he had seen on television in his past life, it did not hinder his swift judgment. But why has she come to seek me? Upon discerning Reyna's identity, Raymond found himself even more perplexed. He was well aware of her background and status, yet it only deepened his confusion regarding her motives for visiting him. So, the question arose, as a peripheral member of Hydra, why would this little flower suddenly appear at a psychiatric hospital to meet him, a supposedly deranged psychologist? Raymond pondered briefly, but found no clues. Intriguing. His curiosity piqued. He found himself somewhat eager to witness how events would unfold. Hello, Dr. Raymond. My name is Reyna. It is a pleasure to meet you. As she spotted Raymond, dressed in a patient gown, stepping through the door, Reyna recognized him instantly and rose to greet him. It was needless to say that Reyna must have seen his photograph beforehand. Please, have a seat. Raymond nodded slightly as he took a seat opposite Reyna and gestured for her to sit as well. He then slowly inquired. If my memory has not failed me due to my illness, we have not met before, have we, Miss Reyna? You are correct, Dr. Raymond. We indeed have not met prior, Reyna replied with a charming smile. Raymond, ever wary, remained unfazed by her allure. However, the staff member standing nearby was momentarily spellbound, captivated by her beauty. Yet Raymond could not deny that this little flower was indeed a beguiling enchantress. The Reyna he had seen on television in his previous life paled in comparison to the allure of the real woman before him. And what brings you to seek me? Upon hearing Reyna acknowledge their lack of prior acquaintance, Raymond decided to be forthright. Reyna smiled. I have come to propose a transaction with you, Dr. Raymond. A transaction? What kind of transaction? Excuse me, handsome, could you step outside for a moment? I have some personal matters to discuss with Dr. Raymond. Rest assured, I will not violate any hospital regulations. Very well. The staff member hesitated, initially intending to refuse, but ultimately could not resist Reyna's imploring gaze and acquiesced. After agreeing, he felt a twinge of regret, as this undoubtedly contravened hospital protocols. Not a problem, but only for 5 minutes. I will not make it difficult for you. Reyna assured him with a playful kiss gesture. The staff member, blushing furiously, hurriedly exited. Miss Reyna certainly excels in her dealings with men, Raymond observed, regarding her with a deep gaze. In a society where women face greater challenges than men, it would be imprudent not to leverage their advantages, would it not? Reyna smiled candidly. That is a valid point, Raymond nodded before shifting the topic back to business. Let us set aside that for now. You mentioned a transaction. What precisely do you wish to discuss? Reyna chuckled. I have heard that you, Dr. Raymond, have been endeavoring to prove your recovery and seek discharge from this facility? Raymond squinted hurt. Such matters are not easily known, I presume. Have you investigated me beforehand? To say investigated is rather harsh. I prefer to think of it as expressing concern. Reyna replied, unfazed by the revelation of her little secret. Very well, let us call it concern. But why, Miss Reyna? Would you suddenly take an interest in a supposedly deranged individual confined to a psychiatric hospital? Raymond pressed further. That is simply because I seek your assistance, Dr. Raymond, which is part of the transaction I mentioned earlier, Reyna replied with a smile. If you agree to this transaction, not only will you be able to leave this hospital openly, but you will also receive a substantial monetary reward, enough to ensure that you and your family live comfortably for the rest of your lives, free from financial worries. Such an incredible offer? Raymond expressed surprise. Do you think I am deceiving you? You need not worry. Once you agree to this transaction, I can arrange for your exit and transfer the funds to your account. You can then provide me with what I require after receiving the money. Reyna assured him with sincerity. What a grand proposition. Upon hearing this, Raymond could not help but be intrigued. Could you kindly disclose what you wish to obtain from me? What I desire is intelligence. I hope you can divulge everything you know regarding the Tahiti project. Reyna lowered her voice deliberately, ensuring that only she and Raymond could hear her. The Tahiti project? Chapter 011. Clarifying the facts. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Agency, Agent Coulson. The bodies of the Kree and Director Egghead. I was, in fact, originally one of them? Raymond felt a sense of bewilderment. Furthermore, the purpose behind Director Egghead's invitation was far from straightforward. On the surface, it appeared he was merely offering him a position as a guest professor at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, but in reality, it was to covertly enlist him in the Tahiti project, assisting Coulson in its development. Remarkably, even within S.H.I.E.L.D., knowledge of this was scant. Typically, symptoms of schizophrenia are often linked to one's upbringing, with many afflicted individuals showing signs from childhood, as was the case with David. However, the original host's sudden onset of illness, unconnected to any childhood trauma, suggested a significant external trigger. It was only when Reyna mentioned the keyword Tahiti project that fragments of memory surged forth. Astonishingly, he realized that it was the Tahiti project that had precipitated his mental breakdown. Tasked with overseeing the psychological treatment and hypnosis related to the Tahiti project, he had competently addressed the psychological issues of his colleagues, but ultimately found himself unable to bear the weight of his own burdens, succumbing to madness. As the saying goes, a physician cannot heal himself. No matter how adept he was in psychology, he could not unravel his own psyche. So it was. If the original host were in his position, he might have questioned Reyna's origins, but Raymond harbored no such doubts. He was even more aware of the circumstances surrounding her than she was. All along, Reyna had only known she was serving a mysterious figure codenamed Eye in the Sky. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Eye in the Sky was, in truth, John Garrett, an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., a sleeper agent planted by Hydra. Reyna had merely been a peripheral member of Hydra. The Tahiti project was a target Hydra had long desired to infiltrate, but found challenging to breach. Despite Hydra embedding numerous agents within S.H.I.E.L.D., including the former director Alexander Pierce, who held considerable sway over Nick Fury, a substantial fraction of high-ranking agents were traitors. If Hydra were to acquire this technology, it would be pivotal for their future endeavors. Regrettably, Fury seemed to have anticipated such schemes once the Tahiti project was classified. He utilized his authority to obliterate all records from the database. Seeking any information about the Tahiti project online would be a folly. Thus, the only viable option was to locate those who had participated in the project, particularly those who were fully involved, to uncover its intricacies. It was no wonder Reyna sought out Raymond. Even the most critical aspects of the project were known to him. Unlike many who had only been privy to their specific roles, unaware of the project's core. Based on Raymond's deductions, he was certainly not the first target Hydra had identified among the participants of the Tahiti project, yet they had evidently failed to grasp its most vital elements. Otherwise, Reyna would not have approached him so directly. Having unraveled the sequence of events, Raymond's gaze toward Reyna now carried a hint of compassion. Reyna immediately noted the change in his expression, her brow furrowing slightly. Dr. Raymond, what does this mean? It was evident that his sympathetic gaze unsettled her. If I were to engage in this transaction with you, I fear I might secure the funds, yet lack the means to spend them, Raymond said with a light chuckle. Shaking his head, are you concerned we might trouble you afterward? I can assure you. You can assure me? What guarantees do you offer? Before Reyna could finish her thought, Raymond interrupted her with a scoff. I would wager you don't even know who is requesting this information. Reyna, feeling belittled by Raymond's disdainful demeanor, felt a surge of irritation, yet as she prepared to retort, the words caught in her throat. She suddenly realized he was not mistaken. She indeed had no knowledge of who sought the Tahiti project intelligence. True, she was aware she was working for Eye in the Sky, who had conveyed this directive through subordinates, compelling her to extract information from Raymond. But who was Eye in the Sky? Or rather, was Eye in the Sky an individual or a collective? She remained entirely in the dark. What she did understand was that Eye in the Sky harbored grand ambitions and wielded considerable power, enabling her to gain the upper hand in encounters with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Yet, The identity and origins of Eye in the Sky eluded her grasp. In essence, she had always been but a pawn in Eye in the Sky's game, utterly unaware of the larger scheme at play. Could he possibly know? Raina suddenly regarded Raymond with an incredulous gaze. Chapter 012. The discomposed classmate Xiaohua. No, this is impossible. The moment this thought emerged, she immediately dismissed it deep within her heart, for it was simply too incredulous. Before her arrival, she had already perused Raymond's dossier and knew that he was merely recruited into SHIELD due to the Tahiti project. At best a mere technical talent. Beyond the documents, she had conducted a thorough investigation into Raymond's life, from his childhood to the present, leaving her with a comprehensive understanding of his circumstances. She was quite certain that Raymond possessed no background and was not a significant figure within SHIELD. Was it truly conceivable that someone like Raymond, an unfortunate soul inadvertently swept into the extraordinary world, could be privy to the secrets of clairvoyance? How could she be so incredulous? He must be attempting to deceive me, she reasoned within herself. Miss Raina? Noticing her prolonged silence, Raymond, with a smirk, reminded her. Oh, are you threatening me? Raymond raised an eyebrow. It is merely a friendly reminder, Raina replied, regaining her composure after adjusting her emotions. As a fragile woman, I certainly cannot impose on you, but I cannot guarantee what my associates might do should they discover that you, Dr. Raymond, are unwilling to cooperate. You mean to say, if I refuse this transaction, you will eliminate me? I cannot speak to that, but I suggest you give it careful consideration, Dr. Raymond. They may not truly seek your life, but sometimes living can be more agonizing than death. Have you finished? Dr. Raymond, are you truly intent on inviting suffering upon yourself? Raina stood, her tone growing more urgent. I shall take my leave. Seeing Raymond genuinely prepared to depart, Raina could no longer maintain her previous composure and became somewhat flustered. This was the first time she had been so toyed with, and by a despicable man no less. Her selection as a candidate for clairvoyance was due to her exceptional interpersonal skills, particularly when dealing with men. She could effortlessly transform those with ulterior motives into sycophants, extracting every secret from them. Thus, tasks involving negotiations or seduction were typically her domain. After investigating Raymond, she had initially believed this mission to be a near certainty, devoid of complications, for his dossier clearly depicted him as a scholar steeped in academia, even if not entirely a bookworm. However, the outcome was starkly contrary to her expectations. Throughout their encounter, Raymond maintained an undeniable upper hand, keeping her firmly under his control. From beginning to end, she remained in a position of submission. This is not right. Could he be gay? The more she pondered, the more irate she became. Madam, have you finished your discussion so soon? During her ruminations, the staff member she had dismissed earlier unexpectedly entered, wearing an ingratiating expression. Humph. At that moment, Raina had no inclination to entertain such a sycophant, snorting dismissively before turning away, leaving the bewildered staff member puzzled about his misstep, unable to fathom why this woman, who had previously exchanged flirtatious glances with him, was now so unapproachable. Upon exiting the visitation room, Raymond did not truly head to a gym as he had feigned to Raina. Strolling down the corridor, he contemplated the potential developments that might ensue. Director Egg had already completely erased the documents pertaining to the Tahiti project, and should Hydra seek to delve deeper, they would inevitably target the few individuals who participated in the project. Compared to Director Egg and Coulson, he was undoubtedly a soft target. Having already approached him, they would not simply abandon their pursuit due to his refusal to cooperate. From what Xiaohua indicated, they were likely to employ more forceful measures against him. How fortuitous that such circumstances would arise. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Raymond's lips. Provoking Xiaohua was, after all, part of his plan. Having unraveled the situation, he had resolved to incite her ire, hoping to compel Hydra to engage him more aggressively. He trusted that with Fury's acumen, it was implausible for him to neglect this important figure. Should a significant commotion arise on his end, Fury would undoubtedly take notice and seek a means to extricate him openly from the situation. This would conveniently resolve his pressing dilemma. In comparison to the world-ending time bomb that was David, alongside the ancient dog known as Shadow King, Hydra scarcely posed a threat. While the duality of his persona might find itself challenged by David and his ilk, dealing with Hydra's ordinary agents was a trivial matter. Moreover, even against the super soldiers developed by Hydra's subsidiary organization, Centipede, he held the advantage. Had Hydra successfully usurped SHIELD and replaced it entirely. He might have had cause for concern, as they would then possess access to numerous weapons of mass destruction. But for now, well, as for why Raymond did not simply agree to the transaction and utilize Hydra's resources to escape, it was not a matter to be taken lightly. He was not so easily manipulated. Should he proceed in that manner, he would not only offend SHIELD, but might also find himself at odds with Hydra, potentially becoming a victim of their treachery. Hydra's ranks were filled with miscreants. One could never tell if someone might harbor resentment towards him for acquiring a substantial sum and decide to take matters into their own hands. While he was not particularly concerned about being undermined by Hydra's lackluster agents, he could easily turn the tables if necessary. However, such an approach would mean simultaneously alienating both SHIELD and Hydra, a predicament he wished to avoid. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to provoke Raina, effectively severing any pretense. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for Hydra to make their move. Chapter 013. As night deepens, however, this action posed little risk to him. Meanwhile, after leaving the spring hospital for the mentally ill, Raina immediately contacted her superior, Addison, the head of the Centipede organization, a covert operation linked to Hydra. Raina was not yet qualified to communicate directly with the all-seeing eye, and all orders were relayed through Addison. Whatever matters she had to address were also communicated with him. Although Addison was currently incarcerated, he could still maintain unobstructed communication with the outside world, at any time and from anywhere. This was one of the reasons Raina was convinced that the all-seeing eye had a profound background, for few could navigate the prison system with such ease in North America. What? He refused? After Raina briefly reported the situation, a disgruntled voice came from the other end of the line. Indeed, and it seems he is rather indifferent to my threats, Raina added in a hushed tone. Could it be that he has truly lost his mind? I've heard that spending too long in a mental institution can drive even the sane to madness. Especially considering his pre-existing condition, Addison remarked. Well, I can't guarantee that, but from my interactions with him, I believe he is mostly rational, Raina replied. Then how could he not fear for his life? It makes no sense. Could there be someone secretly protecting him? Addison paused before continuing. Wait a moment. I need to consult the all-seeing eye. Understood, Raina replied. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. The all-seeing eye believes no one from SHIELD is protecting him. He might be trying to intimidate you, or perhaps he genuinely has lost his mind, Addison stated. What comes next? Next, you simply need to wait. I will send someone to extract him from the hospital, and then you will personally interrogate him. I refuse to believe that he will still be obstinate at that point. Understood, Raina affirmed. After hanging up, an inexplicable sense of unease settled in her heart. Even though the enigmatic all-seeing eye asserted that everything was normal and believed that Raymond was merely posturing or genuinely unhinged, she couldn't shake her apprehension. Perhaps I am overthinking this. After dinner, as darkness enveloped the sky, a heavily armed team of approximately 20 to 30 members stealthily infiltrated the southeastern side of the hospital. They skillfully disabled the hospital's surveillance systems. If one were to observe from the monitoring room, everything appeared entirely normal. Judging by their agile movements and the sophisticated weaponry they bore, it was evident that they were seasoned special operations personnel. With such a formidable assembly, breaching a mere mental institution would pose little challenge, even if it were a heavily fortified prison. Once they successfully entered the hospital, the leader began issuing commands through a wireless earpiece. Team A, head to the monitoring room and secure the area. Team B, maneuver from the rear to ensure no one approaches from that direction. Team C, follow me for a frontal assault. We must capture the target within 3 minutes. Team D, provide support outside in case of unforeseen circumstances. Remember, avoid fatalities if possible. The quieter we are, the better. Understood? Received. With a decisive wave of the leader's hand, the operation commenced. Moments later, the group swiftly divided into 4 teams, executing the leader's orders. The C team, poised for a frontal assault, was the largest with 8 members, indicating their thorough preparations for capturing Raymond. Even if there were indeed agents from SHIELD covertly protecting him, they were confident in their ability to seize him. Simultaneously, to the northwest of the Spring Hospital, Agent Hill, dressed in field operative attire, silently entered the hospital alongside another Chinese female agent. This agent was no ordinary operative. She shared a reputation akin to the infamous former KGB agent, the Black Widow, and was imbued with an air of legend. Her full name was Melinda May, codename Knight, a battle-hardened level 7 agent. Fury had not specified a limit on how many agents Hill could bring for the rescue. But given the sensitivity of the Tahiti project, Hill could not afford to assemble a large contingent. After careful consideration, she decided to bring just one ally, Agent May. May, like Coulson, was a trusted confidant of Fury. In terms of trust, she might even surpass Coulson, as she was an exceptionally straightforward operative, devoid of ulterior motives. However, this trait was both her strength and her weakness, designating her solely as a formidable enforcer rather than a leader. This was why Fury had considered cultivating Coulson as his successor instead of her. Hill chose May not only because she was aware of the Tahiti project, but also due to May's exceptional combat prowess. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., it was generally true that higher-tier agents possessed more combat experience and superior overall fighting ability, but this was not an absolute rule. Among the high-tier agents, this was not a reliable metric for assessing combat capability. May stood as a prime example. Her overall combat ability far surpassed that of the majority of level 8 agents, making her one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most elite operatives. The Black Widow, also a level 7 agent, was noted to have combat skills that were equally formidable. Although Hill was a level 9 agent, this merely indicated a higher level of authority within S.H.I.E.L.D. In terms of pure combat capability, she might not necessarily outmatch May. Bringing May along was merely a precaution. Things appeared dire. It seemed other parties were also attempting to infiltrate the hospital. May, peering through her specialized infrared binoculars, turned to Hill with a serious expression. Other parties? Hill momentarily faltered but quickly shifted her expression. Good grief, they move swiftly. What do we do now? There's no choice. We must rush in. We cannot allow them to take Dr. Raymond, Hill declared with resolve. Before she finished speaking, Hill was already leading the charge toward the hospital's residential area, and without hesitation, May followed closely behind. Chapter 14. The adventurer Wayne in the corridor south of the hospital. David, returning alone from the library, wandered aimlessly while murmuring to himself. Why do I always feel that something is amiss? What exactly is wrong? He alternately tugged at his hair, attempting to stimulate his mind in search of that elusive spark of inspiration. Throughout the day, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, yet he could not pinpoint its source. The sensation of knowing something was off, yet being unable to recall it, left him in discomfort. Who is there? Show yourself. As David pondered the origin of his disquiet, he suddenly sensed someone observing him from the shadows. He swiftly turned his head in that direction, startling the members of Group B, who had intended to ambush him once he passed. According to their leader's instructions, they were supposed to stealthily encircle him. However, upon arriving, they unexpectedly spotted a patient wandering and talking to himself while tugging at his hair. The group consisted of 5 fully armed members, and while they were not intimidated by a seemingly deranged individual, their leader had explicitly instructed them not to resort to lethal measures unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, they resolved to wait for the patient to move on before proceeding with their plan. It was nighttime, and clad in black combat gear, they believed they would remain undetected unless someone was directly watching them. Who could have imagined they would be discovered so inexplicably? The leader, a black man, wore an expression of perplexity, akin to a classic black question mark face. What now? One of his team members gestured towards him. Clearly, he was skeptical that they had truly been noticed. The reason was simple. The person shouting was a patient. The leader could not fathom how a mentally ill individual could perceive their concealment. To him, it must have been a mere outburst, perhaps mimicking lines from a movie. What he did not realize was that David was not having a breakdown. He had indeed seen them. As a level 5 mutant, even one whose abilities were not yet fully developed, David's mental acuity surpassed that of ordinary individuals. If someone was watching him, he could not possibly be unaware of it. If you don't come out soon, I'll call for help, David asserted, his gaze unwavering in the direction of Group B. At last, the members of Group B acknowledged the truth. They had indeed been discovered. David's steadfast focus on their position, combined with his insistence that they reveal themselves, confirmed their exposure. If it had merely been a mental episode, he would not have maintained his fixation. Impossible. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. He simply could not comprehend how they had been exposed. It made no sense. What now? A teammate looked to him for guidance. Hold your position. I'll deal with him, the leader whispered. With that, he stowed his weapon, removed his mask, and approached David with his hands raised in a gesture of surrender, accompanied by a disarming smile. Sir, Please don't be alarmed. I mean no harm. I'm a new security guard at the hospital. Just a bit lost in this unfamiliar environment." As he spoke, he advanced toward David, maintaining a friendly demeanor to appear as non-threatening as possible. "Security guard?" David paused momentarily. As he contemplated why this new guard's attire seemed different from those he had previously encountered, the leader of Group B closed the distance. His intuition screamed that this man was lying. Yet, David reacted just a fraction too late. Just as he realized something was amiss, the self-proclaimed guard accelerated his approach, executing a swift strike to the nape of David's neck. "Gotcha," the leader thought, exhaling in relief. However, to his astonishment, his strike did not land as intended. It felt as though his hand had been halted midair by an unseen force. "What?" The leader was taken aback. Before his astonished eyes, David stretched, rotated his neck, and languidly remarked, "It's been a while since I've had a breath of fresh air. I really must thank you for this opportunity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jack Wayne, an adventurer. Pleased to make your acquaintance." With a radiant smile, David extended his right hand in a gesture of greeting. Yet, at that moment, the leader could only blink in disbelief, having lost control of his body entirely. Even if he wished to shake hands, he was utterly incapable. "Oh, right, I forgot you can't move. My apologies." David scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the leader regained his mobility. Instantly, his hand reached for his sidearm, but to his astonishment, the weapon levitated into the air, aimed directly at his head. "No, no, no. This won't do. You see, we share the same body. I can't allow you to act recklessly," David said leisurely. Upon hearing David's words, the leader's mind raced with the term split personality. The man before him was a split personality, and astonishingly, he possessed superhuman abilities. Sure enough, the next moment, David's smile faded, his gaze turning cold. "In light of the fact that you've granted me this chance to enjoy the fresh air, I suppose I'll grant you a swift demise." With a silencer-equipped handgun smoothly chambered, he fired, executing the leader of Group B without hesitation. Simultaneously, the other 4 members of Group B fell victim to their own weapons. In truth, they had sensed something was amiss, but the moment David seized control of the leader, they found themselves paralyzed, unable to retaliate. They could only watch in despair as they were slain by their own firearms. As he gazed at the fallen figures, David exhibited no remorse. Instead, he furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "That old man is becoming increasingly intolerable, continually disrupting the host personality. It seems I must devise a plan. I cannot allow him to succeed. Otherwise, what chance do we have for survival?" However, taking him on alone was clearly not feasible. "I must rally Cindy and Birmingham, among others, if we stand any hope. Yet, before that, I shall relish the world outside for a while longer." Thus, with a cheerful resolve, David declared, "It is settled." Chapter 15, Supernatural Events. On the eastern side of the hospital, Group C, led by their commander, had arrived at the area where Raymond resided. At that moment, a team member urgently reported to the commander, "Boss, Group B has suddenly lost all contact for some unknown reason." The commander's expression shifted slightly. He understood all too well what losing contact implied. It suggested that the 5 members of Group B had likely encountered dire circumstances. But what could possibly cause 5 fully armed soldiers to be unable to call for help? This thought sent a wave of trepidation through the commander. Clearly, the situation had escalated beyond his initial expectations. He had anticipated that even if SHIELD had indeed dispatched agents to protect Dr. Raymond, they would only send a few ordinary operatives. With over 20 seasoned individuals in their team, he believed they would not be intimidated by an equal number of SHIELD agents. Therefore, he had considered this mission to be almost foolproof. However, the abrupt disappearance of Group B had caught him completely off guard. With the situation as it was, he felt he had little choice but to proceed. There could be no retreat. The commander made a resolute decision in his mind. Lifting the ban on lethal force meant they could fire at will. It was evident that he had grasped the gravity of the situation. If he continued with his previous mindset, he might not even realize how he perished. Group D is likely facing trouble as well. They have also come under attack, another team member interjected. "Have you determined who the assailants are?" The commander inquired hastily. "Unclear. They appear to be engaged in a firefight. Ensure they hold their ground. We must act immediately." The commander gritted his teeth, determined to secure their target first. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that Group B had met with a grim fate, and even if Group D managed to withstand the assault, they could not emerge unscathed. Some level of sacrifice was inevitable. With no retreat possible, he steeled himself to press on. What is that? Suddenly, a subordinate's gasp drew his attention. Following the gaze of his subordinate, he beheld an unexpected figure emerging in a yard approximately 10 meters away. A person they had not previously detected. Illuminated by the moonlight and street lamps, the individual wore a black suit, adorned with a pair of somewhat exquisite round glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, and a square bandage affixed to his left cheek. Yet, what stood out most were the claw-like gloves on his hands, each fingertip equipped with a blade approximately half a meter long. Who are you? Stay right there. The commander raised his weapon, aiming at the stranger. TSK, TSK, TSK. Aren't you all here to capture me? Why do you seem so anxious now that I've come to you? The figure adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist, chuckling lightly. Are you Raymond? The commander's tone betrayed his disbelief. However, as he focused, he noticed that although the individual did not resemble the Raymond from the photographs he had seen, his features were remarkably similar. Unless Dr. Raymond had an identical twin, the person before him was likely their target. But why did he appear in such an eccentric manner? The commander's unease persisted. As a mid-level cadre of the Centipede organization, he was aware of the existence of superhumans in this world. The Avengers, who had recently gained notoriety, could be classified as part of that extraordinary realm. Individuals from that world possessed powers beyond the imagination of ordinary people, with all manner of beings among them. The Centipede organization was developing and researching super soldiers, which could also be regarded as superhumans to some extent. The figure's appearance instantly invoked a chilling possibility. Could the target they sought to capture also be a superhuman? This conjecture sent a shiver down his spine. Seeing that the commander was not shouting orders to fire, the Raymond under the control of the alternate persona, Crow, felt a twinge of disappointment. Why was no one making a move? I've been waiting for you all for quite some time. Incompetence, if you don't act soon, I shall take the initiative. Raymond remarked, beginning to approach Group C. Don't come any closer. Stop right there, or I'll shoot. The commander barked. Incompetents are indeed incompetent. If you want to fight, then fight. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Raymond replied languidly. Fine, I'm tired of waiting. I'll go first. Bang. A dull thud echoed as the commander actually pulled the trigger. However, he did not aim for Raymond's vital areas, merely shooting towards his calf. The silencer muffled the sound, but it startled his subordinates, who were bewildered by their leader's sudden impulsiveness. Unable to comprehend his motivations for such an action, they were unaware of the existence of a superhuman realm, merely perceiving Raymond as somewhat peculiar. Yet, considering that Raymond was mentally unstable, they thought little of it, assuming his strange attire was merely a manifestation of his condition. The commander's heightened vigilance and abrupt gunfire seemed to them the true anomaly. What if he inadvertently shot the target dead? Wouldn't that render their mission futile? Look, he's gone. At that moment, one team member suddenly exclaimed. As the words escaped his lips, others began to notice something amiss. The individual who had just been conversing with the commander and approaching them had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Just moments ago, he had been right there. How could he suddenly disappear? Could it be that they were witnessing a ghost? They had heard that hospitals were rife with vengeful spirits. The team members, witnessing this bizarre occurrence, held differing opinions about the sudden turn of events. Yet all felt a chill creeping up their spines, a sense of foreboding rising from their very souls. Only the commander understood that this was not a supernatural event. The target was indeed a superhuman. Chapter 016, The Spoon in the Realm of Superpowers, even within organizations like the Centipede, which have one foot firmly planted in that world. The intricacies are not widely known. Only those in mid-level positions or above possess a more detailed understanding. At this moment, the leader sought to impress upon his subordinates the gravity of the situation. The swiftest means to do so was to reference the super soldiers, as his subordinates had all witnessed their formidable prowess. Indeed, upon this comparison, the subordinates immediately became alert. Yet, in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, how much difference could their vigilance truly make? With a sickening sound of flesh being severed, one subordinate suddenly clutched his throat, his eyes wide with horror. He could no longer cry out, for in that fleeting moment, a knife had silenced him, piercing his throat, and no amount of pressure from his hands could stem the torrent of blood gushing forth. How could this happen? Why was there not a single warning? When the leader noticed the subordinate's throat had been cut, he found no trace of Raymond nearby. At that moment, Raymond resembled a phantom, elusive and undetectable. No one grasped the events that had transpired, nor did they hear a sound. It was as if the necks of these two were rent asunder by an unseen force, with no one wielding a blade against them. Had they not seen Raymond standing there moments before, they might have suspected a supernatural occurrence. Yet, they soon realized that this was no ethereal phenomenon. It was Raymond systematically eliminating them, as if engaged in a deadly game of assassination. Their lives were mere tools in this grim contest, with Raymond as the sole player. Damn it, show yourself. The leader's eyes turned crimson at the unfolding horror. He could no longer afford to worry about alarming the hospital staff. He understood that if this continued, their demise was merely a matter of time. If he could alert others, perhaps they might seize a slim chance of survival. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, a familiar tone belonging to Raymond, who had just vanished from his sight. However, the crux of the matter was that the speaker was right behind him. The figure had approached him silently, whispering, "By luring everyone here, are you not compelling me to expedite your demise? I had intended to toy with you a while longer, but it seems I must hasten the process." When the leader spun around, he found no trace of Raymond. Yet, Raymond's voice echoed once more. "Spoon." In that instant, all remaining 6 members, including the leader, collapsed to the ground. Not only them, but 2 nearby saplings were severed simultaneously, and upon closer inspection, one would notice numerous gashes on the surrounding walls, evidence of the blade's wrath. This was the lethal technique known as spoon, a hallmark of the Crow's persona, executed in conjunction with his unique silent steps, resulting in an indiscriminate assault. It is noteworthy that silent steps rivaled the speed of the Navy's 6-style shave, and its defining characteristic was its utter noiselessness, rendering it particularly suited for assassination. This explained why the members of Team C had heard nothing prior to their demise. When their eyes could not track Raymond's speed and their ears could not detect his approach, he became utterly invisible to them. Yet again, I find myself unable to control the precise target of my attacks, truly vexing. After surveying his surroundings, Raymond placed a hand to his forehead, appearing somewhat pained. Is someone approaching? In the next moment, upon hearing footsteps approaching, he swiftly vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, David, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, arrived. Discovering the fallen members of Team C. There are still a few here. He approached the leader's corpse, crouching down for a closer inspection, then surveyed the area before musing. 2 with slit throats. The other 6 appear to have been hacked to death. The rapidity of their deaths indicates they were unable to retaliate. This is no feat achievable by ordinary individuals. How intriguing. Could there be other mutants within this hospital? David stroked his chin in contemplation. However, after a brief moment of reflection, he shrugged off the thought, muttering, "Regardless, it has nothing to do with me. Best not to meddle and risk implicating my primary personality." With that, he continued on his way, appearing as if on a leisurely stroll. Yet, he had not ventured far when he abruptly turned his gaze towards the 2nd floor, finding nothing amiss. A trick of the light? He furrowed his brow slightly, then shook his head and resumed his path. Unbeknownst to him, on the opposite side of the 2nd floor, Raymond, having disengaged from his equipment's materialization, had reverted to his primary persona and was pondering the situation. That was certainly not David. Yet it did not resemble the Shadow King either. Could it be another subpersona? Through the vision granted by the Crow persona, Raymond had silently observed the just departed David. Arriving at this conclusion, he was uncertain as to which subpersona was currently inhabiting David's body, but he was assured it was not that old dog, the Shadow King. Otherwise, he would have been detected. While the speed of the Crow persona was formidable, it would never escape the gaze of a level 4 mutant. In truth, it had merely been his curiosity that led the Crow persona to glimpse who had arrived so swiftly, only to find David. Upon noticing that David seemed somewhat out of sorts, he felt a twinge of regret. Had David truly been under the Shadow King's control, he would have certainly sensed him. From David's words, it appeared he had encountered these individuals' companions elsewhere. Perhaps they had crossed paths, startling David, resulting in the emergence of a subpersona. Raymond quickly pieced together the situation. However, it was not his concern. His interest had simply been piqued. He had no desire to be seen, thus entangling himself in this affair. In Chinese culture, one values discretion. The Crow persona was currently his greatest asset, and he had no intention of revealing it prematurely. Chapter 17. The Shock Duo. How are you? Hill inquired while keeping her gun at the ready, scanning the surroundings, as May examined the bodies on the ground. There's nothing identifiable. All the weapons are standard issue. Moreover, they all contain potent toxins in their gums. Without exception, they are all death warriors. I deliberately left 2 alive, but they chose to take their own lives. May stated calmly after inspecting several corpses. Have you taken the photos? Yes, your point is valid. Hill nodded, then waved her hand. However, this is not the time for such discussions. Dr. Raymond is still in danger. We must move. As they spoke, the two had already arrived in the courtyard south of the hospital. May immediately noticed the bodies of 5 members of Group B lying on the ground, her pupils dilating in shock. They appear to be affiliated with those outside. What is happening? Hill looked equally perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. They had already engaged in combat with the group outside, although the outcome was a decisive victory for them. Their experience allowed them to discern that these individuals were undoubtedly seasoned soldiers, had it not been for their elite status as top agents. Coupled with a significant advantage in weaponry, they would not have been able to eliminate the outside group in mere minutes. The attire of the 5 sprawled on the ground clearly indicated their association with the external group. What could have caused their sudden demise here? Was there a third party also invading the hospital, engaging in a firefight with this group? Notably, they had never considered that the hospital's own security forces could have killed these 5, for even armed security personnel would be no match for such a formidable group. Without waiting for Hill's command, May dashed toward the corpses, eager to ascertain the situation. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. If they failed to understand how these individuals had met their end and whether a third party was involved, they risked making a grave mistake due to negligence. Rescuing Raymond was crucial, but it also required a strategic approach. Soon, May reached the bodies. To prevent any deceit, her gun remained aimed at the fallen. She was confident that anyone feigning death to ambush her wouldn't be quicker than her trigger finger. However, with gunshot wounds to their foreheads, it was evident that they were beyond saving. May conducted a quick examination and soon discerned the cause of their deaths. Yet, her expression grew increasingly grave as a result of this realization. What did you find? Hill noticed May's unusual demeanor. It appears they all committed suicide. They were killed by their own sidearms, and without exception, each was shot in the forehead, dying instantly. May spoke in a low tone. Suicide? Hill suddenly grasped the reason behind May's expression. It sounded utterly perplexing. This group's target was undoubtedly Raymond, so why would they take their own lives? Yet, she understood May's character. She would not draw such a conclusion without thorough investigation. This indicated that the deceased had indeed committed suicide, however implausible it sounded. Yet, their profession often dealt with the extraordinary, and they were not easily intimidated. Is it a peculiar incident? Hill contemplated a possibility. The likelihood is considerable. May concurred with Hill's thought. As Hill pondered, numerous possibilities filled her mind. Yet regardless of which one it was, there was little time for further exploration. Since clarity was unattainable in the short term, they had no choice but to set it aside. Let us hope it's unrelated to the current situation. Move. The two resumed their journey towards the area where Raymond was located. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard beneath Raymond's residence. Upon arrival, they discovered another row of bodies on the ground, evidently connected to the previous skirmish and the earlier suicides. May, well acquainted with the task, quickly began her examination once more. This time, she reached a conclusion that dispelled the notion of suicide, yet the outcome left her unsettled. All were killed instantly by bladed weapons. Hill found it hard to believe. 8 fully armed professional soldiers, dispatched with bladed weapons as if they were merely chopping vegetables. How does that sound like something out of a Bollywood blockbuster? Only 6 were slain by multiple stabbings. 2 others suffered a single throat cut. Moreover, aside from one who fired a shot, the others had no opportunity to use their firearms, May clarified. May's correction, however, did little to alleviate Hill's anxiety. Whether 6 or 8 had been brutally slain, the essence remained unchanged. It indicated the likely presence of a formidable superhuman within this hospital. If she had merely suspected the strange suicides earlier, it was now nearly certain that a superhuman existed within these premises. As the deputy director of SHIELD, her understanding of the superhuman realm far surpassed that of the Centipede organization. She was well aware of the multitude of superhumans in the world. Among them, mutants were the most common. It was very possible that some acquaintances were, unbeknownst to her, mutants themselves. Furthermore, the majority of mutants could remain undetected unless they utilized their abilities, with only a rare few, like the Beast, having significant physical alterations that made concealment impossible. SHIELD had encountered mutants in numerous special incidents they had previously handled. The current situation compelled Hill to draw connections to this realm, regardless of who this unknown superhuman might be, since they had eliminated the invading group. It at least indicated they were not aligned with the nefarious masterminds behind the Rising Tide organization. Under these circumstances, there was no need to treat them as a hypothetical adversary. Having made their decision, the two swiftly approached the door to Raymond's room on the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. Hill tentatively rapped on the door. Who's there? A male voice responded from within. Hearing that voice, both Hill and May let out a sigh of relief, for they recognized the owner of that voice, Dr. Raymond, the very target of their rescue mission. Chapter 018 Departure from the hospital. The sudden knock at the door left Raymond momentarily bewildered. What was happening? He had barely stepped inside when someone was already knocking. It seemed rather coincidental. Could it be David following him? A shadow crossed Raymond's face. If the one knocking was indeed David, it would indicate that he had been discovered earlier. Had he known, he would not have been so curious. After all, curiosity killed the cat. Raymond felt a pang of regret. Yet, at that moment, refusing to open the door would also appear suspicious, which was decidedly inappropriate. Thus, he steeled himself and inquired, "Who is it?" To his surprise, a female voice responded from outside, speaking in somewhat clumsy Mandarin, albeit in a lowered tone. "Dr. Raymond, it's me, Agent May." Agent May? It was truly her. The legendary S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Melinda May? In the original timeline, not long from now, Coulson would begin assembling a special team. And this very Agent May would be one of its key members. Previously, when Raina visited, he had glimpsed many memories related to the original bodies passed with S.H.I.E.L.D. due to the keyword Tahiti, including this very agent. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the original body's father was also of Chinese descent, which fostered a friendly rapport between them. This must be what they call a shared heritage, evoking a sense of kinship. Realizing that the visitor was not David, but rather a familiar face, Agent May, Raymond felt a wave of relief wash over him, tinged with surprise. The arrival of the director's personnel was rather swift. He had only just caused a stir, and it seemed the others were still in the aftermath of their encounter when Agent May had already arrived. With this thought in mind, Raymond quickly approached the door and opened it. To his astonishment, standing at the threshold was not only Agent May, but also another familiar figure, the ever-efficient Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill? Raymond instinctively called out her name. He could not help but admire the striking appearance of the deputy director. Even having seen his fair share of beautiful women in his previous life due to his profession, this slightly spirited and radiant woman still managed to captivate him. However, Hill did not notice, or perhaps did not have the time to notice, Raymond's expression. Upon seeing him, she promptly detailed the situation. "I understand." Raymond refrained from unnecessary chatter and nodded decisively, but soon recalled something and asked, "Are we leaving directly? Is there no concern for the hospital here?" Before Raymond could finish, Hill interrupted, "Rest assured, we will handle matters here." "Thank you for your assistance," Raymond replied politely. "We should be on our way. We can discuss further en route," May added, standing by. "Dr. Raymond, please follow us." Hill nodded, leading the way. Half an hour later, the trio was aboard a small combat aircraft produced by S.H.I.E.L.D., a vehicle typically reserved for high-ranking agents on missions. Naturally, for May and Hill, this was merely routine. One was a legendary agent, and the other a prominent deputy director. Summoning a small combat aircraft was hardly a challenge for them, let alone the few customized Airbus jets owned by S.H.I.E.L.D. Nevertheless, for rescue missions such as this, a small combat aircraft was undoubtedly more suitable. Finally, once the aircraft took off, both Hill and May relaxed their taut nerves. May, now somewhat hesitant, broke the silence. "Dr. Raymond, how have you been doing recently?" Raymond smiled. "You wish to inquire about my health, I presume? You truly are perceptive, as befitting a psychological expert." May, unperturbed by her revelation, candidly admitted, "To be honest, I am nearly recovered. I have been undergoing some rehabilitation assessments. If you had arrived a few days later, you might not have found me." Raymond maintained his composure while boasting. If Dr. Beth were present, she would surely feel embarrassed for having idolized someone who could fabricate such tales. Unfortunately, the two individuals before him were blissfully unaware, unable to see through his facade. Hearing Raymond claim he was nearly recovered, neither of them expressed doubt. May exhaled in relief. "That's good to hear. To be frank, ever since your incident, we have felt quite guilty. Had you not accepted our invitation back then, things might have turned out differently." May trailed off, not continuing her thought. However, she was clearly overthinking. Even though Raymond had glimpsed the past concerning the Tahiti project, it was merely akin to viewing slides, lacking any emotional depth. Furthermore, Raymond's nerves were far more resilient than those of the original body. Even if he were to switch places with the original, you doubted he would lose his sanity. Let bygones be bygones. You needn't feel remorse, May. After all, it was a path I chose for myself, and I harbor no blame, Raymond reassured her. It is wonderful that you have emerged from this experience, she replied. Now, let us change the subject. Raymond smiled and shook his head, shifting the topic. How has Coulson been faring lately? Is he recovering well? He is doing quite well, seemingly back to his former self, she responded. That is a relief. It makes our previous struggles worthwhile. Even if we cannot fully implement the initiative, at least it was not entirely in vain. At this moment, Hill, who was piloting the aircraft, interjected, Dr. Raymond, due to the recent incident, Coulson has completely forgotten about the Tahiti project, so he likely does not recognize you. If you happen to see him again, please be cautious not to mention anything related to the Tahiti project, as it could trigger some unpleasant memories. I completely understand. You needn't worry. Raymond assured with a gentle smile. Chapter 019. Intelligence Exchange. Raymond was well aware of Coulson's current predicament. His sudden query was merely a diversion, an attempt to steer the conversation away from the matter at hand with May. Despite the convenient excuse of mental illness he could wield as a shield, Raymond did not wish to be perpetually regarded as a madman. Thus, it was prudent to speak less of the past. Dr. Raymond, it seemed you were not particularly surprised when I mentioned you were in danger. Have you sensed something? Hill inquired abruptly. Finally, we are getting to the crux of the matter. I've been waiting for this. Hearing Hill's question, Raymond felt a sense of calm wash over him. His composed reaction had been deliberately crafted to alert Hill and her team to the underlying tension. Otherwise, how could he have made such a blunder? They had refrained from broaching that topic throughout their journey, and he had nearly assumed his performance was in vain. Thankfully, Hill had not disappointed his expectations. Well, regarding this matter, indeed, even if you had not come today, I would have sought to contact you as soon as possible, Raymond pondered. Previously, a woman named Raina approached me. She sought to engage in a transaction. Raymond shrugged. She claimed that if I were to divulge all I knew about the Tahiti project, she could arrange for my release from the hospital and promised a substantial reward, enough for my family to live comfortably for the rest of our days. You refused her? Hill speculated. Of course, Raymond replied with conviction. I witnessed the rise and subsequent concealment of the Tahiti project firsthand and understood the inhumanity of it. Should this research fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, it would precipitate further tragedies. How could I engage in a transaction with an unidentified woman? It was simply out of the question. Hill, intrigued, pressed further. Did she disclose any other significant information, such as who she represented or what kind of power was backing her? Raymond glanced at Hill with mild surprise. You are investigating her as well? No, this is the first time I've heard that name, and I am unaware of her identity. Hill shook her head. However, just a few days ago, SHIELD's database was breached, resulting in the loss of a portion of critical data potentially linked to the Tahiti project. We suspect a civilian hacker group named Tide is responsible. Yet, we believe there is a hidden hand orchestrating Tide, likely aiming for the Tahiti project. Upon reaching this conclusion, Director Fury suspected that you, Dr. Raymond, might become the next target of this hidden hand, prompting his immediate dispatch of me to protect you. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that the woman attempting to negotiate with you might well be associated with this hidden force, if not a direct subordinate. At the very least, an operative. Hill shared the situation with Raymond candidly. Upon hearing this, Raymond finally understood why Hill and May fortuitously appeared before him at this critical moment. Everything was interconnected. The hidden force manipulating Tide was undoubtedly Hydra, or perhaps one of its lesser aliases, such as the Centipede organization to which Raina belonged. Logically, Hydra had long since infiltrated SHIELD, even to the extent that the former director was a Hydra operative. If they wished to access the database, they could simply utilize their authority to do so. However, perhaps fearing that direct access would leave a trace and alert Fury, they opted to employ Tide to assault SHIELD's database and extract pertinent data externally. Having acquired the data, their next move would naturally be to coerce Raymond, who remained isolated. Yet, they may have overestimated Raina's capabilities, failing to anticipate that Raymond would be impervious to their advances. Thus, the earlier hospital incursion unfolded. Of course, Raymond had also played a part in exacerbating the conflict. But it was certain that Hydra would not easily let him slip away. Director Fury, indeed the most formidable adversary Hydra feared, was remarkably quick to react. Had I not deliberately provoked Reyna, Hydra's decision to act against me would likely not have been so prompt, and at that point, Hill and her team would have undoubtedly already extracted me, causing Hydra to lag behind. Now fully grasping the situation's intricacies, Raymond couldn't help but commend Director Fury's astuteness. Had he not possessed such extensive knowledge of global intelligence, it is doubtful he could have discerned so swiftly that Hydra was targeting the Tahiti project. With such a cunning fox in charge, it is no wonder Hydra hesitated to strike. Perhaps it was my refusal that incited her fury, and she threatened me vehemently. Thus, I sensed an impending attack, Raymond reflected. Understood, Hill acknowledged. Learning that the woman named Reyna had divulged no useful information left her slightly disheartened. I believe I observed some corpses in the hospital's rear yard? Raymond inquired. Indeed. They have already sent someone, May interjected. Your instincts were correct, Doctor. Did you two handle them? Raymond feigned surprise. I truly appreciate your efforts. Hill recognized the futility of this line of questioning. Just as they had found no useful intelligence among the deceased, it was unlikely that Reyna would be any easier to investigate. This action was merely precautionary. Not a problem. Leave it to me, Raymond accepted eagerly. At this juncture, he understood that he could expect a brief respite for the time being. Chapter 20: The Initial Encounter with the Egg in the Stillness of Midnight, in New York City. At the Hilton Hotel on Park Avenue in Midtown Manhattan, Lena had just settled down after a refreshing shower and had begun to watch a movie when her phone rang. The caller ID displayed an unknown number, but she did not need to speculate. She was certain it was Addison calling, as only he knew her temporary number. What could this mean? Lena was taken aback. She was well aware of Addison's capabilities. Those he dispatched for missions were exceptional soldiers, selected from the very best. Who could possibly have left them all behind? I want to know why this happened. Addison gritted his teeth, clearly frustrated. This outcome was the last thing he wished to see. Could it be the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? Lena cautiously inquired. I am not certain about the specifics of the situation right now, which is why I advised you to lay low. If S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed involved, they could have learned about you from that, Dr. Raymond. You might very well become a target of their investigation. I understand. The line went dead with a series of beeps as Lena, momentarily dazed, forgot to hang up. After about half a minute, she jolted back to reality. Was it him? A face flashed in her mind, the mixed-race countenance of the man who had once bested her. For reasons unknown, she felt a connection between this incident and him. Logically, a defenseless psychologist could not possibly contend with a fully armed squad. Yet she sensed a link, an instinctive intuition unique to women. Lacking evidence, she refrained from sharing this thought with Addison, aware that it would only lead him to question her sanity. Why had the omniscient figure managed to combat S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long yet faltered this time? Doubts began to cloud Lena's mind regarding the prowess of that enigmatic individual. Previously, she had believed him to be a formidable figure in the extraordinary realm, his influence pervasive, even infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. But evidently, this time, he had stumbled. Perhaps I am overthinking this. After much contemplation, realizing that she could not untangle the threads of this matter, she resolved to set it aside and focus on retreating for the time being. The small combat aircraft carrying Raymond and his companions did not head straight to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, but rather directed itself towards the vicinity of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, not far from the Tri-Wing Tower. Within a mansion to the west of the Academy, Director Egg had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. As Raymond disembarked the plane, following Hill and the others, the one-eyed director, resembling a pirate captain, approached with open arms. Welcome back, Dr. Raymond. It has been far too long. Indeed, Director, Raymond replied with a faint smile. From the memories of the original body, he understood that their relationship was quite amicable. It was Director Fury himself who had personally invited the original body to clandestinely join the Tahiti project and serve as a guest professor at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Their friendship had flourished since. I apologize for not visiting sooner. My circumstances are rather delicate, and I did not wish to intrude and cause you trouble, Fury expressed regretfully. I completely understand. There is no need for such explanations between us, Raymond reassured him with a casual wave. At this moment, Hill interjected, Gentlemen, shall we proceed indoors to discuss further? You're right. I was being remiss, Fury chuckled, smacking his forehead. As they entered the mansion, May immediately offered to prepare coffee, while Raymond and the others settled into the living room sofa to engage in conversation. Notably, Phil had already briefed Fury via encrypted communication about the events that transpired at the Clockwork Asylum while still aboard the plane. Thus, Fury possessed a general understanding of the situation and did not require further elaboration. Once seated, Fury inquired with concern, "I heard from Hill that you are nearly recovered, Doctor?" Raymond nodded. "I am doing quite well. Under normal circumstances, I should not encounter any further episodes. There is no need for concern, after all. I am my own best doctor," Raymond quipped. "I certainly believe that. Otherwise, I would not have sought your assistance back then," Fury replied. "Enough flattery. Let us discuss the matter at hand. What are your thoughts on the recent events? Miss Hill has already shared your prior conjectures with me. Is there any new development?" Resolving this is far from simple, Fury sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. SHIELD has spread its operations too widely. Even if I harbor suspicions, I cannot act recklessly, lest I incite panic within our ranks. If such a situation arises, the Council will undoubtedly seek to replace me. You are well aware of how much they disdain my presence. To clarify, this matter is challenging, extremely challenging, Fury reiterated, emphasizing the difficulty 3 times over, revealing his frustration regarding the situation. Raymond pondered for a moment before countering, "I do not share your view." Fury gazed at him in mild surprise. "Oh? And what is your perspective?" "The current situation is straightforward. In essence, you lack sufficient leads to pursue a thorough investigation, yet you cannot interrogate every potential suspect. Therefore, why not adopt a different approach? If you cannot investigate, then do not. Why not cast your bait and let the fish come to you?" Chapter 21. Conspiracies and Open Strategies. In this context, any action I take regarding the Tahiti plan will undoubtedly be met with their vigilance. They will not easily fall for it. Raymond, however, chuckled softly. "What does it matter if they are on guard?" Fury appeared somewhat perplexed by Raymond's implication. "As a child, I recalled a strategist from the historical novels my father collected, who articulated a notion that has lingered in my memory. Strategies are fundamentally divided into 2 types, one being a conspiracy, which typically exploits the unaware, the other, an open strategy, compels the enemy to leap into a pit even when they are fully aware of its existence." Raymond continued with a light laugh. "A conspiracy takes advantage of asymmetric information to catch the enemy off guard, whereas an open strategy utilizes the enemy's desires to set a visible trap. As long as you possess something the enemy covets, they will inevitably fall into your trap, regardless of their suspicions. Clearly, the intelligence regarding the Tahiti plan is something they will strive to obtain, so even if they suspect a trap is being set, they will still be compelled to spring it. As for whether we can capture them, that depends on your skill in crafting the trap, Director." Fury pondered for a moment and grasped the essence of Raymond's insight. "Doctor, it seems your health has truly improved," Fury remarked with a raised eyebrow, half jokingly. It was evident he had absorbed Raymond's perspective. Indeed, even the wisest may occasionally overlook crucial details. Previously, he had briefly fallen into a mental blind spot, subconsciously believing that if he truly set a trap using the Tahiti plan, the mastermind would certainly see through it. He had never underestimated the enemy's intellect. Yet, Raymond's reminder illuminated the fact that the focus should not be on whether the opponent can discern the trap, but rather on the possibility of devising a trap that could unearth the mastermind in one fell swoop. How to set this trap, at this moment, eluded him. However, with this line of thought, given his cunning nature, it would not be long before he could formulate a feasible plan, whether sooner or later. "If we can capture the mastermind, consider it a personal favor owed to you." Fury laughed heartily. At that moment, May approached with a tray of coffee cups. Overhearing Fury's comment and interjecting, "You owe more than just one favor to the doctor, sir." With such an unreserved reminder from May, Fury recalled that when he initially invited Raymond to partake in the Tahiti plan, he had made a similar remark. The previous favor remained unpaid, and now with another, his debts were accumulating. Contemplating this, he could only smile sheepishly to mask his embarrassment. Raymond, with a smile, alleviated the awkwardness. "Director, you merely fell into a momentary blind spot. Even without my reminder, you would have eventually arrived at this conclusion. There is no need to dwell on favors." "Then I shall not be polite with you, Doctor. Remain at headquarters?" Raymond furrowed his brow slightly. This deviated from his earlier thoughts. While he indeed wished to leave the hospital under the auspices of SHIELD, Being confined to their headquarters felt akin to merely transferring from one cell to another. Certainly, S.H.I.E.L.D. offered more freedom than the hospital. Yet it still fell short of his satisfaction. Silently observing the dialogue, Hill, who had been sitting quietly, perceived Raymond's discomfort and suddenly proposed, "What about S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy?" Both Fury and Raymond turned to Hill. She elaborated, "Moreover, keeping the doctor at headquarters may seem rather perplexing to many. It could even lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Therefore, I believe allowing the doctor to reside at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy for a while, perhaps even teaching the students, might be a prudent solution, especially considering the Academy's robust security." Upon hearing Hill's suggestion, Fury nodded in agreement. Hill makes a valid point. "What are your thoughts, Doctor?" "In comparison, I personally lean towards Miss Hill's proposal," Raymond reflected. This decision, while not entirely satisfactory for Raymond, was certainly preferable to remaining at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. It also presented an opportunity to explore how to secure additional system rewards. It is noteworthy that during his previous encounter with Hill and May in the hospital, the system rated them as an A-level hero and a B-level hero, respectively, rewarding him with 50 and 30 exploration points. Admittedly, he was somewhat astonished. Previously, his evaluations of David and Shadow King had been more straightforward. David was deemed an S-level anti-hero, while Shadow King was rated an A-level villain, likely based on their mutant classifications. The former was a level 5 mutant, while the latter was a level 4 mutant, perfectly aligned with their rankings. This evaluation method was comprehensible to Raymond. Even later, when it came to Reyna, whose system rating was a C-level villain, it did not surprise him. For even if Reyna awakened her bloodline abilities due to the Inhuman's obelisk, her power would merely be equivalent to that of an ordinary mutant, far from the prowess exhibited by Shadow King and David. Yet, the system's evaluation of Hill and May left Raymond feeling perplexed for the first time. To his knowledge, neither of them would become superhumans in the future. There was no so-called potential for power. However, the system rated Hill as an A-level, akin to Shadow King's rating, which contradicted his previous assumptions. May's B-level rating followed a similar pattern. In that moment, he began to question the validity of his prior speculations regarding the system's evaluation criteria. However, if the system's ratings for Hill and May were merely curious anomalies, his encounter with Fury post-flight completely upended his previous conclusions. For the system rated Fury as an SS-level hero. Chapter 022, Beyond Level Activation, R.I.P. What does SS level signify? It is utterly terrifying. David, a mere level 5 mutant, has merely been rated as S-level by the system. Yet, the evaluation for Director Egg is an astonishing SS level, granting Raymond a windfall of 300 exploration points in one go. This revelation has led Raymond to firmly conclude that the system's assessment of plot characters is not solely based on strength or potential. There must be other criteria at play. Otherwise, it is incomprehensible why Director Egg and Hill would receive such elevated ratings. Although Raymond has formed some hypotheses regarding these additional standards, the lack of sufficient examples prevents him from drawing any definitive conclusions for now. Seizing the opportunity to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, he intends to uncover the system's reward mechanisms and devise ways to accrue more rewards. Raymond mused that if he could acquire a few more sub-personalities, his confidence would surely increase. Then, even if disagreements arose with S.H.I.E.L.D., he would have the freedom to depart at will. However, there is no urgency to leave just yet. As a newcomer, he must first acclimate to his surroundings. Becoming a teacher at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy? That doesn't sound so dull after all. Embracing this new role, Raymond found himself unexpectedly looking forward to the upcoming chapter of his life. After arranging Raymond's future plans, Director Egg took his leave. It was already late at night, and given that Raymond had just been discharged from the hospital, it was clearly not an appropriate time for reminiscing. Hill and May chose to stay at the villa with Raymond, planning to depart only after ensuring his well-being. This villa, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s properties, is typically reserved for esteemed guests, although senior officials like Hill and her colleagues could temporarily utilize it. To avoid raising suspicion among Hill and the others, Raymond had refrained from scrutinizing the system's prompts during their journey from the hospital to the villa, or when he met Fury. It was not until this moment that he found himself truly at leisure. System, display my current profile, Raymond thought inwardly. The next moment, his profile panel appeared in his mind. Host, Raymond Strength, 0, 9, Agility, 0, 8, Constitution, 0, 9, Spirit, 1, 7 Exploration Points, 420 Subpersonality. Cunning Chloe, was this an unexpected windfall? Seeing the exploration points surge to 420 filled Raymond with an indescribable sense of satisfaction, akin to witnessing a sudden influx of wealth in his bank account after completing a major task in a previous life. Prior to this, after redeeming the Chloe subpersonality, he had encountered Shadow King and Reyna, collectively earning 60 exploration points. However, due to testing in combat, he had utilized the equipment materialization feature twice, spending 20 exploration points. Chloe, being a bronze-level subpersonality, had a cost of 100 universal points, translating to 10 universal points for a tenth of its value. Thus, after the two materializations costing 20 universal points, he was left with only 40 exploration points. Adding this 40 points to Hill's 50, May's 30, and the staggering 300 points awarded by the formidable SS-level hero Fury, he precisely totaled 420 exploration points. This amount was sufficient for Raymond to redeem 4 bronze-level character cards at once, with some points to spare. The mere thought of acquiring additional trump cards thrilled him immensely. Even though it was already late, sleep was the last thing on his mind. System, redeem 2 bronze-level character cards. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to proceed with the redemption. Would you like to immediately activate the bronze-level character card? Yes, no, yes. Raymond thought with practiced ease. Activating bronze character card. Bronze subpersonality Deadshot Floyd Lawton. Activation successful. Background, Deadshot Floyd Lawton, from the DC Universe, a key member of the Suicide Squad, proficient in combat and various firearms, possessing a superhuman talent for marksmanship, able to hit targets without even looking, and capable of making bullets curve in flight. Activating bronze character card. Silver subpersonality, the world's greatest assassin Tao Bai Bai. Activation successful. Background, the world's greatest assassin Tao Bai Bai, from the Dragon Ball universe, brother of Master Roshi, founder of the Crane School. Capable of turning any part of his body into a weapon, even his tongue can kill, exhibiting astonishing power. If the experience of previously activating a subpersonality allowed Raymond to maintain a semblance of composure upon discovering that the first activated subpersonality was the DC Universe's premier marksman, the same could not be said when he witnessed the second activation. What the hell? Tao Bai Bai. The revelation that the second bronze character card had activated a silver-level subpersonality sent waves of exhilaration through him. According to the system's beginner's guide, the probability of activating a subpersonality beyond its level is exceedingly rare, even less likely than the chance of winning a second bottle when purchasing iced tea. Until now, he had redeemed a total of 3 bronze character cards, and to have a silver-level subpersonality emerge from them was nothing short of remarkable. Yet, upon discovering that this silver-level subpersonality was Tao Bai Bai, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. For Tao Bai Bai was exceedingly repulsive and perverse. Why resort to using one's tongue to kill? And, to make matters worse, he was a man. Based on Raymond's prior observations of the close subpersonality, he was unsure if subpersonalities were entirely synonymous with their archetypes. But at the very least, their strength, habits, and basic memories seemed consistent. Just like how Chloe would instinctively push up his non-existent glasses with his wrist, even when he wasn't wearing any. Certainly, Raymond had absolute control over switching between subpersonalities, and since they shared a body, they would not intentionally act against his interests. However, when a subpersonality is in control of the body, he could not entirely restrain its every action. Even if he could perceive the thoughts of the subpersonality, there were no guarantees about certain behaviors. For instance, if he were to switch to the Tao Bai Bai subpersonality and it were engaged in a fierce battle, there was a very real possibility that he would be unable to prevent it from employing its tongue to kill someone. The mere thought of potentially licking an opponent to death in the future sent chills down Raymond's spine. Chapter 023. Breathless Raymond. Indeed, it has truly taken me by surprise. Gazing upon Tao Bai Bai, the third persona, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Raymond. Admittedly, he did not harbor a particular fondness for the somewhat eccentric Tao Bai Bai. However, he could not deny the formidable prowess this individual possessed, capable of causing lethal harm with a mere flick of a flower or leaf. Although, in the narrative following the Scion's arrival on Earth, Tao Bai Bai's combat effectiveness appeared diminished, it is crucial to consider the context of comparison. Prior to the main storyline of Dragon Ball venturing into the cosmos, Tao Bai Bai was undeniably one of the preeminent martial artists on Earth, with few rivals of greater caliber. Otherwise, he would not have been worthy of the title world's greatest assassin. While in the mid to late stages of Dragon Ball, Tao Bai Bai's significance waned on Earth. He was akin to a superhero in the eyes of ordinary citizens. A casually thrown stone could soar over 1,000 kilometers, surpassing even the speed of a commercial aircraft. This level of strength eclipsed that of Kuro, and in the world of One Piece, he would undoubtedly rank among the 7 warlords of the sea. Deserving of a silver tier classification without question. Raymond had previously speculated on the disparity between the bronze and silver tier personas. In comparing Tao Bai Bai with Kuro, he realized the gap was far more substantial than he had initially envisioned. Initially, using Kuro as a benchmark for the bronze tier persona, he thought the silver tier might merely equate to the standard of a naval captain or rear admiral in the One Piece universe. Yet, it became evident that he had underestimated the chasm separating these two tiers. Raymond did not genuinely expect to activate a persona with overwhelming combat capabilities. He understood the odds were slim. He had hoped merely to awaken 2 personas with differing strengths compared to Kuro's combat style, which he considered a commendable outcome. The emergence of the second persona, the Death Shooter, aligned perfectly with his initial expectations. While the Death Shooter's close combat abilities were rather average, akin to those of an elite special forces operative, they remained within the realm of ordinary humans. Should he engage Kuro in unarmed combat, Kuro would dispatch him effortlessly. Nevertheless, the reason the Death Shooter was assessed as a bronze-tier persona was not without merit. His true strength lay in his extraordinary talent with firearms. To describe him as a master of gunplay would not be an exaggeration. Hitting targets with perfect accuracy was merely a basic skill for him. With that foundation, he could even shoot with his eyes closed, guiding bullets mid-flight to navigate obstacles and eliminate targets. With this remarkable aptitude, he firmly secured his position as the premier marksman in the DC universe. Indeed, in a close-quarters duel, Kuro could defeat the Death Shooter with ease. However, if the Death Shooter were armed with a sufficiently powerful sniper rifle and positioned at a considerable distance, he could eliminate 10 Kuros without hesitation. Raymond had previously felt that Kuro's persona was limited in capability. In a scenario rife with gunfire, Kuro's silent steps might prove ineffective. The addition of the Death Shooter, an expert in various firearms, was undoubtedly a significant boon for Raymond. Even if the third persona did not manifest as a silver tier, the activation of the Death Shooter alone would suffice to satisfy him. Regardless of whether the third persona proved to be of considerable assistance, it was of little consequence. However, in the presence of Tao Bai Bai, the emergence of the Death Shooter seemed somewhat mundane. It appeared that there was no immediate need to continue exchanging for bronze-tier character cards. After comparing the differences between the 2 newly activated personas, Raymond murmured to himself. If his earlier decision to activate a new bronze-tier persona was aimed at compensating for Kuro's shortcomings, it was clear that such a need had dissipated for the time being. To be frank, the ability to awaken a silver-tier persona from 3 bronze character cards felt surreal. With the remaining exploration points, he could exchange for 2 additional bronze character cards, yet he did not believe he could activate another silver-tier persona from these. He acknowledged that he was neither exceptionally fortunate nor particularly unlucky. He possessed a realistic self-awareness. If the outcome were merely to activate another new bronze-tier persona, it would hold little significance for him now, especially after acquiring the silver-tier Tao Bai Bai. Thus, he resolved to conserve his remaining exploration points, awaiting the day when he could exchange them for a silver character card before proceeding with further activations. Now then, as per tradition, it was time to conduct a preliminary test. Having made up his mind not to continue exchanging character cards for the time being, Raymond decided to take a small trial run to ascertain whether switching between the 2 newly activated personas felt akin to switching to Kuro's persona. 5 minutes later, Raymond collapsed onto the bed, breathless. At that moment, for words echoed in his mind. What is happening? Initially, when he switched to the Death Shooter persona, he felt perfectly fine, and the activity did not seem to impose the same burden as transitioning to Kuro's persona. Even in combat, he anticipated minimal changes. After all, the Death Shooter typically engaged in stealth and ambush tactics, which did not significantly deplete his stamina. However, the issue arose here. Upon switching to the Tao Bai Bai persona, before engaging in any vigorous activity, he merely warmed up slightly, yet he already felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In such a state, he found it difficult to remain upright. All he desired was to surrender to sleep. He recalled having seen a detailed introduction regarding persona switching durations during the beginner's guide. But at that time, he was preoccupied with thoughts of a swift discharge and had little time to absorb the information thoroughly. Consequently, while testing his combat effectiveness upon switching to Kuro's persona, he had derived the inverse relationship between the duration of persona switching and the stamina or energy consumption of the persona state. Yet, it appeared that his self-derived principle was not entirely comprehensive. Chapter 024, Comprehensive Value? What on earth? Is there really such a mechanism? After finally locating the information regarding the duration of switching to a secondary personality state within the beginner's guide, Raymond, who had patiently spent some time reading it, suddenly exclaimed in frustration. This situation was indeed quite perplexing. According to the guide, his previous speculation regarding the rules could not be deemed incorrect. The duration for which the secondary personality can be sustained is indeed inversely proportional to the energy expenditure. The greater the consumption, the shorter the duration. However, this is merely one of the factors influencing the duration of the secondary personality state, not the entirety. In fact, there exists an even more critical factor, the host's comprehensive value. So, what is this comprehensive value? Simply put, it is the final value derived from the weighted average of 4 attributes listed in Raymond's profile: strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. While the guide does not specify the exact weighting ratios, one thing is certain: a higher overall score in these attributes will yield a higher comprehensive value. Raymond understood that this comprehensive value bears a certain resemblance to the nature of overall combat effectiveness. These 4 attributes are evidently vital components that influence an individual's combat capability. Even if comprehensive value does not equate to overall combat strength, it is at least a synonym. Thus, one could interpret the rules presented in the beginner's guide to mean that the higher his overall combat effectiveness, the longer the duration of his secondary personality state. Concurrently, the higher the power tier of the switched secondary personality, the shorter the duration. For instance, if he were to switch to the Deadshot secondary personality, the duration might exceed that of the Crow secondary personality, as the power tier of Deadshot is technically inferior to that of Crow. Only the Peach-White secondary personality, boasting a far superior power tier than both Deadshot and Crow, would be limited to a few minutes of retention, even without engaging in intense combat. Beyond that, he would revert to his current state, as if his vitality had been thoroughly drained. Should he engage in combat, this duration would inevitably diminish further, perhaps even to a mere minute or mere seconds. Clearly, for the Peach-White secondary personality, the expenditure of energy and stamina is no longer the crux of the matter. Even standing still, merely breathing, with his current comprehensive value, he can maintain this state for only a few minutes, at most not exceeding 10. Once he becomes active, this time would drastically shorten. The only avenue to increase the duration of the Peach-White secondary personality, even for combat purposes, lies in elevating his comprehensive value. This is a pressing issue he must address. Otherwise, it is likely that the Peach-White secondary personality will not be the only one to face this dilemma in the future. If he were to activate other silver-tier secondary personalities, or potentially even a gold-tier secondary personality, he might find it impossible to sustain even a few seconds of breathing before collapsing entirely. What use would it be to accumulate exploration points or exchange for character cards? Cursing under his breath, Raymond silently directed a middle finger at the system. However, despite his grievances, he understood that this could not be solely blamed on the system. It had indeed provided prior warnings, suggesting that any queries could be resolved by consulting the beginner's guide. Yet, due to his constant engagement since arriving in this world, coupled with the lengthy and tedious content of the guide, he had tended to skim through much of it. Moreover, many subcategories contained even more extensive descriptions, which he had regrettably lacked the time to peruse in detail. This led to his lack of understanding regarding the duration of the secondary personality state. He believed there were still significant pieces of information within the beginner's guide that he had yet to explore, such as methods to enhance his comprehensive value, among other inquiries. While browsing through the information on the duration of secondary personalities, he had noticed a subcategory discussing comprehensive value, but had not yet had the opportunity to delve into it. He realized he could not push himself any further and decided to resume his exploration in the morning. Initially intending to continue reading about comprehensive value, Raymond soon discovered that he could hardly keep his eyes open. A wave of fatigue had overwhelmed him. The battle at the hospital, coupled with the long journey to Washington alongside Hill, and the subsequent exhaustion from switching to the Peach-White secondary personality, had utterly drained him. Moments later, as he resolved to sleep, he fell into a deep slumber within seconds, illustrating just how fatigued and weary he truly was. The following morning, in truth, May had long since distanced herself from the front lines. Despite being a legendary agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., akin to Black Widow, she bore the psychological scars of her renowned battle, from which she had yet to recover. Currently, she was merely one of the many administrative personnel within S.H.I.E.L.D. Had it not been for Hill's desperate search for assistance, she would likely be seated in an office at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, typing away at her keyboard. After May's departure, Hill personally escorted Raymond to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. They were greeted by the Academy's Director of Science, and Weaver, who also served as one of the vice presidents, overseeing personnel arrangements within the institution. Agent Hill, Dr. Raymond, it has been quite some time. Upon spotting them from a distance, Director Weaver warmly extended her greetings, suggesting that this was not their first encounter. Raymond recalled some memories regarding this esteemed director, derived partly from the original host and partly from his previous life. If his memory served correctly, the two brilliant scientists who would soon join the special team assembled by Coulson were indeed the proud protégés of Director Weaver. The original host recognized her from previous guest lectures at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, where she had also been the one to receive him. It truly has been a while, Ms. Weaver. I didn't anticipate you would come to greet us personally, Raymond remarked with a smile. I'm afraid I must trouble you again. Agent Weaver, Hill politely added. Chapter 25. Principal Dugan. The history of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, strictly speaking, predates that of S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. During World War II, S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy was originally affiliated with the Strategic Scientific Reserve, a precursor to S.H.I.E.L.D., although it did not bear that name at the time. One aspect, however, has remained unchanged. The Academy has consistently nurtured the most exceptional military talents, providing a steady stream of personnel for its parent organization. Today, the majority of its graduates seamlessly transition into S.H.I.E.L.D., while a select few opt for alternative paths, such as remaining at the Academy as instructors or joining organizations and departments with close ties to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nevertheless, these alternatives require the Academy's approval. As tuition is not required, all funding for S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy is exclusively sponsored by S.H.I.E.L.D. To gain entry, one must sign a stringent contract stipulating that post-graduation employment choices must receive the Academy's consent. Breaching this contract grants the Academy the right to pursue accountability. There have been inquiries regarding whether this clause is excessively authoritarian. However, with S.H.I.E.L.D. backing the Academy, an internationally recognized semi-official organization supported by countries worldwide, who would dare to challenge such terms? A few minutes later, Weaver escorted Hill and Raymond to her office. Coffee or tea? She inquired as they settled in. Coffee, please, Raymond shrugged. In North America, tea typically refers to English black tea, and he preferred coffee. Just a glass of water for me, Hill smiled. Emily, please prepare 2 cups of coffee and 1 glass of water. Thank you, Weaver instructed her assistant over the phone. Certainly, the assistant replied, and Weaver returned to the matter at hand, addressing the 2 visitors. Originally, Director Fury intended for Principal Dugan to personally welcome you, but he is currently in Europe facing some unforeseen circumstances and has asked me to convey his apologies. Principal Dugan is far too courteous. He is a figure from whom all of us agents could learn. If he were to greet us, we might find ourselves feeling rather uncomfortable, Hill remarked with a laugh. Raymond merely smiled and nodded, taking a moment to absorb the memories of Weaver and Hill's mention of Principal Dugan. In the recollections of the previous host, Raymond had only met Principal Dugan once, during his appointment as a guest professor at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Notably, S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy comprises 4 divisions: the Academy of Sciences, the Combat Academy, the Communications Academy, and the Espionage Academy. Weaver is the head of the Academy of Sciences and the only dean holding the title of vice principal. Above her is the aforementioned Principal Dugan. The previous host did not possess an extensive understanding of Principal Dugan, only recognizing him as a seasoned veteran agent with whom he had shared but a single encounter. However, Raymond gleaned a crucial piece of information from the memories: the principal's full name, Dum Dugan. While the previous host was unaware of Dugan's significance, Raymond was well aware. Dugan was one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. and among its most senior agents, with roots tracing back to the Strategic Scientific Reserve during World War II, having fought alongside Captain America and Agent Carter. If Black Widow and her peers are merely tinged with legend, Principal Dugan can be regarded as a living legend. It is no wonder Hill described him as an exemplar for all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. This sentiment is far from hyperbole. Having clarified Dugan's identity, Raymond internally acknowledged, "Indeed, I shall rely on you for guidance, Ms. Weaver." He nodded. Earlier that morning, Director Egg had briefed him over the phone regarding his formal employment at the Academy, ensuring that their narratives would remain consistent. Naturally, Director Egg had withheld the truth from the Academy as the Tahiti project remained a secret even within S.H.I.E.L.D., let alone at the Academy. Perhaps Director Egg would discreetly inform the legendary Dugan of the true circumstances, but beyond that, even Weaver likely remained unaware of the reality. Raymond was indifferent to this. He merely needed to nod in agreement. Upon confirming this situation, Weaver replied cheerfully, "That is truly wonderful. I had hoped to invite you, Dr. Raymond, to join the Academy, and I am delighted it has come to fruition. With your expertise in psychology, SHIELD Academy can finally stand tall in that domain. If you continue to flatter me, Ms. Weaver, I might just float away," Raymond jested. "I am merely stating a fact," Weaver smiled, continuing, "The onboarding process can be handled shortly. You will only need to sign a few documents. It's quite straightforward," but noticing Weaver hesitating, Raymond interjected, "If there are any issues, please feel free to speak candidly." "Ms. Weaver." Weaver nodded at his encouragement, organizing her thoughts before proceeding. "Since you were previously a guest professor, you had the liberty to teach at any division. However, now that you are officially employed, you must select a division to join. Would you prefer the Academy of Sciences or the Communications Academy?" Chapter 26. The astonished Director Weaver. Previously, no one had informed Raymond that he was required to make such a choice. Neither Director Liu nor Hill seemed particularly aware that joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy involved this decision. Even the memories of the original host did not encompass any relevant information, rendering Weaver's question entirely unexpected for him. However, he did not dwell on it for long. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reached a conclusion. "I'm sorry, Ms. Weaver, but I have no desire to attend either of the two branches." "Excuse me?" Weaver likely did not anticipate such a response, her brow furrowing slightly. "Are you suggesting, Dr. Raymond, that you wish to join the Espionage Institute?" Indeed, psychology could play a significant role there, yet the academic atmosphere was rather tenuous. "Personally, I would not recommend it for you, Dr. Raymond." No, Ms. Weaver, you have misunderstood. I merely stated that I do not wish to attend the Science or Communications Institutes. I never mentioned an interest in the Espionage Institute." Raymond interjected before Weaver could finish her thought. "Then, are you implying that you wish to join the Combat Institute?" Weaver was taken aback. It was not only Weaver who was astonished. Even Hill, who had been observing quietly from the sidelines, found herself startled by Raymond's abrupt decision. Her gaze now tinged with a hint of suspicion. This was also the reason why Director Liu had arranged for Raymond's sudden disappearance. Others would not delve too deeply into it. However, Hill was aware that Raymond's absence had nothing to do with traveling abroad. Rather, he had been secretly sent for treatment at a psychiatric hospital due to schizophrenia. From the moment Raymond met her after leaving the hospital until now, he had appeared completely normal. Furthermore, given that he was a psychology expert, he claimed to be nearly recovered, which led Hill to harbor no doubts. Moreover, she was not alone in believing that Raymond had fully recuperated. Director Liu and May shared this sentiment. Under such circumstances, she had accepted that Raymond was well again. Yet, Raymond's sudden deviation from the norm ignited doubts within her. Could it be that he was experiencing another episode? Otherwise, why would he express a desire to join the Combat Institute? Hill herself had not graduated from S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. She had been inserted into S.H.I.E.L.D. from the World Security Council, representing an external appointment. Nevertheless, as the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., she possessed a fundamental understanding of the Academy. Among the 4 branches of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, the Science Institute was established to cultivate technological talents, with the majority of S.H.I.E.L.D. DS scientists graduating from there. The Communications Institute, in contrast, was designed to nurture intelligence professionals, with most operatives in the intelligence system of S.H.I.E.L.D. hailing from this branch. These two branches could essentially be viewed as the administrative side of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Conversely, the Espionage Institute and the Combat Institute, as their names suggest, lean towards the combat-oriented branches. The Espionage Institute focuses on training espionage specialists. Although the Combat Institute offers related courses, in terms of specialization in espionage, it is largely overshadowed by the Espionage Institute. As for the Combat Institute's focus, it is simply to train operatives. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., a significant portion of the field agents with robust combat capabilities are graduates of the Combat Institute, including May herself. According to Weaver's line of thought, Raymond, as a psychology expert with a modest reputation in academia, was a quintessential scholar. Logically, even upon formally joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, he would most likely opt for the Science or Communications Institutes, which are characterized by a stronger academic atmosphere. Even if, for the sake of argument, Raymond chose not to select these two academic-oriented branches and instead opted for the Espionage Institute, she would find it somewhat unusual yet not entirely incomprehensible. After all, psychology is indeed a required subject within the Espionage Institute. To be an exceptional spy, one must possess not only the ability to perform and adapt but also a keen understanding of human nature. In many ways, the Espionage Institute's demand for psychology surpasses that of the two administrative branches. However, the Combat Institute bears no relation to psychology whatsoever. It is evident that an institute dedicated to training operatives would not focus on psychological studies. The curriculum encompasses a wide array of disciplines, including but not limited to close-quarters combat, firearms training, physical conditioning, survival skills, and various modes of transportation, and so forth. Yet, among these compulsory subjects, psychology is conspicuously absent. Perhaps some students within the Combat Institute may pursue psychology as an elective due to personal interests, yet such individuals are exceedingly rare. Specialization is paramount. Unless one possesses genuine genius, it is improbable to master every subject. Consequently, Weaver had never considered that Raymond would choose to enter the Combat Institute. Even Hill, who was not particularly acquainted with S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, found Raymond's decision utterly astonishing, even questioning whether he was experiencing another episode. One can only imagine the extent of Weaver's bewilderment. Nonetheless, Weaver's reaction to this decision, as well as Hill's response, was precisely what Raymond had anticipated. With an unhurried smile, he remarked, "Ms. Weaver, you need not be excessively surprised. There are indeed reasons behind my decision. Please, do elaborate." Weaver gestured invitingly for Raymond to continue. "If I recall correctly, students across the four branches of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy are permitted to enroll in courses from other branches, are they not?" Raymond inquired, raising his gaze slightly towards Weaver. Indeed, Weaver nodded in affirmation. "Therefore, my choice to join the Combat Institute does not seem to impede students from other branches from enrolling in my courses, does it?" Raymond continued to pose his question. "While that is indeed correct, Dr. Raymond, you must also be aware that the majority of students in the Combat Institute are unlikely to express interest in your courses," Weaver stated earnestly. Although there are intersections among the four branches, cross-branch enrollment is inherently a cumbersome process, demanding a considerable time investment. Of course, I believe that if you were to join the Combat Institute, many students from other branches would surely seek to enroll in your courses. However, I fail to comprehend the reasoning behind such a choice. To speak candidly, I do not view this as a rational decision. I mean no offense, but I sincerely hope you will reconsider. As Weaver spoke, she cast a pleading glance at Hill, hoping she might persuade Raymond to reconsider his choice. Chapter 27, Mutant. "Doctor, would you mind stepping outside for a moment? There is something I wish to inquire about," Hill asked in a hushed tone, leaning closer to Raymond. "Not a problem," Raymond replied with a nonchalant gesture. Hill then cast a questioning glance at Weaver, who understood Hill's intentions perfectly and had no objections. Before long, the two found themselves in the corridor outside the office. Without waiting for Hill to speak, Raymond smiled and asked, "Miss Hill, do you think my illness has not yet improved?" Raymond's straightforward approach caught Hill off guard. She had intended to broach the subject more delicately, but since Raymond had laid it bare, she decided to be direct as well. I merely believe that Agent Weaver's earlier comments hold some merit. Your choices, Doctor, are indeed perplexing. So, you genuinely think my illness has not improved? Raymond opted for a candid confrontation instead of offering an explanation. Hill felt a twinge of embarrassment at his question. How was she to respond to that? As she pondered her words, Raymond continued, well, to put it plainly, you are not entirely mistaken. My illness cannot be deemed completely resolved. What? Hill widened her eyes in disbelief, almost questioning her hearing. But you clearly stated. Raymond, however, shook his head with a smile. If memory serves me right, my exact words were I am nearly well, and I never claimed to be fully recovered, did I? Indeed. During their previous flight, he had mentioned being nearly well. Nevertheless, through their interactions, both she and May had perceived Raymond as perfectly normal. Coupled with his remark about being nearly well, they had unconsciously accepted the notion that he was fundamentally recovered. Thus, Hill had informed Director Egg that Raymond was fine. And the director had not doubted it, as he, too, found Raymond to be quite normal in their exchanges. It was worth noting that when the original Dr. Raymond had lost his sanity, even his primary persona often spoke incoherently and appeared disoriented, making it rare to witness him in a normal state. Perhaps during his time in the psychiatric hospital, his primary persona had regained some semblance of normalcy. Yet sporadic aberrations were still evident. Now, Raymond exhibited none of those issues, so it was only natural that Director Egg and Hill saw no reason for concern. However, Raymond's current explanation had a hint of sophistry. A rational person would interpret nearly well as essentially being fine, who would construe it as indicating one was not well at all. Technically, such a perspective was valid, yet it bordered on a game of semantics. In truth, Raymond was indeed engaging in a linguistic game. When he stated he was nearly well, his original intent was to convey that he was largely recovered. Yet, upon Weaver's suggestion to select a department for his position, he suddenly recalled a pressing issue. His proficiency in psychology was, in fact, quite troubling. Although he had assimilated many memories belonging to his original body, most remained superficially grasped and undigested. This level of memory assimilation was akin to merely viewing slides. While casual interactions might not reveal significant issues, teaching would undoubtedly present numerous challenges. If given a few months to digest the psychological memories of his original self, he could potentially overcome these obstacles. However, since his arrival in this world, only 3 to 4 days had elapsed. He had not even completed the system's introduction, let alone found time to thoroughly process his original body's memories. Realizing this, Raymond quickly conceived a remedial strategy. If he could not teach psychology for now, why not switch to a different subject? After all, his alter ego, Deadshot, was an elite assassin, mercenary, and firearms master, capable of wielding any weapon with remarkable skill and possessing extensive knowledge of modern combat. Even legendary operatives like Black Widow and May would be no match for Deadshot's prowess. Should he assume the persona of Deadshot while teaching at the Combat Academy, it would be a walk in the park, perhaps even an underutilization of his abilities. The only dilemma was how to explain this sudden aptitude. Thus, he devised a less than perfect plan to masquerade as a mutant. Upon reflection, the feasibility of this approach seemed quite high. Even on Earth, there were numerous phenomena that defied scientific explanation, let alone in a world teeming with extraordinary beings. If he could convince others that his newly emerged alter egos were merely a manifestation of extraordinary phenomena, akin to the likes of a mutant, it would undoubtedly alleviate many complications. People often attempt to analyze the incomprehensible, yet once a palatable explanation is provided, they tend to cease further inquiry. Even if there were inexplicable phenomena, a single explanation could suffice. If he could masquerade as a mutant, convincing everyone that his abilities stemmed from the spontaneous creation of diverse virtual personas, most of which appeared vividly real, then all would be well. Now was the perfect opportunity to test this persona. Observing Hill, who appeared somewhat speechless at his verbal gymnastics, Raymond continued, I understand, Miss Hill, that you find my explanation somewhat far-fetched, but I have genuinely wrestled with whether to share this with you. For once I divulge it, my life may no longer remain tranquil. Hill detected an unusual tone. If I were to tell you that I was stimulated by the recent events, activating certain unique abilities within me, would you believe it? Raymond spoke slowly. Mutant? Hill exclaimed, staring at Raymond in astonishment. What do you mean by mutant? Raymond began his performance. Chapter 28. Raymond's performance. There was no choice. He had to act. The original host of the body had no understanding of what a mutant was. Although the original host had been specially invited by Director Egg to participate in the Tahiti project, and had nominally joined S.H.I.E.L.D., even holding the title of visiting professor at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. His knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the world of superpowers was exceedingly limited. The very concept of mutants did not exist within the original host's memories. Otherwise, the performance could not proceed. Noticing Raymond's bewildered expression, Hill pondered, "Doctor, you must realize that there are superhumans in this world. They live among ordinary people, yet they possess extraordinary abilities that surpass common imagination, much like superheroes in the eyes of the public." "Like the Avengers?" Raymond inquired. "Miss Hill, are you suggesting that I am one of these mutants?" Raymond pointed to himself. "I cannot say for certain," Hill replied. "However, if you have indeed awakened some ability due to the recent incident, it is highly probable that you are a mutant. Wait a moment." At this point, Hill suddenly appeared to recall something, her expression turning to one of shock as she looked at Raymond. "Are you implying that the two groups of intruders at the hospital were killed by you?" Initially, Hill had not connected this incident with Raymond. She had suspected that there was an unknown superhuman in the Clockwork Asylum who, displeased with the intruders, had eliminated them. But upon hearing Raymond mention his awakening, she quickly linked the two events. Two groups of intruders? Raymond felt a flicker of confusion. After deciding to masquerade as a mutant, he had anticipated that Hill might make the connection to the hospital incident. However, he had only dealt with one group of intruders. Where did the second group come from? Hill continued, "When May and I arrived, we had already eliminated one group outside the hospital. Yet upon entering, we discovered that two groups of intruders had been slain. The first group appeared to have collectively committed suicide, each shot dead. The second group seemed to have been mercilessly slaughtered in an instant." Upon hearing this, Raymond's brow furrowed slightly as he discerned the crux of the matter. Undoubtedly, the second group had been dispatched by the 8 individuals of Clark's alternate personality. However, the demise of the first group had nothing to do with him. He currently lacked the ability to compel others to commit suicide, indicating that another party was responsible. Could it be him? A memory of David, who had nearly discovered him the previous night, yet was not the Shadow King, flashed through Raymond's mind. He had speculated that this David was likely one of the many alternate personalities of the original David he recognized. The implication was that this David had indeed encountered another group of intruders elsewhere, though Raymond was unaware of what had transpired with them. Combining Hill's account with this context, he quickly pieced together what had occurred. It must have been that those intruders had crossed paths with the original David, attempted to harm him, thereby triggering one of his alternate personalities, who then eliminated them all. Controlling suicides? What sort of ability is that psychic power? Or perhaps telekinesis? Raymond could not ascertain what David's true ability was and could only venture a guess. Seeing Raymond lost in thought, Hill pressed, "Could it not be you?" "It is me. Yet it is not me." Raymond initially conceded, but then quickly retracted. "What do you mean?" "The second group of intruders may indeed have perished at my hands. Or more accurately, at the hands of one of my alternate personalities. However, I had no involvement in the first group's demise," Raymond pondered. He refrained from placing blame on David and did not wish to elaborate on the nature of that ability. "So aside from you, there was indeed another superhuman in the hospital last night?" Hill rubbed her forehead in frustration, realizing that the situation was far more complex than she had anticipated. "I cannot say," Raymond shook his head. He had no intention of absolving David while also withholding information. "By the way, Doctor, what exactly is your ability? And what do you mean when you say the second group of intruders was killed by one of your alternate personalities?" Hill inquired further. "My ability is my multiple personalities. I do not know how to categorize this ability. If I must explain, it is as if these alternate personalities are real individuals with distinct identities and professions. Some are martial arts masters, others private detectives, and even special forces operatives. They possess knowledge I have never encountered, but which feels utterly authentic." Raymond reflected as he explained, "Though they sometimes emerge unexpectedly. For instance, that night, when I faced potential danger, it was the martial arts master who manifested and assisted me in dealing with the intruders." "How do you know he only killed one group?" Hill questioned, puzzled. As far as she understood, generally, multiple personalities do not share memories. When one personality controls the body, the others remain ignorant of the specific actions taken unless communicated directly. Raymond was aware of this and had prepared for it. He elucidated, "This is likely a facet of my ability. Even when my alternate personality is in control, I can still sense the external situation, thus I am aware of what he has done." "I see." Hill nodded, indicating her understanding. Chapter 29. The blurring of truth and illusion. Observing Hill's reaction, Raymond discerned that his narrative had succeeded in part. He deliberately portrayed his abilities as manifestations of various occupational personas, likening himself to a martial arts master, a private detective, and a special forces operative, all archetypal roles. This presentation was a blend of truth and artifice, a calculated revelation. Information interspersed with both veracity and deception is often the hardest to unravel. A strategy he had devised upon deciding to masquerade as a mutant. The advantages of this approach were evident. Primarily, it alleviated potential threats from the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital. By subtly suggesting that he too possessed abilities and that his powers manifested as multiple personalities, any inquiries from the Egghead Director's office would not expose him. After all, he had never truly been rehabilitated. Thus, there was no risk of contradiction. Although Raymond did not believe he had left any traces, one can never be too cautious. His selective revelation served to preemptively mitigate a risk. Naturally, drawbacks existed. For instance, he was not an actual mutant. Specialized equipment designed to detect the X gene would undoubtedly reveal this truth. However, he had never claimed to be a mutant. This assumption was solely Hill's conjecture. Even if it were discovered later that he was not a mutant, the blame would not fall upon him. Moreover, within this world, the diversity of superpowered groups is vast. While mutants may be the most numerous, they are not the only category. Similar groups abound, such as the Inhumans created by the Kree, or those like Spider-Man and the Hulk, whose abilities arose from external stimuli-induced genetic mutations. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Countless lesser-known entities exist. No one can assert comprehensive knowledge of all superpowered groups on Earth, and certainly not S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, Raymond harbored little concern. Should the day come when the truth emerged, the Egghead Director would hardly suspect him, a victim driven to madness by the Tahiti Project, over such a trivial misunderstanding. I have one thing I fail to comprehend. After processing this unexpected revelation, Hill hesitated before speaking again. Please continue, Raymond encouraged her. Even though you could have your Special Forces persona teach at the academy, wouldn't it be considerably more troublesome than if you taught psychology yourself? Hill pondered aloud. If anyone else had posed this question, Raymond might have concocted a flimsy excuse. However, since Miss Hill was an ally, he felt compelled to be forthright. The reason for my choice is quite simple. I wish to distance myself from psychology. As far as possible, unless absolutely necessary, I have no desire to engage with that field again, and I hope you can understand, Miss Hill. Hill surmised that Raymond must have been left with psychological scars from the Tahiti Project, leading to his aversion to the subject matter. He even preferred to divulge that he had not fully recovered, and that an incident had seemingly awakened mutant-like abilities rather than broach the topic of psychology. The extent of his distaste was palpable. Upon this realization, Hill solemnly stated, "Thank you for your trust, Doctor. I understand your feelings. Rest assured, I will report this only to Director Fury, and I will not disclose anything further without your consent." "That is immensely appreciated, Miss Hill," Raymond replied, visibly relieved. He felt liberated to present this persona, untroubled by the prospect of exposure. Should it circulate, he would remain unperturbed. "It is we who should express our gratitude to you, Doctor. This is something we owe you," Hill replied, shaking her head. "I will also find a way to explain to Agent Weaver on your behalf. You need not worry." Seeing Hill's understanding demeanor, Raymond chose to withdraw from further theatrics. At this juncture, the challenges he faced were evidently surmountable, and there was no need for excessive performance. Overacting can be just as detrimental as underacting. "Evening. You should repay the favor you owe to Dr. Raymond first," Hill remarked, devoid of levity. Fury immediately sensed her unease and inquired, "What transpired? Is there an issue with the Academy's arrangements?" "Not exactly." Hill shook her head and recounted her exchange with Raymond. "Mutant?" Fury's expression grew grave upon hearing Hill's account. It was clear that this revelation had caught him off guard. He had anticipated Hill's seriousness to stem from potential mismanagement at the Academy regarding Raymond, not a matter of this magnitude. "I cannot ascertain whether he is a mutant, but the doctor's experience closely mirrors that of many mutants awakening their abilities, triggered by external stimuli. Indeed, it bears a striking similarity," Fury reflected. "What do you intend to do about this matter?" Hill inquired. "I hope this issue can be laid to rest," Fury replied. You should be aware of the government's stances on mutants. Their circumstances are dire. Some radicals even pursue them clandestinely." Fury's expression darkened. S.H.I.E.L. DS' role has always been to act as a mediator between the superpowered world and that of ordinary humans. We can choose not to align with either side. Yet we cannot control the radical factions' attitudes toward them, nor is it appropriate for us to intervene in such conflicts. Chapter 030, Immersive Experience. All we can do is to minimize the likelihood of further conflict between both parties, allowing them to coexist peacefully. Fury leaned on the table, his expression somewhat somber. However, the doctor should not have been entangled in these matters, as I had specifically invited him. He is unlike us. We chose this path many years ago, and regardless of how arduous the journey ahead may be, it remains our own choice. The doctor, on the other hand, has never made such a choice. I do not wish to dwell on whether he is a mutant or not. It matters little to me. What I desire is for no one to perceive him as such, and that is my intent. At this point, Fury fixed his solitary, sharp gaze upon Hill. His expression grave as he inquired, "Agent Hill, do you find my approach to be suitable?" Unconsciously, Fury's manner of addressing Hill had shifted from merely Hill to Agent Hill. Though it was but a simple prefix, its implications were profoundly different. Clap, clap, clap. Perfect. Hill suddenly broke into a smile and applauded. The previously serious Fury burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Let us not dwell on such weighty topics. I hear a delightful sushi restaurant has recently opened on Rose Avenue. Come, it is my treat." Raymond was unaware of how Hill had communicated with Weaver, but after their exchange, Weaver readily agreed to his residency at the Combat Academy, granting him considerable autonomy. Moreover, he boldly promised that as long as his requests were not excessively unreasonable, the Academy would strive to accommodate him. Nevertheless, Raymond was not one to overstep his bounds. He felt already content that Hill had resolved a significant dilemma for him, and naturally, he would refrain from making any extravagant demands of the Academy. At last, Raymond had found his first home since arriving in this world. After bidding farewell to Weaver and Hill, Raymond leaped onto his bed, reclining back and stretching, letting out a long sigh. Finally, allowing himself to relax. Reflecting on the past few days, his experiences had proven to be 100 times more exciting than his previous life as a private detective. Deep down, he was not a person inclined to remain complacent. Otherwise, after his service in the past life, he would not have forsaken the stable position arranged for him by his former superior to instead open a private detective agency. Of course, being a private detective in his previous life in Huagua was akin to treading in a gray area, so ostensibly, he had established a small information consulting firm. However, after entering this line of work, he realized it was not quite as he had imagined. Most of the cases he received were related to personal relationships, and it was a stroke of luck to encounter a case concerning a family inheritance dispute. Truly exhilarating cases were exceedingly rare. Yet, none of those significant cases could compare to the thrill of the past few days. The unpredictable time bomb known as David, the sinister machinations between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., and that deranged old dog, the Shadow King, who reveled in manipulating hearts. One event after another had unfolded, akin to riding a roller coaster. Nevertheless, after days of tension, he found himself somewhat fatigued. At long last, he could truly unwind, not merely in body but in spirit as well. He finally had the opportunity to lie back like a salted fish, emptying his mind and closing his eyes for a moment of respite. Half an hour later, just as he was drifting off, Raymond suddenly opened his eyes, a look of resignation upon his face. "It seems I am ill-suited to be a salted fish." He lay flat, attempting to clear his mind and rest, yet his thoughts surged with unprecedented vigor. A torrent of ideas that refused to subside. Among them, one term surged with the highest frequency. Indeed, it was the comprehensive value that determined the duration limit of his secondary personality state. Last night, he had been too fatigued to delve into the detailed introduction of the comprehensive value in the beginner's guide, and in his weariness, he had no choice but to sleep. Upon awakening that morning, he promptly finished reading the comprehensive value's detailed introduction. To his surprise, he discovered that among the many seemingly inconspicuous functions of the system that he had previously overlooked, there existed methods to enhance the comprehensive value. Prior to this, aside from discovering the function of exchanging universal points for character cards, he had only taken note of the equipment manifestation function, as its implications were evidently tied to the combat capabilities of the secondary personality. However, apart from this function, there was another feature called immersive experience, which he had not had the opportunity to explore. The name of this function sounded rather enigmatic. Had Raymond not reviewed the introduction in the beginner's guide, he would never have guessed its purpose through mere speculation. Nevertheless, now that he understood its general concept, he realized that to ascertain the experience it provided, he must personally test it. In the next moment, a system prompt appeared in his mind. The immersive experience function has been activated. Please select a scene. He chose the scene from when Chloe first learned basic combat techniques. Chloe is a bronze-level secondary personality. Activating the immersive experience once will consume 10 universal points. Would you like to activate it now? Yes, no, he promptly selected yes. With his decision made, a shroud of infinite darkness enveloped him, swiftly obscuring his vision. Moments later, with a sudden sensation of falling, light returned to his surroundings. Where's this? Upon assessing his surroundings, he was astonished to find that he was no longer in the teacher's apartment arranged by Weaver, but rather aboard a swaying, slightly dilapidated ship. The salty, fishy scent in the air made it evident that the vessel was sailing upon the vast ocean. Chapter 031. The second entry. Little Chloe, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and come over here. The sudden roar shattered Raymond's thoughts, drawing his attention away. As he turned to identify the source of the voice, he discovered it was a one-eyed man resembling the bald director, complete with an eye patch and a shining bald head. The only distinction was that this man appeared to be of Asian descent and spoke in Japanese. Although Raymond was not versed in Japanese, nor was the original owner of this body, he found himself understanding every word uttered by the bald man. Strangely, while the bald man was clearly calling for Chloe, Raymond instinctively knew he was being addressed. Am I Chloe now? Having experienced a body swap once before, and having been tricked because of it, he quickly pondered this possibility. He dashed towards a nearby water bucket, lifted the lid, and peered inside. Indeed, before him was a youthful boy of about 15 or 16 years. A closer inspection revealed it was unmistakably a younger version of Chloe. His face was youthful and innocent. He had yet to don his signature round glasses, and even the scars that should have marred his face were conspicuously absent. Is this what it means to be immersed in the experience? Raymond was stunned by this vivid reality. Had he not clearly remembered activating this scene with 10 universal points just moments ago, he might have believed he had traversed time once more. Unquestionably, all he witnessed and felt was a scene simulated by the system, depicting Chloe's experiences as a youth. What are you doing over there? Are you itching for a beating? The bald man bellowed when he noticed Chloe seemingly ignoring him and wandering towards the water bucket. What on earth are you shouting about? I'm not deaf, Raymond retorted, growing increasingly impatient. What are you posturing for, you simulated training NPC? You've got some nerve. Furious at Chloe's audacity to retort, the bald man drew a whip from his waist and lashed it towards Raymond with a swift motion. Crack! The sharp sound of the whip echoed, and Raymond let out a pained wail. System, you wretched contraption. In that moment, tears nearly sprang to his eyes. The pain was excruciating. He had never expected that what resembled a virtual scene from a novel could inflict such genuine agony. In virtual games, at least there was an option for pain percentage. This scene provided no such choice, delivering a relentless 100 real pain. This is utterly unacceptable. As Raymond mentally cursed the incompetent system, a prompt appeared in his mind. You may choose to exit the scene early. Would you like to exit? Yes, no. Faced with the bald man's sinister grin as he prepared for a second strike, Raymond decisively selected yes. What a joke. If he stayed any longer, he would surely be whipped to the brink of madness. He was no masochist, uninterested in being tormented by a whip. If he did not leave now, when would he? In that instant, as he resolved to exit the scene, everything around him froze as if someone had pressed the pause button. Even the second whip strike hung in midair, a mere 5 centimeters from him, poised to land. Suddenly, the sights around him appeared to shatter like glass, gradually dissipating and enveloping Raymond in an endless darkness. Following this was the familiar sensation of falling. After a moment, Raymond abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he had not moved at all and was still lying on the soft bed in the teacher's dormitory, gazing at the ceiling. Sitting up suddenly, he instinctively glanced at the spot where he had been struck, only to remember that he was in a different body, rendering any impact moot. The vivid memory of that genuine pain, however, lingered in his mind. The virtual scene had recreated a 100 authentic pain experience, and the bald man had appeared quite normal. Unlike the mindless NPCs in games who could be provoked without consequence. Reflecting on the recent scene, Raymond began to analyze. So, it seems that being immersed means virtually experiencing a scene from my alternate persona as past, allowing me to become him at that time and interact normally with the characters present within that scenario, or to receive their instruction. Additionally, he realized he had neglected to track the time spent in the virtual scene, leaving him unable to discern whether the duration matched the real-world timeline. Let us do this again. I can't afford to be careless. Raymond retrieved his phone, placing it beside him, preparing to press the timer before starting once more to assess the time discrepancy. After exchanging for 2 bronze character cards, he had 220 exploration points remaining, having spent 10 points, leaving him with 210. Fortunately, activating a bronze-level alternate persona's virtual scene required only 10 points, so even if he faced a few failures, he could still bear the cost. If it were a silver-level persona's scene, costing 100 points each, he would truly be in dire straits. Lying down again and positioning his phone, Raymond pressed the timer while activating the previous scene once more. With a whoosh, the familiar scene reappeared, boundless darkness. A sudden sensation of falling, followed by the swaying of a rickety boat, the briny air, and the sight of the familiar one-eyed bald man. Chloe, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and come over here. Just as he had suspected, each activation felt akin to entering a game instance. Even when activating the same scene twice, everything reset and began anew. Observing the familiar surroundings, this time, Raymond felt not shock but amusement. The next step was to follow the unfolding narrative. He had resolved to do just that. Chapter 032. Notable changes. Steady yourself. Do not sway. The booming voice of the one-eyed bald man echoed like thunder, causing Raymond's head to throb painfully. However, this time he refrained from confronting the bald man directly. Instead, he complied with the command and maintained a squat stance atop 2 wooden barrels, resolutely still. After all, he had invested universal points to learn the combat techniques mastered by Chloe, not to engage in a futile contest of wills with a virtual figure. Understanding this, he found little reason to be perturbed. He certainly did not wish to endure another lash or squander an additional 10 universal points. Listen well, young one. On the sea, your foundation is of utmost importance. The bald man, hands clasped behind his back, roared his instruction at Raymond. The vessel will sway incessantly due to the rolling waves. When you are engaged in combat, if you lose your footing and fall, it signifies that you have already forfeited a significant portion of your life. Your adversary will seize that opportunity without mercy. Thus, the first lesson I shall impart to you is to learn to stand firm. Shortly, I will kick the barrel beneath you when you are unprepared. You must neither rise nor fall. Should you stand, you shall receive a lash. And falling will yield the same consequence. The bald man grinned menacingly. Upon hearing this, Raymond's heart sank with trepidation. He had previously endured a lash from the bald man and knew all too well the excruciating pain it inflicted. His first instinct was to withdraw. However, retreating would render his previous investment of 20 universal points utterly futile. More importantly, it would interrupt his aspiration to enhance his overall capabilities. Resolutely, he bit his lip and decided to persist. As he wrestled internally with the notion of retreat, perhaps the bald man sensed his distraction and swiftly delivered a kick to the barrel beneath him, causing it to wobble violently. Caught unawares, Raymond lost his balance and tumbled to the deck. Crack! The sound of the lash rang out, accompanied by Raymond's anguished cry. Stand up. Again. The bald man coldly commanded, pointing at the barrel. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Raymond managed to right the fallen barrel and climb back atop it, resuming his squat stance. Ding! When Raymond pressed the timer on his phone, he was astonished to discover that barely 3 seconds had elapsed. Taking into account the 2 times he had pressed the timer and the momentary disorientation upon awakening from the virtual scene, those 3 seconds could easily be perceived as an instant. Yet, he had remained in that virtual environment for no less than 4 to 5 hours, enduring over a dozen lashes from the bald man before finally grasping the true essence of standing firm. From that point onward, regardless of how violently the bald man kicked the barrel, as long as it was not completely toppled, he managed to maintain his footing, refusing to fall. The paradox of having spent several hours within only to find that mere moments had passed outside struck him. Did this imply that no matter how long he lingered in that realm, it would merely equate to a fleeting moment in the real world? Contemplating the timer's reading, Raymond pondered deeply. His prior withdrawal had been partly due to the searing pain from the lashes, which had begun to overwhelm him. Yet, he realized he could have endured longer had he chosen to persist. However, uncertainty about the time dilation between the 2 realms led him to worry that remaining for several hours might mean the same duration passed in reality, which would be inappropriate. What if someone came looking for him and thought he had met with misfortune? Yet, it appeared his concerns were unwarranted. Even if the ratio of time flow was not as he envisioned, wherein any duration spent inside translated to merely an instant outside, it was assuredly an exaggerated disparity. There was no need for him to fret over this matter. Having clarified the critical issue of time flow, Raymond's focus swiftly shifted to another pivotal aspect, the impact of learning within the virtual scene on his reality. System, display my current status. As Raymond contemplated, the system's prompt materialized in his mind. Host, Raymond strength, 0, 9, agility, 0, 9, constitution, 0, 9, spirit, 1, 7 ability, close combat techniques, 1, exploration points, 200 subpersonalities, cunning Clo, death shooter Freud, world's greatest assassin Tao bye-bye. It truly proved effective. Upon viewing his status panel, Raymond's heart raced with exhilaration. Compared to his previous review, aside from a decrease in exploration points and an increase in subpersonalities, two notable changes emerged. The first was his agility score. He distinctly recalled that during his last review, his strength and constitution were both 0, 9, his spirit at 1, 7, remarkably superior to the others, while his agility languished at a mere 0, 8. Yet now, his agility had inexplicably risen by 0, 1, matching his strength and constitution at 0, 9. During this period, he had not engaged in any additional training outside the virtual scene, yet his agility had surged unexpectedly. This transformation could not possibly be coincidental. He recognized that it was undoubtedly a consequence of his immersive experience. Moreover, there was irrefutable evidence, the emergence of an ability section in his status, which included close combat techniques. Although it noted he had only mastered 1, this was sufficient proof that his training within the virtual environment bore fruit, directly translating his gains to the real world. In a mere 4 to 5 hours, having acquired only 1 of close combat techniques, my agility has risen by 0, 1. Clearly, those lashes were not endured in vain. Raymond mused to himself. He understood that the rapid results he observed were largely attributable to the feeble foundation of his original body. Much like an utterly sedentary individual suddenly embarking on a fitness journey, any minuscule amount of exercise would yield immediate, visible results. However, such effects could not be sustained indefinitely and would soon plateau. He surmised his situation was analogous. Given that his 3 other attributes had yet to reach the average value of a healthy adult, one could easily fathom the extent of his inadequacy. However, for the time being, he expected not to encounter a plateau too soon. If he could fully master close combat techniques, it would undoubtedly lead to significant enhancements across his attributes. Excitement bubbled within him as he contemplated this opportunity. Now was the perfect moment to seize the day. Resolutely, he reset the timer on his phone to 0 and prepared to commence timing once more. This time, he anticipated spending even longer within the virtual scene, seeking to further ascertain the ratio of time flow between the two realms. Chapter 033, My Disagreement in the Office of the Director, Operations Academy. The imposing figure of a middle-aged man, Leonid, loomed like a polar bear. A Russian by birth, he held the position of director of the Operations Academy. Unlike Director Weaver of the Science Academy, Leonid had not always been a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. A decade prior, he was renowned within S.H.I.E.L.D. as a high-ranking field agent. Famously dubbed Polar Bear, his reputation rivaling that of the agent known as Knight May. However, similar to May, he could no longer approach missions with a normal mindset due to certain circumstances, leading him to step back from active duty and become an instructor at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. It was only 2 years ago, after the previous director's retirement, that he ascended to his current role. In fact, this was a common pattern among the directors of the Operations Academy. All had been esteemed field agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. Without such credentials, gaining respect would be impossible. In the world of espionage, mere training is insufficient. One must endure the crucible of warfare to truly understand the craft. The same applies to the Intelligence and Communications Academies, where most faculty members, including directors, share a background in S.H.I.E.L.D., with only a few exceptions. The Science Academy, however, diverges from this norm. Scientists require no combat experience, allowing many instructors to remain after graduation. Agent Leonid, I did not come here to jest with you. Director Fury has communicated with me multiple times regarding this matter. I ask that you respect my work. Weaver felt compelled to invoke Director Fury in light of Leonid's incredulous demeanor. This is not about whether I respect your work. It is about the absurdity of what you propose. Are you collectively losing your minds? The Operations Academy has no need for psychology. Leonid retorted, his dissatisfaction palpable. You misunderstand. Although Dr. Raymond is a psychologist, his intention in joining the Operations Academy is not to teach a psychology course. Weaver countered. Then what is his purpose? Leonid pressed. He intends to conduct a comprehensive operations course. With a resounding smack, Leonid's palm struck the desk, his fury palpable. A comprehensive operations course? What nonsense is this? Do you truly perceive the Operations Academy as a playground? Agent Leonid, this is an order, not a negotiation. Curse your orders. I vehemently oppose this. Leonid's face flushed with rage. I will report this to Senior Dugan. I refuse to believe he will allow you to tarnish the course he established. You may be disappointed. Agent Leonid, I have already briefed Principal Dugan, and he has given his consent. Weaver replied with a smile. That is impossible. Leonid instinctively refuted. Yet he soon realized that Weaver had no reason to deceive him. Principal Dugan, though in Europe, could be contacted with a single phone call. If this were a lie, it would be swiftly exposed. It dawned on him that Weaver had indeed consulted with Principal Dugan and received his approval. An order from Director Fury, endorsed by Principal Dugan, was as good as a foregone conclusion. Even he, as the director, could not oppose it. His expression darkened as he grappled with this realization. Just then, a knock on the door broke the tension. Enter, Leonid said, a hint of irritation in his voice. To his surprise, the very subject of their heated debate, Dr. Raymond, stepped through the door. Leonid recognized him from their previous encounters when he served as a guest professor at the academy. Weaver appeared equally taken aback. Dr. Raymond, what brings you here? I initially intended to visit you, Ms. Weaver, to discuss a matter, but upon discovering your absence, I was informed by your assistant that you were here, so I came directly. I happened to overhear your discussion. If I'm not mistaken, you were arguing about me? Raymond inquired, a smile playing on his lips. Faced with Raymond's direct questioning, even the previously agitated Leonid felt a twinge of awkwardness. Nevertheless, adhering to his principles, he persevered in explaining, Dr. Raymond, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill will toward you and greatly admire your achievements in psychology. However, the standards for the comprehensive operations course are exceedingly rigorous, and even the typical instructor at the Operations Academy may not meet the requirements to teach it. I am fully aware of that, Raymond acknowledged with a nod. The comprehensive operations course is a distinctive offering of the Operations Academy, theoretically open to students from all 4 divisions, yet historically, it has only been available to the true elite among them. To enroll in this course, one must have a recommendation from any director of the 4 divisions, a criterion that eliminates 99% of applicants. Without exceptional performance in a specific division, obtaining a recommendation is nearly impossible. Correspondingly, the caliber of instructors is extraordinary. Only the most skilled operatives, each possessing formidable combat abilities and interdisciplinary knowledge, are qualified to teach. Leonid, having previously served as an instructor for this course, understood the stringent requirements intimately. Currently, even including himself, only 2 individuals in the Operations Academy were qualified to teach it. As the newly appointed director, he was no longer involved in teaching, which meant there was only one comprehensive operations course available. Consequently, demand for this course consistently exceeded supply. Within the vast student body of SHIELD Academy, a fair number of elite students qualified to apply for this course remained, yet only a select few could ultimately be chosen. As the director, Leonid naturally wished for more instructors to offer this course. However, the standards were set, and without qualified candidates, there was little he could do. He could not lower the standards merely to allow more individuals to teach, as such self-deception would tarnish the Academy's reputation. Regarding Raymond, to be candid, he did not believe Raymond was qualified to teach the comprehensive operations course, nor did he see him as capable of instructing any course within the Operations Academy. Chapter 034. Acquiring equipment. Raymond was acutely aware of Leonid's sentiments. It was not difficult to discern that Leonid likely perceived him as a brazen individual, leveraging his substantial background to coerce SHIELD into compliance with his whims. Consequently, Raymond felt no indignation. Instead, he smiled and inquired, "Is it because you think I resemble a bookworm that you, Dean Leonid, oppose my conducting a comprehensive combat course at the Combat Academy? Is that your stance?" "That is not my intention," Leonid replied reluctantly. However, anyone could see that his reaction conveyed the opposite sentiment. Raymond was certainly not blind to this nuance, but he remained unfazed, continuing with a smile, "I have heard that you, Dean Leonid, have previously taught this very course?" "Indeed," Leonid responded, perplexed as to why Raymond raised this question at this juncture. "Then how about we engage in a friendly competition?" Raymond suggested, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "You may determine the parameters of our contest, selecting any 3 events related to the comprehensive combat course for us to challenge each other. Leonid was taken aback by Raymond's unexpected proposal, momentarily stunned. What are you suggesting? I am afraid. Raymond's expression was half amused, half serious. Afraid? Huh? Leonid scoffed dismissively, unwilling to counter directly, instead posing the question, how will we determine the victor? Should I lose any of the three events, I shall concede defeat. Raymond replied with a light chuckle. However, if I emerge victorious, I will ensure that you face no obstructions in your endeavors henceforth. Leonid declared resolutely, if you win, I will grant you unfettered access to your pursuits, no hindrances whatsoever. And let us agree on a fair contest. We shall employ a best-of-3 format. Are you certain? Absolutely. Excellent. Then let us enlist Ms. Weaver as our witness, Raymond replied, glancing toward Weaver. I have no objections, Leonid shrugged. Weaver, seeing both men turn their attention to her, reluctantly nodded in agreement. She had initially contemplated intervening, as Raymond had no real necessity to engage in such a wager. After all, the matter was ultimately under the jurisdiction of Director Egg and Principal Dugan. Even if Leonid, as the Dean of the Combat Academy, was displeased, he would not dare to mismanage such a situation. However, since the wager was proposed by Raymond and both parties appeared amenable, any attempt to interject would only lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced. The time is set for this afternoon, Dean Leonid. I would appreciate your assistance in preparing the competition venue. I have a few matters to discuss with Ms. Weaver, so please notify her once everything is ready. No problem. Leonid readily agreed. As the Dean of the Combat Academy, he could easily arrange the venue with a few words to his subordinates, without needing to handle it personally. See you this afternoon, Weaver said, rising and bidding farewell to Leonid. Watching their departing figures, Leonid let out a cold chuckle before picking up the phone to issue commands. It was clear he recognized that Raymond was attempting to provoke him, yet he remained unconcerned, as he did not believe Raymond possessed any real chance of victory. Had it been an active high-ranking SHIELD field agent challenging him, he might have felt some trepidation about the outcome, given that he had been in semi-retirement for a decade. Despite never having ceased his training, his comprehensive combat abilities were undoubtedly not at their peak. However, Raymond was merely a scholarly figure, lacking any notable martial achievements. Even if he was an expert in psychology, that bore little relevance to the realm of comprehensive combat. Raymond's visit to Weaver was primarily to solicit her assistance in acquiring essential items, including but not limited to changes of clothing, a laptop, a new mobile phone, and a new number. At present, he was clad in a standard work uniform provided by Hill and her team from the previous estate, and he possessed not even a spare set of undergarments. The phone he had was an inconspicuous, generic brand, functional only for calls and texts, yet cumbersome for internet access, which was quite vexing for him. Previously, he had been engrossed in exchanging character cards and activating his secondary persona, or exploring the immersive functionality. Thus, he had neglected these practical matters. It was only after he began to grasp the effects of immersion that he realized how ill-equipped he was, having just emerged from the hospital without even the basic necessities, which was exceedingly awkward. As a product of the 21st century, a mobile phone and computer were indispensable, let alone something as fundamental as undergarments. Thus, he promptly sought out Weaver for assistance. Additionally, there was another crucial matter. He needed her help in reissuing a bank card belonging to the original owner of his body. The original owner, an esteemed psychologist, held numerous positions and titles in various educational institutions and enterprises, and with some speaking fees and royalties, he possessed a fortune in the 7 figures. In terms of currency conversion, this amounted to more than Raymond's previous entrepreneurial ventures in his past life. Moreover, this was despite the original owner's lack of enthusiasm for financial gain. Otherwise, his wealth could have easily been several times greater. While Raymond sought to acquire his necessary items, he had no intention of asking Weaver to finance these purchases. In fact, he had not anticipated that in his quest for assistance, he would stumble upon the heated exchange between Weaver and Dean Leonid, a dispute sparked precisely by his presence. He understood that he need not intervene, as no matter how vehemently Leonid objected, Director Egg would certainly find a way to resolve the matter. This presented an opportunity for his secondary persona to stretch its metaphorical muscles, while he himself could observe its capabilities firsthand. As he settled into the passenger seat of Weaver's vehicle, preparing to address the reissuance of the bank card, these thoughts raced through his mind. Chapter 035. The leak of information. The director of the Combat Institute, codenamed White Bear, a former Level 7 agent of SHIELD, Leonid, is set to engage in 3 contests with a newly appointed instructor concerning the topics covered in the comprehensive combat course. SHIELD. Academy is an establishment dedicated to nurturing exceptional talents, where only the elite of the elite are permitted entry. Hence, the atmosphere within the institution has always been rather solemn, with rare occurrences of unruly behavior. Consequently, when a peculiar event arises, it invariably ignites the flames of gossip among the entire community, from the director to the newly admitted students. Your people? Have you placed spies within the Combat Institute? Weaver raised an eyebrow. Spies? I merely seek to hone their infiltration skills. It is an essential component of our espionage training. The director of the Espionage Institute corrected sternly. Them? Weaver did not follow the line of reasoning presented by the Espionage Institute's director, but instead astutely discerned another keyword within his statement. Ahem, if you are unwilling to divulge. So be it. We shall know soon enough. Seeing that Weaver was entirely unyielding in revealing any information, the director refrained from pressing further. Meanwhile, Raymond, seated in the passenger seat, was preoccupied with adjusting his newly acquired smartphone. Has the news spread? This Leonid is utterly outrageous, Weaver exclaimed, a hint of irritation in her voice. Without a doubt, she surmised that the rapid dissemination of the news was due to someone discreetly leaking information, perhaps even exacerbating the situation. Who could that be? Director Leonid must be concerned that I might refuse to accept defeat. After a brief contemplation, Raymond deduced Leonid's intentions, chuckling softly. It was clear that Leonid was apprehensive that, even in the event of a loss, he might remain and continue to exert pressure through Director Egg and Principal Dugan, forcing his stay. Now that the news was out, it effectively severed his escape route under the weight of public opinion. I had initially intended to spare you some embarrassment, but it seems you have dug your own grave. I shall not be to blame, Raymond said, shaking his head with a smile. In truth, he was indifferent to Leonid's attitude. Having activated the personas of Deadshot and Tosaka, and having grasped the immersive effects, he found himself less concerned about remaining at SHIELD Academy. If he wished to leave, he could do so effortlessly, thriving wherever he chose. His decision to stay was merely a matter of taking a brief respite, avoiding unnecessary movement, and familiarizing himself with this world, exploring the differences between it and the myriad versions of the Marvel Universe he knew. During this period, he could also further contemplate the various operations of the system, a win-win situation. As for teaching at SHIELD Academy, it was merely a novel experience for him. Whether he continued or not was inconsequential, as he would follow his whims. Leonid's intense reactions did not trouble him. Rather, they added to his amusement. Weaver, however, was unaware of these dynamics. From her perspective, this situation was instigated by Leonid. Dr. Raymond, given Leonid's reckless behavior, you may choose to suspend the contests. I shall report this matter to Principal Dugan, and it shall not affect your employment. No. Thank you for your kind offer, Ms. Weaver, but I find Director Leonid's actions quite agreeable. I am eagerly anticipating the contests, Raymond replied with a smile. Raymond's response left Weaver somewhat taken aback. However, recalling Director Hill's instructions, she chose not to press further. Let us proceed according to his wishes. May the outcome not be too embarrassing. The venue for the contests arranged by Leonid was a multifunctional outdoor base, typically utilized by the students of the Combat Institute for training. By the time Weaver escorted Raymond to the location, it had already become a veritable fortress of spectators. Numerous small drones hovered above the base, capturing every aspect of the proceedings from various angles, leaving no corner unrecorded. Witnessing this scene, Weaver felt increasingly dissatisfied. Yet since Raymond remained silent, she refrained from intervening. Upon seeing Raymond and Weaver's arrival, Leonid was the first to speak. I sincerely apologize. I am unaware of which of my subordinates leaked the information, and by the time I sought to intervene, it was too late. Once this matter concludes, I shall conduct a thorough investigation to identify the culprit. However, both Raymond and Weaver could easily discern that he was merely feigning innocence. An obvious case of the thief crying "Stop thief." You need not trouble yourself, Agent Weaver. We at the Combat Institute shall manage this matter ourselves, Leonid declined graciously. Yet, his reaction undeniably indicated the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, in the absence of evidence, even with her vice principal title, Weaver found it inappropriate to publicly embarrass Leonid in front of so many, as it would tarnish the reputation of SHIELD Academy. Enough of this idle chatter, Raymond interjected. What are the contests, Director Leonid? Please, let us commence so we may conclude swiftly. Indeed, the doctor speaks wisely. Leonid nodded in agreement. Seeing that Raymond did not pursue the issue of the leaked information, he felt a surge of relief and promptly began to outline the 3 contest events he had meticulously selected. The Comprehensive Combat Course is a unique program exclusive to our Combat Institute, designed over 30 years ago by Principal Dugan, who established its educational objectives and standards. After more than 3 decades of development and refinement, the course content is continuously updated to remain in sync with the latest trends in technology and warfare. Leonid provided Raymond with a brief introduction to the Comprehensive Combat Course, which included familiar elements for Raymond, alongside new insights he had yet to encounter. Thus, despite Leonid not delving directly into the specifics, Raymond chose not to interrupt. Chapter 036. Something is off in contrast to ordinary training and courses. The most distinctive feature of the Comprehensive Combat class is its all-encompassing nature. It is not an exaggeration to say that this course encapsulates the essence of the 4 major academies. Those who successfully pass this course may be exceptionally promoted to Level 5 agents upon graduating from S.H.I.E.L.D. Leonid proudly elaborated. This is not solely because the class is unique to the Combat Academy, but also because he himself had once been a teacher of the Comprehensive Combat course. Raymond listened attentively without interruption. Leonid seemed to realize he had digressed and cleared his throat, returning to the main point. Considering the uniqueness of the Comprehensive Combat course, I have not selected singular competition elements like shooting or fighting. Such contests, even if they determine a winner, hold little significance. With that, Leonid began to outline the competition content. The events he designed were not overly complex. The first 2 rounds were almost identical in nature, the only difference being the roles of attacker and defender. However, they indeed tested overall combat capabilities, as any shortcomings could lead to failure in the competition. Specifically, after the commencement of the first 2 rounds, both participants would enter a weapons room designed for assembling firearms. The room was filled with numerous firearm components, all jumbled together. The critical issue was that there was not just one correct way to assemble these parts. They came from various firearms, and the exact number of complete guns that could be assembled was uncertain, along with many distractions. Each participant would have only 2 minutes to identify and assemble their components before proceeding to the main battlefield. The layout of the main battlefield was straightforward, consisting of a defensible high ground, which also featured obstacles for cover. In the first round, Leonid would defend the high ground while Raymond launched an attack. In the second round, the roles would reverse, with Raymond defending and Leonid attacking. Both attack phases were set for half an hour. Capturing the position meant victory, while failing to do so equated to defeat. Moreover, numerous auxiliary high-tech devices, predominantly exclusive to S.H.I.E.L.D., were available for both to utilize flexibly. Of course, the weapons and equipment employed would be training ammunition, ensuring that even if hit, the outcome would not be lethal. However, both would don specialized training suits equipped to assess damage. Should either be struck or attacked, the suits would automatically calculate the extent of the damage. Once the damage value reached a critical threshold, they would be deemed dead and unable to continue resisting. The third round was equally simple, comprising a comprehensive task of rescuing hostages, wherein both would perform their rescues separately and compete based on cumulative scores and deductions. I have no objections. Let's commence directly. Raymond agreed without hesitation after hearing the introduction. There's no issue if you're dissatisfied, if you have better ideas. Leonid had initially prepared to modify the competition details, but halfway through, he realized Raymond had no objections. He looked at Raymond in mild astonishment. You agree? It's a reasonable design. Why would I disagree? Raymond shrugged. Very well. I shall have them finalize the preparations for the venue. We can change into our training suits and get ready to begin. Seeing Raymond's unexpected readiness to agree, Leonid felt an odd sensation, as it diverged from his prior expectations. However, he had no time to ponder further. He decisively finalized the arrangements. 10 minutes later, both had changed into their training suits. Upon seeing Raymond again, now donned in the suit, Leonid inexplicably felt that Raymond seemed different from before, particularly in Raymond's gaze, which inexplicably sent a shiver through him. Something is amiss, something is very wrong. His instincts, honed over years of espionage, warned him that something was off. Many times throughout his career, he had relied on this intuition to navigate perilous situations, finding a way out of dire straits. Yet, upon encountering Raymond again, his instincts firmly insisted that something was amiss. If Raymond could hear his thoughts, he would marvel at the accuracy of a man's intuition. At this moment, Raymond was entirely under the control of the Deadshot persona. S-H-I-E-L-D. Is it akin to the Eye of Heaven organization in this world? Observing Leonid's furrowed brow, the Deadshot persona muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. Not entirely dissimilar, but okay. Nonetheless, even if not completely alike, it is still a somewhat analogous organization, is it not? Indeed, this tiresome, formulaic style of competitors is truly nauseating. The Deadshot persona regarded Leonid with a hint of disdain. The role of the Eye of Heaven in the DC universe is, to some extent, indeed similar to that of S-H-I-E-L-D. In this world, the primary difference being that the former is entirely subordinate to the North American government, while the latter, although influenced by the World Security Council, does not operate under a strictly subordinate relationship. His innate aversion to the Eye of Heaven extended to a dislike for S-H-I-E-L-D. Thus, for the Deadshot persona, Leonid temporarily equated to the detested Eye of Heaven, despite Leonid being entirely unaware of what the Eye of Heaven was. This did not diminish his disdain for the individual before him. Leonid, completely oblivious to Raymond's true condition, was perplexed when Raymond suddenly regarded him with an expression of distaste and contempt. Nevertheless, he approached and inquired, "Can we begin, Doctor?" Yet, Raymond disregarded him, merely making a gesture across his throat with his hand, the meaning unmistakable. This action from Raymond incited Leonid's ire. Chapter 037. A stark contrast. After escorting Raymond to the outdoor base, Weaver was led by the staff to the central control tower. Here, one could observe the entirety of the match through surveillance equipment in exquisite detail. However, upon Weaver's arrival, her two old friends had already made their presence known. The first was Claude, the head of the Espionage Academy, who had previously called her to gossip about this matter. He appeared to be a gentleman in his 50s, dressed impeccably in a tailored gray suit, sporting a pair of classical gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and leaning on a peachwood cane, as if he had stepped right off the cover of a fashion magazine. Accompanying Claude was a somewhat frail-looking Asian man wearing square black glasses, who, perhaps due to excellent care, appeared ageless. His name was Vincent, the head of the Communications Academy. Thus, among the heads of the four major divisions, only Leonid, the head of the Operations Academy, was absent, having personally entered the fray. Claude, with his keen eyes, instantly spotted Weaver and greeted her warmly. "Agent Weaver, what took you so long? We've been waiting for you." "Waiting for my intelligence, I presume?" Weaver retorted, rolling her eyes. "Good afternoon, Agent Weaver," Vincent chimed in, offering a gentlemanly salutation. While Claude's attire exuded the essence of a gentleman, his demeanor was quite the opposite. Weaver, showing significantly more courtesy toward Vincent than she did toward Claude, remarked, "I thought only Claude was this nosy. I didn't expect you, Agent Vincent, to join in." Vincent smiled gently. "If it were merely a matter concerning Agent Leon, I wouldn't have shown much interest. However, the situation regarding Dr. Raymond is another matter altogether. As you are aware, I have long contemplated recruiting Dr. Raymond to our Communications Academy, but I never expected." Weaver nodded, acknowledging his point. Perhaps due to Raymond's half-Asian heritage, he had maintained a cordial relationship with Vincent during his tenure as a visiting professor at the academy. If Raymond were to choose based on connections, he would undoubtedly opt for the Communications Academy. "Agent Weaver, are you still planning to keep this under wraps at such a critical moment? Please divulge the reason behind the match between Leonid and Dr. Raymond," Claude pressed. Weaver hesitated briefly, sensing that the matter had reached a point where secrecy was unnecessary, especially since they would soon discover the truth. Thus, she succinctly summarized the situation. "What? A comprehensive operations course?" Claude exclaimed, taken aback as he processed the news. "No wonder Leonid reacted so strongly. I would likely be jumping around as well." Vincent's focus diverged slightly as he furrowed his brow and pondered. "Agent Weaver, are you saying that Principal Dugan had already consented to this arrangement?" "Indeed," Weaver affirmed with a nod. "Is that so?" Vincent mused thoughtfully. "It seems Agent Leon is in for a rough time." Claude looked at Vincent with confusion, even touching his forehead. "Agent Vincent, are you feeling all right? Have you lost your faculties?" "Enough idle chatter. It's about to begin," Weaver interjected, suddenly noticing that the central screen in the control tower had displayed two split screens, showcasing the two competitors, Raymond and Leonid, now clad in their tactical training gear. At that moment, The loudspeaker of the outdoor base crackled to life, initiating the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, begin. As the command echoed through the air, Leonid sprang into action, resembling a cheetah as he dashed towards his designated armory. In a mere 6 or 7 seconds, he covered the 50-meter distance and entered. While his split screen shifted to capture the interior of the armory, the screen displayed a countdown, indicating that both competitors had 2 minutes to enter the armory, identify, assemble their weaponry, and exit. Failing to leave within the time limit would result in the armory door locking, leading to immediate disqualification. This urgency explained Leonid's rapid pace. In stark contrast, the other split screen revealed Raymond strolling leisurely towards his armory, seemingly unperturbed by the ticking clock. In what felt like a casual stroll, he took nearly half a minute to traverse the same 50 meters. As Claude observed Leonid swiftly sifting through components and selecting several pieces, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. Has Dr. Raymond resigned himself to defeat? Not only Claude, but even Vincent, who had just speculated that Leonid might face a disadvantage, began to doubt his previous assessment. Weaver, too, wore a puzzled expression, lost in thought. As the countdown reached 1 minute, it appeared that Leonid had completed his selection and commenced assembling the chosen components. By 1 minute and 20 seconds, he had finished constructing a reconnaissance rifle. Those following the match recognized the weapon immediately, the Stair Scout sniper rifle, a compact version of a sniper rifle. Although it lacked the power and range of a traditional sniper rifle, its lightweight nature made it an ideal choice for this specific scenario of limited opposition. Both Claude and Vincent, having once been high-ranking agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., recognized the weapon at first glance. Even Weaver, a non-field agent, identified the firearm. The fact that Leonid could select the most suitable weapon in such a short time filled Weaver with concern for Raymond. Dr. Raymond seems to have also selected his components and is beginning to assemble, Claude pointed out. At this reminder, Weaver shifted her gaze to the right, noticing the Desert Eagle. Concurrently, she heard Vincent's voice, tinged with curiosity. Chapter 38. The Impossible Kill. The Desert Eagle, renowned as the Desert Eagle, is a firearm of legendary status in North America, where gun ownership is legal and its fame is virtually unparalleled. Its frequent appearances in Hollywood blockbusters have propelled its notoriety to astonishing heights, and many firearm enthusiasts possess this iconic pistol in their collections. Undeniably, the Desert Eagle boasts some of the most formidable firepower among handguns. When discussing powerful pistols, the name Desert Eagle often springs to mind first. However, its practical utility pales in comparison to its reputation. The reason is straightforward. Despite its immense power, it also features an astonishingly high recoil and is significantly heavier than ordinary handguns, making it challenging for the average person to wield effectively. Only a select group of individuals could truly master it. Nevertheless, this does not render Vincent's demeanor particularly peculiar. While the Desert Eagle may indeed be difficult for the average person to handle, it is far from daunting for the vast majority of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Even if Raymond were to use the Desert Eagle, his astonishment would be minimal. The issue lies in the current setting of the competition, which is a fixed-point offense and defense scenario, where handguns are typically suited for urban combat or close-quarters engagements, rendering them inappropriate for the present circumstances. The sight of Raymond assembling a Desert Eagle seems utterly absurd. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Vincent murmured to himself. In the armory, having just completed the assembly of the Desert Eagle, Raymond's lips moved slightly. He made scarcely a sound, yet it was evident he was engaged in a soliloquy. Rest assured, how could I possibly be defeated by such a formulaic contender? An accident? No, no. In the face of such a vast disparity, there has never been room for accidents. A confident smile graced Raymond's face as he retrieved ammunition from a nearby shelf. As he exited the armory, the countdown showed precisely 1 minute and 57 seconds remaining, with only 3 seconds left before the doors would automatically lock. Meanwhile, Leonid had long since vacated the armory and reached the high ground. Having prepared in advance, Leonid swiftly began to explore the high-tech equipment available in his vicinity, quickly identifying several gadgets that could prove advantageous. By the time Raymond entered the arena, Leonid was fully prepared, awaiting Raymond's appearance with confidence. He believed that as long as Raymond dared to show himself, there would be no further opportunities for offense, and he would not need to maintain a defensive posture. Offense is the best defense. If he could eliminate Raymond, the first defensive task would be deemed a success. Hiding behind cover, Leonid observed his surroundings through a small device. A cold smile playing on his lips as he thought, Although I do not know where you derive your confidence to believe you can compete with me. The outcome has already been determined. Suddenly, a tremendous force from above pressed him down, followed by the sound of metal colliding, causing his head to spin momentarily. This unexpected turn of events left Leonid utterly bewildered. Before he could comprehend the situation, the base's loudspeakers erupted with a mechanical announcement. Agent Leonid has been eliminated. The first contest is won by Dr. Raymond. I have been eliminated? Upon hearing the announcement, Leonid felt as though the ground had vanished beneath him. What just transpired? He hadn't even caught a glimpse of his opponent. How could he have been eliminated? What Leonid did not realize was that he was not alone in his confusion. The onlookers, including students and instructors outside the open-air base, were equally perplexed. Even the three deans in the control tower were engulfed in shock. What had just happened? Weaver turned to Claude, seeking clarity. As a civilian, Weaver was not well versed in combat, so upon realizing her confusion, her instinct was to consult Claude. Although Claude, the dean of the Espionage Academy, was not as famous as Leonid, he too was a high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and it was expected that his insights would match Leonid's. However, to Weaver's surprise, Claude appeared just as bewildered, shaking his head before looking to Vincent. Did you understand what just occurred? Vincent furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he abruptly moved. He approached the control console, where the Communication Academy personnel greeted him eagerly. Vincent, however, had no time for pleasantries, merely nodding before gesturing for them to step aside. His hands swiftly glided over the controls, and as he did, the images on the central screen began to shift rapidly, transforming into a side-angle view. This dashed line originated from Raymond's position, terminating behind the obstacle where Leonid was positioned. Is that truly the case? Vincent's eyes brightened, and he continued to maneuver his hands, prompting further changes on the screen. It must have been at this moment. Look. Vincent pointed at the screen, urging Claude and the others to observe closely. Claude focused intently on the image of Raymond. Suddenly, he witnessed Raymond, who had been surveying the high ground, casually swing his arm holding the firearm. Immediately afterward, the mechanical announcement echoed through the speakers. My God, that movement was actually a shot. Leonid was struck down by that very bullet. Claude exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it seems so, Vincent replied, equally astonished. Based on the previous angles, there was no way that shot should have reached Leonid, who was shielded behind the obstacle. Neither the angle nor the trajectory should have allowed for such a hit. Furthermore, given that training rounds were being used, there was no possibility of penetrating walls to eliminate an enemy. A direct hit was essential for a kill to be validated. To hit Leonid from that angle, the bullet would have to curve. But how could that be possible? Chapter 39. The second kill in an instant. The control tower fell into an enigmatic silence. Those present, even non-combatants like Weaver, had undergone military training, and few were utterly ignorant in this domain. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that rendered the situation even more astonishing. No matter how they pondered, they could not fathom how Raymond had struck Leonid, who was shielded by an obstacle and managed to deliver a headshot with a single bullet. This was truly baffling. It is important to note that although the distance between them was not excessively far, it was certainly not negligible, measuring at least 200 to 300 meters, which surpassed the effective range of a handgun. Under such circumstances, even without an obstacle, it would be a challenge for any of them to hit Leonid from that position, let alone to achieve a headshot while circumventing a barrier. Faced with this incomprehensible scenario, they could only remain silent. Then again, the only thing he could attribute it to was the sudden force that had struck him from above moments earlier. Following that force, the announcement echoed through the speaker, declaring him dead and marking his defeat in the first round, a clear indication of the situation. I was shot in the head. Leonid was utterly perplexed. Although he was unaware of Raymond's exact location or from where the shot was fired, he could not comprehend how he had been hit on the head from his previous position. However, he had no time to delve deeper into this mystery, for the second round was about to commence. This time, the roles of offense and defense would be reversed. He could not afford to be careless again. Victory was imperative. Leonid steeled himself inwardly. He truly had no retreat left. Despite Raymond's initial assertion that losing just 1 out of 3 rounds would mean defeat, Leonid insisted on a best-of-3 format. This meant that if he were to lose the second round, it would result in his immediate loss, rendering any potential victory in the third round meaningless. Before long, the two exchanged positions under the guidance of the staff. Once the armory was rearranged, the second round commenced. Observers, watching through the split screens, noted that the situation mirrored the first round, with Leonid once again dashing to the armory, eagerly selecting his weapon. However, in contrast to the first round, no one perceived his actions as self-destructive. To feign strength without the means is foolish. True prowess is undeniable. Raymond had successfully showcased his capabilities in the first round, and while no one yet understood how he had killed Leonid from behind an obstacle, the results spoke for themselves. There was no room for dissent. In no time, Leonid swiftly assembled the weapon he had selected. This time, he opted for a submachine gun rather than a sniper rifle. The nature of the sniper rifle dictated that it was suited for static defense, but ill-equipped for assault and offense. As the attacking party, Leonid's choice had to reflect this necessity. In contrast, Raymond's choice remained consistent with the first round. He methodically reassembled the Desert Eagle and once again left the armory with poise. Could it be that Dr. Raymond only recognized this one firearm? In the control tower, witnessing Raymond's continued assembly of the Desert Eagle, Claude's expression turned peculiar. Vincent shot him a glance. Have you figured out how Agent Leonid met his demise in the first round? Vincent's words rendered Claude speechless. He understood Vincent's implication, that if he could not comprehend another's method of attack, what confidence could he possess to question whether someone was limited to a single weapon? Yet, he found himself unable to retort, as he too had no clear understanding of the situation. Agent Leonid has fallen. Dr. Raymond wins the second round. The sudden announcement interrupted Claude's unfinished thought. The control tower was engulfed in an eerie silence. What just transpired? Everyone had been intently focused on the dual split screens, and it seemed Leonid was better prepared, steadily advancing. Raymond appeared almost leisurely, merely surveying the elevated position before settling down. He neither hastily manipulated the high-tech equipment as Leonid did in the first round, nor did he exhibit the aggressive demeanor of Leonid in the second round. How had he suddenly emerged victorious again? At that moment, shock and disbelief were not confined to Claude, who felt as though he had been struck. Every observer was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Vincent, without uttering a word, began to replay the footage from half a minute prior, this time dividing the central screen into 4 angles capturing Raymond's actions. As expected, upon replaying the footage, they noticed that Raymond had, much like in the first round, seemingly nonchalantly flicked his arm that held the gun. This was swiftly followed by the announcement of Leonid's demise. 2 kills, identical circumstances. No one could dismiss this as mere coincidence, for such an occurrence could not happen twice in such rapid succession. This indicated that the individual they had initially perceived as reckless for challenging Leonid, Dr. Raymond, was indeed a concealed master. Judging by his 2 recent maneuvers, there were few, if any, elite agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. who could rival him. Agent Weaver, did you already know of Dr. Raymond's abilities? Waiting for us to witness our folly? Claude remarked with a wry smile directed at Weaver. Do you believe me if I say I didn't? Weaver appeared equally astonished. His response no less composed than Claude's. Chapter 040. Gunfighting Art. According to the original arrangement, regardless of the outcome, the 3 matches were destined to be completed. However, after Leonid was killed twice in succession, both times under circumstances that left him utterly bewildered, he found little motivation to continue. Hence, he called a halt to the competition. While this decision certainly tarnished his pride, he deemed it less disgraceful than persisting in a losing endeavor. I have said it before, if you can defeat me, Doctor, I shall pave the way for all your future endeavors, Leonid stated, dismissively gesturing to Raymond to assure him of his integrity. As Raymond engaged in conversation with Leonid, the other 3 deans, including Weaver, gathered around. Upon seeing Raymond, Vincent exclaimed in Chinese, Raymond, you have truly shown me the meaning of a scholar is to be viewed with new eyes after 3 days apart. Raymond recognized the Asian gentleman conversing in Chinese and recalled the middle-aged gentleman beside Weaver, who appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Ah, the deans of the Communications Institute and the Espionage Institute? Have you forgotten the courtesy of greeting an old friend after such a prolonged absence? Vincent feigned displeasure. My sincere apologies. I had intended to reach out, but my recent whereabouts made external communication quite inconvenient, Raymond offered nonchalantly, finding a convenient excuse. Yet, this was not entirely untrue, as a mental hospital is indeed a place where contact with the outside world is limited. That's perfectly acceptable, Raymond replied readily. Just as the 2 were engrossed in their conversation, Claude interjected, Gentlemen, we have individuals here who do not understand Chinese. Might we exhibit a modicum of gentlemanly decorum? Are you so fearful of not being noticed? Vincent retorted with a smirk. Familiar with Claude, Vincent felt at liberty to jest, but Raymond, not sharing such familiarity, merely smiled and greeted, "Good afternoon, Dean Claude." In truth, it was not just Raymond who was curious. Vincent and Weaver shared a similar sentiment, and even Leonid. The beleaguered party perked up at Claude's inquiry. Curious to know? Raymond surveyed the group. The deans nodded vigorously. He cleared his throat and spoke in a mysterious tone. "Have you heard of the gunfighting art?" Gunfighting art? The group exchanged glances, realizing they were all unfamiliar with the term. Legend has it that during World War II, a sharpshooter from Hua country single-handedly eliminated thousands of Japanese invaders. Raymond narrated with a solemn tone, explaining that this sharpshooter's prowess stemmed from the creation of an astonishing technique, which he named the gunfighting art. The most remarkable aspect of the gunfighting art is its ability to make bullets curve. "Bulls can curve," Claude and Leonid exclaimed in unison. Although Vincent and Weaver did not react with quite the same intensity, their expressions mirrored disbelief as they stared at Raymond. Yet, this thought barely lingered in their minds before being dismissed as utterly nonsensical. If bullets could curve, how could Newton's principles possibly hold true? However, they were entirely unprepared for Raymond's ultimate revelation, which turned out to be the very fleeting notion they had cast aside. "Indeed, bullets can curve," Raymond elaborated. "At the moment a bullet is fired, a rapid flick of the wrist can cause it to bend midair. This is the ultimate secret of the gunfighting art." Understanding dawned upon Claude and Leonid, their eyes alight with excitement. Both had once been high-ranking field agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and hearing of such an incredible technique stirred their spirits, particularly Leonid, who envisioned the possibility of learning this extraordinary art from Raymond. Yet, Weaver hesitated. Applying a rotational force to a moving object can indeed lead to a deviation in trajectory. This phenomenon is observed in various ball sports, resulting from Bernoulli's principle. But considering the immense speed of a bullet, how could one possibly alter its direction merely by flicking a wrist? That seems unscientific. Agent Weaver, you are being obstinate. The evidence stands before you, yet you refuse to believe, clinging to some theory. Are you unaware that existence itself is justification? Claude rebuked passionately, embodying the fervor of a gunfighting art devotee. "Well said," echoed Leonid, equally animated, having just fallen to Raymond himself. "The wondrous gunfighting art could hardly be explained away by some trivial theory. There are countless phenomena in this world that defy scientific explanation. And have we not witnessed many of them ourselves?" Weaver, hearing their fervent declarations, found himself wavering. After all, Leonid's assertions were not entirely without merit. As agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and holding mid to high ranks, they had indeed encountered numerous extraordinary occurrences. Chapter 041. Homecoming. It must be said that Leonid and Claude's reaction surprised Raymond to some extent. The notion of gunfighting techniques was, of course, a fabrication of his imagination. Although the persona known as Deadshot indeed possessed an unorthodox marksmanship skill capable of curving bullets, it certainly was not achieved through mere wrist flicks. However, faced with Claude and the others pressing him for answers, Raymond could not remain utterly silent. Thus, he concocted a few amusing anecdotes to pass the time. Whether they chose to believe him was a matter beyond his concern. Yet, even he did not anticipate that Leonid and Claude would take his words at face value. Leonid's defense of the so-called gunfighting techniques was somewhat understandable, given that he had suffered defeat due to it. He would hardly deny the methods that had led to his downfall. Out of pride, he felt compelled to bolster Raymond's claims. Conversely, Claude's enthusiastic endorsement of the gunfighting techniques caught Raymond off guard. "Thank you for your support," Raymond replied. "Not at all." Not at all. Leonid's demeanor towards Raymond had transformed dramatically from the reluctant politeness exhibited in his office. The Combat Academy was fortunate to have Dr. Raymond as a weapon in their arsenal. He could hardly consider it a burden. Claude's tone, however, bore a hint of jealousy. Yet, with his experienced temperament, it was impossible for him to openly display all his emotions. The jealousy he exhibited was, in truth, a calculated display. Raymond was not a naive newcomer to society, and thus he could not allow himself to feel overly self-satisfied. He merely smiled and refrained from further comment. As the semester was already underway, even if Raymond wished to initiate a course, it could not be arranged on a whim. He would have to wait until the next semester began, which was still over a month away. A month might not seem long in the grand scheme of things, but for Raymond, who had only been in this world for less than a week, it felt substantial. He intended to use this time to clarify certain matters, foremost among them being the web of relationships that the original owner of his body had in this world, family, friends, and so forth. After all, he had assumed the identity of another, and from this point forward, he would continue to live in that capacity. These were realities he had to confront. Even for the sake of his own peace of mind, he could not entirely sever ties with the past of the original owner. Moreover, he did not harbor any strong aversion to these connections. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, and shortly after leaving the orphanage, he chose to enlist in the military, eventually retiring to establish his own firm. The concept of family was, in many ways, a novel experience for him. Richmond, Virginia. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Clarice, would you please answer the door and see who it is? All right, Mom. With the sound of hurried footsteps, the front door was opened. But only a narrow gap wide enough for a hand was revealed, as the security chain remained fastened. At that moment, a quirky-looking Asian girl appeared at the threshold. Upon seeing the visitor outside, she was utterly astonished. Are you not going to let me in, little Clarice? The mixed-race man outside the door chuckled warmly. It goes without saying that the man ringing the bell was none other than Raymond. After finalizing the arrangements for his classes at the academy, there was little left that required his presence. Leonid would handle the scheduling and enrollment matters on his behalf. Through the memories he had accessed, he learned that the original owner's father was named Fong Mo, with the English name Edward, a detective in the local police department and the only Chinese detective in Richmond. His mother, Roland Aden, was a local Caucasian and a prosecutor. Initially, their union was met with disapproval from Raymond's maternal grandfather, as at the time, Fong Mo was merely an ordinary policeman, while Roland was a high-achieving graduate of an Ivy League law school. From any perspective, Roland's career prospects far surpassed those of Fong Mo. Although parents in North America typically refrain from interfering too much in their children's marriages, it does not mean they are entirely indifferent. Subjectively, there exists a notable disparity in attitude. Raymond's grandfather believed his daughter could have made a better choice and assumed she had been deceived by Fong Mo's sweet words into marrying a man with little promise. Furthermore, Fong Mo's inherently stubborn nature, unwilling to concede, strained relations with Raymond's grandfather's family during the initial years of their marriage. It was not until Raymond's birth that the tensions began to ease. It is worth noting that Raymond does not bear the surname Ray. That is merely his English name. His Chinese name is Fong Mingxian, and his official name is Raymond Fong. As for the Asian girl who opened the door for him, she was his sister, Clarice. However, Clarice was not the biological child of Fong Mo and his wife. They had adopted her after Raymond went off to university. Given the professions of Fong Mo and his wife, it was hardly difficult for them to adopt a child. Clarice? Who is it? Why is there no sound? As Clarice stood frozen, astonished at the sight of Raymond, Roland, who had been preparing dinner, rushed to the door, concerned something was amiss. Brother? Roland paused, clearly taken aback, as she had yet to comprehend that Clarice was referring to Raymond. Seeing that Roland had not responded, Clarice quickly closed the door, unlatched the security chain, and opened the door wide enough for Roland to see Raymond outside. Likewise, Raymond beheld the middle-aged woman in the corridor, who exuded an air of grace. Mom. The unfamiliar term slipped from his lips, as if instinctively derived from the body he inhabited. Clatter. Standing in the corridor, with a wooden spatula in hand. Roland froze at the sight of Raymond, utterly still. The spatula fell from her grasp and clattered to the floor. Chapter 042. The visit of Strick in the living room. Raymond briefly communicated the recent developments to Roland, omitting key information. The original body had previously mentioned some matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. to the Fong couple, yet refrained from divulging any specific details, merely referring to it as a special department. Given that both Mr. and Mrs. Fong were public servants themselves, they understood that such unnamed special departments were bound by confidentiality agreements and chose not to inquire further, lest they jeopardize their son. Initially, the Fong couple found it hard to believe and suspected that Director Egghead was a fraud. However, considering the resources at his disposal, it would not be difficult for him to prove his legitimacy. Eventually, Mr. and Mrs. Fong had no choice but to accept this reality. Roland, a strong woman, had silently wept countless times over this matter, while Fong often sat alone in the yard, smoking in silence. Even Clarice, who had initially been kept in the dark, gradually sensed something was amiss and, after persistent questioning, learned the truth from the Fangs. Though not siblings by blood, the original body had treated Clarice with more care than many brothers would their sisters. Thus, upon discovering the truth, Clarice fell into a prolonged state of gloom. The three of them eventually reached an unspoken agreement to deliberately avoid the topic to spare one another's feelings. Clarice, sobbing, made Raymond feel quite awkward as he awkwardly offered tissues to both women, providing clumsy comfort. To his credit, he had no prior experience in such matters. Sensing Raymond's discomfort, Roland quickly regained her composure to avoid embarrassing her son, but, filled with concern, asked, "What department do you actually work for that would lead a psychology expert like you to have mental health issues?" "Mom, you said you wouldn't ask me about this," Raymond replied with a bitter smile. "Before, I refrained from asking to protect you, but now that such a significant event has occurred, do you still intend to keep us in the dark?" Roland's tone was resolute this time. He could tell that his stubborn mother was determined to uncover the truth, and he suspected that his equally obstinate father would be even more insistent. Under these circumstances, maintaining secrecy would undoubtedly lead to a standoff, and besides, he was not the original body. He did not feel that such a minor secret about S.H.I.E.L.D. warranted concealment. What was the big deal? What difference would it make if he spoke up? After all, the world would not remain tranquil for many years to come. The world of superpowers would eventually reveal itself to the public, and there was nothing to hide. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Director's Office. "Come in, Fury. Let me introduce you former Director Pierce, serving as the liaison between the Council and S.H.I.E.L.D. escorted a slightly portly middle-aged man into the office. "No need for introductions. We've met twice before, right, Colonel Strick?" Director Egghead rose from behind his desk to shake hands with the slightly rotund middle-aged man, clearly familiar with him. Previously, when he had discussed the various government's attitudes towards mutants with Hill, he mentioned that many radical factions had never abandoned their plans to hunt mutants and had been operating in secrecy. The man before him, Colonel Strick from the North American military, was a quintessential representative of such radicalism. The Sentinel Special Operations Unit he led was a covert department established with the tacit approval of hawkish figures within the North American military. Although any official records from the North American military would not contain any mention of the Sentinel Special Operations Unit and could not acknowledge it as part of the military, Strick, as an active duty colonel in the U.S. Army, was clearly playing a game that anyone with discernment could see through. For Director Egghead, who had access to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network, this was far from a secret. "Last time we met was 2 years ago?" The portly middle-aged man, Colonel Strick, inquired with a smile. "Seems so, though my memory is a bit hazy," Director Egghead replied, choosing not to affirm or deny. He swiftly shifted the topic, asking, "You must be quite busy, Colonel. What brings you here?" Pierce, sensing the moment, interjected, "You two talk. I have some matters to attend to. So I'll take my leave." Director Egghead did not stop him, nodding to Pierce as he watched him exit. Once Pierce had left, Director Egghead remarked, "Shall we proceed?" "The name Mental Health Hospital should not be unfamiliar to you, Director Fury," Colonel Strick stated, keeping his gaze fixed on Director Egghead's eyes as if trying to gauge his reaction. However, Director Egghead was not someone easily read through mere expression. Nevertheless, since Colonel Strick had come to S.H.I.E.L.D. to seek him out and had specifically mentioned that name, Director Egghead certainly did not consider it mere coincidence. Given the prior circumstances, he had already surmised the reason for Colonel Strick's visit. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. No need for circumlocution," Director Egghead mused. "Very well. I shall be direct," Colonel Strick replied in a serious tone. "My intelligence network has discovered that mutants have previously appeared at that hospital and have even killed several individuals. However, when my team arrived to investigate, they found that the bodies had already been disposed of, and so, upon further investigation, it was revealed that the individuals responsible for handling the bodies were likely agents of your S.H.I.E.L.D., which is why I wanted to inquire if you, Director Fury, might have any leads to provide." Colonel Strick stated this with a smile, adding, "Of course, I wouldn't ask you to assist without reciprocation. Should you require our Special Operations Unit in the future, I will do my utmost to assist." Chapter 43. Confession. "Then allow me to express my gratitude in advance, Colonel." Director Lou Dan smiled faintly. "However, I must admit that even if I wished to assist, I am unable to do so." The smile that had just graced Colonel Strick's face immediately froze, and he inquired, somewhat stiffly, "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, I am completely unaware of this matter," Director Lou Dan shrugged innocently. I can assure you on my honor that I have not dispatched anyone to that so-called hospital you mentioned, so your inquiry may have been misplaced. Are you implying that my personnel are deceiving me? Colonel Strick's tone grew decidedly less amicable. I have not made such an assertion, Director Liu Dan quickly clarified. Given the current circumstances, there are only two possibilities. What are those two? The first is that your people have made an error, and this matter is unrelated to S-H-I-E-L-D. The second is that your people are indeed correct, and this matter is related to S-H-I-E-L-D, but I remain oblivious to it. If that is the case, it would be quite serious, indicating internal issues within S-H-I-E-L-D. As Director Liu Dan spoke, his demeanor turned grave. Rest assured, if that proves to be the case, I will initiate a thorough investigation to unearth the mastermind behind this and provide you with an explanation, Colonel. Upon hearing this, Colonel Strick took a deep breath and cast a penetrating glance at Director Liu Dan, gritting his teeth. Then I must thank you, Director? That is only to be expected. No need for thanks. Director Liu Dan waved his hand dismissively. I shall await your good news, Director. Colonel Strick replied, his expression impassive, as he abruptly turned and walked towards the door. Take care, no need for formalities. Director Liu Dan waved at his retreating figure. After Colonel Strick departed, Pierce entered from outside, curiosity etched on his face. What did you discuss with Colonel Strick? He seemed rather displeased when he left. Nothing of consequence, merely a minor misunderstanding. Director Liu Dan replied nonchalantly. Pierce, somewhat apprehensive, remarked, regardless of whether it's a small misunderstanding or not. I must remind you that while Colonel Strick may not be significant in his own right, he is backed by the North American military. To some extent, he can indirectly influence the attitudes of the North American Council. Offending him could be detrimental to you, Fury. I am fully aware of that. I already stated it was a minor misunderstanding. What more can I do? Well, let's hope it doesn't have any repercussions, Pierce sighed. After exchanging a few more words, Pierce exited the office. Director Liu Dan watched his departing figure, brow slightly furrowed, lost in thought. Essentially, everything the original body knew concerning S-H-I-E-L-D, aside from the Tahitian project, was conveyed. The Fawn couple remained speechless for a considerable time. Even Clarice, the young girl, was utterly astonished, as if witnessing a Hollywood blockbuster. The term Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau was, of course, the full name of S-H-I-E-L-D. This cumbersome title was likely concocted by some compulsive individual seeking to lend a semblance of formality to S-H-I-E-L-D's name. As the inspector of Richmond, a city so close to Washington, Fong Mo had previously encountered S-H-I-E-L-D. However, whenever S-H-I-E-L-D operated externally, they would invariably refer to themselves by that unwieldy title. The local police's typical response upon hearing it was to escalate the matter to their superiors, who would then relay it further up the chain until a high-ranking official familiar with S-H-I-E-L-D issued orders for cooperation. The origins of this lengthy department name were of little concern to most, and hearing it often evoked associations with the Department of Homeland Security. So, those peculiar cases are handed over to S-H-I-E-L-D agents because they invariably involve superpowered individuals? Fong Mo inquired further. Raymond shook his head. Not entirely. Sometimes, cases that appear to be of a special nature may, upon investigation, turn out to be otherwise. However, the majority certainly do. Is that so? Fong Mo acknowledged. Roland, observing Fong Mo's concern over what she deemed trivial matters, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. After casting him a disdainful glance, she inquired. Those individuals are perpetually engaged in violence, confronting dangerous foes. What need have they for a scholar like you? As I have mentioned, Mother, I merely joined their academy, primarily responsible for educating students. The last incident was merely an accident. Accident? Where were all these accidents before you joined them? Roland retorted, clearly dissatisfied with his explanation. Raymond, at a loss, turned to his stepfather, seeking assistance with his eyes. Seeing this, Fong Mo intervened. Roland, this is his profession, we should not interfere. Roland, upon hearing this, became even more irate. Work, work, work. Does work take precedence over life? Do you not recall that your father once believed my job was too perilous and urged me to resign? What did you say then? At this, Roland found herself at a loss for words. as her previous role mirrored that of her grandfather, and she had once persuaded her father with her legal eloquence. In terms of rhetoric, neither Fong Mo nor Raymond could rival her as a distinguished lawyer. Yet, Fong Mo's retort had effectively silenced her. However, arguing with a woman is evidently futile. Realizing her position was untenable, Roland abruptly stood up and declared, "Every fault lies with me. Are you satisfied now?" Seeing Roland in this state, Raymond felt a pang of frustration. He had dealt with many women but had never encountered a mother, the most unreasonable creature in existence, before, leaving him at a loss for words. "Do not worry. Let her calm down. It will be fine," Fong Mo reassured Raymond with a shake of his head. He then signaled Clarice to go in and keep Roland company. Clarice, understanding immediately, rushed into the room to comfort Roland. Chapter 044. The identity of my sister. Raymond discerned that his inexpensive father, Fong Mo, was not particularly eloquent in terms of rhetoric. He would likely be outshone by his inexpensive mother, Roland, by a considerable margin. However, from the memories of the original owner of the body, it was evident that Fong Mo was indeed the true head of the household, a status that surely was not without justification. This revelation instilled in Raymond a modicum of respect for his inexpensive father, alongside an insatiable curiosity about how he managed to uphold this authority. Yet, curiosity aside, such inquiries were undoubtedly inappropriate. Although Fong Mo had successfully alleviated a significant dilemma for Raymond, Roland soon launched her subsequent offensive. At breakfast the next morning, she abruptly declared, "Son, I believe it is high time you considered finding a partner." Raymond was somewhat taken aback by this sudden proposition. "Why are you bringing this up?" he queried, struggling to follow his inexpensive mother's line of thought. "Because I think you need someone to take care of you," she retorted. "I am over 30. I hardly need anyone to look after me. Are you even aware of your own age? Just tell me if you are going to find someone or not, and spare me the unnecessary chatter." Noticing his inexpensive mother reverting to her usual tactics, Raymond glanced once more at Fong Mo. However, this time, his gambit faltered as Fong Mo merely lowered his head, engrossed in a culinary battle with the food on his plate, showing no inclination to offer him a glance. Observing Fong Mo's demeanor, Raymond could hardly fail to comprehend that he had been betrayed. It was evident that the couple had conspired the night prior to orchestrate this conversation. Upon hearing Raymond mention his ailment, Roland swallowed her prepared retort. After all, a son's health took precedence over all else. Clarice, who had been sipping her milk, was unwittingly whisked away by Raymond, leaving a frustrated Roland and a contemplative Fong Mo at the table. "Brother, is this your new car?" Clarice inquired cheerfully as they settled into the vehicle. "I borrowed it from a colleague," Raymond casually replied, maneuvering the car out of the garage. As a standard vehicle of S.H.I.E.L.D., this car boasted bulletproof and waterproof capabilities, far surpassing the performance of typical market models. After a moment of thought, Clarice remarked, "Well, aside from Mom and Dad occasionally feeling down about missing you, there isn't much else going on. What about you?" "Of course I miss you. Who asked you that?" "I meant to inquire about how you've been lately." Clarice hesitated before shaking her head. "I'm doing well. Mom says my grades are even better than yours were back in the day." Clarice likely believed her reaction to be quite normal, but to Raymond, it raised significant concerns. Whether as a private investigator in his past life or as the original owner of this body, a psychological expert, he was accustomed to engaging in mental duels. The little girl's theatrical performance fell short in his discerning eyes. "Are you hiding something from me? Have you started dating? Or gotten into a fight?" Raymond pressed on. "Absolutely not." Clarice, realizing her act was ineffectual against her psychologically astute brother, swiftly adopted a more endearing approach. This time, Raymond surrendered, finding himself outmatched. Before long, he had dropped the young girl off at the school gates. Just before she exited the car, he asked, "Shall I pick you up after school?" "No need. A classmate is having a birthday party, and I've already taken leave from Mom," Clarice exclaimed, darting away before Raymond could respond. Watching her retreating figure, Raymond furrowed his brow. Had she begun to engage in social interactions? He would not probe Clarice without reason. It was entirely natural for a young girl to harbor a few secrets, especially now that she was in high school. In North America, dating at her age was commonplace and hardly scandalous. Nevertheless, he had tested the waters, even deliberately using Clarice as a shield, offering her a ride to school to gauge her reactions. The motivation behind his actions was simple. Upon first encountering Clarice, he had received a notification from the system. "Ding. You have encountered B-class hero Clarice Fong. Exploration value 30. You may convert exploration value into system universal points to exchange for various system functions. When Raymond first saw this notification, he was momentarily bewildered. He was already aware that Clarice was the original owner's sister, having digested that memory beforehand. Yet there was no recollection linking this sister to any superhuman abilities. This unexpected revelation left him somewhat flustered. It wasn't until that night that he suddenly recalled Clarice's true identity. On Earth in his previous life, few would recognize the name Clarice, but her other name, Blink, Clarice Fong, was surely familiar to many. Chapter 045, The Two Female Detectives When One Speaks of Blink. The most recognized incarnation is undoubtedly the version portrayed by a certain actor in the X-Men, Days of Future Past universe. Following closely is the Asian girl from the Gifted universe. Regardless of the version, Blink's primary ability remains consistent. The ability to open portals, or more precisely, spatial gateways for teleportation and relocation. However, in the adaptations that have graced our screens, her powers have been markedly diminished, relegating her to the role of a mere support character. Raymond is uncertain which iteration of Blink his younger sister leans towards, as Marvel's multiverse is exceedingly vast, and the realm he currently inhabits does not align with any known Marvel universe he is familiar with. It merely bears a vague resemblance. Yet, judging by the name Clarice Fong and her status as a high school student, it is evident that she aligns more closely with the Blink of the Gifted universe. Despite their differing origins, the similarities are striking. Following this thread, it is quite plausible that this girl will soon make contact with the mutant underground. Or perhaps she has already done so. Raymond's previous attempts to probe her intentions were aimed at discerning whether she harbored any secrets. To his surprise, his suspicions were indeed validated. The question remains, have I overthought this, or is there truly something amiss? It seems I must take on the role of a shadowy observer. Resolute in his decision, Raymond plans to follow Clarice after school. If, by unfortunate chance, he discovers that she has indeed established ties with that nefarious organization, he, as her brother, would have no choice but to intervene, severing her connection to that misguided group. While this organization may be a seedling selected by Professor X, akin to the X-Men's underlings or successors, it pales in comparison to the true X-Men. The X-Men themselves have failed to instigate significant change or resolve the friction between mutants and humans. What utility could a group that is even less capable offer? In truth, Raymond harbors little concern for Clarice's safety. With her abilities, unless she is extraordinarily unfortunate, she should be capable of self-preservation. Even in the extreme adversities of the Gifted universe, Blink has managed to survive repeatedly, which speaks volumes. However, in that universe, Blink's parents encountered peril due to her association with the mutant underground, ultimately leading to their demise. Admittedly, the circumstances of this world differ markedly from that universe, and with his presence, it stands to reason that even if Clarice were to attract similar troubles, the Fong couple would remain unharmed. Yet, one must not underestimate the unpredictable. By then, it could be too late. Even if he were to eliminate every last member of the assailant's family. From his perspective, the mutant underground is synonymous with trouble. A classic case of a group that is more prone to failure than success. Engaging too closely with such a misguided organization is undoubtedly more detrimental than beneficial. Of course, these thoughts are merely speculations based on the circumstances of the Gifted universe. It is entirely possible that this world lacks a mutant underground altogether. As the school bell rang, students rushed from their classrooms like the wind, most of them eager boys heading off to play, while the girls leisurely organized their backpacks. Clarice was no exception. At that moment, someone unexpectedly tapped her shoulder from behind. "Clee, a wonderful new Chinese restaurant has opened nearby. Aaron and I are planning to check it out. Would you like to join us? Come along, Clee." Another girl chimed in with an invitation. Clarice, initially lost in thought, was startled by the sudden call of her name. It took her a moment to recognize her friends, Michelle and Aaron. "No, I'm fine. I have some things to attend to. You all go ahead." Michelle raised an eyebrow, but refrained from pressing further. "All right then, we'll go. If it's good, we'll bring you along tomorrow." "Okay, sure." Clarice nodded hastily. Michelle said nothing more and departed with Aaron. "Something's off with Clee," Michelle remarked hesitantly. "What's wrong with her?" Aaron inquired. Her reaction just now was certainly peculiar. "She's hiding something from me. Isn't it normal to keep secrets? Don't you have things you're not sharing with her?" Aaron replied playfully. "That's not what I mean." Michelle shook her head. "I understand that small secrets are commonplace, but Clee's response was not merely about that. Is it possible you're overthinking this? Based on my understanding of her, I am certain it's not overthinking. She's been acting strangely lately, and I suspect she might be in some trouble that she doesn't dare to disclose. Since you're so worried, why not investigate? Aaron suggested. Investigate? Michelle echoed, surprised. Exactly. We can always visit the new restaurant later. Why not take this opportunity to play Sherlock Holmes? Aaron proposed excitedly. For girls of their age, the notion of being detectives is imbued with mystery and thrill, and the prospect of a playful role is undeniably enticing. You mean to follow Clee? That seems a bit inappropriate. Michelle hesitated, though her initial reservations began to wane under Aaron's enthusiasm. After a brief discussion, the two girls concealed themselves around a nearby corner, discreetly observing the entrance to Clarice's classroom. Moments later, Clarice emerged with her backpack slung over her shoulder. She's out. Hide, Aaron whispered urgently. The two quickly crouched down, peeking cautiously like thieves. Thus, they trailed Clarice from a distance. Chapter 46. Thunderbird and Polaris. It seemed she was waiting for someone. Could it be that someone was coming to pick her up? Aaron speculated. It is possible. Oh no, if someone is indeed picking her up, we won't be able to keep up. Upon Aaron's reminder, Michelle suddenly realized and hurriedly took out her phone. Who are you calling? Aaron inquired. A few minutes later, the car Michelle ordered arrived, yet Clarice remained standing in place, awaiting. The two swiftly and quietly entered the vehicle. The driver, a white-collar man, chuckled upon realizing that the passengers were two high school girls. Are you lovely ladies heading to Harrison Park? He asked, referring to a location Michelle had casually selected when ordering the ride. Hold on a moment. Let's see where she goes. Michelle pointed at Clarice in the distance. The driver, upon hearing this, immediately adopted a wary expression. What are you planning to do? I must clarify that I will not engage in any illegal activities. What nonsense. She's our friend, Aaron retorted, adding, and look at us. We're in school uniforms. Do we look like we would be up to anything unlawful? The driver pondered this reasoning, yet still hesitated. If she is your friend, why not just go over and call her instead of following her? Michelle had not intended to explain so much, but sensing the driver's stance, she realized they needed to provide clarity for him to cooperate. Thus, she explained, she has been acting strangely lately, and we suspect she may be threatened by unsavory individuals and is afraid to confide in us. We simply wish to follow her to ascertain the situation. If it's a misunderstanding, we will leave, but if there is a real issue, we can help her. Only then did the driver dispel his doubts. All right, I'll wait with you. Just then, a gray van slowly came to a halt in front of Clarice. The side door was pulled open from within, and Clarice skillfully jumped into the vehicle, which then departed once the door was shut. Are you sure she is being threatened? The driver glanced skeptically at Michelle and Aaron. If we were sure, we would have called the police directly. Why would we need to follow her? Aaron replied impatiently, though still somewhat dubious. The driver pressed the accelerator and followed the van. Meanwhile, inside the van, Clarice was animatedly chatting with a girl beside her who had long, dark green hair. Appearing quite cheerful, the driver was a stout young man with short hair, and beside him sat a woman with burgundy hair, seemingly of a similar age. Lona, wait a moment. My eyes feel a bit uncomfortable. Let me take out my contact lenses first. Clarice suddenly interjected mid-conversation with the girl with dark green hair. Thanks, Brother John, but it's all right. Clarice deftly removed her contact lenses, revealing eyes that sparkled like emeralds, carefully storing the lenses in a small case. John was the name of the young man driving. Full name John Prastad, codename Thunderbird. He possessed extraordinary perception, alongside super speed and strength. The woman in the passenger seat was his girlfriend, Sophia Simonson, codename Dreamweaver, who had the ability to alter others' memories. The girl with dark green hair next to Clarice was named Lona Dane, codename Polaris, and her powers were strikingly similar to those of the notorious mutant leader, Old One. The reason for this similarity was simple. She was Old One's biological daughter. While she may not have the fame of her half-siblings, she perfectly inherited Old One's abilities and could be regarded as a successor. If Raymond were in the vehicle, he might have felt a pang of realization. For John and Lona would later become leaders within the Mutant Underground organization, alongside a mutant named Marcos, codenamed Carnivore. However, considering Lona's current age, she likely had only recently joined the organization and had yet to ascend to leadership, while Marcos might not have even been recruited yet. Please secure yourselves. John suddenly reminded as Clarice prepared to continue her conversation with Lona after removing her contact lenses. What is happening, John? Lona asked, feeling the vehicle jolt. Is the car still following us? John replied. Should I intervene? Lona inquired. No, if you intervene, it will only draw more attention. And those from the special operations will undoubtedly follow the leads to find us. John shook his head. What do we do now? Clarice asked, feeling a bit anxious. I'll check if that car is indeed tailing us. If it is, we'll find a place to stop and determine who they are. John pondered. At this, he turned to Clarice and asked, Is your ability stable these days? Yes. Clarice nodded vigorously. As long as I remain calm, it should be fine. John continued, and I emphasize if, we need to stop and discover that the ones following us are from special operations. How far do you think your abilities can take us? Clarice contemplated and replied softly, I've never attempted a large-scale transfer, but I can manage a few small-scale transfers, which should allow us to escape at least 10 kilometers quickly. That will suffice. John concluded after a brief moment of reflection, formulating a strategy in response. Chapter 47, Mutation with a Sudden Turn. The white-collar man slammed on the brakes. Ouch! Seated in the back, Michelle and Aaron collided with the front seat, letting out a pained gasp. Why did you brake so abruptly, Uncle? Aaron complained, rubbing her head. It seems your friend has spotted us. The white-collar man shrugged helplessly, glancing at the van blocking the path ahead. Michelle and Aaron exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had never intended to expose themselves, knowing that if Clarice discovered their presence, they would find themselves in an exceedingly awkward predicament, despite their good intentions. Yet, with the van suddenly obstructing their path, they could only lament that their fears had materialized. Moments later, they watched as a man and a woman emerged from the van. The man called out, Friends in the car, let's have a chat. Upon hearing his words, they understood that evasion was futile. Gritting their teeth, they stepped out of the vehicle. As soon as they exited, Aaron demanded, Who are you? What have you done to Clarice? Michelle pulled Aaron back, signaling her to temper her words, but Aaron remained undeterred. The couple stepping out of the van were undoubtedly John, the Thunderbird, and Sonia, the Dreamer. They had been prepared for confrontation, but upon seeing two high school girls in uniforms, they quickly realized it might be a misunderstanding. It was only when Aaron spoke up that they became certain of it. You are Clarice's classmates? Sonia inquired. Aaron instinctively nodded, but soon felt something was amiss. She was the one posing the questions, so why were they interrogating her? Her tone turned slightly accusatory as she warned, I advise you not to act recklessly. That uncle in the back has a phone, and if things go awry, he will call the police. In her eyes, John appeared far from trustworthy, evident from the numerous scars visible on his arms. Michelle, Aaron, what are you doing here? Sonia asked, a hint of concern in her voice. I noticed something was off with you lately, so I discussed with Aaron to come and check if you were okay. Michelle felt a tad embarrassed. Aaron, however, was skeptical. Are you really okay? Did they threaten you into saying that? Don't be scared. We're here, and they wouldn't dare harm you. You can speak the truth. Aaron, you're mistaken. They are all my friends, really. Clarice began, but her words were abruptly interrupted. Watch out. Lorna's voice rang out, cutting through the tension. At that moment, Lorna stepped out from the van, raising her hand high, pointing towards the direction behind Michelle and Aaron. Thanks to Lorna's warning, everyone turned to look. They saw that the white-collar man had exited the vehicle, brandishing a silenced pistol aimed in their direction. However, that was not the most astonishing sight. The true spectacle was the bullet suspended motionless in midair. Michelle and Aaron were both taken aback by the scene. They could hardly fathom how the seemingly timid Uber driver had transformed into a man wielding a silenced gun. Even more bewildering was the bullet, frozen in place, defying the laws of physics. Aaron, too, was astounded. She had never anticipated that the company of her two friends would lead to the emergence of such a threat, and the intent behind the man's actions was clearly malevolent. Had Lorna not intervened, someone might have been injured. He asked, just an Uber driver we called to follow you. We don't know him. Michelle quickly clarified. She spoke the truth. Sonia chimed in, You're mistaken. Upon hearing Sonia's words, both Clarice and John, along with Lorna, chose to believe her instantly. For Sonia possessed the ability to discern truth from falsehood. John. Clarice looked at him, bewildered. John raised a hand, signaling Clarice to remain calm, while his gaze remained fixed on the white-collar man. Are you with the special operations? The white-collar man, no longer the timid figure from the car, smirked, his demeanor shifting entirely. What a familiar ability. Young lady, would you be interested in switching sides? Youth today can be quite temperamental. Speaking to me like that is quite distressing. I had initially intended to make this quick, but now I'll have to reconsider. Upon hearing this, John's expression changed drastically, and he commanded Lorna, Act now. Without hesitation, Lorna clenched her fist. With her movement, The bullet that had been suspended suddenly shot towards the white-collar man. Clang! The sound of a piercing collision echoed, yet the white-collar man did not fall. Instead, he transformed into a completely transparent crystalline figure. This is bad. He is also a mutant, John exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Sonia and the others appeared tense, having not anticipated this turn of events. Initially, they believed the white-collar man to be merely an agent of the special operations. And with their combined abilities, they felt secure, provided they were not surrounded by a swarm of agents. Yet, they had underestimated him. He was indeed a mutant, possessing formidable powers that allowed him to morph and deflect bullets. He. Aaron and Michelle were utterly bewildered, grappling with the surreal scene before them, questioning whether they were trapped in a dream. Just moments ago, the white-collar man had been a somewhat timid Uber driver. How had he suddenly produced a gun and transformed into a humanoid crystalline figure? What in the world? Chapter 048. Action in the aftermath of the New York battle. The world was first introduced to the existence of true Avengers, akin to those depicted in comics. Yet, beyond the Avengers, how many other individuals endowed with superhuman abilities remain unknown? This remains an enigma to most. While various superhero factions hold notoriety in certain regions, few garner global attention like the Avengers. The majority operate in secrecy, often with S-H-I-E-L-D trailing behind, striving to minimize their impact. Consequently, most ordinary individuals remain oblivious to the intricate connection between their lives and the realm of superpowers, unaware that hidden superhumans could be present in their everyday circles. Thus, when confronted with situations beyond comprehension, their initial reaction is disbelief, much like Michelle and Aaron, whose eyes were wide with astonishment. At that moment, the crowd had little time to reassure them. Upon discovering that the corporate man was also a mutant, John spoke gravely. "You are not one of the special operations personnel. I never claimed to be, did I? You have merely been speaking for yourself," the corporate man replied, maintaining his crystalline human form. "State your intentions," John demanded, brimming with vigilance. "My intentions? There is nothing I cannot disclose. I originally came for her." The corporate man pointed at Clarice, standing beside John. "For me?" Clarice asked, bewildered, indicating herself. "Approximately 6 months prior, you had showcased your abilities in Blackstone Park, inadvertently discovered by our personnel," the corporate man stated nonchalantly. "If I am not mistaken, at that time, you had just awakened your powers and could not yet control them, correct?" Her abilities had indeed awakened 6 months ago, triggered by the immense emotional turmoil upon learning of Raymond's potential misfortune. Initially terrified, she spent over a week recalibrating her emotions before seeking out secluded areas to practice. Curious about the extent of her powers, Blackstone Park had been one of her chosen locales. Noticing Clarice's silence, the corporate man continued with a smile. "Subsequently, those who found you reported the incident, and after internal discussions, we decided to send me to recruit you. However, I was delayed due to personal matters and only arrived in Richmond this week, intending to confront you today. I did not anticipate such a delightful surprise." His tone brimmed with excitement as he referred to the surprise, most likely alluding to the 3 other mutants present. In essence, he appeared to be affiliated with a mutant organization that had fortuitously discovered Clarice, a newly awakened mutant, intending to invite her into their ranks. Today, instead of simply confronting Clarice, he found himself following her into the situation involving Michelle and the others. "Regardless of which organization you represent, Clarice has already joined us." "You were too late," John asserted firmly after listening to the corporate man's explanation. "Joined you?" The corporate man tilted his head, feigning confusion. "Who are you?" "We are an underground mutant organization," Morna interjected proudly from behind John. "You are the one so destitute you can scarcely afford food. Wandering aimlessly to evade the Sentinel Special Operations? I have heard your leader is a fellow named Thunderbird. Could that be you?" The corporate man responded with a tone of feigned sympathy, glancing at John. "Who are you calling a child?" Lorna retorted furiously at his description. John, though less overtly agitated, spoke with equal severity. "If you have finished your remarks, I suggest you leave. Richmond does not welcome you. Leaving is out of the question. Not until I have dealt with you. How about this? You all come with me. I can assure you that joining our organization will afford you a life far more prosperous than your current existence. You need not worry. Once you join, resources will be allocated to you. Furthermore, if you wish to bring other mutants along, that can be arranged. Though they will not receive the same privileges as you, they will have to start as ordinary members. The corporate man ignored John S.'s dismissal, continuing his pitch. Even as John S.'s patience waned, he could not contain his anger, exclaiming, "Enough? Do not push your luck." With John S.'s interruption, the corporate man's demeanor turned icy. "So, there will be no negotiations? It seems I shall have to subdue you first." "Lorna," John S.'s voice boomed, unable to restrain himself any longer. Lorna, understanding the cue, raised her hands towards the corporate man. Suddenly, the car that had brought him appeared to lift as if grasped by an invisible hand, crashing down towards him. With a resounding explosion, the vehicle was sent flying. The crystalline corporate man emerged unscathed, effortlessly propelling the car aside with a single punch. "Clarice, take them and go," John commanded urgently, sensing the escalating danger. Clarice, already frazzled by the unexpected turn of events, attempted to open a portal but found her powers unstable, the door flickering uncertainly. "My abilities are unstable again. Using them is perilous," she informed John. Caught off guard by this development, John quickly instructed Sonia. "You take them and run. Lorna and I will hold the rear." Sonia, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded and swiftly led Clarice and Michelle in the opposite direction. She was acutely aware that her powers were ill-suited for combat, and remaining would only be a burden. Similarly, Clarice, overwhelmed by tension, could not contribute effectively, and staying would only complicate matters. However, John remained unaware that the corporate man observed Sonia leading the three girls away without any urgency, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. Chapter 049. A bullet to the head. Now is not the time to discuss this. "I will explain once we leave here," Clarice said, although Michelle and the others were still in a state of panic. They chose to trust that Clarice would not harm them and refrained from asking further questions, simply following her as they ran. Before long, they found themselves in an area resembling an abandoned mine. Several dilapidated buildings stood within the mine, long forgotten by time. Upon seeing the structures, Sonia's eyes brightened. "Let us go inside and hide." Her thoughts were simple: find a place to take shelter, and once Clarice regained her composure, they could use the spatial portal to relocate. Without doing so, given their stamina, they would not be able to run far. However, Sonia's optimistic plan was met with the harshness of reality. Just as she decided to lead the three girls into the building, a cacophony of engine roars erupted around them. Suddenly, 7 or 8 SUVs surged out from the periphery of the mine, surrounding the four of them completely. This scene caused Sonia's expression to shift dramatically. Michelle and Aaron, the two young girls, were terrified, nearly brought to tears, clinging tightly to Clarice's hands as their bodies trembled slightly. Clarice was slightly stronger than them, yet she was not in a much better state, equally tense. A horde of individuals, clad like mercenaries, poured out of the vehicles, aiming their weapons at the encircled Clarice and the others. Faced with such a menacing display, it was futile to hope that even if Clarice's abilities were stable, she could escape with the other three in time. Their assailants wielded real firearms, not toys, and would not allow them to flee. As for Sonia, her abilities revolved around altering memories, which required proximity and the element of surprise. Surrounded as they were, her talents were rendered utterly useless. "Listen carefully. Immediately kneel and cover your heads and surrender. I will give you 10 seconds. Once the time is up, I will execute you on the spot." A figure, seemingly the leader, emerged from one of the vehicles, speaking coldly. Upon hearing the threat of execution, Michelle and Aaron collapsed to the ground in fear. After all, they were merely ordinary high school girls. They had never encountered such a terrifying situation. Being threatened by armed individuals was already horrific enough, let alone the apparent intention to kill. Sonia and Clarice, though slightly stronger, were also drenched in sweat. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the turmoil reflected in the other's eyes. Meanwhile, the threatening leader began his countdown. 10, 9, 8. Suddenly, a sound akin to a watermelon bursting echoed through the air. The leader's head exploded, leaving only his body standing in place. The inertia caused it to topple backward. "Ambush. Be careful. Stay concealed." The mercenaries, seasoned in combat, quickly discerned that they were under attack from an unseen sniper upon witnessing the leader's gruesome fate. Clarice and the others were startled by the bloodshed. Michelle and Aaron screamed, trembling as they clutched their heads. However, the carnage did not cease there. As several mercenaries shouted warnings of an ambush, they too fell victim, one by one, to fatal shots. "Shit, someone's in the building to the left." Instantly, one of them deduced the direction of the gunfire based on the fallen comrades' trajectories. Yet, before the words could fully escape his lips, his own head exploded. Fuck. Fuck. The brutal scene ignited fury among the remaining mercenaries, who unleashed a hail of bullets toward the building on the left. Yet, this frenzy did not improve their situation. They continued to fall one by one. In less than 10 seconds, nearly half of the 30 or so who had disembarked from the vehicles lay dead, leaving only a handful remaining. Retreat. If we don't leave now, we'll all perish here. Someone yelled, but the warning came too late. Had they collectively retreated from the outset, perhaps a few might have escaped. Now, however, it was akin to fireworks. Their heads burst like balloons, each shot from the hidden assailant proving fatal. Moments later, only 3 mercenaries remained with their heads still attached, yet their limbs were riddled with bullets, collapsing like marionettes with severed strings. Witnessing this scene, it was evident to anyone that the hidden sniper was deliberately leaving survivors. This gruesome spectacle rendered Clarice and her companions pale with fear. Although the unseen savior had effectively rescued them, they harbored no knowledge of this person's identity or their intentions. Would this individual also seek to capture them, like the mercenaries? Amidst their trepidation, they observed a mysterious figure clad in a scarlet combat suit, wearing a full silver helmet, emerge from the dilapidated building, advancing towards them slowly. This enigmatic individual bore a striking crimson long rifle, seemingly matching their attire. Instinctively, they glanced behind the mysterious figure, but found no one else. One person? Both Sonia and Clarice were incredulous. How could a single individual annihilate that group in such a brief period, and with such precision? This ignited a flicker of fear within them. As the mysterious figure drew closer, the oppressive atmosphere intensified, prompting them to instinctively retreat a few steps. Yet, they dared not act rashly, let alone attempt to flee. They had barely escaped the mercenaries. Could they possibly evade this terrifying figure capable of obliterating an entire squad in under 30 seconds? Despite their fear, escape seemed futile. When the mysterious figure was but a few meters away, they abruptly halted, and a voice emanated from beneath the mask. One that sounded vaguely familiar to Clarice. Is this what you call a friend's birthday party? Sonia, Michelle, and Aaron were left utterly bewildered by the statement. What birthday party? Only Clarice trembled, staring in disbelief at the mysterious figure, stammering, You. As she faltered, the enigmatic figure reached up to remove the silver helmet. Chapter 050, Brother? Brother? Upon recognizing the familiar face beneath the mask, Clarice began to question her own sanity. In truth, her suspicions had already been aroused when the mysterious figure uttered, Is this the birthday party you speak of? Coupled with the fact that his voice was unmistakably that of Raymond, even though she had initially failed to discern it in her shock. She connected the dots when he mentioned the birthday party. It was only when Raymond removed his hood that she confirmed her hearing was not deceiving her. Yet this realization only deepened her disbelief. Raymond had always been her role model, having not only gained admission to a prestigious university, but also becoming a renowned figure in the field of psychology. Guests at their home never failed to praise the parenting of the Fong family. This led Clarice to view Raymond as an exemplar from a young age, aspiring to be as formidable as he was when she grew up. However, the Raymond before her now was a solitary figure. A mysterious gunman who had swiftly eliminated an entire squad of heavily armed mercenaries in mere moments. This seemed far removed from the identity of a psychological expert. Was psychology even relevant here? At that moment, Sonia and the others noticed that one of the surviving captives had attempted to stealthily reach for a nearby weapon, only to have his hand blown apart by Raymond's gunfire. Stay put. Preferably, do not approach that vicinity. Raymond did not engage in pleasantries with Clarice. He merely gestured towards the dilapidated building before striding toward the remaining captives. As he approached the trio, he casually fired another shot at the one who had been reaching for a gun, resulting in a fatal blow to the head. He then holstered his pistol, slung the long rifle across his back, and effortlessly lifted the 2 remaining captives, leading them toward the abandoned structure. In no time, they vanished from Clarice and her companion's sight. Clarice, of course, remained unaware that the person she had just interacted with, albeit a version of Raymond, was in the state of his Deadshot alter ego. Even the initial question he posed was a deliberate attempt to mask his unusual demeanor, a line crafted for the sake of Clarice's comfort. However, adhering to the principle of the more one speaks, the more one airs, the Deadshot persona refrained from engaging in further dialogue with Clarice and simply took the captives for interrogation. For him, this was merely routine, a familiar task. It was not until the Raymond who had carried the captives completely vanished from their view that Sonia finally exhaled in relief and inquired, Clarice, who was that? Your brother? The one you mentioned, the psychologist? Sonia's reaction mirrored Clarice's upon first seeing Raymond's identity, her face a canvas of disbelief. Even Michelle and Aaron, who had been rendered nearly incapacitated, managed to gather themselves, supporting one another as they stood, both gasping in astonishment. That was your brother? It was evident that Clarice had spoken of her brother to her two friends. Yes, Clarice replied, her expression a blend of emotions. He is incredibly impressive, Michelle exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Does your brother have a girlfriend? Aaron's interest was decidedly more pragmatic. You two are quite something, Clarice thought, bemused that her friends still possessed the capacity for light-hearted banter at such a moment. Her heart still raced, her mind reeling from the panic of being surrounded by mercenaries moments before. What on earth is your brother capable of? How did he become so formidable? Sonia, however, was less enamored, her curiosity directed toward the true nature of Raymond's abilities. Initially, she intended to describe him as ruthless but adjusted her wording to formidable out of respect. Knowing he was Clarice's brother, I have no idea when he became this skilled, and he likely remains unaware of my circumstances. I didn't expect him to show up, Clarice whispered. She certainly withheld certain truths, particularly regarding the S-H-I-E-L-D incident Raymond had mentioned yesterday, uncertain of its implications for him. Sonia, perceptive as ever, recognized Clarice's reticence but chose not to press further. Everyone possessed their own secrets, and she too harbored things Clarice did not know. It was a natural aspect of human relations, even among friends. Thus, she merely nodded, regardless. We truly owe a debt of gratitude to your brother. Otherwise, we would have surely been captured. What should we do now? Michelle and Aaron, after exchanging glances, suddenly remembered they had yet to escape their perilous situation, looking toward Clarice for guidance. He instructed us to wait here, so let us do just that. Clarice hesitated. Suddenly, a chilling wail emanated from the direction of the dilapidated building, sounding as though someone was enduring unspeakable torment. Given Raymond had deliberately left a few captives alive and instructed them to remain where they were, they swiftly connected the dots regarding his motives. Michelle and Aaron remained somewhat oblivious, still caught in their infatuation. However, Sonia's expression shifted, revealing a hint of compassion. Despite the fact that these individuals had just attacked them, she found herself unable to conceive of inflicting lethal harm upon them. Such brutality was not in line with the ethos of mutant underground organizations. Yet Raymond was not one of them, and having just rescued them, she felt she had no standing to voice any objections. Chapter 051. The Hellfire Club within the dilapidated building. He had initially planned to follow Clarice after school, to ascertain whether her involvement with the underground mutant organization was as he suspected. To his surprise, his conjecture proved accurate, and he unexpectedly encountered a corporate man. At that moment, while the corporate man was engaged in a verbal exchange with John and his companions, Raymond was discreetly lurking in the shadows, prepared to intervene if necessary. It was during this time that he received several notifications from the system. Among them was Lorna Dane, designated as the A-Class Antihero Polaris, who granted him 50 exploration points, alongside the B-Class hero John Proudstar, known as Thunderbird, and the C-Class hero Sonia Simonson, the couple providing 30 and 10 exploration points respectively. Witnessing the arrival of these three individuals allowed Raymond to confirm that Clarice was indeed affiliated with the mutant underground organization, a fact later corroborated by John. The only unexpected turn of events was the sudden appearance of the corporate man. Through the system's notifications, Raymond quickly identified him as the B-Class villain-absorbing man, Carl Creel, who also contributed 30 exploration points. In total, these four individuals provided him with 120 exploration points, an unforeseen boon. However, at that moment, his primary focus was not on this accumulation of points. While 120 points was a noteworthy gain, it did not elicit any particular excitement. His true concern lay with the identity and intentions of the corporate man targeting Clarice. He had some familiarity with Absorbing Man, a being capable of transforming his body by coming into contact with various substances. The origins of his powers varied across different Marvel universes. In some versions, he was a magically enhanced being created by Loki as a weapon against Thor, while in others, he was a mutant who self-activated his abilities, merely from the system's notifications. Raymond could not ascertain the specifics of Absorbing Man's situation in this world. However, when Absorbing Man revealed his intention to absorb Clarice on behalf of the mutant organization behind him, Raymond could surmise that he was likely a mutant as well, though the nature of the organization remained unclear. After Clarice and her companions fled, Raymond discreetly followed, discovering that others were also pursuing them. In such circumstances, even if he switched to his alter ego, Cloak, it would be impossible to ensure Clarice and her companions remained unharmed while confronting all the enemies. Thus, he opted for the most prudent course of action, manifesting the persona of his alter ego, Deadpool, for a decisive intervention. Given the nature of the situation, where the enemy was aware of their presence while he was concealed, utilizing Deadpool as persona was a highly reliable choice. Indeed, Raymond's decision proved astute. Deadpool's persona resolved the conflict in less than half a minute, leaving several captives, a directive Raymond had specifically requested. Otherwise, a lethal outcome would have been far simpler. Following the interrogation conducted by Deadpool's persona, Raymond finally discerned the origins of the organization behind Absorbing Man, which he recognized as the Hellfire Club, an organization of mutants that has persisted since the 18th century. Its history far predates the two largest contemporary mutant organizations. The operational model of this organization is exceptionally unique. It neither confronts governments head-on like the Brotherhood of Mutants, which has become an international terrorist organization, nor does it adopt a cooperative stance with authorities like the X-Men, who aim to mitigate tensions between mutants and ordinary humans. Instead, it operates discreetly within the fabric of human society. Even the former Magneto had once been a member, briefly assuming leadership. Despite the later development of X-gene detection technology, the core interests of this organization remained unshaken, as they could simply retreat into the shadows, allowing their proxies to take the forefront. These proxies are not mutants and would escape detection entirely. Currently, the extent of the organization's power remains largely unknown, even to those outside its core membership. In comparison, John's underground mutant organization seemed trivial, which explained Absorbing Man's indifference upon hearing that Clarice had joined them. The two factions were not even in the same league. Why would he concern himself? In this world, where both the Hellfire Club and the Brotherhood of Mutants coexist, what role does Magneto play? Could he possibly be the leader of both organizations? Raymond pondered. Since realizing that this world was not a version of any Marvel universe he recognized, he had refrained from making presumptuous judgments. Although many aspects aligned with his knowledge, numerous differences existed, and presuming omniscience could lead to his downfall. However, based on the intelligence gleaned from Deadpool's interrogation, the Hellfire Club in this world appeared largely consistent with what he understood. Aside from uncertainty regarding whether the leader was indeed Magneto, the organization's structure was akin, with core members designated by chess piece code names, one each for Black King, White King, Black Queen, and White Queen, and two each for Black Rook, Black Bishop, Black Knight, White Rook, White Bishop, and White Knight, totaling 16 core members. The Absorbing Man leading this operation was one of the two Black Knights. This situation was rather troublesome. Having unraveled the origins of Absorbing Man, Raymond felt a sense of dread. He had initially believed that Clarice was merely entangled with the underground mutant organization. If that were the case, severing their connection would not be overly challenging. However, with the Hellfire Club now involved, the resolution was far less straightforward. Chapter 052. Contemplating strategies in comparison to the Hellfire Club, which boasts a history of over 2 centuries, the underground mutant organization is merely a trifling entity. Any core member of the Hellfire Club possesses the power to obliterate such a minor organization with ease. After all, given the club's long-standing modus operandi, its core members are not merely formidable in strength. The influence they wield is what truly instills fear. At the height of its power, the Hellfire Club was capable of subtly inciting discord amongst superpowers, illustrating the vastness of its reach. A military department like the Sentinel Special Operations, which poses a significant threat to underground mutant organizations, is hardly a concern for the Hellfire Club. For instance, had it not been for Raymond's sudden appearance. Even if John and Lorna managed to escape from the Absorbing Man, Clarice and Sonia would have surely been captured. This was merely the consequence of a single core member from the Hellfire Club being present. Furthermore, the Absorbing Man's intent was not to confront the mutant underground. He initially aimed to recruit Clarice into the Hellfire Club. Had he been determined to take on the underground organization, he could have brought additional mutants from the club, not just himself. In such a scenario, the mutant underground, with merely John, a mutant of moderate combat power, and Lorna, who possessed untapped potential, would stand no chance against them. Raymond's assessment of the mutant underground organization is quite objective. It is indeed a failing entity, even with Lorna, the daughter of Old Man Logan, among their ranks. Presently, The mutant underground organization is significantly inferior to the two third-rate mutant groups, the Third Act and Summer Island, that are currently engaged in a tussle with David. Raymond is confident in severing Clarice's ties with the mutant underground because of the organization's overly feeble approach. And as her brother, he believes his persuasive skills will suffice to convince John and the others to release her. Even if reason fails, his physical prowess far exceeds that of John and his companions. If necessary, he can resort to a more forceful approach. However, the situation changes drastically when faced with the Hellfire Club. The Absorbing Man's abilities are commendable, as evidenced by his encounters with numerous superheroes, from which he has emerged unscathed. Yet, his vulnerabilities are equally pronounced. Raymond is confident that, armed with the right knowledge, he could subdue the Absorbing Man without even resorting to his alternate persona. And if he were to do so, it would be an effortless endeavor. The complication lies in the fact that eliminating the Absorbing Man would not resolve Clarice's predicament. On the contrary, it could escalate into a greater crisis. The Hellfire Club would not remain indifferent to the demise of a core member, likely sending more formidable members to investigate the circumstances surrounding the Absorbing Man's death. Even if Raymond could continue his assault, the Hellfire Club is far from oblivious. They would not simply send reinforcements for him to gain experience. Thus, barring extraordinary circumstances, Raymond prefers to avoid a confrontation. As for the mercenaries eliminated, to the Hellfire Club, they are merely inconsequential pawns. Their deaths would not warrant any significant response and would not alter the broader situation. Of course, if it were Raymond in their position, he would not resort to slaughter so indiscriminately. However, the Deadpool persona is not known for its restraint. Raymond's directive was to ensure Clarice and the others' safety while dealing with the mercenaries, and to the Deadpool persona, the most prudent choice is, indeed, death. Only in death can true safety be assured. Reflecting on this, Raymond decided to first escort them away before plotting his next move. Having momentarily exhausted his options, he shook his head and exited the building. A few minutes later, Raymond arrived in front of Clarice and the others, driving a car. "Get in," he said, rolling down the window. "Hello, Raymond. I'm Michelle, a classmate of Clarice," one of the girls chimed in. As soon as they entered the vehicle, Michelle and Aaron began to converse in unison, each attempting to engage the other. Upon realizing they shared similar intentions, they exchanged glances filled with rivalry. In contrast, Clarice and Sonia were far less animated. They sat in silence, each lost in her own thoughts. Clarice felt embarrassed after being caught in a lie, while Sonia felt uneasy about the earlier gruesome scene, unsure how to interact with Raymond. "Hello," Raymond greeted the two young girls with a polite smile, then turned to the passenger seat where Clarice sat. "Aren't you going to offer me an explanation?" Seated in the back middle seat, Sonia quickly understood and subtly placed her hands on the heads of Michelle and Aaron. In an instant, both girls slipped into unconsciousness, reclining against the back seat. Raymond recognized that this was likely one of Sonia's abilities, somewhat akin to the mantis from the Guardians of the Galaxy, although presumably less potent. "Are you a mutant?" Raymond asked, glancing at Sonia through the rearview mirror. "Brother, you really know about mutants." Clarice responded, not overly surprised. Earlier, when Raymond mentioned S-H-I-E-L-D at home, she suspected he might be aware of mutants. However, Clarice had hesitated to reveal her truth, uncertain of how Raymond and their parents would perceive mutants, given that many families held negative views towards their existence. Now, it seemed that keeping the secret was no longer feasible, and she felt compelled to confess. "Actually, I am a mutant too," she said, removing her colored contact lenses to reveal her emerald-like eyes, a transformation brought on by her awakening. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Raymond continued to drive, his reaction unremarkable. Chapter 053. "Then let us cheat, did I ask you?" Raymond interrupted Sonia abruptly, his tone icy, not allowing her to finish her sentence. He was well aware of Clarice's reasons for concealing certain matters. He understood the situation better than they did themselves, thus he saw no need for Sonia to add her commentary. His inquiry was merely an attempt to reprimand Clarice, ensuring she would think twice before making assumptions in the future. "Brother, why are you speaking to Sister Sonia like that?" Clarice exclaimed, astonished to witness such harshness from Raymond. To her, he had always embodied the gentle and courteous scholar. This was her first encounter with his brusque demeanor. "How should I speak to her?" Raymond replied coldly. "If I hadn't come along, you would have been captured today. What value does an organization hold if it cannot even protect its own?" "But," Clarice protested, feeling a surge of defiance, yet struggling to formulate a retort. "Don't Upon hearing Raymond's intent to inform the Fong couple, she panicked. She knew them all too well, especially her mother, Roland. Should she discover Clarice's involvement in such matters, she would undoubtedly impose a lockdown, leaving her confined to school with no freedom to venture elsewhere. I shall await your explanation. This time, Raymond remained resolute. 10 minutes later, he found a place to let the four of them down before departing. However, he had yet to devise a suitable plan. Thus, he resolved to resort to extraordinary measures. Boom, boom, boom. Under Lorna's control, the car doors relentlessly slammed against the figure of the absorber, Carl, creating a spectacular scene. Yet, Carl stood unmoving, allowing Lorna's assaults to rain down upon him, exuding an aura of indifference as if he were resigned to defeat with a single misstep. John, not idle, had somehow procured a spear roughly a meter long. While Lorna distracted the absorber, he seized the opportunity to launch his own attacks. With his superhuman strength, the force of his spear throws rivaled that of conventional firearms, each strike aimed meticulously at Carl's vital points, his neck, eyes, and other sensitive areas. Nevertheless, despite Lorna's unyielding barrage and John's sporadic, fierce throws, they could not touch Carl, whose demeanor suggested the attacks were little more than a tickle. He appeared entirely unfazed, allowing their onslaught to continue without retaliation. Something felt amiss. After attempting his sixth throw to no avail, John finally recognized the anomaly. Although they seemed to hold the upper hand, their prolonged attacks yielded no effect on Carl, indicating that his defenses far surpassed their destructive capabilities. Their efforts may have been entirely futile. If that were the case, why would he remain there, absorbing their attacks without countering? With such formidable defenses, he could easily disregard their efforts and launch a direct assault. Even if John could evade with his super speed, Lorna lacked such an ability. And while she might not fall immediately, she would undoubtedly find herself in a precarious position. Unable to fathom why Carl would stand idly by, John pondered if it was merely to toy with them, too dull for his liking. Wait, his target is no good. As it dawned on him that Carl was not here merely for amusement, John suddenly realized that Carl's primary objective was Clarice. Connecting this with Carl's peculiar behavior, a possibility struck him. Finally catching on, I see. However, I believe they have already succeeded. The absorber, Carl, noted the change in John's expression, surmising that John had indeed grasped the situation. Calculating the time, he deemed it sufficient for his allies to apprehend Clarice and the others. His purpose here was merely to stall John and Lorna, allowing the others to capture Clarice. He understood that, alone, he and his companions could not hope to ensnare John and his team. Had he known beforehand that Clarice had joined the underground mutant organization and arrived fully prepared, the outcome might have differed. Yet, now hope seemed grim. After all, his abilities were ill-suited for capturing individuals. He could hardly hope to chase after John, who was far too swift. Thus, he refrained from attacking, fearing that such a move might provoke John and disrupt the plan elsewhere. Let us go. With clarity regarding the situation, John swiftly called for Lorna to retreat. Carl made no attempt to stop them, recognizing that even if he wanted to, it would likely be futile. Watching their retreating figures, Carl mused aloud, what an intriguing ability. Could it be connected to that individual? With this revelation, he felt his trip had not been in vain. If I were you, I wouldn't celebrate too soon. Just as Carl reveled in his discovery, a foreign voice interrupted, warning that knowing too much could sometimes be detrimental. Carl's expression shifted slightly as he turned toward the source of the voice. There stood a mixed-race man with an ambiguous ethnic background, casually leaning against a wall, arms crossed, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. That remark had undoubtedly originated from him. The fact that he had appeared here without Carl's awareness led Carl to suspect that this individual was no ordinary passerby. Who are you? Carl inquired solemnly. My name is Raymond. I believe this is the first time you have heard it. The mixed-race man, or rather, Raymond under the control of Clow as alternate persona, chuckled lightly. By the way, the girl you seek to capture is my sister. Chapter 054. The Black Monarch. Naturally, Carl had never heard of the name Raymond. But upon hearing the latter part of the conversation, he understood why Raymond had come to him. It was evident that the lesser had summoned the greater, a common occurrence, particularly among the extraordinary who had previously affiliated with organizations. Moreover, it was not uncommon for multiple mutants to emerge from the same family. Notable examples include the illustrious brothers, Cyclops and Havoc. Although Carl had not previously delved into Clarice's family background, he was surprised to learn she had a brother. However, such information was easily accessible. and it was unlikely that the other party would deceive him. Mr. Raymond is here to assist your sister? Upon discerning the identity of his visitor, Carl felt a sense of relief. There is no need for concern. I have merely come to absorb her, and my intentions are not malicious, Raymond stated calmly. However, I would prefer for her to remain uninvolved in these tumultuous matters for now. As for the future, I believe she should make her own decisions once she reaches adulthood. Carl shook his head. You are too late. Not at all, Raymond replied with a wry smile. If you are referring to the several vehicles of cannon fodder you dispatched, I have already taken the liberty of resolving that issue for you. What did you say? Carl's expression darkened abruptly. There was no other choice. They were heavily armed and quite aggressive. To prevent any rash actions on their part, I had to send them on their way. Raymond shrugged nonchalantly. You likely do not comprehend who you are dealing with. Carl's tone turned menacing. Is it not the Hellfire Club? Raymond feigned surprise. Please, do not be so agitated. I merely interrogated them before sending them off. To think that you would betray the club. Carl ground his teeth. Well, one must not blame them. Very few can withstand my interrogation. I believe, had it been you, Mr. Carl, the outcome would have been no different. You killed my men and still dare to come before me? Do you believe you have me at your mercy? Check your back, Raymond suggested with a smirk. Check my back? Confused by Raymond's sudden remark, Carl nonetheless complied, reaching behind him to see what trick Raymond was playing. Upon touching his back, he discovered an unfamiliar note affixed there, causing his expression to darken further. But that was not the end of it. When he removed the note and read its contents, his face fell even further, for the note contained the perfect method to counter his abilities. Moreover, the fact that Raymond had managed to attach this note without his awareness demonstrated that Raymond could easily use the information on it to eliminate him. If John and Lorna had seen this note earlier, he might have already been on his knees. After folding the note several times and tearing it to shreds, he spoke in a low voice. Even if you think you have me cornered, are you certain you can withstand the club's retaliation? If I were certain, do you think I would still be standing here, exchanging words with you? Raymond scoffed. Carl fell silent for a moment before declaring, I can leave now, and not return. I do not trust your words. Raymond interrupted him. What do you want me to do? Carl was growing increasingly frustrated. Help me contact someone with authority in your club. I wish to speak with him directly. Raymond articulated his request. This what? Are you unwilling? Then I shall simply eliminate you and wait for them to come after me. Wait. I agree. Carl hastily responded. He did not truly believe that Raymond would dare to kill him, especially after having acquired certain intelligence about the Hellfire Club from his men. Yet he could not afford to gamble, as the stakes were his life. Losing meant no chance of redemption. He had no desire to wager his life on such uncertain odds. Once connected, he briefly communicated with the person on the other end before handing the phone to Raymond. Raymond took the call, and a somewhat gruff voice resonated from the other side. I am the Black Monarch. That simple introduction confirmed for Raymond that he was indeed speaking with someone of authority. According to the rules of the Hellfire Club, both the Black Monarch and the White Monarch were the highest leaders, equal in status. However, as the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Typically, one of the positions remained vacant. For both positions to be filled simultaneously, each must acknowledge the other as equally competent. Such scenarios were exceedingly rare. At that moment, even Raymond was unaware of who the current high-ranking officials of the Hellfire Club were. Naturally, Clarice's alter ego had no means of guessing, as his knowledge of the club stemmed from Raymond alone. Nonetheless, he did not require knowledge of the other party's identity. He only sought an opportunity for negotiation. Hello, I am Raymond. Yes, I have heard the general situation from Carl. State your purpose. The unidentified Black Monarch cut straight to the chase. I wish to join your club. Very well. However, do not be too hasty in your agreement. I have demands. Oh, I seek a title. That is against the rules. The Black Monarch's voice turned grave. You can convince Carl not to pursue you for the men you killed, proving your strength to earn his respect, but to become a core member of the club, substantial contributions are required. I cannot simply agree to your request. Black Monarch, do not attempt to mislead me with such words. Rules are established by man and can be altered by man. I believe you possess the authority to amend the rules. Raymond replied with a serene smile. On what grounds do you believe I would disrupt the club's regulations for you? Because I have great confidence in myself. Upon hearing this, the Black Monarch fell silent for a few seconds. After a brief pause, he continued, I will personally visit Richmond tomorrow. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Chapter 055 Convergence. What did Lord Black Emperor say? Carl inquired tentatively. He mentioned he would visit Richmond tomorrow. Raymond replied nonchalantly. Carl appeared somewhat astonished, realizing the significance Lord Black Emperor placed on Mr. Raymond. Please provide me with your contact information. I will reach out to you tomorrow. Raymond, however, did not engage with his words, shifting the conversation instead. Moreover, before I meet your Lord Black Emperor, I would prefer that my sister faces no further disturbances, otherwise. That is naturally not an issue, Carl readily agreed, not hesitating. Regardless of whether Raymond could persuade the Black Emperor to make an exception for him and grant him a core member position, it was unnecessary to offend someone who held knowledge of his vulnerabilities over a mere task of recruiting an ordinary member. He had contemplated eliminating Raymond, yet after much internal struggle, he refrained. Uncertainty loomed over who would ultimately prevail, given that Raymond possessed undeniable leverage over him. Moreover, Raymond was no ordinary individual. Carl was oblivious to the extent of Raymond's abilities, making any impulsive action akin to courting disaster. Thus, he resolved to temporarily concede. I shall take my leave, Raymond announced, turning to depart. Please hold on a moment, Carl suddenly called after him. Yes? Raymond halted, glancing back. Are you testing whether I possess the capability to eliminate you? And no, Mr. Raymond, do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to inquire about your earlier remark. Sometimes knowing too much is not advantageous. What did you mean by that? Oh, that? Raymond mused for a moment before shaking his head. The explanation is somewhat intricate. Perhaps we can discuss it later. For now, let me offer you a piece of advice. When it comes to affairs involving prominent figures, a touch of ignorance may prove beneficial. He vanished without a trace, leaving Carl slightly astonished yet relieved that he had not acted rashly. However, Carl was not overly surprised, having harbored some suspicions beforehand. Yet, it was Raymond's earlier warning that piqued his concern. A touch of ignorance regarding significant matters may be prudent. Could it be that she truly was connected to such an individual? The image of a girl with long, dark green hair floated through his mind as he murmured to himself. Once John and Lorna extricated themselves from Carl and re-established contact with Sonia and the others, they were astounded to discover that Sonia and her companions had already made a considerable escape. Upon reuniting, John enveloped Sonia in a warm embrace. It was only then that he noticed Clarice's two friends were still unconscious. Puzzled, he pointed at the two and asked, what happened to them? Sonia did not withhold the truth, swiftly recounting the events that had transpired. That fellow really had an ace up his sleeve. Damn, I was careless. Upon learning that if not for Clarice's brother's timely intervention, they would have been captured by their adversaries, John wore a look of deep chagrin. This incident was evidently his oversight. As both the leader of the organization and as Sonia's boyfriend, he bore an inescapable responsibility. Do not be too hard on yourself. Everything turned out fine, Lorna consoled him while casting a curious glance at her friend Clarice. Clarice, did you not tell me your brother was a psychologist? How did he suddenly become a top-notch agent? This left Clarice at a loss for words. Just then, her phone rang, providing a timely distraction. The caller was none other than Raymond, who, after inquiring about their location, hung up the phone. Your brother? Sonia asked, looking at her. Yes, Clarice replied, revealing a hint of anxiety. Clarice felt uncertain about her ability to persuade Raymond, and her nervousness was understandable. A few minutes later, Raymond's car came to a halt before them, and he stepped out. Upon noticing the additional two individuals, Raymond, having seen them from a distance, was already aware of their identities. Particularly, Lorna, the well-known Miss North Star, was easy to identify, even if he had not encountered her before. Her striking dark green hair and the unmistakable aura of keep your distance radiated her identity. Brother. Clarice timidly regarded Raymond. Yes, Raymond responded softly, revealing no discernible emotion. The prior switch to the persona of Chloe was primarily to ascertain if Chloe could resolve Clarice's predicament without an outright conflict with the Hellfire Club. After informing Chloe of the general situation, Raymond adopted a wait-and-see approach. Unanticipatedly, Chloe's solution involved infiltrating the opposing faction. This decision indeed caught Raymond off guard. Were it his own choice, he would likely have focused on negotiating with Carl. However, upon reflection, Chloe's approach seemed rather astute, while it appeared somewhat radical at first glance. The likelihood of success far surpassed that of negotiation. Negotiations could yield two outcomes, success or failure, and even in the event of success, the other party might have second thoughts, laden with uncertainties. Conversely, if he could integrate into the Hellfire Club as a core member, Clarice would essentially be considered one of their own, eliminating potential future troubles. Understanding this, Raymond chose not to impede Chloe's initiative, allowing Chloe to manage the situation autonomously. Good day, Mr. Raymond. I am John. John began enthusiastically upon seeing Raymond. You are their leader? Raymond interrupted with an indifferent expression. Yes. John was taken aback by Raymond's cold demeanor, momentarily at a loss. Yet he persisted. Thank you, Mr. Raymond, for rescuing Sonia and the others. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. There is no need for thanks. Simply keep your distance from Clarice in the future. Raymond stated coolly. This is what I ought to do. What? John realized midway through his response what Raymond was implying. Chapter 056. No need to worry, what does Mr. Raymond mean by that? John asked, slightly taken aback. Literally, Raymond replied calmly. If you were to encounter a situation similar to today, do you believe that you inexperienced ones could protect her? Or if any one of them faced trouble akin to what transpired today, what could your organization possibly offer in terms of assistance? Frankly speaking, I see no reason for her to associate with a group of novices who are incapable of safeguarding themselves. Even if you band together, you wouldn't be able to resolve any issues. How can you speak like that? Clarice interjected, a hint of urgency in her voice. Be quiet. I haven't settled your accounts yet. Raymond shot her a glare. Upon hearing Raymond mention her accounts, Clarice immediately fell silent. However, while Clarice was subdued, Lorna could not contain herself and retorted, that guy was using tricks, and Clarice's abilities were suddenly unstable, which left us at a disadvantage. Had we been more vigilant, this situation would not have arisen. Do you feel the same way? Raymond inquired, glancing at Clarice. From her expression, he could discern that she likely shared the same sentiment. Raymond shook his head and asked, have you heard of the Hellfire Club? Only John's expression changed abruptly. It seems you are aware, Raymond noted, directing his gaze towards him. I once heard an elder mutant mention it. It is said to be the oldest mutant organization in existence, predating the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Men by a considerable margin. John explained. So that was the organization. Sonia seemed to recall something, quickly realizing, Mr. Raymond, are you implying that those individuals just now were from the Hellfire Club? Indeed. Raymond nodded slightly. Upon hearing Raymond's confirmation, John felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Unlike Lorna, who had awakened her powers long ago but only stepped into this realm upon joining the underground mutant organization, John had been exposed to this world far earlier and was acutely aware of the terror embodied by the Hellfire Club, widely regarded as the most mysterious and ancient of mutant organizations. The underground mutant organization he led barely ranked among the third tier of such groups. He knew all too well the vast chasm that separated them. However, while John understood the gravity of the situation, Lorna, who was oblivious to the Hellfire Club's background, remained defiant. What does its long history matter? That guy didn't seem particularly formidable. He was just a bit tougher. I refuse to believe he is truly invincible. He is certainly not invincible. No power is without its flaws, Raymond replied. Then what is there to fear? Lorna, buoyed by Raymond's agreement, felt emboldened. Little girl, you don't believe that the one we just encountered is the leader of the Hellfire Club, do you? Raymond chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Isn't he? Lorna was taken aback. Theoretically, the core members of the Hellfire Club should number 16. That guy was merely one of them, and a rather weak one at that. Raymond revealed the truth. This assertion was indeed plausible. Since the Hellfire Club was named after chess pieces, it naturally followed the hierarchy established in chess. Carl, the Black Knight, likely ranked at the lower end among the core members of the Hellfire Club. How is that possible? Lorna was rendered speechless by this revelation. Although she had been displeased with the individual they encountered, she had to admit that his abilities were impressive. He could easily hold his own against both her and John. After all, they were already the strongest forces within their underground organization, and while there were others with some combat prowess, none could compare to the two of them. Thus, in other words, that individual alone could have taken on the entire underground mutant organization. Yet, to think such a powerful mutant was merely one of the 16th core members of the Hellfire Club, and among the weaker ones at that? How formidable must the other core members be? If this were true, how terrifying would it be for an organization with so many powerful mutants? Such an incomprehensible notion left Lorna feeling somewhat incredulous. However, when she glanced at John, she noticed that he did not refute Raymond's claims. Instead, he fell into a heavy silence. Seeing John's reaction, Lorna began to believe that what Raymond had said might indeed be true. Unbeknownst to her, John himself was uncertain whether Raymond's assertions were entirely factual, as he had no knowledge of the specific details regarding the 16 core members of the Hellfire Club. However, when Raymond spoke these words, he was not surprised at all. Only an organization of such strength could explain its existence over centuries. The history of mutants is one of humiliation, an undeniable fact. Even the two current giants can mostly only hide and evade or engage in subterfuge, forced to remain humble. A mutant organization lacking sufficient strength could never endure for hundreds of years. It would have been eradicated countless times. Nevertheless, John was not without resolve. He would not shy away from confronting the Hellfire Club merely because he realized the magnitude of their power. Even when Carl revealed his affiliation, John would never abandon his companions. Yet, in the face of Raymond's familial doubts, he found it impossible to deceive himself. I admit, in the face of the Hellfire Club, my strength does seem insignificant. But regardless, I will never forsake Clarice, for she is my comrade, John declared solemnly. Though Sonia said nothing, her expression was resolute. Seeing the seriousness etched on their faces, Raymond felt an overwhelming urge to state that the Hellfire Club was merely recruiting members, not here to kill. Why were they acting as if they were prepared to face death? However, it seemed rather harsh to douse their fervor with cold water at this moment. With that thought, he maintained his stern expression and turned to Clarice, asking, "Are you certain you wish to continue this reckless endeavor? This is my final inquiry. Think carefully before you respond." Clarice's expression wavered, but ultimately she nodded, stating, "I have never made any significant decisions in my life. Please allow me this one indulgence, brother. I beg you. I hope you won't regret it." Raymond gazed at her intently. Before he could finish speaking, the vehicle had already started and sped away, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals. Chapter 57. Raymond's transformation. What does it mean that there is no need to worry about the Hellfire Club? Given Raymond's recent tone, the group arrived at a shared conclusion. The troubles with the Hellfire Club had been resolved by Raymond. Only under such circumstances would he dare to express such sentiments. If someone else had uttered those words, they might have dismissed it as mere bravado, but Raymond is Clarice's brother. There would be no need for him to deceive her. In other words, Raymond had successfully navigated relations with the Hellfire Club during his brief absence, persuading them to cease their disturbances towards Clarice, even after they had already suffered losses in personnel. What immense energy must have been summoned to accomplish such a feat? They could hardly fathom it. "Clara, do tell us honestly, what does your brother do?" As soon as Raymond departed, Lorna immediately began her interrogation of Clarice, transforming into an inquisitive child. Lorna's aloof demeanor was reserved for strangers. Among familiar faces, she quickly adopted a different persona, as was evident now. "Believe me, I am as astonished as you all are." Noticing that Lorna, along with John and the others, were fixated on her, Clarice realized she needed to say something. Otherwise, her friends would not relent. "I only knew that my brother worked for a large organization that collaborates with various governments, primarily teaching. I had no idea he was so formidable. An organization that collaborates with governments. Could it be S-H-I-E-L-D? John speculated. Clarice hesitated for a moment. She had not intended to mention S-H-I-E-L-D. It was not that she doubted her friends, but this matter pertained to her brother, and she had refrained from discussing her friends with him as well. Some things, she believed, were best kept known to fewer people to minimize variables that could lead to harm. However, since John had already guessed she was referring to S-H-I-E-L-D, she saw no point in fabricating a lie. Besides, with Sonia present, it would be futile to attempt deception. Thus, she nodded and said, "I just learned about this myself. S-H-I-E-L-D. What is that? How does it compare to the Sentinel Services?" Lorna inquired, having never heard the name before, instinctively comparing it to the organization that relentlessly pursued mutants. "That is not even a comparable concept," John replied, shaking his head. "The Sentinel Services is merely a secret department under the North American military, typically operating within North America. S-H-I-E-L-D, however, is a global international organization beyond the direct jurisdiction of the North American government. While they are not strictly hierarchical, they operate on entirely different scales." "Is it really that formidable?" Lorna exclaimed, taken aback. The Sentinel Services had forced them into hiding, living like rats in the gutter, and now she learned that S-H-I-E-L-D was even more vast. No wonder, then, that if Clara's brother held a high position in S-H-I-E-L-D, it could indeed compel the Hellfire Club to regard him with deference. John believed he had discerned the truth. He was unaware of the specific relationships between the Hellfire Club and S-H-I-E-L-D. It was akin to an ant attempting to judge the strength of a husky versus that of a Siberian tiger. The ant could not discern which was superior. The current underground organization of mutants represented that ant. As for which was the husky and which the tiger, that was beyond his ability to ascertain. He could see that Raymond held little affection for them, so he refrained from expressing gratitude, instead asking Clarice to convey his thanks. "I understand." Clarice nodded. Host, Raymond strength, 2, 4, agility, 3, 2, constitution, 2, 1, spirit, 1, 8 ability, clog combat technique exploration value, 240 subpersonas, cunning clog, death marksman Freud, world's greatest assassin Tau, bye-bye opportunities abound. Previously, due to repeated use of the immersive experience, alongside materializing the death marksman subpersona while rescuing Clarice, his exploration value had plummeted to just over 100. However, this encounter with the mutants' underground organization, coupled with absorbing the individual named Carl, had unexpectedly provided him with an additional 120 points of exploration value. He felt fortunate. He did not lament the exploration value he had previously expended. He had now fully mastered the clog combat technique. While it was difficult to quantify the change in combat ability, it was undeniable that all aspects of his physical capabilities had significantly improved, even without switching to any subpersona. His overall physical prowess now surpassed that of the average agent, and in unarmed combat, he could best over 90% of S-H-I-E-L-D agents. This was the fruit of his immersive experiences, and it had only been 2 or 3 days since he had first discovered the effect of immersion. 2 or 3 days might even be an exaggeration, as he had ultimately confirmed that as long as his spirit could endure. The duration of his immersion felt like a mere instant outside, regardless of how long he remained within. Had it not been for this, he would not have been able to grasp the clog combat technique in such a short time. Previously, when the clog subpersona emerged, he had communicated with it, and according to the clog subpersona, it had taken over a year for it to achieve a basic mastery. Nevertheless, he was now significantly stronger. Even switching to the Tau bye-bye subpersona should allow him to sustain short bouts of combat. Switching to the clog and death marksman subpersonas no longer posed any limitations. He could maintain both subpersonas during combat without the risk of exhaustion. Raymond gently stroked his chin, pondering. While the clog subpersona's decision was certainly to resolve Clarice's troubles, it also presented an opportunity. If he could infiltrate the Hellfire Club, not only could he gain substantial exploration value, but it seemed like a guaranteed investment for me. Chapter 058. 3 individuals? For Raymond, there was little distinction between those superheroes. Villains, or anti-heroes like David and Lorna, they were all merely targets for exploitation. As long as there was interaction, he could openly reap exploration points from them. Thus, he was not averse to trouble, especially when it presented opportunities to garner more exploration points. The more, the merrier, after all. The very thought of encountering a plump target the following day elevated his spirits, dispelling any lingering discontent caused by Clarice's recent affiliation with the struggling organization. It is worth noting that his decision not to sever Clarice's ties with John and the others was not due to being swayed by her heartfelt monologue. Rather, it was a sudden realization upon witnessing the arrival of the absorbing man, Carl, that a newly empowered Clarice could not possibly remain a compliant girl at home indefinitely. Even in the absence of a mutant underground organization, there existed the Hellfire Club, and if that were to vanish, other factions would surely arise. This world, which seemed to have temporarily returned to tranquility, was perpetually surging with underdose. He wished for Clarice to be completely severed from the extraordinary realm. Yet unless he confined her to her home, the challenge was insurmountable. Since it was nearly impossible to prevent, why should he assume the role of the villain? Allowing Clarice to remain within the mutant underground organization was, at least in a broader sense, not inherently flawed. Moreover, even if complications arose, as in this instance, they generally remained within his sphere of control. Should she join a more radical faction, the outcome would be far less predictable. Consequently, Raymond ultimately resolved to refrain from intervening in this matter. At this juncture, he found himself genuinely at a loss, just as he had encountered the absorbing man, Carl. In several high-profile Marvel parallel universes, he was either a magical minion conjured by Loki to combat Thor or a loyal servant under the command of Hydra. Yet, It appeared that there was no universe in which he belonged to the Hellfire Club, let alone as a core member. The mere presence of Carl was sufficient evidence that the Hellfire Club of this world diverged significantly from his understanding, and he could not extrapolate further intelligence based solely on his existing knowledge. However, this sense of the unknown only heightened his anticipation for the forthcoming meeting. Outside Richmond International Airport, dressed in a tailored suit, Carl stood beside a trash can, puffing on a cigar while casually scrolling through his phone. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly clapped on his shoulder, startling him. If Leonid, the director of the Combat Academy who had crossed paths with Raymond, were present, he might have questioned whether his moniker was incorrectly assigned, for this individual undeniably resembled a polar bear far more than he did, at least in terms of stature. Next to him stood a woman clad in a form-fitting black leather skirt, her figure elegant, smiling as she addressed Carl. TSK, TSK, TSK. Carl, I hear you've encountered some troubles? Lady Betsy, what brings you here? Carl inquired, astonished by her presence. This enchanting woman was none other than the core member of the Hellfire Club known as the Black Queen, the nominal partner of the imposing figure beside her, who was duly recognized as the Black King. It is essential to note that the relationships among the Black King, Black Queen, White King, and White Queen were essentially partnerships rather than necessarily romantic associations. Although there had been instances in the history of the Hellfire Club where partners became romantically involved, it was not a standard practice. Hence, these two could be regarded as the principal figures of the Hellfire Club. Carl was taken aback by their simultaneous appearance. Previously, the Black King had merely indicated he would be making a visit. He had not anticipated that even the rarely seen Black Queen would join him. She happened to come by my place for a matter, and upon hearing about your situation, insisted on accompanying me to see for herself, the Black King explained, raising his hands in a gesture of acquiescence. What's this? Are you not welcoming me? The graceful woman quipped, pouting slightly. Of course not. Lady Betsy, it is an honor to have you here, Carl hastily refuted. As a fellow core member of the Hellfire Club, Carl's status, while lesser than that of the two standing before him, did not compel him to grovel. Nevertheless, women, particularly those as formidable as the Black Queen, were often best left undisturbed, and he had no desire to incur her displeasure over trivial matters. Enough of this chatter. Let us find a place to eat. The food on the plane was utterly abysmal, and I didn't even have breakfast, the Black Queen suggested. Indeed, the Black King nodded in agreement. My vehicle is parked just nearby. Carl had no objections and led the way for the two. Afternoon. Upon receiving a call from Carl, Raymond drove alone to a park on the outskirts of Richmond. He was not concerned about any tricks Carl might employ. The Hellfire Club could hardly maintain its standing if it lacked even a modicum of credibility. Furthermore, he had no deep-seated animosity towards the club. Even when weighing the pros and cons, they would be unlikely to forfeit an opportunity to turn an enemy into an ally, unless the negotiations fell apart, which would be a different matter altogether. However, even if the talks did collapse and hostilities ensued, Raymond did not believe he was the one who should be worried. He had already prepared himself to unleash his alter ego, Tao Bai, and wreak havoc should the situation demand it. 3 individuals? Arriving at the agreed location, Raymond spotted Carl from a distance. He also noted that Carl was not accompanied by a single individual. In addition to the unusually towering man, there was a woman who appeared to be around 30 years of age. Simultaneously, a notification flashed in his mind. Ding. You have encountered S-Class villain Kane Marco, exploration points, 100. Ding. You have encountered A-Class villain Betsy Braddock, exploration points, 50. Chapter 059. Strength and background, it is him. Upon seeing the system notification, Raymond's pupils constricted sharply. Kane Marco, codenamed the Juggernaut, the brother of Professor X. However, despite their fraternal bond, there is no blood relation between them. Professor X's mother remarried after her divorce, bringing him into a family with Kane Marco, thus forming their brotherhood. Their relationship, however, is notoriously strained. Nonetheless, it is beyond doubt that his power rivals that of several illustrious Level 4 mutants, including his brother, Professor X. In certain Marvel universes, he even ascended to the position of the second-in-command within the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, subordinate only to Magneto. It remains unclear whether this version of him has ever affiliated with the Brotherhood or why he has become the Black King of the Hellfire Club. Yet, in terms of strength, he is undoubtedly qualified to occupy such a position. Raymond had never connected the identity of the Juggernaut with that of the Black King. He had even speculated that the Black King might be Magneto himself. This is largely due to the perception of the Juggernaut as a brawny figure lacking in intellect, whereas the Hellfire Club is often associated with terms like conspiracy and ambition. Raymond knows that those who have led this organization are invariably cunning and shrewd. The demeanor of the Juggernaut starkly contrasts with that of the Black King. However, the evidence lies before him, compelling him to accept this reality. As for the graceful woman accompanying the Juggernaut, her background is equally impressive, though Raymond, taken aback by the revelation that the Black King is indeed the Juggernaut, initially overlooked her significance. Betsy Braddock, codenamed Psylocke, is a level 3 mutant endowed with the ability to manifest psychic energy and vaguely sense the emotions of others. In terms of capability, she is akin to a more combat-ready version of Sonya. Naturally, compared to the Juggernaut, her strength pales significantly. This is not to suggest that level 3 mutants are inherently at the mercy of level 4 mutants. After all, even a prodigious level 4 mutant like Professor X could easily fall to a mere agent equipped with technology that neutralizes his mind control abilities. Magneto would fare no better if deprived of his magnetic powers, becoming little more than an ordinary individual, albeit with slightly greater vitality. Nevertheless, in most scenarios, level 4 mutants possess a decisive advantage over level 3 mutants. Moreover, the Juggernaut is not a mutant at all. He merely possesses combat prowess that rivals that of level 4 mutants, leading many to mistakenly categorize him as one. It is perhaps due to his long association with mutants, combined with his relation to Professor X, that the public has come to accept him as a mutant without question. No one has ever demanded he undergo testing to verify his status, as being a mutant is not a particularly esteemed identity. Typically, no one would falsely claim such a title. Yet, the Juggernaut is an anomaly, unbothered by being mistaken for a mutant. While Psylocke's abilities may not compare to the Juggernaut's, she possesses formidable brothers. Her second brother, Brian Braddock, codenamed Captain Britain, is a formidable magic user. Upon hearing this codename, many might instinctively compare him to the renowned Captain America, but their strengths do not belong to the same echelon. This disparity is evident when one considers the caliber of their respective adversaries. Captain Britain's nemesis is a ridiculously powerful level 5 mutant. Although Captain Britain could not defeat him, this fact speaks volumes about their capabilities. Their eldest brother is even more formidable, sharing the distinction of being a level 5 mutant, albeit with mental instability that renders him unpredictable. Raymond does not presume that the level 5 mutants in this world are as overwhelmingly powerful as those depicted in the comic book realm. Otherwise, the Earth would have been obliterated numerous times. He estimates that the level 5 mutants here might reach the level of Apocalypse from the X-Men film universe, but not to the extent of being capable of rebooting the universe. Regardless, this family is undeniably impressive. In terms of background, Psylocke ranks among the most influential individuals on Earth. Few who are aware of her lineage would dare to provoke her. Could she also be affiliated with the Hellfire Club? Raymond pondered. He had previously considered resorting to his alternate persona, Toru, to unleash chaos if negotiations faltered. Even if the Black King were indeed a powerhouse like Magneto, a sudden outburst might not be insurmountable. For instance, the Juggernaut thrives in conflict. If he were pressured from the outset, he would have little opportunity for retaliation. However, the unexpected appearance of Psylocke complicates matters. While eliminating her would be far simpler than dealing with the Juggernaut, the question remains, who could guarantee that her two brothers would not retaliate? Regardless of whether her deranged eldest brother comprehends the concept of vengeance, her second brother, Captain Britain, is more than enough to give anyone pause. Raymond finds himself no exception. What a predicament, he thought, feeling overwhelmed. Yet, despite his apprehensions, he resolved to adapt to the circumstances. With a flourish, he parked the car beside the two figures and alighted. "I hope I'm not late," he inquired with a smile. "Not at all. We still have 5 minutes until the agreed time. We merely arrived early to explore the area," Carl replied, regaining his composure as he introduced Raymond. "Allow me to present to you the Black King, whom you spoke with over the phone yesterday." "Greetings," Raymond said, turning to the Juggernaut with a courteous nod. "Hello, Dr. Raymond," the Juggernaut responded, his demeanor surprisingly polite as he extended a hand for a handshake, wearing a broad smile. Raymond keenly noted the formal address the Juggernaut used for him, raising an eyebrow. "It seems you have conducted some prior research on me?" "Indeed," the Juggernaut replied with a calm smile. "I made a special trip to meet you, driven by a sincere desire to recruit you, Dr. Raymond. However, Our club has endured through the years, and we do not indiscriminately accept individuals of dubious provenance. Even as the Black King, I would not recklessly violate the club's regulations. Chapter 060. A grim fate awaits you. Has His Excellency, the Black Emperor, uncovered anything? Raymond inquired, his expression remaining unchanged. I must say, Dr. Raymond, your experiences are quite remarkable. Achieving expertise in psychology at such a young age and being recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D., Red Tank recounted with familiarity. Upon hearing this, Raymond could not help but admire the intelligence network of the Hellfire Club, exclaiming in astonishment, "It appears that His Excellency, the Black Emperor, has indeed conducted a thorough investigation into my background." "You seem rather unfazed," Red Tank remarked, slightly surprised. "If they cannot even uncover these publicly available details, I would have to question whether joining the Hellfire Club was a wise decision," Raymond replied with a chuckle. Such bravado. Ling Dai, who had remained silent, suddenly scoffed. It was evident that she perceived Raymond's demeanor as mere pretense. In fact, it was not just her. Raymond could discern that even Carl and Red Tank harbored similar sentiments, albeit less overtly. "And this lady is?" Raymond directed his gaze towards Carl. "This is Lady Black Queen." Carl succinctly identified Ling Dai. He understood that Raymond had already extracted some fundamental information about the Hellfire Club from the previous group he interrogated and would certainly grasp the significance of the title Black Queen. "Ah, so you are Lady Black Queen," Raymond replied, slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ling Dai would be Red Tank's partner, the current Black Queen of the Hellfire Club, especially since they did not appear to be a couple. However, considering that the Black Emperor and Black Queen need not be romantically linked, he found solace in this realization. Nevertheless, regardless of Ling Dai's status within the club, Raymond could not allow her to openly question him, as it would impact the forthcoming negotiations. Thus, he countered, "Does Lady Black Queen believe I am feigning indifference? Isn't that the case?" Ling Dai retorted, unyielding and scornful. This young lady, with two formidable brothers, clearly had no intention of indulging Raymond or sparing his pride. Voicing her thoughts directly. At this moment, Red Tank interjected with a smile, "Dr. Raymond, don't take it personally. She has always been this way. Even I often find myself the target of her mockery. She is not singling you out." Aware of Ling Dai's identity, Raymond recognized that Red Tank's words were likely sincere. If he had two such formidable brothers, he might be even more unabashed than Ling Dai. Yet, Raymond also perceived that Red Tank might be using Ling Dai to subtly admonish him. The art of playing good cop and bad cop is a skill universally mastered, and if Raymond could not discern this, he would have truly wasted his years. Thus, he did not engage with Red Tank's comment, but instead shifted the conversation. "Since His Excellency the Black Emperor has conducted such an in-depth investigation into me, I wonder if you have uncovered how I departed from the mental hospital? Are you referring to the murder that transpired on the day you left the hospital?" Red Tank questioned, puzzled as to why Raymond would bring this up. He had indeed noticed this piece of intelligence while gathering significant information about Raymond, but had not given it much thought, as the source indicated that those involved were also agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., leading him to classify it as an internal conflict within the organization, lacking interest in further inquiry. "Indeed," Raymond replied. "Did you kill them?" Red Tank speculated. "1/3 were killed by me, another third by the agents sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to retrieve me, and the remaining third were slain by one of my fellow patients." "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Red Tank inquired, his brow furrowing. He did not comprehend the relevance of Raymond mentioning this event at that moment. He had no concern for who had killed those individuals, as he did not even know their identities. However, he understood that Raymond would not casually bring this up without reason. The true motivation behind it eluded him. Raymond, however, maintained his calm demeanor and smiled. "Interestingly, my fellow patient has some form of connection with His Excellency the Black Emperor." "A connection with me?" "His name is David Haller, an adopted orphan, and I believe you are familiar with his biological father's name, Charles Francis Xavier." As this name escaped Raymond's lips, Red Tank's gaze shifted to him, now icy and menacing. Ling Dai and Carl, though less dramatic in their reactions, also exhibited a subtle change in demeanor. They were undoubtedly aware of the identity of the name's owner. Indeed, anyone who had been a mutant for some time or had joined any mutant organization would have heard of Professor X. Furthermore, as core members of the Hellfire Club, they were acutely aware of the strained relationship between Red Tank and Professor X. and they were taken aback by how this novice, who had only recently become a mutant and appeared to hold a lowly position within S.H.I.E.L.D., was privy to such information. Within the Hellfire Club, aside from core members who were aware of each other's true identities, few members knew the identities behind every title. Thus, upon meeting Raymond, they had refrained from introducing themselves by name, opting instead to use their Hellfire Club titles. This revelation surpassed their previous understanding of Raymond. And had they not conducted prior investigations, they might not have been so astonished. It was precisely because they believed they knew Raymond well that they found this knowledge utterly astonishing. This undermined their prior assumptions and served as a resounding slap in the face to their earlier doubts about Raymond's authenticity. I do not appreciate being toyed with. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I assure you, you will meet a most dreadful demise. Red Tank's gaze was filled with lethal intent as he stared at Raymond. Chapter 61. Is this a breakdown? What is there to explain? Faced with the murderous gaze of the Red Tank, Raymond remained utterly unfazed. He shook his head and chuckled. Do you believe that only you require background checks before recruiting someone? Am I not entitled to investigate the background of an organization before I choose to join it? Raymond's argument was undeniably valid. There has never been a rule prohibiting someone from conducting prior inquiries before joining an organization. However, this was clearly not the answer the Red Tank sought. A person capable of rendering the Hellfire Club's intelligence network ineffective could hardly be considered a mere novice who had recently awakened their powers. Only a handful of mutant organizations could achieve such a feat thus, in the Red Tank's eyes. It was evident that Raymond was merely a pawn sent by an old friend to toy with him. You are courting death, the Red Tank bellowed ominously. His face contorted with rage, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. Almost immediately, a layer of the same blood-red light enveloped him, emanating an aura of malevolence and depth. With a thunderous impact, he took a step forward, leaving a large crater in his wake. In a sense, this was a manifestation of his inability to fully control his powers, yet it also served to illustrate the sheer magnitude of his strength. King, my lord the Black Emperor, remain calm. Both Ling Dai and Carl cried out, witnessing the Red Tank's impulsive aggression. Yet their pleas came too late. The Red Tank had already launched himself like a human cannonball towards Raymond. The Red Tank's method of attack was terrifyingly simple. Given sufficient distance, he could obliterate an entire mountain with his charge. While his abilities might appear monotonous at first glance and lack visual flair in combat, no one ever dared to question his prowess. He was, undeniably, extraordinarily formidable. Those who had once doubted him had long been silenced. Moreover, his powers transcended mere physical offense and defense. The crimson light that surrounded him not only allowed him to resist all forms of negative influence and energy attacks, but also endowed him with the capacity to assault beings on any level. Even an ethereal entity like the Shadow King, impervious to physical assaults, would find itself in flight when confronted by him. Although Raymond projected an aura of mystery, even Carl, who had previously experienced defeat at his hands, could not discern the nature of his abilities. However, even Carl did not believe that Raymond could emerge unscathed from an encounter with the Red Tank. After all, this was the Red Tank. Yet, what unfolded next surpassed their wildest imaginations. Seeing the Red Tank's reckless charge, Raymond instinctively switched to his alternate persona, Tao Bai Bai. At last, it is my turn to take the stage. Who shall I eliminate? Raymond exclaimed, hands on hips, laughing like a fool. However, his mirth was abruptly cut short as the Red Tank hurtled towards him, mere moments away from collision. What is that? He thought, unable to ascertain the nature of the massive force barreling toward him. Instinctively, he swung his fist. Boom. Ugh. That was quite hard, Raymond remarked, shaking his hand in surprise as he glanced at the figure he had just sent flying with a single punch. To his astonishment, he felt a twinge of soreness in his hand, an unusual sensation for him, as even striking through a steel plate had never elicited such a response. However, his surprise was fleeting, as his attention quickly shifted to Ling Dai and Carl, who stood nearby. Are you here to request my autograph? Raymond tilted his head slightly. The two, now the focus of his attention, felt akin to mice under the gaze of a feline, freezing in place and shaking their heads in unison. Then, are you here to ask me to kill someone? Raymond inquired again, prompting them to shake their heads once more. Oh, am I meant to eliminate him? He mused aloud. Is that not necessary? Then why have you summoned me? I only handle the killing. Humph, do not speak to the esteemed Tao Bai Bai in such a commanding tone. Even if you are. No, I misspoke. You're the esteemed one. Allow me to play a while longer. As Raymond stood there, conversing with himself as if in a frenzy, a singular thought emerged in the minds of Lingdai and Carl. Is he having a breakdown? They had previously perused Raymond's dossier, aware that he had been suspected of having a mental disorder for unknown reasons, leading to his secret treatment at a psychiatric hospital in New York, courtesy of S.H.I.E.L.D. This information allowed them to reasonably deduce that he might have awakened his powers during this period, an occurrence consistent with many mutants' awakening processes. However, they had assumed that his emergence from the hospital indicated he had recovered. Yet, observing his current demeanor, it was evident he was far from healed. He was clearly unhinged. Mental illness is not inherently terrifying, but a mentally unstable individual wielding immense power is truly alarming. Did they not witness even the red tank being sent flying by a single punch? Although such an attack could not inflict harm on the red tank, it did not mean that either of them could withstand it. That casual punch, if landed on either of them, would surely spell disaster. Carl might endure it better due to his own resilience, but Lingdai was far less fortunate. Her strength did not lie in durability. Moreover, should any other powerful mutant or extraordinary being recognize Lingdai's background, they would likely refrain from causing her harm, for the consequences of such actions would be dire. Yet could one expect a mentally unstable individual to consider the implications of background or consequences? Thus, in that moment, Lingdai felt an unprecedented sense of danger. She was on the verge of posting a message on the club's internal forum. What should one do when encountering a mentally unstable individual with formidable strength? Awaiting responses urgently. Chapter 062. The Crimson Sovereign. It would be prudent for you to allow him a moment of calm. Should this continue, I fear I may lose control myself. Trust me. You would not wish to witness such an outcome. Raymond's words undoubtedly served as a veiled threat towards Lingdai and Carl, yet the effect was surprisingly effective. The two could easily discern that he had temporarily regained his composure. However, his statement, when juxtaposed with his earlier, clearly disturbed state, prompted them to draw unsettling conclusions. Did Raymond's notion of losing control refer to the previous erratic behavior? Did this imply that if pressed into combat, he would revert to that frenzied state, exhibiting irrationality? If that were the case, then should the Crimson Tank continue his rampage, it would most certainly incite Raymond, who had just regained his senses, to spiral back into his previous psychotic episode. While the fate of Raymond remained uncertain, it was clear that neither of them would emerge unscathed. Moreover, the fundamental issue at hand was that there existed no insurmountable conflict between the parties. Even Carl, whose team had been decimated by Raymond, did not perceive this as a significant grievance, nor did he entirely dismiss the prospect of Raymond joining their ranks. This was precisely why, when the Crimson Tank had recklessly attacked earlier, both Carl and Lingdai had sought to intervene. Upon this realization, the two exchanged knowing glances and hastened towards the Crimson Tank. Meanwhile, the Crimson Tank was certainly not inclined to relent. Although Raymond's strength had caught him off guard, the degree of the assault merely rendered him somewhat disheveled. In reality, he had sustained no injuries. Under such circumstances, would he feel fear? The answer, of course, was a resounding no. In his fury, the scarlet aura enveloping him intensified, exuding an even more perilous ambience. However, Carl had already arrived before him. Quick to react, Carl transformed into his crystalline form and swiftly embraced the Crimson Tank from the side, urgently imploring, Lord Black Emperor, this is a misunderstanding. Remain calm, please. Get away from me. The Crimson Tank bellowed, his fury unabated. Yet, he could not immediately break free from Carl's grasp, for he had not succumbed to the point of attacking his own ally. In a situation where lethal force was not an option, his escape was not as easily accomplished. It was during this brief moment of delay that Lingdai arrived as well. Kane, have you forgotten your promise? She stated, her expression unusually serious. The Crimson Tank's eyes glowed crimson, his breath heavy, on the verge of complete fury, yet upon hearing Lingdai's question, he fell silent. Though it appeared his anger had not fully dissipated, he was no longer on the brink of explosion. After a moment's pause, he spoke in a low voice, let go. I am fine now. The Crimson Tank then closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. When he reopened them, the crimson hue had vanished, replaced by his normal gaze, and the scarlet radiance that had enveloped him dissipated as well. Let us proceed to reacquaint ourselves with this new ally. The now calm Crimson Tank approached Raymond with an expression that revealed none of the earlier turmoil. Observing the Crimson Tank's apparent return to normalcy, Raymond felt no surprise, for he understood precisely why the Crimson Tank was so easily provoked. This phenomenon was closely tied to the source of his power. While the world believed the Crimson Tank to be a mutant, in truth, he was not a mutant at all. His abilities were a result of a dark overlord from beyond the multiverse, the Crimson Sovereign, Sidorak, a transcendent demon ruling over a multiverse known as the Crimson Universe. This was a being of unfathomable power, rendering renowned demon lords mere jesters in comparison. However, due to his overwhelming strength and status as a non-native entity to this multiverse, he could not directly exert his power here. The sovereign of this multiverse would never permit an outsider to wreak havoc within his domain. The Crimson Tank had unwittingly stumbled upon an altar dedicated to the Crimson Sovereign Sidorak during an unforeseen event and had successfully accepted a fragment of his power. This fragment constituted less than a billionth of Sidorak's essence, yet it granted the Crimson Tank power rivaling that of a level 4 mutant, even enabling him to grow stronger as he fought. The sole predicament was that the reason Sidorak was deemed a demon was due to the inherently malevolent nature of his power, which incessantly eroded the host's psyche. The scarlet aura surrounding the Crimson Tank earlier was indeed a manifestation of Sidorak's influence. When Raymond first encountered the Crimson Tank, he discerned that the latter was not merely a brute with brawn and no intellect. Yet, upon uttering a few unflattering remarks, the Crimson Tank had reacted as if he had encountered a sworn enemy, an incongruity that was distinctly abnormal. Thus, Raymond surmised that the Crimson Tank was affected by the power he wielded, rather than genuinely harboring murderous intent towards him. In such circumstances, he sought to ascertain whether Ling Dai and her companions could pacify the Crimson Tank. If successful, they could continue their dialogue. If not, they would have to resort to more forceful means. Fortunately, events unfolded as he had anticipated, with Ling Dai and her allies managing to soothe the Crimson Tank, who now appeared to have reverted to his previous, more stable demeanor. "My apologies for my earlier impulsiveness," the Crimson Tank said as he approached, lowering his head. Though he did not directly apologize, his demeanor had transformed drastically from that of someone hell-bent on annihilating Raymond's entire family. "No worries. It seems we can have a proper discussion now," Raymond shrugged, indicating his indifference. Chapter 063. Raymond's concerns. The calm red tank was a stark contrast to the furious individual he had been moments earlier. In just 3 minutes, Raymond successfully persuaded him, convincing him of his genuine desire to join the Hellfire Club, rather than being an agent sent to toy with him or stir trouble. Had it been the previous red tank, he would not have afforded Raymond the opportunity to speak at all. As for how Raymond managed to disrupt the Hellfire Club's intelligence network, obtaining only superficial information and uncovering the connection between Red Tank and Professor X, that was no longer a concern after a brief demonstration of his prowess. At this moment, in the eyes of Red Tank and his companions, Raymond was no longer the novice who had merely awakened his abilities by chance. For mutants, even the strongest level 4 mutants like Magneto and Professor X were not necessarily a match for second or third level mutants upon their initial awakening. At that time, they merely possessed the potential to become level 4 mutants. Similar to Lorna now, a single Carl could easily subdue her. Of course, this was not an absolute. Some level 5 mutants might awaken to astonishing power instantaneously, such as Jean Grey before her primary persona was sealed by Professor X. Additionally, Raymond's close friend David could very well transform into an immensely powerful being if provoked. Had it not been for this concern, Shadow King would not have spent decades lurking within David, seeking to replace him long ago. Yet, such instances were exceedingly rare in the history of mutants. Not only had Red Tank and his companions never witnessed such examples, even if they had, they would hardly consider it fortuitous that Raymond was the 1 in a million exception. Thus, at this moment, Raymond was perceived as a level 4 mutant who had long since awakened his abilities but had skillfully concealed them from detection. It was hardly surprising that he could investigate the relationship between Red Tank and Professor X, as a level 4 mutant who had awakened years ago would undoubtedly possess some special connections. However, their swift dismissal of doubts made Raymond somewhat uneasy. As the saying goes, there is often a reason behind the unusual. If he were in the Hellfire Club's position, he would find it difficult to trust so readily. Why were Red Tank and his companions so easily reassured? Reflecting on this, Raymond inquired. If memory serves, the Hellfire Club is essentially an underground organization, with many members holding other identities in public, correct? Indeed, Red Tank acknowledged without hesitation. Aside from Carl and a few other core members who are regulars at the club, most core members possess dual or even multiple identities. Take Betsy, for instance. She is the leader of a mutant organization in Europe and collaborates with numerous underground groups in managing various enterprises in the black market. Don't listen to his nonsense. That's merely a small organization I threw together for fun, and it hardly has any members, Blink retorted, visibly annoyed that Red Tank used her as an example. Why not use yourself as an example? You're the number 2 of the Brotherhood of Mutants. The No. 2 of the Brotherhood of Mutants? Raymond promptly noted this piece of information. He was aware that in certain Marvel universes, Red Tank had been recruited by Magneto into the Brotherhood and had become its second in command. However, he had assumed that in this world, since Red Tank could become the Black King of the Hellfire Club, he would not have joined the Brotherhood. To his surprise, both identities coexisted. As for Blink's situation, he was not particularly shocked. In the X-Men film universe, her family background had been omitted for various reasons, leaving only her personal abilities, which made her seem rather inconspicuous. Yet, in this world, she evidently had 2 formidable brothers. The difference between having a background and lacking one was substantial, even if Blink refrained from exploiting her brother's status. Others would still recognize her connections. Is it because you think that since I can uncover the relationship between Red Tank and Professor X, I could not possibly find out about the connection between Red Tank and the Brotherhood? Observing the apparent lack of defenses from the two, Raymond remained unfazed. Thus far, whether it was what he had stated or the information that Red Tank and Blink had inadvertently revealed, it was merely superficial information. Blink's greatest asset was her 2 brothers, while Red Tank's was the source of his power. Besides these, many others were likely privy to the rest of the information. Furthermore, these matters clearly held no bearing on the true secrets of the Hellfire Club. The way these 2 appeared to be entirely unguarded merely conveyed a semblance of friendliness. Let us not allow Dr. Raymond to jest. Let us discuss serious matters. Upon hearing Blink reveal her own background, Red Tank appeared unconcerned and turned to Raymond with a hint of mirth, asking, "Doctor, are you wondering why we do not worry that your joining the club is ulterior in motive? And how we can ensure that many core members with multiple identities have no selfish intentions?" Seeing Red Tank's unexpected candor, Raymond ceased to be evasive and nodded slightly. Upon acknowledging Raymond's curiosity, Red Tank exchanged glances with his companions, all of whom began to laugh. Red Tank remarked, "Let Carl answer that question for you." Raymond had no objections and shrugged. Carl, too, had no qualms, responding with a smile, because it does not require any guarantee. Huh? What do you mean? Raymond did not quite grasp the statement. The existence of the Hellfire Club inherently lacks any definitive purpose. We are neither like the Brotherhood of Mutants, striving to make mutants the masters of the world, nor like the X-Men, insisting that ordinary humans accept the existence of mutants, allowing them to walk openly in the sunlight and fully integrate into the world of ordinary people, Carl explained with a smile. If one must articulate our purpose, it would be to assist one another, to lend a hand when it does not jeopardize our own interests. As for your query, Dr. Raymond, regarding how we can ensure that there are no selfish intentions among us, that is a false premise, for we all possess our own selfish desires. Chapter 064. Ecstasy, is this the case? With Carl having articulated his thoughts so clearly, it would indeed be a sign of folly for Raymond not to comprehend. If the situation within the Hellfire Club is as Carl has depicted, then his concerns can be deemed a mere fallacy. Everyone harbors their own self-interests. Thus, why should one worry about the ulterior motives of newly inducted members? This might also elucidate why the core members of the Hellfire Club, despite their diverse backgrounds, remain largely unaffected by each other's identities. The general outline is as follows. Doctor, should you wish to join, given your prowess, it would be impossible for us to deny you. However, there are certain stipulations I must convey to avoid any future discontent. Red Tank took over Carl's discourse, succinctly briefing Raymond on a few points. The essence was simple. Once one joins the club, intentional harm against fellow core members is strictly prohibited. Should anyone be discovered engaging in such treachery, they would face relentless pursuit from all members, to the point of no respite. Furthermore, while there is no obligatory obligation among core members to assist one another, reciprocity is expected. Should you decline assistance to others in their times of need, rest assured, they will not extend a helping hand when you find yourself in dire straits. Naturally, such assistance is seldom without compensation. Generally, the beneficiary ought to offer a token of appreciation, essentially a modest fee for their troubles. In summary, the rules of the Hellfire Club are rather lenient. Even Red Tank, the ostensible leader, does not wield absolute authority over the other core members. His commands may be disregarded at their discretion. However, it is rare for anyone to defy him, as mutual respect is a cherished principle. After absorbing this information, Raymond suddenly perceived that joining the club might not be such an adverse decision. For him, aligning with the Hellfire Club undoubtedly tilts the scale in favor of benefits over drawbacks. Indeed, this holds true for every member who joins. As long as he judiciously leverages this newfound identity, it will undoubtedly prove advantageous. While risks cannot be entirely dismissed, they are subject to individual fortune. At present, it appears that even the regulations of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy are more stringent than those of the Hellfire Club. Thus his decision to join seems rather inconsequential. Once Raymond affirmed his resolve, Red Tank welcomed him with enthusiasm, presenting him with a specially crafted identity badge signifying the title of Black Bishop. Do not place too much significance on this. It merely serves to identify you among those who may not be acquainted with all core members. I will inform the other core members of your induction, and you may become acquainted with them at the year-end gathering. After handing the badge to Raymond, Red Tank smiled. Raymond accepted the badge, nodding before inquiring. I have heard that there are a total of 16 core member positions in the club. Now with my induction, how many vacancies remain? Prior to your joining, there were 4 vacancies. Now only 3 remain, Red Tank replied with a smile, yet refrained from elaborating on which specific positions were still available. Noting this, Raymond chose not to press further. As per Red Tank's indication, there would be a gathering at the year's end, where he would naturally discover which positions were unoccupied. On behalf of the club, I extend a warm welcome to you, Doctor. With Raymond having no further questions, Red Tank firmly declared his welcome in his capacity as the Black Emperor. Thank you. Ding dong. You have successfully joined the Hellfire Club, becoming the new Black Bishop. Development value, 300. You can convert development value into universal points at a ratio of 1:5. As this is your initial acquisition of development value, the system will activate certain new features. You may explore the specifics by contemplating the beginner's guide function in your mind. Development value, 1:5. Upon receiving this sudden announcement in his mind, Raymond was overwhelmed with joy. Though he endeavored to maintain composure and suppress any audible expression of delight, the surprise was so profound that it nearly overwhelmed him. This shift rendered his expression somewhat contorted. His reaction did not escape the notice of Red Tank and his 2 companions, particularly Ling Dai, who had recently witnessed his abrupt episode, and Carl, both of whom recognized the familiar signs. Oh no, he's having another episode. The 2 simultaneously reached this conclusion, instinctively retreating. Ling Dai sprouted a pair of semi-transparent, ethereal wings, propelling her backward, while Carl transformed into a crystalline form, rolling away in haste. In the blink of an eye, they had retreated several dozen meters. Observing from a distance to gauge whether Raymond would exhibit any further erratic behavior, thus determining if their withdrawal should continue. Left alone, Red Tank stood before Raymond, somewhat at a loss. It must be said, the earlier reactions of Ling Dai and Carl had induced a measure of embarrassment. It was evident they believed his mental state had once again faltered. However, he did not feel compelled to clarify. Such explanations often exacerbate misunderstandings. Even if he were to assert that he was not mentally unstable, they would likely remain unconvinced. Moreover, this misunderstanding served as a convenient veil for his abilities. There was no necessity to dispel this misconception. He could allow them to remain in their erroneous belief. What occupied his thoughts more was the unexpected development value. If this development value were akin to exploration points, convertible at a 1-to-1 ratio for universal points, he would certainly be pleased with a one-time acquisition of 300 points. Yet it would not have elicited such a pronounced reaction. However, the exchange ratio is an astonishing 1-to-5. What does a 1-to-5 conversion entail? This 300 points of development value could be exchanged for 1,500 universal points. Throughout his encounters with various narrative figures, even when accounting for the unexpected windfall from director Lu Dan, the total exploration points he had amassed would scarcely amount to half of this singular reward. With this bounty, even should his luck falter, he could secure another subordinate personality on par with Tao Bai Bai. Furthermore, these 1,500 universal points would not only allow him to redeem a silver tier character card, but also leave him with a surplus of 500 points, alongside his existing universal points, providing ample opportunity for indulgence. Most importantly, he had glimpsed a novel avenue for resource acquisition. Chapter 065. The second silver. Indeed, my initial conjecture was correct. Since even encountering so-called plot characters yields rewards from the system, it stands to reason that interactions with these plot characters should also carry significance. It appears that the lack of prior responses was merely due to the insufficient level of interaction to meet the system's criteria. Now that I have joined the Hellfire Club and become a core member, known as the Black Bishop, the impact of my involvement is undeniably far greater than before. From the moment I first acquired exploration points, I harbored suspicions that the system's rewards could not solely pertain to encounters with specific plot characters. If that were the case, why introduce a mechanism for converting exploration points into universal points? Directly rewarding universal points would suffice. The sudden emergence of development points, while unexpected, was nonetheless within the realm of reason. Initially, I aimed to explore whether there were alternative methods to garner system rewards, but during my time at the hospital, I had only David as a test subject, and I was reluctant to take unnecessary risks, so I postponed my inquiries. After leaving the hospital, I had, in a sense, been interacting with various so-called plot characters, including my formal employment at the Shield Agent Academy. Yet, regrettably, these actions evidently did not meet the system's criteria. As time passed, I began to question whether I was overthinking the situation. Perhaps the system only offered rewards through encounters with plot characters, rendering the exploration point conversion mechanism arbitrary and simply a coincidental design. However, the sudden introduction of development points dispelled my doubts about life. This made sense. With a 1-to-1 conversion ratio for exploration points, there should naturally exist other conversion ratios for development points. Otherwise, the system's design would indeed be nonsensical. Nonetheless, similar to how the beginner's guide did not address the acquisition of exploration points, even after the introduction of development points, the guide failed to clarify how to obtain them. This aspect evidently falls within the realm of personal exploration for me. In other words, my reasoning was not flawed. I pondered, stroking my chin, to earn system rewards. In addition to encountering new plot characters, I indeed must engage in deeper interactions with them. However, the system's criteria for obtaining development points is not so straightforward. It necessitates reaching a certain threshold. Thus, considering this example, if I were to ascend to a high-ranking position within the Shield Agent Academy, or even the Shield Bureau, could I also receive development points? Or perhaps, if I were to orchestrate the destruction of an organization under my command, would the rewards be even greater? My thoughts began to expand, and my mind was flooded with numerous potential strategies for reaping benefits. Of course, the practicality of these ideas remains to be tested. For now, I no longer feel a sense of urgency and can afford to take my time without imposing undue pressure on myself. Let's first explore the most suitable method for conversion. System, display my data. In the next moment, my data panel materialized in my mind. Host, Raymond Strength, 2. 4. Agility, 3. 2. Constitution, 2. 1. Spirit, 1. 8 Ability, Krog Martial Arts Exploration Points, 390. Development Points, 300 Subpersonalities, Cunning Krog, Death Shooter Freud, the world's greatest assassin Tao, by observing that my exploration points had increased to 390 and the addition of development points. I decided to convert all exploration and development points into universal points for easier recollection. Consequently, I now possessed a grand total of 890 universal points. What does it mean to suddenly become wealthy? This is what it means. For someone who recently felt a pang of regret, even when spending 10 universal points, acquiring nearly 2,000 points signifies a dramatic shift in fortune. From this moment forth, I too shall revel in the luxury of indulging in 2 bowls of soy milk, drinking one and pouring out the other. At this moment, I deeply felt the peak of existence. Life had reached its zenith. Yet, amidst my musings, I recognized that the matter at hand required attention. System, exchange for a silver character card. After some contemplation, I resolved to exchange for only 1 silver character card initially, assessing the situation before deciding whether to continue with additional bronze character cards for a stroke of luck. Although I still had 890 universal points remaining, sufficient to exchange for 8 bronze character cards, ordinary bronze subpersonalities held little significance for me at this stage. Unless I could obtain abilities that did not overlap with my current subpersonalities, or if fortune smiled upon me as it did when I acquired Tao Bai Bai, any such exchange would be tantamount to waste. Thus, it was prudent to wait and see. Would you like to activate the silver character card immediately? Yes, no, yes. Activating silver character card. Silver subpersonality Akina Sakazuki. Activation successful. Prototype background. Akina Sakazuki from the world of One Piece. currently serving as Admiral of the Navy. Red Dog? Upon seeing that the subpersonality I had obtained was a Kainu, I instinctively frowned, though my reaction was not as pronounced as when I encountered the Tao Bai subpersonality. My feelings towards Akainu were somewhat ambivalent. During my time watching One Piece, I identified with the protagonist's perspective and could not say I particularly liked Akainu. Among the three admirals, he was undoubtedly the least endearing. Both the laid-back Akiji and the seasoned Kizuru were far more amiable than the unyielding Akainu. However, from the Navy's standpoint, it seemed that only Akainu consistently handled his duties with diligence, earning him the reputation of a model admiral. In contrast, Akiji and Kizuru both exhibited questionable loyalties, one flirting with pirates while the other took every opportunity to slack off, serving as perfect examples of the opposite. As for who was right and who was wrong, that is a matter of perspective. Regardless, my disdain for Akainu has diminished, and I have long since shifted my view. I find satisfaction in having obtained Akainu, for he is undeniably powerful. The brief description simply states, Current Admiral of the Navy. No further elaboration is needed, as this title alone speaks volumes. Chapter 066. The sensation of a heart stopping, as Mr. Zhou Shuren once remarked, the shorter the words, the greater the matter. For the now Admiral Akainu, no additional vocabulary is necessary to describe him, for the title of Admiral alone suffices to underscore his status and might. Those who ascend to the rank of Admiral are far from ordinary. Thus, Raymond harbors no concerns regarding whether Akainu's strength aligns with his silver-tier subpersonality. In fact, by Raymond's own estimation, Akainu's prowess surpasses that of Tosaka by a considerable margin. Particularly in terms of vitality, 10 Tosakas could not compare to a single Akainu. In a world devoid of haki, a natural type ability user is akin to a resilient cockroach, while they may not be invulnerable. They are certainly not easily harmed by ordinary physical attacks. Of course, the technology in this world surpasses that of the One Piece universe significantly. Relying solely on the characteristics of a natural type to secure victory is unrealistic. Nevertheless, conventional weaponry poses little threat. Even missile bombardments would likely be inconsequential. From this perspective, Raymond's survival capabilities have been substantially enhanced with the acquisition of Akainu's subpersonality. What truly concerns Raymond is whether Akainu's personality mirrors that of his prototype, unyielding and inflexible. The three subpersonalities he had previously exchanged, even the formidable Tosaka, were not characterized by particularly rigid traits. Raymond could generally manage them with his absolute authority to switch. Furthermore, these subpersonalities, despite possessing the complete memories and strengths of their prototypes, fundamentally perceive themselves as one with Raymond, thus they would not intentionally sabotage their own interests. However, their ingrained habits and styles of operation remain unchanged. In stark contrast, Akainu's demeanor is entirely different from that of Tosaka and the others. He is resolutely stubborn. Once he has determined a course of action, no one can sway his convictions, not even his superiors. The judgments of others, and the concepts of right and wrong, hold no significance for him. Raymond does not fear that Akainu will betray him, yet he cannot guarantee that Akainu will act entirely according to his wishes. Based on his understanding of Akainu, should they find themselves at odds, utilizing his switching authority to threaten Akainu may prove ineffective. If that were to occur, the practicality of Akainu's subpersonality might fall short of that of Tosaka's. Perhaps he is merely overthinking it. Raymond shook his head, setting the matter aside for the moment. Ultimately, these are merely his conjectures. Perhaps it will happen, perhaps it will not. No one can say for certain. Even if misfortune were to validate his predictions, as long as he judiciously switches between several subpersonalities, he should be able to mitigate the potential awkwardness of disagreement. This hinges on his personal skills and application. With 890 universal points remaining, reserving over 500 points should be more than sufficient, so he might as well exchange a few more for luck. Raymond glanced at his information panel, ultimately unable to suppress his desire to exchange, deciding to redeem 3 bronze-tier character cards in one go. System. Exchange for 3 bronze-tier character cards. In no time, 3 new bronze-tier character cards appeared in his inventory. Would you like to activate the bronze-tier character cards immediately? Yes, no, activate all. Raymond did not hesitate. Activating bronze-tier character cards. Bronze subpersonality. Beidou Wuxing Fist Exorcist. Activation successful. Prototype background. Beidou Wuxing Fist Exorcist. Hailing from the journey to the west. Exorcism world. Capable of mimicking various demon beasts' attacks through martial arts. Recognized as one of the 3 great exorcists alongside Kong, Su, and Tian Kan. Bronze subpersonality. Underworld Cooking King Le Beala. Activation successful. Prototype background. Underworld Cooking King Le Beala. From the world of Food Wars, ranked 17th among chefs, owner of a culinary gambling den. Possessing the ability to absorb others' memories and wielding extraordinary knife skills that can serve both culinary and combat purposes. Bronze subpersonality. Hell Detective John Constantine. Activation successful. Prototype background. Hell Detective John Constantine, from the DC Universe, one of the most renowned sorcerers, a living encyclopedia of magic. Raymond felt his heart momentarily pause. Upon witnessing that the first activated subpersonality was the Beta Whooshing Fist exorcist from the world of martial arts, he felt no stirrings within. For this individual's strength was hardly remarkable. Although he is recognized among the three great exorcists alongside Kong Su, his prowess pales in comparison. And his attack style is overly simplistic, lacking in uniqueness. There is no need to mention a comparison with Tosaka's subpersonality. Even against Kuro's subpersonality, he holds no advantage. The only notable aspect is his experience as an exorcist, which may prove useful should he encounter supernatural occurrences in the future. However, most of the time, he is unlikely to be of much help, so no need to dwell on him. In contrast, the second activated subpersonality, Le Beala from the world of Food Wars, undoubtedly offers far greater utility than the first. Firstly, setting aside other considerations, his culinary skills are already immensely practical. Despite Le Beala's status as an underworld boss, his culinary prowess is indisputable, as evidenced by his ranking of 17th among chefs. In the realm of Food Wars, even a chef ranked 100th possesses skills that could outshine the so-called top chefs of this world, let alone Le Beala, who is within the top 20. Irrespective of his combat capabilities, Raymond feels no sense of loss simply for acquiring Le Beala's culinary expertise. Upon encountering this subpersonality, he envisioned frequently utilizing it to satisfy his own culinary cravings. Life is not merely about survival. One cannot be preoccupied with leveling up perpetually. Furthermore, Le Beala is not merely a top-tier chef. He possesses remarkable knife skills with numerous extraordinary effects. For instance, he can instantly sever another's pain nerves. And he can manipulate internal hormones to a certain extent through his culinary techniques, among other abilities. All of these can be employed for life-saving purposes. In summary, he excels in both combat and healing, yet his true forte lies in gastronomy. However, possessing just the Le Beala subpersonality is far from sufficient to evoke a sensation of heart-stopping on Raymond. After all, even the previously acquired Akainu subpersonality did not achieve this effect, let alone Le Beala. What truly rendered him breathless was the activation of the third subpersonality, the infamous Jacon. Chapter 067, John Constantine. This name, while not universally recognized in the DC universe, certainly resonates among the prominent figures, and few would wish to cross paths with its bearer. For whether they are friends or foes, the outcomes often tend to be rather grim, a rather diplomatic way of putting it. Constantine is labeled as a scoundrel, and rightly so, for he is the epitome of a rogue. Although he is categorized within the hero camp, many of his actions are far more deplorable than those of outright villains. And notions of morality are utterly foreign to him. Indulgences such as drinking, gambling, and other vices are mere trifles in his world, basic operations, if you will. Were it merely these flaws, his reputation would not be so notorious. What truly earns him disdain is his utter lack of boundaries. He perceives no right or wrong as understood by the majority, adhering instead to his own convoluted logic. This logic appears rife with contradictions to outsiders. For instance, when his friends find themselves in peril, he often leaps to their aid, even if the danger threatens his very life. Yet, during the course of resolving such predicaments, he can readily betray his allies, should the situation demand it, even if he ultimately helps resolve the issue. The fate of the friend he aided may not improve. It could very well be rendered even more tragic. Consequently, few are inclined to engage with him extensively. Even his friends typically maintain a certain distance, for his betrayals know no bounds, indiscriminately sweeping across friend and foe alike. The number of those he has wronged is staggering, including many significant figures from both heaven and hell within the DC universe, who harbor a deep-seated animosity toward him. However, this loathed figure, who has deceived both celestial and infernal beings alike, continues to navigate the world with remarkable ease, and there must be a reason for this. As a mage, Constantine's status within the DC universe is comparable to that of Doctor Strange in the Marvel realm. Although he may appear unimpressive in everyday life, often bested by mere street thugs, he possesses a formidable record of accomplishments. Archimedes once proclaimed that given a fulcrum, he could move the world. If this adage were applied to Constantine, it would mean that with adequate preparation time, regardless of whether one is an angel or a demon, he could outsmart them with ease. In terms of achievements, Constantine is certainly on par with Doctor Strange. Thus, from this perspective, one could assert that he is among the most powerful mages in the DC universe, as few can rival him in terms of accomplishments. This is precisely why Raymond's heart momentarily skipped a beat upon discovering that a bronze-tier character card could activate Constantine. When measured against Constantine's most impressive feats, not to mention the bronze-level counterparts, even the silver-tier personalities such as Tao Bai Bai and Akainu would pale in comparison. However, if one were to evaluate his everyday capabilities, any bronze-tier character could easily best him. In summary, he embodies a vast contradiction. His methods and personal strength are both rife with paradoxes. Yet, regardless of one's sentiments towards him, whether admiration or disdain, none can deny his prowess. In a competitive arena, even figures like Captain America and Kakashi would be unworthy to carry his shoes. Thus, Raymond finds himself perplexed as to why the system categorizes Constantine as a bronze-tier character. If he were to classify him, Constantine would undoubtedly deserve a golden-tier designation. Could it be that the system assesses individuals with such fluctuating power levels solely by their lowest points? Upon reflection, this appears to be the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, there is no justification for Constantine's placement among the bronze tier. Consequently, one might wonder if this constitutes a fortunate oversight. Gazing at the newly acquired Constantine character persona in his data panel, Raymond felt an overwhelming sense of joy mixed with astonishment. While this activation did not yield a silver-tier persona as the last one did, Constantine's uniqueness transcends simple categorization. His most formidable asset has never been his magic, but rather his cunning and strategic acumen. In simpler terms, he lacks a comprehensive perspective. When called upon to resolve minor inconveniences, he may offer insights that diverge from Raymond's own, proving effective, such as his idea to infiltrate the Hellfire Club to address its troubles. However, such cleverness is inherently limited and often not the optimal choice. The Constantine persona starkly contrasts with the Clark persona, and its emergence serves to fill a void. Nonetheless, Raymond harbors significant concerns regarding the Constantine persona. Just as he questions his ability to manage the Akainu persona, he feels similarly uncertain about the Constantine persona. Should complications arise requiring Constantine's intervention, Raymond must ascertain that no close acquaintances will be inadvertently drawn into the fray. A moment's negligence could lead to catastrophic consequences. Another troublemaker. Raymond rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. Not far from the Sankei building, in a Thai restaurant, Colonel Strick sat alone in a private room, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Before long, a Latin man clad in a suit and sporting silver-framed glasses walked in and seated himself across from Colonel Strick, pouring himself a glass of wine. His name was Sitwell, a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., but more importantly, he was also an operative of Hydra embedded within the agency. Had a rough time with Director Fury? Sitwell inquired, a smile playing on his lips as he observed Colonel Strick struggling with his meal. "Are you here to mock me?" Strick replied, setting down his utensils and fixing a cold glare upon him. "You are far too sensitive, Colonel. We are allies, after all," Sitwell continued with a grin. "Humph," Strick scoffed, clearly displeased, yet this did not deter him from retrieving a folder from behind him and tossing it across the table to Sitwell. Chapter 068. Thanksgiving Dinner, what is this? Agent Sitwell inquired as he accepted the folder. Inside were the investigation reports pertaining to the incident. With this information, I trust that your resources should make it relatively straightforward to identify which agents were involved in this affair. Colonel Strucker, while resuming his meal with knife and fork in hand, remarked, "It would be preferable if you could provide me with a direct answer. However, if that proves inconvenient, at the very least, I would appreciate a list. The rest I shall handle on my own. Finding individuals is not a challenge. But are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" Agent Sitwell's tone grew somewhat grave. "If Fury discovers that you dare to act against S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, given his disposition, he will not hesitate to disregard who stands behind you. You must contemplate this carefully. And what if he does discover it?" Strucker scoffed. "In that case, he could easily find a scapegoat. Would he truly risk his standing with the military over such a trivial matter? You do not understand him." Agent Sitwell countered, shaking his head. It seems you are the ones who have been intimidated by him. Strucker laughed derisively. Seeing Strucker's arrogance, Agent Sitwell decided not to engage further. As the saying goes, words spoken in discord are in vain. He stood up, clutching the folder, and stated, "Once I have the list, I will send someone to deliver it to you. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. No need to see me off." He left behind a full glass of red wine that had yet to be consumed. Watching him depart, Colonel Strucker smirked coldly, showing no intention of detaining him, and resumed his leisurely meal. Half an hour later, Agent Sitwell appeared in Alexander Pierce's office. And that is the situation. After reporting on his encounter with Colonel Strucker, Agent Sitwell asked, "So, shall we continue our collaboration with him?" "Why not?" Pierce replied, patting his shoulder with a smile. "Strucker's arrogance is bound to lead him into conflict with Fury. When that time comes, with a little guidance from us, even if we cannot unseat Fury entirely, we can ensure he has little time to concern himself with other matters. Is that not advantageous? But I worry he may expose us prematurely." Agent Sitwell furrowed his brow. "Do not fret. A single Strucker cannot thwart our plans," Pierce reassured him with a chuckle. "Moreover, this matter involves the Tahiti project, which allows for resurrection. Should Strucker continue his investigation, he might inadvertently assist us. Let us allow him to lead the charge." "Very well. By the way, how are arrangements at the Academy progressing?" Pierce inquired further. "Lord Garrett has already made the necessary preparations, but I have not had the opportunity to ascertain the specifics," Agent Sitwell replied after a moment's contemplation. "Garrett personally overseeing it? That should pose no issue. An outsider could never elude Garrett's grasp." Pierce nodded, choosing not to probe further. Although he held the nominal title of John Garrett's superior, within Hydra, they were peers, each with their own responsibilities. He had no authority to interfere with Garrett's affairs, nor was it prudent to inquire further. "Clary, are you certain your brother is agreeable to us visiting your home?" Under the moonlight, Lorna asked Clarice, somewhat apprehensively. She harbored a genuine fear of Clarice's enigmatic brother, which was shared by John and Sonia, who, by her observation, appeared equally uneasy. Despite her earlier bravado in the face of Raymond, it had merely been a fade. After all, she was merely a 15 or 16-year-old girl, and in her relatively uneventful life, the most fearsome and terrifying entities were the Sentinel services, which relentlessly pursued mutants. When she learned that Raymond hailed from an organization even more formidable than the Sentinels, trepidation inevitably took root within her. This apprehension only intensified after hearing Sonia recount Raymond's brutal slaughter of over 30 mercenaries. However, to think of Raymond without feeling nervous would be disingenuous. "Rest assured, I have already spoken with my brother, and he has consented. There will be no issues," Clarice replied nonchalantly. Unlike her companions, Clarice had witnessed Raymond's gruesome feats firsthand. Yet he remained her brother. Moreover, Raymond's actions were motivated by a desire to protect her. After the initial shock subsided, she quickly acclimated to the reality. The two had agreed that Raymond would refrain from disclosing her mutant status to the Fong family, and in turn, she would pretend to be unaware of Raymond's capabilities. As Raymond had returned safely, to celebrate, the Fong family decided to host a lively gathering. They invited relatives from Roland's side and encouraged Raymond and Clarice to bring their friends along. Clarice's first instinct was to invite Lorna, along with John and Sonia, as she understood that her friends had not experienced the warmth of home in quite some time. Clarice longed to share her warmth with them. Of course, she had considered whether Raymond would mind her friends visiting, and indeed, she had consulted him beforehand. He had expressed indifference regarding the matter. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and it was Clarice's mother, Roland, who answered. "Hello, Aunt." Upon seeing Roland, the three greeted her with a hint of awkwardness. "Hello to you as well." Roland greeted them with a warm smile, then turned to Clarice, saying, "Clary, aren't you going to introduce your new friends?" Realizing her oversight, Clarice hurriedly introduced the three. Once Roland recognized who they were, she did not linger, simply smiling at Clarice as she stated, "Your brother and his friends have also arrived and are chatting in the backyard. I shall leave you young people to your conversation and go prepare dinner." "All right," Clarice nodded, leading her three friends toward the backyard. Upon arrival, they indeed found Raymond engaged in conversation with several individuals, though their backs were turned, preventing Clarice from discerning their appearances. One figure, however, stood out distinctly, tall and imposing, emanating an overwhelming aura even while seated. "You've arrived. Come sit," Raymond called out, waving them over. Among the three, one was a familiar face. Chapter 69. Just like your father, the old acquaintance in question was none other than the mysterious white-collar man from the Hellfire Club. the very one who had previously trailed Clarice. Although they were unaware of Carl's name, it did little to diminish their apprehension towards him. Why had this individual appeared here? Not only was Lorna perplexed, but even Clarice, who was half-host, could not fathom why this troublemaker had come to her home, seemingly as a guest of her brother Raymond, engaging in jovial conversation with him. Among them, John's reaction was the most intense. Instinctively, he scanned the surroundings for any suitable weapon. Unlike Lorna and Clarice, John had experienced betrayal more than once, having witnessed too many mutants betrayed by those closest to them. His past experiences taught him never to underestimate the malevolence of the human heart. Even if Raymond did not intend to betray Clarice, it was entirely plausible that he could view the three of them as bargaining chips in a transaction with Carl, a notion not at all far-fetched. Moreover, given their lack of familial ties with Raymond, it would not be surprising if he chose to sell them out. Raymond, along with Carl and the Red Tank, who had yet to leave Richmond, observed John's reaction with keen interest. Aside from Carl, the Red Tank and Ling Dai had never met Clarice and her friends. But their earlier conversation had made it clear that these youngsters were indeed Raymond's sister and her companions. Use your brains, will you? If I truly wanted to capture you, why would I invite you to my home? Raymond chuckled, gesturing towards the empty patch of grass beside him. Due to the number of guests, they had opted not to bring chairs, instead settling on the lawn. At that moment, there was ample space on the grass, enough for another 10 people without crowding. If Raymond intended to collaborate with the Hellfire Club against them, he could have simply tracked Clarice down without needing to invite them over. Once they realized this, they hesitated for a moment before finding a spot to sit. "Brother, what is this about?" Clarice inquired as soon as she settled down. While she did not believe Raymond would harm her, she remained puzzled by the situation. Raymond smiled gently. "Carl and I are old friends. This was indeed a misunderstanding. I had no idea he would suddenly come to Richmond to seek you out. Moreover, he harbors no ill will. He merely wishes to invite you to join the Hellfire Club. Had I been present last time, you would not have been in any danger." Upon hearing this, Clarice nodded, still somewhat bewildered but not skeptical, for she had always trusted that Raymond would not harm her. Furthermore, this was a prearranged script between Raymond and Carl to ease Clarice's mind, logically sound in its foundation. Suddenly, as Raymond was explaining that their previous encounter was a misunderstanding, Sonia, who had just sat down, clutched her head and let out a muffled groan. This unexpected reaction caused John to spring to his feet, rushing to support Sonia while anxiously asking, "What is wrong, dear? Little girl, hasn't anyone taught you not to pry into others' thoughts?" Ling Dai chuckled, gazing at Sonia, who was holding her head. "It's you." John glared at Ling Dai in anger. It was clear to him who was the cause of the turmoil, and he was not mistaken. Lorna and Clarice quickly followed suit, directing hostile glares at Ling Dai, particularly Lorna, who raised her hand, causing several nails to materialize in front of Ling Dai, no more than a meter away, appearing ready to pose a threat. However, Ling Dai showed no signs of fear or tension. Instead, she looked at Lorna with amusement. "What a familiar scene, remarkably reminiscent of your father in his youth." "My father?" Lorna was momentarily taken aback by Ling Dai's words, instinctively thinking she was spouting nonsense. After all, her father was not a mutant. How could she possibly resemble him in his youth? But before she could voice her rebuttal, a sudden realization struck her. Like Clarice, she too was adopted. This commonality explained their close bond, as their life trajectories were strikingly similar. Both were adopted and mutants. The only difference was that she had awakened her abilities earlier and had chosen to leave home to prevent endangering her adoptive parents, while Clarice was only just discovering her powers. Nevertheless, considering the unfamiliar woman before her and the unclear allegiances, she refrained from immediately believing Ling Dai's words and retorted stubbornly, "Don't talk nonsense. My father has no powers whatsoever. Are you unaware of your own origins?" Ling Dai's smile broadened, as if she had stumbled upon a revelation, and she turned to the Red Tank, asking, "You haven't heard of him having a daughter, have you?" "Don't look at me. I know nothing," the Red Tank replied, gazing into the distance noncommittally. Seeing the Red Tank's response, Ling Dai's smile grew even brighter. "A love child? How surprising. What have you done to Sonia?" John, infuriated by Ling Dai's cryptic words concerning Sonia's condition, was on the verge of losing control. "John, don't be rash. I'm fine. It's my fault." Sonia, feeling somewhat better, quickly grasped John's arm, signaling him to remain calm. Chapter 070. The astonishing Lorna. It turned out that Sonia, upon sitting down, instinctively intended to utilize her abilities to gauge whether the three members of the Red Tank harbored any malicious intent towards them. To her surprise, she encountered Ling Dai, a fellow mutant endowed with similar psychic capabilities, and evidently, Ling Dai's powers far surpassed her own. Not only did Ling Dai detect Sonia's probing, but she also imparted a small lesson to her. The sudden pain that caused Sonia to clutch her head was a direct consequence of Ling Dai's counterattack, resulting in a backlash of her abilities. After listening to Sonia's explanation, John realized that Sonia was indeed at fault in this matter, as the reckless use of psychic abilities on others is inherently an offensive act. Although there are no laws explicitly prohibiting the arbitrary use of psychic abilities on others, the mutant community has long established certain unwritten rules. For instance, to employ psychic powers on someone without their consent is tantamount to declaring war. There is little room for discussion. Ling Dai did not sever ties with Sonia over her unreasonable actions but merely taught her a small lesson, which was undoubtedly a display of restraint. In this context, John's earlier reaction seemed somewhat absurd. Sonia's actions were certainly not intended as an affront, and I apologize on her behalf, John awkwardly stated, coming to the realization that he had made a considerable blunder. Never mind, it's in the past, Ling Dai replied, casually waving her hand and casting a mild glance at him. However, had this not transpired in Dr. Raymond's home, your tone during our conversation would have warranted your demise. She then turned her attention to Lorna, a smile gracing her lips, and continued, next time you contemplate taking action against someone, ensure that your strike is decisive. Do not adopt a menacing stance, for such an approach may only result in your own downfall without serving any purpose. Before she could finish her sentence, a few nails before Ling Dai were enveloped in a shimmering, translucent violet light, which swiftly drew them toward Lorna. During this exchange, Lorna was taken aback to discover that she could not exert any influence over the nails, as the violet light rendered her attempts futile, leaving her defenseless against their approach. The implication was painfully clear. Had this unfamiliar woman genuinely harbored ill intentions, she could have effortlessly eliminated Lorna in an instant, and Lorna would have been powerless to resist even the slightest fraction of that assault. Enough with the intimidation, Raymond interjected with a chuckle as he shook his head. Upon hearing this, Ling Dai smiled and dissipated the violet light, allowing the nails to fall harmlessly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, John felt an equal measure of astonishment as Lorna. Although Ling Dai had not truly unleashed her full wrath upon them, the brief confrontation had illuminated the extent of her formidable prowess. She could easily dominate Lorna in a clash of abilities, rendering her utterly defenseless, and possessed a psychic strength surpassing Sonia's. How terrifying was such power? John had encountered many mutants throughout his experiences, yet none had matched Ling Dai's extraordinary capabilities. Were she to harbor hostility towards them, she could effortlessly dispatch them all, especially considering the presence of Carl, who would render any collaboration between John and Lorna futile. And the imposing Red Tank, whose capabilities remained unknown yet exuded an undeniable pressure. Though John was unfamiliar with Red Tank, he reasoned that those who associated with Carl and Ling Dai were unlikely to be ineffectual. Only at this moment did he truly believe that these individuals bore no ill will towards him and his companions. Since we exchanged pleasantries, shall we sit down properly? Raymond offered, providing them with an opportunity to settle. Observing that the youngsters had finally calmed down, he smiled and took on the role of host, facilitating introductions among them. With Raymond maintaining the atmosphere and Carl, the seasoned diplomat, mediating, the tension quickly dissipated. Notably, Clarice and Lorna soon grew familiar with Ling Dai. However, this was not due to Ling Dai's affable demeanor. Those acquainted with her, like Carl, knew that this Dark Queen typically regarded others with disdain. Even within the Hellfire Club, few could elicit her deference. This was partly due to her high status and formidable strength within the club, as well as her background, which undeniably justified her pride. Ling Dai lowered her regal air in the presence of Clarice and Lorna, as they represented a similar class of individuals in some respect. Lorna's abilities and her familiar, aloof demeanor reminded Ling Dai of a certain notorious mutant crime lord. In reality, Ling Dai was far older than she appeared, having established connections with Magneto through numerous interactions. Moreover, their mutual friend, Red Tank, further solidified this bond. If Lorna were indeed Magneto's daughter, Ling Dai would have no reason to make things difficult for her, even without considering Raymond's influence. As for Clarice, her connection to Raymond, an enigmatic figure of immense power, provided her with an exceptional advantage. Who would dare to challenge her, knowing she had such a formidable brother? Ultimately, Both Clarice and Lorna belonged to the privileged class, those shielded by influential connections. Lingdai saw reflections of herself in them, and thus, her demeanor softened. However, she was far less approachable towards John and Sonia, having not once regarded them directly. Not only her, but Carl too exhibited a similar indifference, albeit with a touch more decorum. John, however, was no fool. He quickly discerned the nature of the situation, and his expression grew increasingly awkward. The peculiar reaction from John did not escape the notice of anyone except the naive Clarice and Lorna. Raymond was no exception, but he chose to disregard it. Frankly, John's thoughts were of little concern to him. At that moment, Red Tank suddenly stood and gestured to him. "Would you accompany me for a walk?" "Certainly," Raymond replied, recognizing that Red Tank likely had something private to discuss and did not decline the invitation. Chapter 071. Accompanied by a group of elderly gentlemen. "Is it true what you mentioned before regarding your ailing companion?" Red Tank inquired as they stepped aside. "Of course it is true. There would be no purpose in deceiving you, would there?" Raymond replied, spreading his hands. "Yet, I have never heard of him having a child." Red Tank furrowed his brow. "Because even he is unaware of this son's existence," Raymond chuckled, gesturing toward Lorna. Much like Magneto was oblivious to the fact that he had a daughter. Red Tank glanced at Lorna, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "Where is that child now?" "Still in the hospital?" He pressed on. "I cannot say for certain." "Wait, you're not considering using him to threaten Professor X, are you?" Red Tank refuted. "There will ultimately be a resolution between us, but I would never stoop so low as to use children as leverage. What I desire is to personally dismantle everything he has built, compelling him to kneel before me in repentance." At this juncture, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flickered in Red Tank's eyes. Raymond shook his head. "I am uncertain of the grievances that bind you so tightly, but I would personally advise against involving David in this matter." "Oh." Red Tank discerned an underlying implication in Raymond's words. "The potential within David is formidable," Raymond stated succinctly, leaving it at that. Formidable? Red Tank was momentarily taken aback by Raymond's choice of words, instinctively dismissing it as an exaggeration. However, upon reflection, he realized that the Raymond before him was a level 4 mutant. To be deemed formidable by a level 4 mutant was indeed no trivial matter. Raymond seemingly recognized Red Tank's desire for further inquiry and preemptively obstructed him. "Do not ask me about other matters. I am unaware. What I can convey is to refrain from provoking him." "I understand." Red Tank nodded slightly. Yet, Raymond perceived that he did not seem to genuinely absorb the advice. "He is lying." Suddenly, a raspy voice echoed in Raymond's mind. This familiar voice belonged to the subordinate personality, Jacques, one of the 3 recently activated bronze-level personas. With the emergence of development points, the system had activated new functionalities, including the ability to communicate with subordinate personalities within his mind at any time, not just during transitions. Furthermore, he could opt to share his sensory experiences with them, a choice he could revoke whenever he wished. The system had not assigned a name to this feature, but Raymond dubbed it the accompanied by a group of elderly gentlemen function. Upon discovering this new perk, the subordinate personalities immediately engaged Raymond in discussions, fervently requesting that he frequently enable sensory sharing. Even the notoriously difficult Akainu persona expressed his willingness to cooperate, promising to adhere to Raymond's commands as much as possible without compromising his principles. In response to their requests, Raymond did not impose unreasonable conditions, agreeing to share sensory experiences as long as it did not infringe upon his privacy or involve matters he deemed inappropriate. He found their demands reasonable. One cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with fodder. A little incentive at this juncture would yield better results. Thus, during Raymond's recent exchange with Red Tank, his subordinate personalities were privy to every moment. "You noticed that too?" Raymond mused internally. So obvious, it would be hard not to notice. Crow, the subordinate persona, remarked nonchalantly. "If I am not mistaken, while he would not use David as a hostage, he may very well manipulate him against his father, inciting a conflict between father and son? How thrilling." Labila, another subordinate persona, cackled. "Why resort to familial ties? How dreadfully mundane." Deadshot, another persona, sighed. "What are you all talking about?" The Demon Slayer subordinate persona queried, utterly bewildered. As a quintessential brute, he had gleaned no useful information from the earlier interaction, merely enjoying the spectacle of Raymond's dialogue with Red Tank. As soon as Akainu spoke, Crow and the others fell silent. Despite being subordinate personalities, They recognized the hierarchy among them, understanding that Akainu was a silver-level powerhouse, a rank above their own. Respect for strength is a universal principle. Thus, they refrained from rebutting. Among the bronze-level personas, only the lethargic Jia Kong was too disinterested to counter the prevailing sentiments. Ultimately, it was Tao Bai who stepped forth, openly mocking, to achieve greatness. One must live boldly. What would you know, you brute? Do you seek death, you effeminate fool? Akainu retorted in a low voice. Who are you calling effeminate? Tao Bai erupted with indignation. Real men do not wear braids. If you do, what does that make you? Akainu sneered. As the subordinate personalities could perceive each other's spectral forms within Raymond's mind, Akainu knew precisely what Tao Bai looked like. This brother of mine, I must respectfully disagree. The Demon Slayer persona interjected, employing a Shandong accent, as he too sported a braid. Akainu's indiscriminate insult had inadvertently caught him in its crossfire. Silence. Before he could continue, both Akainu and Tao Bai barked in unison. Enough. Stop the clamor. You all take a break. Raymond, overwhelmed by their noise, activated the mute function, severing sensory sharing and communication. Once the connection was severed, tranquility returned to the world. At that moment, Raymond's maternal grandfather's family, along with his uncle's family, had also arrived. His mother, Roland, called out to him from the kitchen window, signaling for him to assist in receiving his grandfather and uncle's families in the living room. Reluctantly, he excused himself from Red Tank and made his way toward the living area. Chapter 072. Family. Much like the Raymond family, Grandfather Aiden has two children. One is undoubtedly Roland, Raymond's mother, while the other is Roland's brother, Mitchell Aiden, who is Raymond's uncle. Grandfather Aiden runs a clothing company, which, while not particularly large, is sufficient to place him among the affluent in Richmond. In other words, Mother Roland is indeed a bona fide scion of wealth. This was one of the reasons why Grandfather Aiden opposed his daughter's marriage to Raymond's father. The notion of matching social status is not exclusive to the Chinese. At the time, Fong Mo was merely an inconspicuous police officer hailing from an ordinary immigrant family, and compared to Roland's family, he was indeed reaching beyond his means. It was only after Raymond's birth that Grandfather Aiden finally accepted Fong Mo as a son-in-law, particularly when Raymond became a prominent figure in psychology across North America. Fong Mo could finally hold his head high before his father-in-law. The rationale is simple. Although Raymond's wealth may not surpass that of Grandfather Aiden. One is a renowned psychologist known throughout the nation, while the other is a small-town businessman. Their social standings are markedly different. Furthermore, as a young scholar of Raymond's caliber, once he accumulates even greater renown, there will be ample opportunities for investment should he choose to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. At that point, his wealth could easily eclipse that of Grandfather Aiden. Naturally, Grandfather Aiden is aware of this, which is why he often boasts about Raymond to his old friends over drinks, demonstrating the pride he takes in his grandson. Fong Mo, too, enjoys elevated status due to his son's accomplishments, and his standing in Grandfather Aiden's eyes has risen correspondingly. As for Raymond's uncle Mitchell, he initially graduated from law school, similar to Mother Roland, and worked in the legal profession. However, as his career faced challenges, he was brought into the family business by Grandfather Aiden, who intended to groom him as his successor. As Mitchell gradually adapted to this new role, the now 70-year-old Grandfather Aiden could finally step back with peace of mind, only occasionally handling significant decisions while spending the rest of his time enjoying his twilight years, fishing and playing golf with old friends. Upon entering the living room, Raymond spotted his Grandfather Aiden and grandmother, along with Uncle Mitchell and his wife, as well as his two younger cousins. Similar to Grandfather Aiden and Mother Roland, Uncle Mitchell also has two daughters. The elder, Haley, has just graduated from university and is currently job hunting, while the younger, Alex, is of similar age to Clarice and is still in high school. Cousin Raymond, it's been ages. Upon seeing Raymond, Alex rushed towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Having fully absorbed the memories of the original owner regarding his family, Raymond was not surprised by Alex's affection, as she has always idolized him. The elder cousin Haley, being one of the few underachievers in the family, is entirely disengaged from her studies, whereas younger cousin Alex, like Clarice, excels academically, striving to match the accomplishments of the former Raymond. Both have always regarded Raymond as their benchmark. However, it is evident that Alex harbors a touch of jealousy towards Clarice for having Raymond as her brother, having expressed on multiple occasions her wish to trade Haley, the underachiever, for him. It truly has been a long time, You've grown taller again. Raymond chuckled, ruffling her hair. Raymond, you certainly know how to invite trouble. With that remark, she'll be sure to pester you frequently. Uncle Mitchell shook his head with a laugh. Let her be. Washington is close by. It's good for Alex to learn from Raymond, so she doesn't end up like some girls who lack ambition, Grandfather Aiden said with a smile. Grandfather, here we go again. Haley rolled her eyes, as the family's sole underachiever, often subjected to discrimination by being used as a cautionary example. By the way, where's Clarice? Alex suddenly began to look around. She's chatting with a few friends in the backyard. You can go play with her. Raymond gestured towards the back. Then I'll go take a look. With that, she darted towards the backyard. Not overly concerned about Alex's foray, Raymond knew that whether it was Clarice's friends or Ling Dai and Carl, they were seasoned enough not to be caught off guard by a young girl like Alex. I'll go take a look too. Haley decided to follow Alex outside. Lisa and I will assist Roland in the kitchen. You gentlemen can chat among yourselves without worrying about us. Once Haley and Alex exited, Grandmother and Aunt Lisa also made their exit, leaving the living room to the 4 male family members. Would you care for a drink? The reticent Fong Mo inquired of his father-in-law and brother-in-law. Does young Raymond drink? Grandfather Aiden looked at Raymond. If grandfather wishes to drink, I shall certainly join you. Raymond replied with a smile. Excellent. Let us indulge a bit today. Grandfather Aiden exclaimed, laughing heartily. If we're drinking, I have a few friends on my end. Let me check if they would like to join, Raymond said, while making his way to the backyard. Initially planning to invite John, Raymond soon learned that John politely declined, and he saw no reason to press him. Before long, introductions were made, and the two parties quickly grew familiar with one another. Here's my business card. Should you require collaboration in the clothing industry, feel free to reach out, Uncle Mitchell said, succumbing to his professional instincts halfway through their drinks as he handed over his business card. Clothing industry? Certainly. I have several companies under my purview involved in that sector. We will surely find opportunities to collaborate, Raymond responded as he took Mitchell's card. Upon glancing at the title on the card, Mitchell instinctively whispered, Chairman of the Weldon Group. The Weldon Group. He initially murmured it, but soon his voice escalated in disbelief, repeating it with astonishment. Realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly apologized. Grandfather Aiden, who had intended to chastise him, suddenly seemed to recall something, turning to Mitchell and asking, which Weldon Group? The one you were thinking of, Father, Mitchell replied, his throat tightening, appearing somewhat anxious. Chapter 073. Still coughing lightly, Raymond asked, Am I the only one unaware of what the Weldon Group is? The taciturn old man, Fong Mo, raised his hand, admitting his complete ignorance of the conversation. However, the red tank, clearly in the know, was not surprised by the reactions of the elder Aiden and his son, merely taking another sip of his drink. At this moment, Uncle Mitchell took on the role of the explainer, stating, The Weldon Group is one of the top 10 publicly listed corporations based in Virginia. Its subsidiaries span various industries, including apparel, dining, and tourism. Well-known brands under its umbrella include Polk Menswear and Sanders Fried Chicken, which are quite common in Richmond. As Mitchell spoke, he felt an almost surreal sense of disbelief. If the man before him, Carl, truly was the chairman of the Weldon Group, his net worth would undoubtedly be in the tens of billions of dollars, even at a modest shareholding percentage. In comparison, the clothing company established by old Aiden would scarcely amount to 1% of that wealth. For billionaires of this caliber, old Aiden and his son might occasionally cross paths at social gatherings, but meaningful interaction was virtually impossible. They simply existed in different social strata. The sudden appearance of a corporate titan at their home, especially as a friend of their nephew, was understandably bewildering for Mitchell. He keenly observed that Carl displayed a remarkable respect towards Raymond and the burly man named Kane. Although he did not overtly seek to ingratiate himself, he consistently positioned himself in a humble manner. Such behavior was not merely a display of modesty. It seemed implausible that a billionaire would need to lower himself in this way. Raymond, despite being an academic of some repute and a distinguished psychologist, hardly warranted such deference from a corporate magnate. Mitchell found this quite irrational. Old Aiden, with a sharper insight, had already discerned Carl's unusually low posture towards Raymond. Initially, he assumed Carl might be a subordinate or a sycophantic acquaintance of Raymond. He could never have anticipated that Carl was the head of the Weldon Group. Truth be told, both father and son harbored suspicions that Carl might be a fraud. Given Raymond's evident ignorance of Carl's status, their familiarity appeared superficial. In such a scenario, if Carl were indeed the chairman, they could not fathom why he would adopt such a submissive stance. However, The doubts held by old Aiden and Mitchell stemmed from their ignorance of Carl's other identity as a core member of the Hellfire Club, known as the Black Knight. Aware of Carl's true nature, Raymond certainly did not perceive him as a charlatan. Yet, he could not entirely suppress his astonishment at the revelation that Carl was a billionaire corporate leader. After Uncle Mitchell's introduction, Raymond looked at Carl in disbelief and exclaimed, "You are quite wealthy. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "You never asked," Carl shrugged, responding with a casual smile. "Besides, compared to Miss Betsy, I cannot dare to call myself wealthy. If you're seeking envy, you have chosen the wrong target. Betsy is wealthier than you." Raymond glanced toward the backyard, astonished. "There is simply no comparison." Carl shook his head. At that moment, Raymond finally grasped why the Hellfire Club was whimsically dubbed the elite group of mutants. Even a relatively junior member like Carl possessed a fortune of at least tens of billions, overseeing a significant publicly listed company. Moreover, from his words, it seemed that his wealth paled in comparison to that of the enigmatic Betsy. If her fortune were only 2 or 3 times greater than his, it could hardly be deemed negligible. This indicated that Betsy was undoubtedly among the invisible super-rich. In light of this, it was likely that the majority of the Hellfire Club's core members were similarly affluent, each rivaling nations in their wealth. In the gold standard society of the West, wealth often correlates directly with political influence, particularly outside emerging industries. The Hellfire Club, wielding such vast wealth, naturally commanded significant political power, explaining its enduring presence over the years. Previously, Raymond had considered himself relatively affluent, at least compared to his past life. However, upon this revelation, he lamented his own poverty. As he contemplated his financial standing, old Aiden and Mitchell exchanged glances, both recognizing the skepticism reflected in each other's eyes. The claim of Carl being the chairman of the Weldon Group had already stretched their credulity. Now, the implication that Raymond's female companion was even wealthier, by many multiples, seemed increasingly absurd. Had it not been for their association with Carl as Raymond's friend, they might have outright questioned the veracity of his statements. Under the subtle prompting of his father, Mitchell placed a hand on Raymond's shoulder and said, "Raymond, come upstairs with me for a moment. I need your thoughts on some personnel matters regarding the company." "All right." Raymond agreed, not oblivious to the exchanges of expressions between his grandfather and uncle. He was certain that the red tank and Carl had noticed as well, though they likely did not see it as significant. Once they reached the second floor, Mitchell immediately leaned in and whispered, "What are the backgrounds of your friends? Are you certain there are no issues? I got the impression from their conversation that..." Mitchell's words hinted at his suspicion that they might be fraudsters. Raymond chuckled. "You are overthinking this. Have you forgotten my profession? Not just anyone can deceive me." Mitchell paused, realizing, "Of course, I forgot you're a psychologist. Even professional con artists would find it challenging to lie to you." However, he still felt uneasy. Raymond continued to smile. "While I may not have been aware that Carl is the chairman of the Weldon Group, his other identity is likely of equal or greater significance. He has no need to deceive me about such matters, so you needn't worry. Besides, regarding such claims, can't you verify them? I trust your connections will help you obtain a photograph of the Weldon Group's chairman." "Wait a moment." Mitchell, ever impatient, hurried off to make a call. Chapter 74. John's anomaly. As Mitchell stepped out of the room, he was engulfed in a haze of bewilderment. He had recognized the photograph of the chairman of the Weldon Group, obtained from a friend, as none other than Carl himself, who was downstairs. This revelation meant that Carl had been truthful all along, and it was Mitchell and his father who had overthought the situation. Realizing this, Mitchell felt a mix of embarrassment and unexpected joy. For a large publicly traded conglomerate like the Weldon Group, even a slight favor could immensely benefit old Aiden's clothing company. Since Carl was indeed the head of the Weldon Group and shared a close relationship with his nephew, it was likely that he would lend a hand to their company out of goodwill. Given the current unfavorable global economic climate, which posed significant challenges for small businesses like theirs, Mitchell was pleasantly surprised to have stumbled upon such a fortunate turn of events while simply gathering for a meal at his sister's house. "Raymond, don't forget to speak kindly about us to your friends. Half of the company's future success may hinge on your mother's influence," Mitchell promptly urged Raymond, now fully aware of the situation. "I know," Raymond replied, acquiescing to avoid Mitchell's relentless chatter. As for Carl, he felt no need to provide any special instructions. With someone as shrewd as Carl, forming a beneficial relationship required little effort. "Should I also devise a way to earn some money?" Raymond suddenly pondered. He was no longer the insecure newcomer he once was. With the presence of 2 formidable silver-tier alter egos and the uncertain potential of his wild-card alter ego, He found himself in a position where he could afford to be less aggressive. Anyone who dared to provoke him would be courting disaster. With his personal safety assured, it seemed the time had come for him to pursue individual aspirations. What should I do? After departing from Raymond's house, John wore a stern expression, as though someone had indebted him. They had not allowed Clarice to see them off. The trio simply drove away. "What's wrong, Brother John?" Lorna finally inquired, having noticed John's unusual demeanor. "I'm fine," John initially denied, but soon added, "From now on, you should all keep your distance from Clarice's brother. Something feels off about him and his friends." "Off? What do you mean?" Lorna asked, puzzled. "I think Raymond and Beatrice are quite nice." After a brief interaction with Ling Dai, Lorna had formed a favorable impression of her big sister, despite Ling Di's cryptic remarks that had left her in the dark. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Dai was actually older than her adoptive parents, yet appeared to be in her 30s. Furthermore, her opinion of Raymond was similarly positive, although he had come across as arrogant during their last encounter. Clarice's constant praises of her brother had influenced Lorna's perception. Moreover, Raymond's demeanor during this visit was markedly more courteous than before, with only a hint of aloofness. Yet, Lorna found that coldness to be inconsequential. Thus, she could not comprehend why John would suddenly suggest that she and Sonia distance themselves from Raymond and the others. Sonia, sensing John's underlying thoughts, spoke candidly, "Dear, from what I've observed, it seems that Clarice's brother and his friends are not targeting you specifically. They probably behave this way all the time. You think they're fine?" John interrupted Sonia with growing impatience, his tone sharp. "So, you imply that I am petty and deliberately slandering them?" "You know that that's not what I mean," Sonia replied softly. "What do you mean, then? Are you suggesting that I am incapable and inferior to them?" John suddenly snapped, realizing that he was comparing himself to individuals affiliated with either the Hellfire Club or high-ranking members of S.H.I.E.L.D. What am I? Just the leader of a worthless organization. "Brother John, why are you speaking to Sister Sonia like that?" Lorna protested, displeased. "Am I not stating the truth? If you feel accomplished mingling with them, then go ahead. There's no need to endure indignity with me. I can't bear it." John, noticing the disappointment in Sonia's eyes, which were now glistening with unshed tears, suddenly became aware of the weight of his words. "I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. Stop talking. I need some quiet." Sonia interrupted, closing her eyes and turning away from him. Seeing that Sonia was genuinely upset, John felt a pang of panic. Yet, out of pride, he refused to back down in front of Lorna and fell silent. Observing John's behavior, Lorna couldn't help but compare him to Raymond. The comparison revealed a stark contrast. John lacked the charisma and adeptness in handling situations that Raymond possessed. This realization led Lorna to question whether her decision to join the underground mutant organization had been wise. Meanwhile, after leaving Raymond's home, the trio of Red Tank headed straight for the airport, each having booked flights to leave Richmond that very evening. "Who?" Carl inquired. "The patient that Dr. Raymond mentioned from the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital. His name is David Haller, I believe," Red Tank replied, uncertain of his recollection. "That's the name." Carl confirmed with a nod, before asking, "Are we investigating him?" "Indeed," Red Tank affirmed. At that moment, Ling Dai interjected with curiosity. "Could it be that what Dr. Raymond said is true? Is that David truly your nephew?" "It seems so," Red Tank replied with a slight nod. "First, there was a love child of Eric, and now Charles' illegitimate son. TSK, you men really cannot control yourselves," Ling Dai remarked with a smirk. Her observation held merit, for male mutants were, after all, still men. Chapter 75, The Sudden Inspiration of Raymond. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Raymond had stayed at home for over half a month. During this period, Director Lou Dan had called him several times, inquiring whether he needed someone dispatched for covert protection, all of which Raymond graciously declined. And Director Lou Dan did not press the matter. He understood that Raymond was no longer the same as before. It was evident that Director Lou Dan must have learned from Hill about the rumors surrounding Raymond's potential mutation, coupled with the infamous gamble he had with Leonid. The director of the Combat Academy, it was impossible for someone in his position to overlook such intelligence. Raymond's overwhelming victory over the seasoned field agent Leonid in comprehensive operations proved that he no longer required protection from anyone. On this particular day, it must be said that the original owner of the apartment had exquisite taste. The location and the decor of the apartment were exceptionally to Raymond's liking. Therefore, after careful consideration, he resolved to sell it. Vincent, the head of the Communications Institute whom Raymond had called for assistance, stared at him in disbelief. Didn't you just lament how wise your choice was? Why the sudden decision to sell? He was sorting through his valuables in the apartment, preparing to take them all at once. Stop joking around, my friend. I'm serious. Why on earth do you want to sell the apartment? Vincent asked, somewhat exasperated. Raymond halted his actions, turning to face him. All right, since you're so curious, I'll be frank. I plan to establish a comprehensive detective agency, and I find myself a bit short on funds, so I thought it best to dispose of this apartment. A detective agency? What about your work at the academy? Vincent queried, puzzled. Just recently, Raymond had entered into a bet with Leonid concerning his position at the combat academy, and he had emerged victorious. How could he suddenly change his mind? That is indeed the case, but do you think the S.H.I.E.L.D. and the combat academy will agree to this? Vincent probed. I have already informed Director Fury, and he has given his approval. As for the academy, have you forgotten my wager with Agent Leonid? Raymond reminded Vincent, who then recalled that Leonid had arrogantly promised that if Raymond won, he would facilitate all future endeavors. While it was somewhat irregular for academy instructors to take on side jobs, it was not unprecedented, especially since many guest professors were already engaged in part-time teaching. Raymond had been one of them. However, there had not been any known instances of employed instructors taking on external commitments. Yet, since S.H.I.E.L.D. had given its consent, as long as there were no objections from the academy, it should be feasible. Vincent, as the head of the Communications Institute, possessed enough judgment to recognize this. Having resolved this, Vincent shook his head with a wry smile, asking, what kind of spell have you cast on Director Fury? It seems as if he is at your beck and call. Stop pretending, my friend. I refuse to believe that you, a prominent figure in the intelligence community, have been unable to ascertain my previous whereabouts. Raymond shot him a sidelong glance. Vincent felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. He had indeed conducted a discreet inquiry into Raymond's prior movements through his channels. Although his intentions were good, he felt awkward admitting it. When he had encountered Raymond at the control tower, he had refrained from asking too many questions, pretending, like the other three institute heads, to be unaware of Raymond's previous activities. Now he had been caught out. I was merely concerned for your well-being, fearing you might encounter some trouble, Vincent replied sheepishly. I understand. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought your assistance. Raymond waved his hand dismissively. There are certain matters I cannot elaborate on. You understand the protocols. Discussing them further would not be beneficial for you. Completely understood, Vincent replied, acknowledging the unspoken rules. What I can tell you is that Director Fury may feel indebted to me due to this matter, and generally, he will acquiesce to reasonable requests, Raymond pondered. Got it. Let us change the subject. Vincent gestured for a pause. Besides, as a seasoned agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was aware that some matters should not be probed too deeply. The fact that Director Fury had personally ordered secrecy regarding Raymond's prior activities indicated that the situation was far from ordinary, and he did not wish to invite trouble. So he swiftly redirected the conversation. But even if you wish to open an agency, you could always take out a loan, given your circumstances. I believe any bank would welcome you as a prime client, he suggested. Vincent was thoroughly familiar with the concept of establishing a detective agency. In his past life, he had practically lived at his office, avoiding the hassle of commuting between home and work, especially now with the added responsibilities at the academy. Raymond had sought Vincent's assistance primarily due to his extensive network. Few within the S.H.I.E.L.D. hierarchy could rival the connections held by Vincent, the head of the Communications Institute. Upon learning of Raymond's intentions, Vincent readily agreed, a mysterious smile crossing his face. For matters like this, you came to the right person. I will introduce you to someone who can ensure all of this is handled effectively. Someone? Raymond asked, taken aback. He realized that the tasks at hand involved more than merely selling the apartment. He needed to secure a suitable office location, obtain the necessary licenses for the detective agency, and navigate various other logistical challenges. Had it not been for the complexity of these issues, he could have simply approached a real estate agent. Yes, one person, Vincent confirmed. Nodding. I'll arrange a meeting for you, and you can discuss everything with him. For any similar minor inconveniences in the future, you can reach out to him directly. All right, then I shall trouble you with this, Raymond replied. We are comrades, no need for such formalities. Vincent smiled brightly at him. Chapter 76. The Hall of Justice in the evening. Following the address provided by Vincent, Raymond arrived at Chinatown in Washington, D.C. Compared to the bustling Chinatowns of New York and Flushing, the Washington, D.C. Chinatown, while still a hub for the Chinese community, was undoubtedly quieter, yet notably cleaner, devoid of the usual chaos and disorder found in many other Chinatowns. The address given by Vincent led him to a modestly renowned Chinese restaurant, Donlu Seafood Restaurant. Although the prices were somewhat elevated compared to smaller establishments, they were still manageable for the original owner of Raymond's body, who was not particularly financially constrained. The original owner had frequented this place with several Chinese friends, including Vincent. From Vincent's hints, it seemed the individual he was about to meet, who could assist with all his minor troubles, was also of Chinese descent, making this meeting place all the more fitting. Upon entering the restaurant's main hall, Raymond had barely taken out his phone to dial when he noticed a portly middle-aged Chinese man in sunglasses striding toward him. The man, wiping his forehead with a tissue, greeted him with a broad smile. "Are you Dr. Raymond?" "I am," Raymond nodded, already suspecting the man's identity. The middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief upon confirming his assumption. "I am Raymond. My English name is January. You may call me whichever you prefer. Mr. Vincent asked me to wait for you here." "January. Ren?" Raymond looked at him with a hint of amusement. The combination of the English name and his surname struck him as rather peculiar. Raymond, sensing the source of Raymond's odd expression, chuckled awkwardly. "You must be curious about why I chose such an English name?" He explained. "When I first arrived in North America, I hardly spoke any English. So I had a friend help me pick a name. I wanted something that conveyed the idea of the whole year's work depends on a good start in spring. So I chose January, which is abbreviated as January." "Did no one ever tell you how odd that sounds?" Raymond couldn't help but inquire. "At first, no. Perhaps my friends noticed, but kept it to themselves to spare my feelings. By the time I realized it, everyone already knew my English name, and over time, I just let it be." Raymond shrugged. "That's quite all right. It has character." Raymond smiled in response. Raymond, shaking his head with a wry smile, shifted the topic. "The private room is ready. Shall we discuss matters inside?" "Whatever you arrange is fine with me," Raymond replied nonchalantly. With a wave of his hand, Raymond signaled a waitress, who promptly led them upstairs to a private room named Autumn Rhythm. Once seated, Raymond gestured for the staff to bring out the dishes. "I noticed the waitress seems particularly courteous to you. Do you come here often?" Raymond inquired with a smile after they settled down. After a moment's hesitation, Raymond replied thoughtfully, "Well, this restaurant is, in a sense, one of my properties." "In a sense?" Raymond noted the peculiar choice of words. If Raymond were merely the owner of the restaurant, it wouldn't be particularly surprising. Given the original owner's wealth, opening a restaurant of similar scale would be effortless. However, Vincent had specifically introduced Raymond to him, mentioning that he could assist with any minor inconveniences, which suggested there was more to Raymond than met the eye. "Mr. Vincent has been kind to me, and since you are also his friend, I won't keep anything from you. Have you heard of the Hall of Justice?" Raymond hesitated before asking. "The North American hung mon?" Raymond instinctively replied. "That would not be incorrect," Raymond shrugged. Compared to the Hall of Justice, the term North American hung mon was indeed more widely recognized. Raymond's familiarity with the name had nothing to do with the original owner. Rather, it stemmed from the existence of the same gang in his past life, often depicted in various films and dramas. As the largest gang in China, the Hung Mon's North American branch held a unique position within the Chinese community, especially since the original Hung Mon was banned in China. The North American Hung Mon had effectively replaced it, becoming its new headquarters. The Hall of Justice was the official designation of the North American Hung Mon. Both the former Raymond and the original owner, who possessed Chinese ancestry, would undoubtedly recognize this name. "You are affiliated with the Hall of Justice?" Raymond asked, slightly taken aback. "Indeed, I am the leader of the Washington branch of the Hall of Justice, known in the community as the Jade-Faced Flying Dragon." Raymond, mid-sip of tea, couldn't contain himself and nearly spat it out, fortunately managing to turn his head just in time to avoid making a mess. "Cough, cough, cough. My apologies." "I choked a little," Raymond said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Quite understandable," Raymond replied, appearing equally flustered. Clearly, his nickname had caused discomfort before, and Raymond certainly would not be the first or the last to react that way. However, Raymond felt compelled to explain. "You see, this nickname was given to me before I gained weight. Honestly, I was quite handsome when I was slimmer, I assure you." Realizing he had digressed, he quickly redirected the conversation. "Let us move on to serious matters. I heard from Mr. Vincent that you have a minor issue that requires my assistance. May I inquire about the nature of your troubles?" After Raymond clarified his situation, Raymond quickly grasped the issue at hand. "So, you intend to sell an apartment in the city center and are looking to establish a detective agency, requiring a suitable office space and a business license, correct? Exactly. Raymond confirmed with a nod. Not to worry, I shall take care of it, Raymond assured him, patting his chest with conviction. Aside from the business license, which might take a few days, he confidently promised to resolve the other matters within 3 days. Chapter 077. Different patterns as Raymond engaged in conversation with Raymond. 2 female waitresses began serving the dishes. Thus, the two commenced a delightful exchange over their meal. Through Raymond's elucidation, Raymond grasped the reason behind Raymond's assertion that this restaurant merely nominally belonged to him, for it was, in truth, under the auspices of the Huafu branch of the Zhigong Tang. As the branch leader, Raymond indeed wielded dominion over the establishment. However, strictly speaking, the restaurant was not his personal property. Should he vacate his position, the authority over the restaurant would naturally transfer to his successor. Surely you jest. How could you be unaware of the standing of Chinese communities in North America? Raymond sighed, admitting, it may sound impressive that we are the largest Chinese gang in North America, but if one were to rank all gangs in the region, we wouldn't even make it into the top 10. Is it really that dire? Raymond questioned incredulously. Although he had only visited North America a few times in his previous life as a private investigator, he possessed a far deeper understanding of the underbelly than the average individual. To his knowledge, the most formidable gang in North America was the North American Mafia, comprised of the 5 illustrious families. The original North American Mafia was akin in nature to the North American Hongmen, merely a branch of the larger Italian Mafia. Yet, as North America ascended to global superpower status, the North American Mafia burgeoned. No longer content to be subordinates of the Italian Mafia, ultimately splintering into the 5 family-led faction. The North American Hongmen, however, did not share such fortune. Despite their considerable numbers, the majority of their members were Chinese. In a predominantly white nation like North America, they remained at a disadvantage, unable to rival the might of the North American Mafia's 5 families. Nonetheless, the North American Hongmen still constituted a gang of equivalent stature to the Mafia. Even if they could not outmatch the Mafia, they were assuredly among the top 3 elite factions. How is it then that Raymond claimed they could not even rank within the top 10? Why would I deceive you? There are countless gangs far more formidable than ours, Raymond replied, counting on his fingers. Take the Jin Bing gang, for instance, that leading powerhouse. Wait, the Jin Bing gang? Raymond interjected suddenly. A realization dawned upon him. How could he have overlooked this? Upon hearing Jin Bing, he recognized the error in his previous assumptions. This was the Marvel Universe, where, despite many similarities to his former life, there existed numerous distinctions. When discussing the underworld of the Marvel world, how could one possibly overlook the formidable presence of Jin Bing, the emperor of the North American underworld? Originating from New York's underground kitchen, Jin Bing's influence permeated all of North America and beyond, reaching into the global underbelly. Despite lacking any superhuman abilities, he managed to best numerous superheroes in confrontations. From Daredevil to Spider-Man, from the Punisher to Iron Man, the list of superheroes he had bested was extensive. It was perplexing how a mere mortal could contend with such extraordinary beings. Moreover, he did not solely target superheroes. He had similarly dominated numerous villains. Raymond, previously trapped in a cognitive blind spot, had failed to recall Jin Bing's existence until now. Had he done so earlier, he would have recognized that the true titan of the North American underworld could never be the North American Mafia. Ah, I have heard that name before. But I had no idea he was so formidable, Raymond remarked, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. The leader Jin Bing was universally acknowledged as the emperor of the underworld, his reputation far eclipsing that of the original North American Mafia families. Had the Jin Bing gang not been averse to territorial expansion, the majority of existing gangs in North America would likely have been subsumed, leaving barely a remnant. As Raymond divulged the intricacies of the North American underground world, Raymond occasionally nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from interjecting, as his mind was preoccupied with a multitude of thoughts. Is there truly someone capable of sweeping through the North American underworld? Deadpool's alter ego marveled at Raymond's description of Jin Bing. The New York of this world bore a striking resemblance to Gotham City, appearing as a blend of Gotham and Metropolis. However, in his own world, no individual had ever genuinely dominated the underground. Having dabbled in the underworld himself, he had conducted business with many powerful figures in Gotham, fully aware of the monumental challenge it posed to establish supremacy over the North American underworld. This Jin Bing sounded like a remarkable individual. Don't be so astonished. It is merely the underground world of a single country. I have swept through the underground realms globally, Bear's alter ego chuckled. Dubbed the king of the underground culinary world, he had indeed conquered the underground of the human realm, so his claims held some weight. Nevertheless, this world seems significantly more powerful than the human realm. To dominate an entire nation's underground is truly an impressive feat. I would love to sample his memories. Bear's alter ego mused, a sound of salivation escaping him. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Speaking of which, have you considered establishing your own gang? With my assistance, I can ensure you surpass that Jean Bing and become the new emperor of the underworld. With you?" Deadpool's alter ego scoffed, utterly unconvinced that this creature, resembling a monster, could ever rival someone as formidable as Jean Bing. Raymond's sentiments aligned with Deadpool's alter ego, although Bear's alter ego might possess some skill. The underground of the human realm lacked any truly noteworthy figures, making his past conquest rather trivial. In comparison to Jean Bing, Bear's alter ego was decidedly insufficient. Moreover, Raymond had no intention of delving into the underworld, had he not coincidentally encountered Ren Yin, a member of the North American Hawkmen. He might not have even remembered the name Jean Bing. Chapter 78, The Plight of Chinese Gangs regarding Ren Yin's gossip about the underground world of North America. Aside from the Deadshot and Libera personalities, the other alternate personalities showed little interest in the topic. Even the clever and boastful Crow, typically eager to showcase his wit, refrained from interjecting. However, Raymond listened with great interest. Although he had no desire to delve into the underground realm, like the majority, he found the stories quite captivating. Besides the Jean Bing gang, the likes of the Russian Brotherhood, Hell's Angels, Bloodhand Society, and Hand Association were all organizations one would do well to avoid. As Ren Yin spoke, his heart felt increasingly heavy, his round face etched with a clear expression of distress. Even the North American Mafia, which had seen 3 families eliminated by the Jean Bing gang, was not to be trifled with. They were like the lean camel that is larger than a horse, truly formidable. If I recall correctly, there are quite a few Chinese in North America. Why can't you stand up to them? Raymond queried, puzzled. What use is there in numbers? We no longer live in an era where sheer numbers can dictate power. For a gang to thrive, it must either possess wealth and connections or be exceedingly ruthless. The Jean Bing gang embodies both traits, which is why they flourish, climbing over the corpses of the 5 major families of the North American Mafia. In contrast, groups like the Hand Association and Bloodhand Society engage in underhanded dealings, even more nefarious than the Jean Bing gang, which has allowed them to establish their footing. We, on the other hand, are a case in point of failure. We possess neither wealth nor ruthlessness, merely scraping by with hard-earned money. Were it not for some inherited properties, we would have disbanded long ago. Ren Yin sighed deeply. Raymond, though devoid of psychic abilities, could discern that Ren Yin's words bore the weight of truth and were not mere lamentations. Besides, Ren Yin was unaware of his true identity. Knowing him only as a friend of Vincent and a holder of a doctorate in psychology, there was no need for him to feign distress. The plight of overseas Chinese in this world was indeed dire, perhaps even more so than that of their counterparts on Earth in a previous life. After listening to these accounts, Raymond felt a stir of emotions within him. After all, he was a part of the Chinese community, and even if he bore no trace of Chinese blood in this life, it could not erase his deep-seated identification with his heritage. Moreover, the original owner of this body could be considered half Chinese, although he had no intention of forming a gang himself. He would not hesitate to extend a helping hand to support the Zhigongtang if the opportunity arose in the future. However, he decided to keep this thought to himself for the time being, waiting for a more opportune moment to express it. By the way, how did you come to know Vincent? Raymond asked, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat somber and wishing to shift the topic. Unexpectedly, Mr. Vincent made a call that resolved my troubles, and I discovered he also works within the government. I had previously underestimated him, Ren Yin replied. Vincent indeed possesses a vast network. Seeking his assistance was undoubtedly the right choice, Raymond remarked with a smile. Although SHIELD was not governed by the North American government, it maintained close collaboration with it as a quasi-official organization. As long as core interests were not at stake, government departments would generally facilitate SHIELD's operations. As the head of communications at the SHIELD Academy, Vincent had many students scattered throughout various departments and systems of SHIELD, some of whom may even have been absorbed by secretive government agencies. Consequently, even within the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security, Many of his former pupils held significant positions, and while they maintained their professional ethics, they would not betray their organizations simply because Vincent had once been their mentor. However, assisting with minor favors was still quite feasible, especially since most of them would likely have further dealings with Vincent, such as sourcing high-quality new recruits from the academy, which necessitated the approval of several deans. If they were to disregard this small courtesy, how could they expect to recruit in the future? Raymond understood Vincent's connections well, which was why he thought of him first for assistance. Regardless, I can never repay Mr. Vincent's kindness. Therefore, Dr. Raymond, should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. It would grant me more opportunities to repay the favor, Raymond said with a warm smile. Rest assured, I will not hold back. Raymond replied, chuckling. Now, let us enjoy our meal before it cools. Raymond's efficiency surpassed Raymond's expectations. The following morning, as soon as he awoke, he received a text from Raymond requesting a call upon reading it. When he called, he learned that Raymond had already found a suitable office location that met his requirements. He was invited to visit later to assess his satisfaction. Having no pressing matters, Raymond drove over after breakfast. Upon arrival, he discovered that Raymond was already there waiting for him. Your speed in handling matters is impressive. I only asked for your help yesterday, and you've already found a suitable location today? Raymond remarked. Doctor, you overestimate me. I didn't expect to achieve this so quickly either. Runyon laughed. After you left yesterday, I happened to have a dinner engagement. While drinking, I casually mentioned to a few friends to keep an eye out for office spaces that might meet your criteria. You won't believe it. One friend immediately said he had 3 floors available for rent that perfectly matched your needs. I intended to inform you last night, but, after drinking, it became late, around 2 or 3 in the morning, and I thought it best not to disturb you, so I reached out this morning instead. Raymond pointed towards the office building they were now in, asking, Is this building owned by your friend? Raymond shook his head repeatedly. No, don't be ridiculous. This building is not affordable for just anyone. That fellow runs a real estate agency and is well acquainted with the owner of this building. All the rental dealings for the owner's properties are entrusted to him. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the 6th floor. Chapter 079, Ghost Push Mill Detective Agency. The 6th, 7th, and 8th floors are currently vacant. I wonder, Dr. Raymond, are you planning to rent all 3 floors, or just one? After showing Raymond around, Raymond inquired with a smile. 1 floor? No. I only need 1 room. That one at the back seems quite suitable. If the price is reasonable, I shall take it, Raymond replied. Just 1 room? Raymond was taken aback. Raymond had previously mentioned wanting to establish a detective agency and had asked him to help find an appropriate office space. Yet he had not specified the size required. However, Raymond assumed that since Raymond could leverage Vincent's connections to seek his assistance, it would be improbable for him to merely rent a single shop. Otherwise, it would appear rather trivial. Furthermore, even nascent small enterprises typically lease at least an entire floor. What can 1 room accomplish? Only a couple-run shop would operate on such a modest scale. Unaware of Raymond's background or his accomplishments in psychology, Raymond nonetheless recognized the significance of Vincent's insistence on treating Raymond with utmost care, indicating that Raymond was no ordinary individual. It seemed inconceivable that someone of his stature would only require a single shop. Is it not possible to rent just one? Raymond noticed Raymond's surprise. Certainly, it is possible. All right then, let us proceed with this one. If convenient, could you please inquire about the earliest possible move-in date? If you are eager to commence operations, you may move in at any time. The leasing agreement can be simplified and finalized shortly. By the way, do you require any renovations? Runyon asked. That works. I will communicate with him. And this afternoon, I will have someone come by to sign the contract with you and hand over the keys. Raymond readily agreed. Then I shall leave it to you. I will await your good news at home. No problem. After sending Raymond into the elevator, Raymond took out his phone and dialed a number. After a few rings, the call connected, and a middle-aged man's voice, speaking Mandarin, came through. Did you finish viewing so soon? What do you think? Are you satisfied? I am satisfied, but he is only renting 1 room. The one at the far end of the 6th floor, Raymond replied. Are you joking with me, Fatty? The voice on the other end sounded displeased. Did I not tell you that at least 1 entire floor must be rented? Otherwise, I would have to lease out the remaining vacant spaces individually, which would waste considerable time and labor costs. Have you calculated that? I understand your concerns, but this is non-negotiable, Raymond replied firmly. Is it truly necessary to be so stringent over a single room? I can help you find another location. This is not how you treat a friend. The voice on the other end grumbled. Old Wong, I am not jesting. This matter must be handled, whether it is feasible or not. If you still consider me a friend, you must ensure this is executed flawlessly. Is it really that serious? The voice on the other end seemed to sense the unusual gravity. Indeed. Very well, I shall make an exception this time. Honestly, thank you. A smile finally appeared on Ren Yan's face. Raymond, of course, was unaware of Ren Yan's conversation with his intermediary friend. However, he could sense Ren Yan's dedication, as by that afternoon, someone contacted him to sign the leasing contract and even proactively assisted in finding a person to customize a logo. Later that day, under Ren Yan's full accompaniment, Raymond transferred some of his belongings from the apartment to the office building, temporarily settling in. Although the lease explicitly prohibited residency, such regulations were not strictly enforced in either Huagua or North America. Generally, as long as one does not overstep, the property management tends to turn a blind eye. The next day, the customized bilingual logo arrived as per Raymond's request. Money Talks Detective Agency translates roughly into Chinese as, but Raymond bestowed upon it a more culturally resonant name, Ghost Push Mill Detective Agency. Once again, old friend. Gazing at the newly installed bilingual logo on the wall, Raymond's expression grew complex. For this name was the very one he had used for the private detective agency he opened after retiring in his past life. His determination to establish a detective agency stemmed not only from the sudden inspiration upon learning of Carl and the other's substantial fortunes but, more importantly, from his desire to retain memories of his past. As he gradually assimilated the original memories, he began to feel a sense of belonging in this world. Unlike his initial feelings of unease and the alienation of perceiving everyone as mere NPCs. Yet, precisely because of this, he needed something to remind him not to forget his past. This detective agency, bridging two worlds, evidently served that purpose. Recalling how he had nearly succumbed to the Shadow King's memory alteration, an unquenchable fire ignited within him. Over the past month and a half, he had nearly exhausted all remaining universal points on immersive experiences, mastering the rudimentary practice of chi from the memory fragments of his alter ego, Tao Bai Bai, and 4 techniques from the Navy's 6 forms through the memory fragments of his other alter ego, Akainu. His overall capabilities had multiplied several times over. Now, even when switching to either the Tao Bai Bai or Akainu alter egos, his sustained high-intensity combat time rivaled that of his initial transitions to the Kuro alter ego. Consequently, he finally possessed the confidence to confront the Shadow King head-on. With a glance out the window confirming that night had fully fallen, Raymond made his way to the ground level of the office building. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved a pre-prepared stone pillar from a nearby alley. After aligning himself, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he hurled the stone pillar towards a specific point in the sky. Almost simultaneously, he leaped onto the stone pillar. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the night alongside the stone pillar. Chapter 80, Dr. Beth's doubts. Nearly a month has elapsed since the Centipede organization infiltrated the hospital, yet the atmosphere in the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital remains oppressively somber. The administration, while helpless, can only express understanding. They have temporarily borrowed staff from other hospitals to prevent chaos from ensuing. Furthermore, the events of that fateful night remain shrouded in silence, as if a taboo looms over them. Yet, observant individuals have noted the sudden disappearance of a patient, a man of significant standing within the hospital, who commanded the respect of nearly all the nurses and doctors. It goes without saying that this patient is Raymond. The official narrative suggests that Raymond's family, upon learning of the hospital's troubles, deemed it unsafe and arranged for his transfer to another facility for treatment. However, this explanation suffices only for the uninformed. For Dr. Beth, it lacks credibility. As Raymond's attending physician, she knows that without her signature, he cannot be discharged or transferred to another hospital. Such actions defy proper protocol. Additionally, her inquiries to the hospital administration regarding Raymond's new location yielded vague responses. A close associate within the administration even hinted that she ought to cease her inquiries into Raymond's whereabouts. This entire situation is perplexing, prompting Dr. Beth to suspect an underlying secret. Why, after all, did so many perish inexplicably, while the administration remains evasive about Raymond? Is there a connection between these two occurrences? Or does a hidden truth lie beneath the surface? Dr. Beth's imagination runs wild. She entertains the notion that perhaps the administration is colluding with some nefarious force to abduct Raymond. Why else would they refuse to disclose his whereabouts? With these thoughts in mind, Dr. Beth has not relinquished her pursuit of Raymond's fate. This commitment stems not only from her admiration for him as a pioneer in the field of psychology, but also from her responsibility as his physician. The idea that her patient could vanish without a trace is intolerable to her. It contravenes her ethical beliefs. Yet, despite her determination, she is not one to act recklessly. She has chosen to feign indifference, appearing unconcerned on the surface. Many things may remain unexperienced, yet one can glean insights from film. Should there truly be a hidden hand at play, her continued probing could endanger her own safety rather than resolve the matter. She understands this reality well. Thus, she refrains from further inquiries with the administration, opting instead for a different approach. Under the cloak of night, Dr. Beth finds herself conversing with David in the hospital courtyard. Formally speaking, she is providing psychological counseling. Has she uttered anything particularly significant? It seems she has not, yet David appears convinced that he will soon depart from this place. He contemplates. Is there truly nothing? Think again. Dr. Beth urges, her frustration evident. Perhaps her concern is clouding her judgment, as David notices her unease and presses. Dr. Beth, has something happened to Raymond? No, do not overthink it. Raymond is fine, she reassures, realizing she may have acted too hastily, striving to calm her emotions. Understanding David's implication, she feels it necessary to clarify. Is it you? At this, David's demeanor shifts abruptly. He erupts in a low growl. His outburst startles Dr. Beth, causing her to recoil in trepidation, regarding him with uncertainty. Only then does she observe the fury igniting in his gaze. A flicker of eerie blue electricity shimmering within his eyes. Believing her senses to be deceiving her, she rubs her eyes and gazes again, only to confirm that indeed. David's eyes seem to emanate an otherworldly glow. The sight is so bizarre that she instinctively feels the urge to scream. Yet, at that moment, she notices that everyone in the courtyard, patients, aides, and even the burly security guards patrolling, has suddenly frozen as if time itself has been paused. They stand still, locked in place, their postures unyielding. This nearly supernatural occurrence sends a wave of panic through her, rendering her paralyzed and silent, like the others. Yet, as if on cue, all the frozen individuals simultaneously pivot to face David, their eyes glowing with an identical, earthy hue as they chant in unison, "This is not my concern." You think I would believe that? David bellows, his expression frenzied. Listen to me, this truly has nothing to do with me. I did, in fact, alter his memory slightly, but nothing more. I refuse to believe that. Who else could it possibly be? David's agitation remains palpable. Witnessing this scene, reminiscent of a horror film, Dr. Beth feels her legs weaken, her will to flee extinguished. This cannot be real, this cannot be real, she mutters internally, wishing desperately that this is merely a nightmare from which she can awaken. Alas, her wish is destined to remain unfulfilled. Chapter 081. Are you not dead yet? Since the last encounter when the Shadow King forcefully seized control of David's body and confronted Raymond, David's various subpersonalities could no longer remain passive. They resolved to confront the Shadow King and demonstrate their defiance. Their feelings towards David, the primary personality, were far from amicable. After all, no subpersonality wishes to be anything less than the sole ruler of the body, each aspiring to supplant David. Even among themselves, they harbored mutual disdain. However, their boundaries were unmistakable. Even if they could not ascend to sole dominion, they would never allow the Shadow King to usurp David's place. Indeed, David, the primary personality, had many flaws and exhibited notable weakness, which they scorned. Yet, a feeble primary personality was preferable to one as domineering as the Shadow King. Should the Shadow King replace David, the remaining subpersonalities would undoubtedly find themselves utterly subjugated. Thus, they were determined to prevent the Shadow King from wreaking havoc. Previously, they had refrained from taking drastic measures, believing the time for an open confrontation had not yet arrived. After all, the Shadow King was no trivial adversary, and any attempt to confront him could result in their own detriment. Reluctantly, they wished to avoid sacrificing themselves for the sake of David, the primary personality. However, under the leadership of the adventurer Wayne and several other assertive subpersonalities, a coalition was formed to retaliate against the Shadow King. It was then that David realized what was transpiring and became aware of the Shadow King's existence for the first time. Naturally, he was unaware of the Shadow King's origins, as even his subpersonalities were in the dark, believing the Shadow King to be a personality stronger than the rest. Upon this revelation, David's aversion towards the Shadow King intensified. Nevertheless, the Shadow King, recognizing the unfavorable turn of events, quickly opted for a tactical retreat. He resorted to his beguiling abilities, showering David with flattery, nearly groveling in submission. David, whose heart was inherently soft, felt his anger dissipate upon witnessing the Shadow King's subservient demeanor. Eventually, they reached an accord. The Shadow King would refrain from tampering with David's memories and from forcefully occupying his body without consent, lest their relationship devolve into outright hostility. While David currently exhibited no discernible abilities, he remained the primary personality. Should he choose to collaborate with the other subpersonalities to dismantle the Shadow King, the latter stood little chance. Thus, the Shadow King temporarily acquiesced to this condition. However, upon learning of a potential mishap involving Raymond, David suddenly erupted with fury. In David's eyes, this could only be the Shadow King's doing. Unbeknownst to him, the Shadow King was equally flustered. This incident had nothing to do with him. How could he be implicated simply because he had once acted against someone named Raymond? It was absurd to expect him to shoulder blame for something he had no part in. After being pressured to concede once before by David and his subpersonalities, the Shadow King had endured enough. He had accepted that defeat, but this time he would not be made a scapegoat. Thus, he appeared immediately to deny any involvement. Yet, David, visibly dissatisfied with this response, retorted angrily, "I care not for your explanations. If I do not see Raymond safely before me, our matter is far from resolved." David's unreasonable insistence pushed the Shadow King to his limits. While he could tolerate tactical submissions to ultimately seize David's body, he could not countenance being coerced into conjuring Raymond, especially when he had no idea where the latter had vanished to. The atmosphere grew tense, teetering on the brink of explosion, when a sudden voice pierced the standoff. "Oh, what a lively scene. Am I arriving at an inopportune moment?" In a flash of red mist, a man clad in crimson, resembling a devil from the pages of a tale, appeared beside Dr. Beth. God. Dr. Beth could no longer contain her scream. "God? Everyone else calls me a devil. You are the first to address me as God. If you don't mind, shall we dine together later?" The devilish man grinned. I refuse," Dr. Beth stammered, suppressing her terror. "Fear not, for I am a gentleman. Even if your refusal saddens me, I shan't harm you. After all, beautiful ladies are meant to be cherished. Red Devil, it is you." Just as the devilish man playfully bantered with Dr. Beth, all the Shadow Kings in the yard interrupted in unison. You recognize me?" The devilish man turned towards the Shadow Kings, surprise evident on his face. Red Devil was indeed one of his most frequently used aliases. He could not even recall his true name, having lived for so long that trivial details had slipped from his memory. Names, it seemed, were among those insignificant matters, and he preferred the title Red Devil over the name he could no longer remember. The Shadow Kings calling out his alias indicated they were familiar with him, yet he could not immediately recall their identities. "You insufferable wretch, still so arrogant," the Shadow Kings hissed in unison. Chapter 082. A startling surprise. "I believe I have heard someone mention that you were not in the company of Charles." Silence. The Shadow Kings suddenly interjected, their faces darkening at the mention of this matter, demanding, "Why are you here?" "I am in search of a young lad named David Haller. Do you know him?" the Red Devil inquired. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Kings silently cursed their misfortune, yet before they could devise a response, David spoke up. "I am David Haller." "Who are you? What a coincidence." The Red Devil was taken aback by the unexpected encounter, pausing momentarily before smiling and introducing himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Red Devil, here on behalf of the Hellfire Club to extend an invitation for you to join us." If the Shadow King's unauthorized occupation of David's body had crossed the boundaries of David's subpersonalities, then the Red Devil's invitation was undoubtedly a direct affront to the Shadow King. For the Shadow King, who had completely transformed into a spiritual entity, sacrificing dignity, even resorting to subservience, was acceptable, provided he could ultimately seize David's body. However, should David join the Hellfire Club, the Shadow King's machinations would become significantly more complicated, for many within the club were acquainted with him, and some even harbored a decidedly antagonistic relationship towards him. Should his intentions be uncovered, they would not hesitate to thwart him. How could he then continue his plans? Thus, he resolutely forbade David from joining the Hellfire Club. In stark contrast, the Red Devil remained unfazed by the collective ire of the individuals glowing with a sickly yellow light. A typical person would have been petrified by such a display. Even Dr. Beth, merely a bystander and not the focal point, trembled at the scene. Yet the Red Devil exhibited not a trace of fear, instead wearing a contemplative expression. "So, this is how you came to be here." Red Devil, I care not for the ambitions of your Hellfire Club. I implore you to leave this place at once. Or else we shall have no choice but to pursue a relentless vendetta against you. The Shadow Kings threatened in unison. The audacity of the Shadow King to threaten him caused the Red Devil's countenance to darken suddenly. Farouk, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? A vendetta against the club. Do you truly believe you are worthy? The Hellfire Club may be formidable, but if Charles could not vanquish me, what makes you think you can? He continued, as long as I draw breath, I assure you that your days shall be filled with unrest. The Shadow King's words prompted the Red Devil to furrow his brow. He had indeed been unaware of the Shadow King's presence before arriving. Had he known, he would have surely made preparations or brought more allies. While he was not intimidated by the Shadow King, possessing some mental powers of his own, the truth remained that he could not guarantee the Shadow King's defeat. Not even the club's most formidable asset, the Red Tank, could assure victory against the Shadow King. Given the Shadow King's current form, even Professor X had failed to eliminate him entirely. Who could claim to be more adept at dealing with such a spiritual entity than X himself? If the Red Devil could not eliminate the Shadow King, then his threats warranted serious consideration. After all, the Hellfire Club was a vast organization, even if he and the Red Tank were unafraid of the Shadow King. Could the other members claim the same? Without even considering the peripheral members, many core members were certainly inferior to the Shadow King. If the Shadow King was resolute in his conflict with the Hellfire Club, even if they ultimately devised a means to eliminate him, they would suffer substantial losses in the interim. Was it truly worth it for the sake of one David? The Red Devil was aware of David's significance. The Red Tank had shared his thoughts with him prior to sending him here, and given his tenuous relationship with Professor X, he was not opposed to the notion. However, if the entire Hellfire Club were to be embroiled in turmoil merely due to the Red Tank's personal vendetta, it would clearly be inappropriate. The Red Devil was an exceptionally composed individual. If he were not, he would not have survived for millennia. It was precisely because of his calm demeanor that, despite his inner fury at the Shadow King's audacity, he refrained from immediate action, even beginning to contemplate a strategic withdrawal. Leave now, Red Devil. The Shadow King sensed his wavering resolve and hastened to apply pressure. If you depart, I shall owe you a favor. If you do not, must we resort to a relentless vendetta? Ah, is that how we can find respite? A voice, half mocking, interrupted the Shadow King's threats. This time, even the Red Devil was taken aback. He had not anticipated the arrival of another. Dr. Raymond? Upon seeing the newcomer, Dr. Beth gasped in both surprise and joy. The arrival of Raymond was the culmination of her desperate search over recent days. Joyful to see him safe and sound, she was nonetheless astonished by his timing, considering that 3 monsters were present in the vicinity. Indeed, in Dr. Beth's eyes, the term monster encompassed more than just the Shadow King. She had discerned that all those glowing with a sickly yellow light were manifestations of a singular entity, marking the first monster. The Red Devil, who had recently invited her to dine, constituted the second monster, and David, who could converse freely with these two, undoubtedly embodied the third monster. Having confirmed that this was not a dream, Dr. Beth had resigned herself to the possibility of death, aware that if these monsters sought her demise, escape would be futile. Thus, she did not attempt to flee. However, she was unprepared for Raymond's sudden appearance, which flustered her to the point that she failed to grasp the significance of his earlier remark. Dr. Raymond, you must flee, she called out, her voice rising as she noticed his proximity to the door. Raymond, you are unharmed? That is splendid news. David expressed his relief at Raymond's arrival, his previously unstable emotions settling somewhat. Even the Shadow King breathed a sigh of relief at Raymond's presence, for it alleviated the threat posed by David. As for Raymond's earlier statement, the Shadow King unconsciously dismissed it, having perceived Raymond as an ordinary individual whose memories he could manipulate at will not long ago. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Red Devil had smiled upon hearing Dr. Beth and David refer to Raymond. Chapter 083. Perhaps I should give it a try? The individual who arrived was, of course, Raymond. In truth, Raymond had not just recently arrived. The distance between Washington and New York was negligible, thanks to the unorthodox flight techniques of his alternate personality. Bye-bye, Raymond reached New York in less than 5 minutes. His speed far surpassed the 5-fold increase compared to when Hill and May had flown to retrieve him in a fighter jet, rendering it an essential skill for home travel and nefarious undertakings. This distance was trivial, even without switching to any alternate personality. His own physical prowess would suffice to reach the hospital swiftly. Upon his arrival, David and the Shadow King had not yet begun their confrontation. His choice to delay his entrance was not a ploy to appear dramatic or for the sake of a grand reveal. Rather, it stemmed from a lack of preparation prior to his arrival. In fact, during his journey, he had already conferred with his alternate personalities regarding the situation. This is roughly his condition. Do you have any suggestions? I am powerless in this regard. I bid you farewell, stated the alternate personality Deadshot. The first to withdraw from the discussion. Although Deadshot possessed formidable modern combat capabilities and could contend with formidable foes like the Red Tank given sufficient weaponry, he was utterly ineffective against a being like the Shadow King, whose ethereal existence rendered conventional physical attacks futile. I too am at a loss. I shall take my leave. Echoed the alternate personality Kuro, similarly resigning. Agreed, followed the alternate personality Labia, who also exited the conversation. Each of them had their strengths. Yet they were evidently ill-equipped to confront the Shadow King. Isn't a spiritual entity somewhat akin to a ghost? Inquired the alternate personality of the demon exorcist. If it were a vengeful spirit or a malevolent ghost, I could handle it myself. However, if it is a ghost king, I might struggle, the demon exorcist personality replied. Raymond asked, are those classifications of ghosts? How does one discern their rank? As for the ghost king, it is akin to a great demon, possessing the ability to diversify into multitudes, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Even I, as a top exorcist, lack the assurance to subdue them. The demon exorcist imparted knowledge regarding this subject. Of course, his insights pertain specifically to the rules within the world of Journey to the West, demon exorcism, and may not apply universally. Moreover, the Shadow King's life form may not even align with the concept of a ghost. Nevertheless, by his standards, the Shadow King undoubtedly surpassed the categories of mere vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts. At the very least, he belonged to the rank of a ghost king. This realization indicated that the demon exorcist personality would face considerable challenges against the Shadow King. Even though he possessed more extensive experience than Kuro and the others, it could not compensate for the fundamental disparity in power. This outcome was not particularly surprising to Raymond. He had never anticipated that these lesser alternate personalities could effectively contend with the Shadow King. After all, the Shadow King was a level 4 mutant, endowed with remarkably resilient vitality, making him a formidable opponent. Raymond's initial plan involved using the Bai or Akainu personalities to draw out the Shadow King, allowing David to recognize his presence, and subsequently collaborating with David to find a means to eradicate him entirely. Unlike Kuro and the others, both Bai and Akainu had their own strategies for dealing with such extraordinary life forms. In contrast, Kuro, despite emerging from the world of One Piece, had never even ventured into the Grand Line, thus lacking exposure to hockey. Consequently, as Raymond detailed the situation concerning the Shadow King and the lesser alternate personalities expressed their inability to assist, both Akainu and Bai offered to take action. However, neither made any guarantees of success, fully aware that, given the Shadow King's life form, even a mere remnant of his spiritual energy could lead to his revival. Though both were supremely confident in their abilities, they were not so presumptuous as to make definitive claims, mindful of the risk of humiliation should they fail. This situation aligned with Raymond's expectations and did not catch him off guard. However, just as Raymond was contemplating whether to utilize Bai or Akainu, the previously silent alternate personality Jakan, who had nearly been overlooked, suddenly interjected. Perhaps I should give it a try? I have some experience dealing with such beings. With a bit of preparation, it should not be difficult to resolve. Young man, boasting is not a commendable habit. Bai retorted, clearly irked by Jakan's audacity. What did he mean? Even Bai himself lacked certainty about the situation, yet a lesser alternate personality dared to speak so brazenly? Had it been Akainu making such a claim, Bai would have refrained from confrontation, recognizing that if Akainu succeeded, the embarrassment would fall solely upon him. However, Jakan was merely a lesser alternate personality, and having witnessed the capabilities of these bronze personalities during Raymond's tests of switching, Bai was acutely aware of the disparity between them. He did not believe Jakan could resolve a problem that even the two silver personalities were uncertain about. Akainu shared Bai's sentiments, but his disposition led him to refrain from comment on the matter. Bai, with a shorter fuse, chose to confront the issue head-on. Brother John, I believe it would be prudent for us to refrain from making reckless assertions. It is entirely reasonable that we cannot handle matters even Akainu is uncertain about. There is no need for bravado, Kuro chimed in, a hint of schadenfreude evident in his tone. Chapter 084. The conditions of Jacan. It is evident that CLO's alter ego has never harbored any fondness for Jacan's alter ego. Particularly vexing was the moment when Raymond inadvertently remarked that Jacan's alter ego was the most astute among them, a declaration that left CLO in a prolonged state of displeasure. He had always prided himself on being the most intelligent one, even if he fell short in strength compared to the newer alter egos. He maintained an air of superiority in terms of intellect. Thus, when Raymond attributed the title of the most cunning to Jacan, it was an affront he could hardly accept. Since that moment, he had frequently seized opportunities to showcase his own capabilities in an effort to prove Raymond wrong. Naturally, when Jacan's alter ego found himself under scrutiny, CLO was more than willing to take advantage of the situation. "Do you recognize me?" The Red Dog alter ego, upon hearing CLO refer to him as an admiral, immediately surmised that CLO perhaps hailed from the same realm as himself. Yet, he did not recognize CLO, as CLO's activities were confined to the East Sea. For the Red Dog alter ego, bounties in the mere hundreds of millions were typically associated with insignificant foes, save for exceptional individuals like Nico Robin, who warranted his attention. Furthermore, CLO's alter ego had never even set foot in the Grand Line, rendering him even less worthy of notice. At this juncture, CLO realized he had misspoken. Well aware of the Red Dog's exploits, he dared not openly confess to being a pirate. He promptly sealed his lips, refraining from further conversation. The Red Dog, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, chose not to pursue the matter any further. On the other hand, Jacan's alter ego, having been initially challenged by the Peach-White alter ego and subsequently undermined by CLO, exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, he chuckled. "Whether I can succeed will soon be revealed. Even if I fail, I have two esteemed allies to rescue me, do I not?" "Indeed," Raymond replied without hesitation. While the other alter egos may not have grasped Jacan's true prowess, Raymond certainly did. Despite Jacan's seemingly frivolous demeanor and his classification as a bronze alter ego, he was far from a braggart. If one were to rank the adversaries he had bested, even someone of the Shadow King's caliber would not make it into the top 10. Thus, Raymond had every reason to believe that Jacan possessed the means to confront the Shadow King. Noticing Raymond's prompt agreement, Jacan suddenly applied the brakes. "Wait. Before you agree too hastily, I have a condition. Speak. For the upcoming month, I require 1 hour of free time each week. How does that sound?" "Free time? What for?" Raymond retorted. "Why, to smoke and drink, of course. What else could I do? I've been cooped up for too long," Jacan complained. "Very well. I shall grant your request. If you can eliminate him, I will provide you with 2 hours of free time each week for the next month." Raymond chuckled suddenly. "Are you serious?" Jacan questioned, puzzled by Raymond's unusual acquiescence. "I advise you to think it over before committing. While you may be the boss and I cannot impose upon you, should you deceive me, do not expect my assistance in the future. So, are you certain you wish to proceed without further consideration? No need for second thoughts." "It is settled," Raymond replied with a smile. "You need not overthink it. If I were to deceive you, I would not do so in front of them, who would be willing to work diligently for me afterward. Rest assured." Jacan, with his keen intellect, understood the implications of Raymond's words. His reminder was merely an attempt to provide Raymond with an exit strategy, in case he regretted his decision later on, thus preventing any resentment from festering. Seeing that Raymond was unperturbed, Jacan was pleased. "Then it is settled." Thus, Jacan accepted the task. The other alter egos regarded the situation with a sense of curiosity, eager to witness the audacity with which Jacan dared to undertake a mission that even two silver alter egos had deemed daunting. In particular, the Peach-White and CLO alter egos awaited the spectacle with anticipation. Notably, after seizing control of the body, Jacan did not immediately storm into the hospital. Instead, he wandered mysteriously around its periphery. He occasionally fiddled with pebbles and snapped a twig from a tree, dragging it across the ground. Anyone who might observe him would surely question whether he had just escaped from the hospital, as his peculiar actions mirrored those of the patients within. "Is this fellow insane?" The Peach-White alter ego pondered internally. "Perhaps he was mad to begin with," CLO scoffed. "I beg to differ. I believe this gentleman, John, possesses considerable skill." The Demon Slayer alter ego offered a contrasting opinion. "I have a rival, Lord Kidney Deficiency, who also engaged in such eccentric behavior before his descent into madness. This John fellow bears some resemblance to him. We shall see. No need for wild speculation." Raymond chuckled lightly. While Jacan busied himself outside, inside the hospital, David and the Shadow King had entered into a standoff. Sensing the unusual tension within the hospital, Jacques hastened his actions, and shortly thereafter, he approached the entrance. It was only then that Raymond was able to perceive the situation within the hospital clearly. The confrontation between David and the Shadow King was something he had not anticipated, especially since David had been unaware of the Shadow King's existence prior to Raymond's departure. Somehow, the scenario had transformed into a stalemate. Could this be related to David's earlier encounter with the adventurer Wayne's alter ego? Raymond mused. However, what captured his attention more than the standoff between David and the Shadow King was the unexpected arrival of the Red Devil. In the absence of knowledge regarding whether Apocalypse was still alive, this individual could be regarded as one of the longest living mutants on Earth, having survived for over a millennium. Wolverine, already considered ancient among mutants, appeared as a mere child in comparison. Raymond had previously been curious about the mutants affiliated with the Hellfire Club in this world. Yet he had refrained from inquiring further, anticipating that they would soon meet by the year's end. He had not expected to encounter one ahead of time. Cain had indeed not given up, Raymond mused, shaking his head inwardly. Upon seeing the Red Devil, who claimed to represent the Hellfire Club, Raymond could easily infer that the Red Tank had dispatched him. Moreover, the other alter egos had already surmised Red Tank's intentions, albeit not expecting the emissary to be the Red Devil. When Jacques' alter ego entered the hospital, the Red Devil was already contemplating withdrawing due to the Shadow King's threats. Jacques, tasked with eliminating the Shadow King, had no intention of lingering any longer and made his presence known. I hope I'm not too late. Raymond lazily emerged from the shadows. The Red Devil, having deduced Raymond's identity from Dr. Beth and David's references, swiftly teleported through a cloud of red mist to stand before Raymond. This was one of his abilities, allowing him to enter an unknown, red mist-filled subspace, achieving effects akin to teleportation. With his level of power development, he could effectively achieve instantaneous travel globally. Who would have thought I would encounter you here, Doctor? It is a pleasure, the Red Devil said with a smile, extending his hand to Raymond. Chapter 085. You are not him. Upon recognizing the Red Demon as his ally, Raymond did not dismiss him, but instead extended a handshake, observing him with keen interest. Demon? Devil? The smile on the Red Demon's face faltered slightly, taken aback by the bluntness of this new Black Bishop, who immediately delved into inquiries about his lineage. Oh, my apologies, let us discuss that later. We should first attend to the matter at hand. Raymond seemed to grasp that this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions. He walked past the Red Demon and addressed the numerous Shadow Kings in the courtyard, their eyes glowing with a murky hue. Well then, Mr. Farouk, it is time for your departure. You are not him. The expression of the Shadow King suddenly shifted in unison. Upon first encountering Raymond, like Dr. Beth and David, they had assumed he was the same psychologist they had previously manipulated. However, as Raymond began to speak, they sensed something amiss. At that moment, Raymond was articulating in impeccable British English, tinged with a hint of a Welsh accent, which was exceedingly peculiar. For non-native speakers, accents might not be overtly discernible, but for native English speakers, the variations in accent can be starkly pronounced. It was akin to someone who previously spoke in a dialect from Tianjin suddenly fluently conversing in a dialect from a small town in Chongqing. Such a transformation would undoubtedly provoke suspicion. The Red Demon, having never before encountered Raymond or heard him speak, remained oblivious to the discrepancies. Yet, the other three were familiar with Raymond. After a few exchanges, they identified the anomaly. David and Dr. Beth sensed something was off, but did not conclude that this Raymond was not the one they knew. In contrast, the Shadow King was unequivocal in his assertion that the individual before him was entirely different. His mental perception revealed that this Raymond emanated a distinctly different psychic frequency from the one he had previously encountered. He trusted his mental faculties over mere appearances. Among mutants, there were those capable of altering their outward forms, such as the infamous Mystique, who could entirely assume another's appearance, including their voice. However, Mystique's transformations held no sway over mentalists like the Shadow King and Professor X, as her psychic signature remained unchanged. Thus, to the Shadow King, this Raymond, aside from his peculiar accent, exuded an entirely foreign psychic aura, making it impossible for him to be the Raymond he knew. The Shadow King's declaration left David bewildered, casting an uncertain glance at Raymond. Dr. Beth, however, remained somewhat perplexed, unaware that individuals could assume the appearances of others. Although she noted Raymond's unusual accent, she did not doubt his identity. Yet, she recognized that the situation was not as she had initially perceived. Raymond displayed no astonishment upon seeing the Red Demon or the Shadow Kings. indicating that he was already accustomed to such phenomena. In other words, her former idol was likely one of the monsters. Realizing this, Dr. Beth found herself not in heightened anxiety, but rather intrigued. She believed that even if the Raymond she knew were indeed one of the monsters, he would surely not pose a threat to her. Perhaps this Raymond was akin to the Avengers, a superhero endowed with extraordinary abilities? Dr. Beth began to concoct narratives about Raymond, allowing her imagination to overshadow her fears. Unbeknownst to Raymond, he remained oblivious to Dr. Beth's psychological transformation, and even if he were aware, it held little significance for him. His sole focus lay with the Shadow Kings, as the outcome of this encounter would greatly influence the course of his next month. He could not afford to be careless. The Shadow Kings furrowed their brows, eager to discern what this individual intended to orchestrate. After clearing his throat, Raymond spoke with extreme disdain. "You, old man, who raised a wretched bastard, dare to tamper with my memory?" The Shadow Kings were instantly filled with a mix of shock and fury. The implication of Raymond's words suggested that he was indeed the psychologist they had recently manipulated. Their anger surged as they could not fathom how Raymond dared to speak to them in such a manner. Even his most formidable adversaries had never dared to insult him so brazenly. He could scarcely recall the last time someone had addressed him in such a way. "I care not whether you are him or not. I have no interest in that. Your only fate today is to remain here, forever." The Shadow Kings fixated on Raymond, their eyes glowing with an intensified murky light. "I will not allow you to harm him," David declared resolutely upon hearing the Shadow King's words. The Shadow Kings wore dark expressions. They had intended to wait until the crucial moment to act, but it seemed they had no choice but to proceed prematurely. "Explode! Explode! Explode!" As the Shadow King shouted, David suddenly grunted and collapsed backward, losing consciousness. Raymond glanced at the unconscious David and lazily inquired, "Did you embed something akin to a mental bomb within his consciousness? You are surprisingly knowledgeable." The Shadow Kings regarded Raymond with cold disdain. They had planned to strike once fully prepared, but now let it be. It held no meaning to dwell on it. "Are you done talking?" Raymond shook his head. "I still wish to hear a bit more of the tale. Since you have no desire to continue, let me expedite your journey. Hagulison, Bessemer, arise." Suddenly, Raymond raised his hands skyward, as if cradling an invisible orb. In an instant, a colossal, fiery magical array materialized beneath them, encasing everyone within its bounds. The remaining individuals, aside from the unconscious David, instinctively recognized that Raymond was undoubtedly reciting a spell. Even if they had never witnessed such a phenomenon firsthand, they must have encountered similar scenes in films. As the immense magical array emerged, the Shadow Kings in the courtyard simultaneously clutched their heads and shrieked in terror. Chapter 86. A low-quality version of Dormammu? Is this magic? Not far away, the Red Devil, who initially intended to observe the commotion, was taken aback by this astonishing scene. He was unaware of Raymond's abilities. The Red Tank had not mentioned them during their previous conversation, thus he was filled with curiosity. Naturally, had Raymond truly been overpowered by the Shadow King, he would not have stood idly by. However, he certainly did not expect such a remarkable sight to unfold. The existence of magic is not universally known, even in the extraordinary realm, particularly for the burgeoning group of mutants. Most of them may be oblivious to the existence of magic in the world and have never witnessed it. The Red Devil was different. Throughout his lengthy existence, he had encountered numerous incredible phenomena. He had traversed most corners of the globe and interacted with a multitude of extraordinary beings, including the secluded sorcerers of Kamartaj. Thus, upon seeing the magic circle beneath him, he immediately thought of Kamartaj. Could it be that he is not a mutant, but rather a sorcerer? Observing Raymond's silhouette, a torrent of thoughts flooded the Red Devil's mind. He was uncertain whether the Red Tank was aware of this situation or if he simply chose not to disclose it. Nonetheless, even if the Raymond before him truly were not a mutant, he would not be particularly surprised. As a veteran of the Hellfire Club, he had joined long before the Red Tank, the Black King, and he was among the few who knew of the Red Tank's non-mutant status. If even the nominal leader of the Hellfire Club was not a mutant, then the inclusion of another non-mutant core member would be of little consequence. What truly concerned him was whether Raymond's affiliation with the Hellfire Club had any ties to Kamartaj. Kane is playing with fire. The Red Devil raised an eyebrow. Nevertheless, his focus remained fixed on the confrontation between Raymond and the Shadow Kings. Upon the emergence of the vast magic circle, the Shadow Kings appeared to be in immense agony, as if countless needles were piercing them simultaneously. Basamoya, Egudo, Samosi Delu. Yet, Raymond did not cease his movements. He maintained his posture with arms crossed, muttering incomprehensible incantations with increasing speed and urgency. Roar! Suddenly, the Shadow Kings in the courtyard let out a simultaneous roar to the heavens. A swirling mass of indistinct black mist erupted from their mouths, coalescing in midair to form a massive shadow over 10 meters in diameter. As this nebulous black mist poured forth from their mouths, they all collapsed, much like the earlier unconscious David. Meanwhile, the enormous shadow in the sky continued to churn. Within the black mist, a grotesque visage emerged, looking down upon Raymond with an air of superiority. From this ghastly countenance, it was evident that it was still enduring some form of torment, though it appeared significantly improved from before. My goodness, this is no ordinary Ghost King. Thank goodness I didn't overreach. The demon-hunting subpersonality of the Red Devil exclaimed upon witnessing the enormous shadow in the sky through Raymond's eyes. Is this a low-quality version of Dormammu? Observing the Shadow King's transformation, Raymond felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene. Dormammu often manifested in a form that straddled the line between the ethereal and the tangible, though his appearance was infinitely more grandiose than the current Shadow King. Of course, the power levels of the two were not comparable. This lad certainly possesses the skills to deal with such troublesome foes. His final remark was, of course, directed at Raymond. No need, let us observe further. Raymond declined the suggestion of the Red Dog's subpersonality. Indeed, as Raymond dismissed the Red Dog's advice, the tides of battle shifted once more. You seek death. The Shadow King, appearing in the form of a colossal visage, was infuriated to see Raymond continuing his incantations, with the magic circle attacking him from below. In an instant, he descended upon Raymond like a dark cloud, intent on shifting the battlefield to his favor. As a psychic entity, his forte was not in direct confrontation but in mental skirmishes. He believed that if he could attach himself to Raymond, victory would be assured. For there were not many like Professor X who could defeat him in his area of expertise. Not good. The Red Devil, observing from a distance, instinctively prepared to rescue Raymond. He shifted his body, intending to slip into the crimson mist space to pull Raymond to safety, thwarting the Shadow King's efforts. Yet at that moment, he suddenly realized he could not access the crimson mist space. This revelation caused his expression to change drastically. It must be noted that the crimson mist space was his greatest safeguard. He had evaded death countless times with this ability, even against foes more powerful than himself. This was the first time he had been severed from his connection to the crimson mist space. The Shadow King? No, that's not right. It's this magic circle. The Red Devil quickly grasped that all of this might be related to the enormous magic circle beneath him. While this vast magic circle may not have been specifically targeting him, anyone within its confines would inevitably be affected. It was undoubtedly designed to prevent the Shadow King from fleeing. It merely coincidentally disrupted his teleportation abilities. I can't be blamed for not coming to your rescue. The Red Devil abandoned the notion of saving him. Without his teleportation ability, even if he wished to aid Raymond, he would be too late. As the enormous shadow of the Shadow King loomed ever closer, with his grotesque features magnified 1,000-fold, Raymond did not flinch. When the distance closed to within 3 meters, Raymond suddenly stomped his foot. The vast magic circle on the ground soared into the air, ensnaring the colossal visage within like a giant net, rapidly contracting into a palm-sized sphere of light. However, this sphere appeared exceedingly unstable, quivering as if it were on the verge of exploding. Observing this, Raymond leaped forth and grasped the sphere. He then dashed towards the astonished Dr. Beth, and before she could react, he forcefully inserted the sphere into her mouth. Gulp! Dr. Beth instinctively swallowed. Chapter 087. The Death of the Shadow King. What the? This bewildering maneuver left the entire audience astounded. What is happening? How could things be going so smoothly, only to suddenly thrust the Shadow King into Dr. Beth's mouth? Not only were Dr. Beth and the bystanders, the Red Devil, perplexed, but even Raymond, who had been observing the entire scenario with the subpersonality of Jacong, was taken aback. When Jacong's subpersonality took action, Raymond had contemplated numerous possible outcomes. These ranged from Jacong's subpersonality unleashing a cosmic explosion to utterly vanquish the Shadow King, to a precarious standoff where the subpersonality barely managed to overcome the Shadow King. Alternatively, it could have led to Jacong's subpersonality being overwhelmed, necessitating a switch to either the Peach-White subpersonality or the Red Dog subpersonality for an epic showdown. However, he never anticipated such an unconventional conclusion. What had Dr. Beth done to deserve this? One moment, she was an innocent bystander, and the next, she was embroiled in chaos. "What on earth are you doing?" Raymond asked, somewhat exasperated. "Just wait. I'll explain once I'm done." "Don't move." He gestured for Dr. Beth to remain still, then bit his own fingertip, using his blood to inscribe cryptic symbols upon her forehead. These symbols bore no resemblance to any known script, yet they clearly belonged to a singular system of runes. And Zhakang's subpersonality appeared to be meticulously crafting them. Half a minute later, Dr. Beth's forehead was entirely adorned with blood-soaked runes. Once the final stroke was drawn at the tip of her nose, he refrained from further inscription and pressed his palm against her forehead. Babissimo Agudo. He began to chant an incantation, his pace quickening. Simultaneously, Dr. Beth's eyes were suddenly engulfed in a yellowish glow, akin to those previously controlled by the Shadow King in the yard. Her mouth echoed with the Shadow King's furious inquiries. "What have you done to me?" Yet, Zhakang's subpersonality disregarded him, continuing the incantation at an accelerated rhythm. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the Shadow King first pleaded for mercy, promising to avoid Raymond in the future, then asserted his willingness to submit to Raymond if only he would spare him. As he realized his words had no effect, he resorted to wild curses, vowing to annihilate Raymond's entire family if he survived. Throughout, Zhakang's subpersonality never spared him a glance. After more than a minute, a wretched scream from the Shadow King marked the gradual fading of the yellow light from Dr. Beth's eyes, restoring her former vitality. Furthermore, the runes that once adorned her forehead appeared to have seeped away, vanishing entirely. Simultaneously, Raymond received a system notification. Ding dong. You have slain the A-class villain Amor Farouk, resulting in a slight alteration of the world's trajectory. Development value, 300. You may convert the development value into universal system points at a ratio of 1 to 5. Special note. Any degree of alteration to the world's trajectory may invoke unpredictable butterfly effects, presenting unknown risks. Proceed with caution. Indeed. As Raymond noted the acquisition of 300 development points, a flicker of joy ignited within him. He had long suspected that interacting with narrative characters would yield system rewards. This suspicion crystallized when he joined the Hellfire Club and became the core member known as the Black Cardinal, during which the system first rewarded him with development points. However, it seemed that the criteria for such interactions were high. At the very least, one must join an organization and become a core member to receive rewards. Now, having eliminated the Shadow King and garnered a reward, it confirmed that killing narrative characters also sufficed to meet the system's standards for interaction. Coupled with the previous 50 exploration points obtained from his encounter with the Red Devil, he had amassed a total of 1,550 universal points. This venture proved to be remarkably fruitful, avenging his near-memory alteration while also accruing a substantial sum of universal points. The sole concern remained the system's special notification, which had never appeared before. Any alteration, however slight, to the world's trajectory could yield unpredictable risks. Contemplating this, Raymond fell into deep thought. Based on previous experiences, he recognized that the system's notifications were never without significance, just as it had previously urged him to thoroughly explore the contents of the newbie guide, which he had neglected. Leading to the oversight of valuable information, he now paid particular attention to every system prompt. This notification particularly emphasized the phrases regarding slight alterations in the world's trajectory and the associated unknown risks. If Raymond interpreted this correctly, the current reward stemmed not merely from slaying a level 4 mutant, but specifically from defeating the A-class villain, the Shadow King. This notion appeared paradoxical at first, but it was not. He had previously noted that the system's ratings of narrative characters, while seemingly linked to their strength, were not solely determined by it. Whether it was the SS level rating of Director Egg or others he encountered later, they supported this observation. Raymond had previously analyzed the basis of these ratings. It now seemed evident that the evaluation was likely correlated to the potential impact a character could have on the world's trajectory. Thus, individuals capable of significantly influencing the future trajectory would receive higher ratings. Yet, this remained merely conjecture. However, based on the information at hand, this hypothesis was undoubtedly the closest to the truth. Had he eliminated a non-narrative level 4 mutant who had never revealed their abilities, it is likely no reward would have been granted. Defeating an A-class villain awarded 300 development points, had it been Director Egg instead. A bold notion surged within Raymond's mind. However, he swiftly extinguished this audacious thought. Director Egg had treated him well. He had not yet descended into madness to the point of contemplating betrayal. Furthermore, The system's warning about the risks associated with any alteration to the world's trajectory compelled him to tread carefully. Chapter 088. The Opportunity of Dr. Beth. Logically speaking, the system's prompt could not simply be implying that because he had eliminated the Shadow King, he would incur retaliation akin to that of the Shadow King's entourage. If that were the case, it would not be deemed an unknown risk. According to Raymond's understanding, the system was likely conveying that as an outsider, any action he took that influenced the trajectory of this world might invoke an unseen force to correct or adjust such influence. The greater the impact, the more formidable the corrective force he would face. Raymond's interpretation was not without reason. After all, this world indeed harbored deities, not only the celestial fathers from Earth's mythology, but also four gods who genuinely governed the fundamental rules of this world. Alongside a being known as Uncle Tun, who hailed from the previous cosmic era and was revered as one of the five great gods of creation. However, Raymond did not believe that the risks mentioned by the system directly stemmed from the five great gods of creation. If that were the case, even if the subpersonality of Jia Kong intervened, it might not suffice. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility that these unseen rules might trigger a series of reactions due to the alteration of the world's course. The unknown risks referenced by the system were likely a product of these chain reactions. If one were to liken this world to a person, Raymond's arrival could be compared to introducing a pathogen within this person, while the force of correction would be akin to white blood cells. The greater the impact caused by Raymond's presence, the more white blood cells would converge to eliminate him. Similarly, the death of the Shadow King would significantly alter the world's trajectory, and thus the force of correction would be correspondingly potent. The Shadow King's classification was A-level. The chain reactions triggered by his demise should still fall within Raymond's capacity to endure. However, if it were to be the demise of Director Liu Dan, a wave of anxiety gripped Raymond. "Doctor, what have you just done to me?" Dr. Beth, regaining consciousness, weakly inquired, gazing at Raymond. "What have I done? I am equally perplexed about what I have done to you." Seizing the moment while Dr. Beth was still dazed from awakening, Raymond swiftly communicated with Jia Kang's subpersonality in his mind. "What was that all about? I instructed you to deal with the Shadow King, and this is how you resolved it? That was the quickest method. If I hadn't utilized this young lady's body as a vessel for sealing the demon, that fellow would have swiftly escaped from the magical array's confinement." Jia Kang's subpersonality responded with nonchalance. Could there not have been another approach? Must it be so exaggerated? Raymond expressed his skepticism. If it were anyone else as subpersonality, he might have been inclined to believe it, but given Jia Kang's notorious track record, Raymond suspected that the old habits of this individual had resurfaced, leading to another potential pitfall. The issue is that the sealing process is not 100% secure. "Do you truly think I should risk our body?" Jia Kang's subpersonality remarked lazily. "Should we take such a risk? Certainly not." If the scenario had unfolded as Jia Kang stated, even Raymond himself would likely have made the same choice. His relationship with Dr. Beth had not yet reached a level where self-sacrifice was warranted. Moreover, had it not been for his intervention, Dr. Beth would likely have faced dire consequences today. Thus, her willingness to act as a vessel for sealing the demon could be seen as her own effort for self-preservation. Nevertheless, Raymond remained inherently distrustful of Jia Kang's words. For this individual had little credibility. Lying was merely a part of his daily routine. However, considering that even his suspicions offered no means to discern the veracity of Jia Kang's claims, pondering this issue seemed futile. He could only remind himself once more to exercise caution in the future when utilizing Jia Kang's subpersonality, ensuring no one else was present to avoid being inadvertently ensnared. With this thought in mind, Raymond inquired, "Will your previous exorcism have any subsequent effects on her?" Raymond found himself at a loss for words upon receiving the answer. As he had merely asked in passing, he had not anticipated that there would indeed be repercussions. What is this? A relentless pursuit of a person to their demise? Fear not, this influence may not necessarily be detrimental. Perhaps sensing Raymond's bewilderment, Jia Kang's subpersonality hastily added, "After I erased the Shadow King's consciousness through the sealing ritual, his immense spiritual energy, which would typically dissipate upon his death, remains within this young lady due to the seal. So, this means that if fortune favors her, she might awaken psychic abilities due to the presence of that spiritual energy. And once awakened, she can assimilate that energy instantly. Are you suggesting she might become a second Shadow King? Theoretically, such a possibility exists, though it is fraught with difficulty. Even if she does awaken psychic abilities and assimilates that energy, Achieving the level of that previous individual would be quite a challenge unless she is willing to relinquish her body and transform into a spiritual entity. Of course, if you do not wish to witness such a scenario, I can perform a subsequent ritual to lift the seal and extract that spiritual energy from her. There is no need for that. After a brief contemplation, Raymond resolved to let nature take its course. Since Dr. Beth had unwittingly acted as a vessel for sealing the demon, the potential outcomes would naturally present her with an opportunity. He bore no grudge against her and saw no reason to strip her of this chance. After grasping the situation, Raymond did not withhold any information. Reiterating Jacques Hang's statements and providing Dr. Beth with a succinct introduction to the concept of mutants, allowing her to make her own choice. Should she decide to forfeit, Raymond would not hesitate to assist her in releasing the seal on her forehead, liberating the spiritual energy within her. However, after witnessing the mythic scene moments earlier, how could Dr. Beth possibly wish to forego this opportunity for evolution? Despite the fervent beliefs of many radical individuals who regarded mutants as aberrations, such views were merely a manifestation of their own fears and jealousy. At the very least, upon hearing Raymond's explanation, Dr. Beth not only showed no resistance to this opportunity but was, in fact, filled with anticipation. Chapter 089. Clarification with a crisp snap of fingers. The individuals in the courtyard appeared to awaken from a dream, momentarily dazed before dismissing it and returning to their previous activities. Some wore foolish smiles, while others tended to patience or continued their patrols, seemingly oblivious to the prior events. At the heart of the courtyard, the Red Devil lowered the hand that had just snapped. All sorted. Thank you for your assistance, Raymond remarked with a smile. It was a trivial task. No need for thanks, the Red Devil replied dismissively. They stood in the center of the courtyard, yet those around them acted as though they were invisible, a testament to the Red Devil's abilities. While his mental prowess did not rival that of Professor X or the Shadow King, influencing a group of ordinary individuals posed little challenge. Shall we converse? Raymond inquired, glancing at the Red Devil before turning his attention to David, who had just regained consciousness. I am at your disposal. You may proceed with the arrangements. The Red Devil shrugged, indifferent to the matter at hand. David, still in a state of confusion, nodded without further contemplation. Dr. Beth, may I borrow your office? Raymond asked, noticing no objections from either party. Follow me, Dr. Beth responded promptly, leading the way. 5 minutes later, they were seated in the office. Dr. Beth assumed the role of a secretary, preparing coffee for Raymond and the others. Raymond raised a hand, signaling David to be patient. After taking a sip of coffee, he leisurely stated, we can discuss my matters later. Let's first address yours, as everything stems from your situation. My situation? David queried, perplexed by Raymond's intent. To be precise, it pertains to your lineage, Raymond clarified with a nod. My lineage? David pointed to himself, increasingly bewildered. This series of events is intricately linked to your biological father. Back then. Wait, hold on. David interrupted, astonishment etched on his face. My biological father? Are you suggesting I was adopted? Indeed, Raymond affirmed, nodding once more. This cannot be true. David struggled to accept this revelation. His parents had never broached such topics, and he had never considered the possibility that they were not his biological parents. The weight of Raymond's disclosure left him reeling. Regarding this matter, I believe the doctor is not mistaken, Dr. Beth interjected. In preparing your treatment plan, I spoke with your sister about your past. Just as the doctor indicated, you were indeed adopted. Your family chose not to disclose this to avoid further distressing you. With Dr. Beth's confirmation, David, despite his reluctance to confront this reality, began to comprehend that Raymond's assertions were likely true. He remained silent for an extended period. Raymond, respecting his contemplation, sipped his coffee in quiet anticipation. Finally, David broke the silence, asking, who is my biological father? His name is Charles Francis Xavier, though most prefer to call him Professor X, Raymond replied, casting a glance at the Red Devil, who was equally eager to hear the unfolding narrative. I have not met him, but the gentleman beside you is an old acquaintance of his. The Red Devil quickly distanced himself from this association, declaring, no, we are not friends. It would be fortunate if we could avoid conflict should we ever meet. David furrowed his brow at the Red Devil's dismissal, questioning, is he a villain? On the contrary, he is a near saint, devoid of selfish motives, Raymond countered, shaking his head. His life has been devoted to advocating for the rights of mutants. I believe even those who are not particularly fond of him would find it hard to deny this. Wouldn't you agree? He turned his gaze toward the Red Devil. The Red Devil nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal. Indeed, Professor X was a figure deserving of respect, especially among mutants. While many of his actions might be debated, no one could deny his contributions. Even the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, his adversaries, would refrain from maligning his character. Then why did he abandon me? David questioned, struggling to reconcile Raymond's portrayal with his own experience. If my biological father is truly so great, how could he bear to forsake me? He merely chose to remain hidden within you for 2 to 3 decades, Raymond explained. 2 to 3 decades? David's complexion paled at this revelation. Only recently had he become aware of the Shadow King's presence, initially mistaking him for a fragment of his own psyche. It was only upon the Red Devil's arrival that he realized the situation deviated from his understanding. The truth was staggering. The concept of another individual residing within him for such an extended period was chilling. Many of the illusions you have encountered throughout your life were likely his doing, with the ultimate aim of shattering your psyche to seize your body entirely, Raymond elaborated. However, he has since been vanquished, and you need not fear any further treachery from him. David exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The Red Devil remarked, I never anticipated that Farouk was still alive, let alone in this manner. The man truly has 9 lives. Let us not dwell on him. He is but a ghost now, Raymond stated, redirecting the conversation. As I mentioned, David wishes for you all to refrain from any further machinations. It is for our mutual benefit. When you encounter Kane, please convey my sentiments once more. I shall relay your message, the Red Devil nodded. Having witnessed Raymond's capabilities, he regarded his counsel with gravity, confident that the Red Tank would not let trivial matters sour relations with Raymond. After the Red Devil teleported away, Raymond proceeded to share the details regarding the connection between the Red Tank and Professor X, allowing David to grasp the reason behind the Red Devil's sudden appearance. Chapter 090. The first guest. What are your plans next? Are you staying here? Raymond inquired, gazing at David. I'm not quite sure. David looked somewhat lost. Ever since he was thrust to the forefront by his alter egos to confront the Shadow King directly, the power he wielded had become comparable to that of the Shadow King himself. Otherwise, the Shadow King would not have bowed to him. Thus, for him, the desire to leave the hospital was merely a fleeting thought. Yet, in the end, he chose to remain. There were many reasons for this decision. He did not wish to cause his family worry or to bear the stigma of being a fugitive mental patient. However, the primary reason was that he could not envision where he might go, despite having witnessed numerous changes in the outside world through the hospital's television. Seeing was never the same as experiencing. Deep down, he was filled with trepidation regarding the outside world, even though he possessed formidable power. With the Shadow King now vanquished by Raymond, his greatest threat had dissipated, yet he still harbored no inclination to leave the hospital. Perhaps it was the only place that offered him a semblance of peace. I recently opened a detective agency in Washington. If you are willing, you could come and assist me. Would you consider it? Raymond suddenly proposed. Assist? Would I be able to? David questioned, doubting whether he had misheard. Why wouldn't you? You are not lacking an arm or a leg, Raymond reassured him. But I don't possess any skills. Wouldn't I be a burden? David hesitated. Nevertheless, the fact that he voiced such concerns indicated that he was somewhat intrigued by Raymond's offer. Nobody is born knowing everything. Skills can be learned, Raymond smiled. And besides, I will be there to guide you, so you need not worry. Having already been tempted, David could not decline any further after Raymond's encouragement. He was apprehensive about leaving the hospital, fearing he would be lost without knowing where to go. However, with Raymond offering him a helping hand, he was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to integrate into the outside world. He held a deep trust for Raymond, one of his few friends. Dr. Beth, I must trouble you with the discharge process for David, Raymond said, turning to Dr. Beth. You are aware of his condition. Should he remain in the hospital, any further complications could arise that no one here could manage. That would be unfair to the other patients. This time, Doctor. Beth did not stubbornly refuse to release David as she had done previously. Instead, she nodded readily, saying, I will take care of it. Thank you very much. You're welcome. By the way, Doctor, are you in need of any additional staff? Ding. As the elevator halted on the 6th floor, a woman dressed in professional office attire stepped out. Upon seeing the seemingly vacant floor, she paused and instinctively dialed a number on her phone. Vincent. Are you certain the address you provided is correct? The end of the corridor? Upon approaching, she noticed a simple label on the door. Money. Talks. Detective. Agency. She lowered her voice, questioning the person on the other end. Are you suggesting that a detective agency like this could find someone even your agency cannot? All right, I'll inquire. As she hung up, she instinctively shook her head in disappointment. "Hello, welcome." As she entered the agency, a poised blonde woman greeted her with a warm smile. The woman noticed a nameplate on the blonde's chest that read Psychological Consultant, Beth. "I am Beth. Pleased to meet you," the blonde, who was indeed Beth, said, extending her hand. As a psychologist, Beth could easily discern that Miss Pepper seemed somewhat distant, but she did not dwell on it, leading the way. "This way, Miss Pepper. Detective Raymond is inside." Pepper nodded, following Beth into the inner office. Upon entering, she discovered two young men engrossed in a video game. Ahem. Beth cleared her throat loudly. The two men finally noticed their guest. The mixed-race young man set down his controller, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he approached. "Sorry. I didn't notice anyone had arrived." Beth introduced him. "This is Detective Raymond, the owner of this agency," then turned to Raymond. "And this is Miss Pepper." What Beth did not notice was that when Raymond stood to see Miss Pepper, he momentarily appeared taken aback. "Detective Raymond, hello. I am Pepper." Here on the recommendation of Mr. Vincent, she succinctly introduced herself and her purpose for visiting. "Vincent? That guy is quite something. Referring business so promptly," Raymond remarked. "Please, Miss Pepper, have a seat, and let us discuss. David, why don't you go fetch some drinks?" Raymond added, knowing that a lucrative opportunity had arrived. Without a doubt, the mere presence of Miss Pepper had already granted him 50 exploration points. Indeed, this Miss Pepper had received an A-rank evaluation from the system. Just like the recently defeated Shadow King, Pepper Potts. Raymond was certainly familiar with that name, Tony Stark's significant other. Although they had not yet married, Miss Pepper could practically be considered the lady of Stark Industries, one of the few capable of managing the flamboyant Tony Stark. Raymond had not anticipated that the very first guest at his newly established agency would be her. However, regardless of the circumstances, a client like her, who could provide both substantial financial gain and a wealth of influence, was undoubtedly a welcome addition. After all, Raymond had opened this detective agency with the intention of earning some extra pocket money. "Does Detective Raymond know me?" Pepper suddenly inquired once seated. Raymond was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his earlier enthusiasm had perhaps revealed too much. However, he dismissively smiled and acknowledged, "Indeed, I have heard of you. The illustrious lady of Stark Industries. How could I not?" Chapter 91. The disappearance of Happy. Upon hearing the name Stark Industries, David exhibited little reaction. Having spent most of his life in a psychiatric hospital, he remained largely unaware of external affairs and seldom consumed news. It was his first encounter with the name. In contrast, Beth, as a former New Yorker, could not help but recall the striking skyscraper that served as the headquarters of Stark Industries each time she passed through Manhattan. The company was also well known for its flamboyant superhero owner who had once saved New York, making the name virtually synonymous with celebrity across North America. It would have been nearly impossible for her to remain oblivious to it. The individual before her, Miss Pepper, was indeed the partner of Iron Man. Beth gazed at Pepper with astonishment. Despite knowing that both Raymond and David possessed extraordinary abilities akin to those of Iron Man, the latter was a household name. A billionaire often featured in the news, evoking a distinct aura entirely. Why would the mistress of Stark Industries seek assistance here? Curiosity stirred within Beth. Given Iron Man's resources, connections, and prowess, it seemed inconceivable that any predicament could compel such a prominent figure to visit a detective agency personally. Detective Raymond truly has a sense of humor. "I am hardly a mistress," Pepper chuckled, shaking her head. Yet, she appeared unfazed by Raymond's recognition of her. This was hardly surprising. She frequently appeared alongside Tony in the media, making her identifiable to those who followed current events. "It is not just now. It will always be so. I have faith in Mr. Stark's vision," Raymond replied with a smile, inquiring about the purpose of Pepper's visit. "I am searching for someone," she stated. "Who?" "Our head of security at Stark Industries, Happy Hogan." "Is that the same Hogan who served as Mr. Stark's bodyguard?" Raymond asked, slightly taken aback. "Indeed," Pepper affirmed, her expression revealing her concern. She had not anticipated Raymond's familiarity with Stark Industries, leading her to believe she had not made the journey in vain. "Could you elaborate on the specifics?" Raymond prompted further. "Certainly." Pepper nodded and recounted the events leading up to her visit. She had traveled to Washington, D.C., on behalf of Stark Industries to negotiate a business collaboration with the North American government. Happy, having a lighter schedule, accompanied her with several bodyguards for protection. However, on the following day after their arrival, Happy mysteriously vanished. His phone became unreachable, and his tracking chip malfunctioned, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Upon discovering this, Pepper immediately reported it to the authorities and notified Tony, who was equally enraged, suspecting foul play targeting him and hastily mobilizing all resources to investigate. Even SHIELD was alerted and joined the search. Yet, 48 hours had elapsed with no leads. Neither Tony nor SHIELD had uncovered any useful information. Faced with this dire situation, Pepper felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Although Tony reassured her that she bore no responsibility, it was hard for her to dismiss her culpability, especially since Happy had come to escort her. Despite her self-recrimination, she found herself unable to contribute to the search. In her desperation to grasp any updates, she contacted Vincent, the director of communications at SHIELD Academy, whom she knew through business dealings, hoping to inquire about the investigation's progress. Unfortunately, the response was the same: no advancements. However, before parting, Vincent suggested she come here, implying that there might be unexpected assistance available. Although she sensed Vincent's lack of confidence in this advice, she approached it with a nothing ventured, nothing gained mindset, refusing to abandon even the slightest chance of finding Happy. A kidnapping case, Raymond mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Current assumptions suggest abduction, yet no one has reached out for ransom, which complicates matters. Pepper appeared somewhat disheartened. Well, it is not insurmountable, Raymond assured her. What do you mean by that? Pepper asked, perplexed. Finding the person is not a significant issue, Raymond replied confidently. I will take on this task, but regarding payment, money is not a concern. Pepper interjected dismissively, though she soon voiced her skepticism. I do not doubt your capabilities, Detective Raymond. But you have yet to familiarize yourself with the circumstances surrounding Happy's disappearance or investigate the clues directly. How can you be so confident in locating him? Each profession has its expertise. I assure you, if I say it's manageable, there are reasons for it that would be lost on you. So there is no need to waste breath explaining, Raymond waved dismissively. Upon hearing this, Pepper felt Raymond was rather unreliable, akin to a charlatan. However, considering that Vincent had introduced her, she temporarily set aside her doubts and inquired, should I pay a deposit now? Not necessary. Payment will be discussed upon finding him. If I fail, I will not accept a single penny, Raymond stated firmly. His words immediately dispelled Pepper's earlier apprehensions. If Raymond were indeed a fraud, he would not make such a declaration. Could he truly possess the confidence to succeed? A flicker of hope ignited within Pepper. Chapter 092. Sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. Raymond is certainly no charlatan. His audacity to declare that the situation is not dire without any prior investigation stems from sound reasoning. In truth, after listening to Pepper's account of the circumstances, Raymond already had a strong inkling regarding the identity of the individual responsible for the abduction of Happy. While he could not assert absolute certainty, he possessed over 70% confidence in his suspicions. Aldrich Killian, the mastermind behind the extremist virus and the head of the North American tech giant AIM. In terms of wealth, he rivals Tony Stark, standing as a super-rich magnate in his own right. However, Tony's arrogant demeanor ultimately led to the corruption of this once ardent admirer. As the saying goes, deep affection can breed profound resentment. Having turned from fan to foe, Killian's hatred for Tony eclipses that of any other. After lying in wait for over a decade, he finally ascended to the helm of AIM, amassing wealth comparable to Tony's and successfully developing the devastating extremist virus. Setting aside moral considerations and merely assessing achievements, the emergence of the extremist virus could arguably wield an impact no less significant than the armors Tony has been inventing. The super soldiers of the Centipede organization are mere inferior replicas derived from samples of the extremist virus, incapable of matching the true super soldiers who have undergone its implantation. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it is highly likely that Happy has fallen into Killian's clutches. Yet, the certainty of this claim necessitates further investigation. Thus, Raymond refrained from making definitive statements, rather expressing a belief that it should not pose an issue. After bidding farewell to Pepper, he promptly booted up his computer, eager to delve into the depths of AIM's operations. However, after an exhaustive search, he found only trivial information that yielded little insight. Just as he contemplated utilizing SHIELD's internal network to retrieve intelligence on AIM, a sudden realization struck him, prompting an immediate retraction of that thought. How could I have overlooked this? Raymond rubbed his forehead thoughtfully. AIM may outwardly appear as a relatively large tech company with a short history, but its origins are far more complex than they initially appear. It was formerly the Research and Development Division of Hydra. Although it later split from Hydra due to ideological differences with its leadership, the extent of any covert connections remained shrouded in uncertainty. If Happy has indeed been abducted by Killian and AIM is still colluding with Hydra behind the scenes, it would be quite remarkable if SHIELD were able to ascertain Happy's whereabouts. Should Raymond utilize SHIELD's internal network to probe into AIM's affairs, it could inadvertently alert the very entities he seeks to investigate. He himself harbors no fear of Hydra. Yet such actions could place Happy in an even more precarious situation, a risk not worth taking. Thus, he resolved to consider alternative, more prudent strategies. If only he had a secondary persona skilled in technology in that moment. Raymond lamented the absence of a tech-savvy alter ego among his myriad capabilities. The only remotely relevant persona was Deadpool's, but that persona clearly lacked expertise in this domain. Even if he were to summon another persona on a whim, there was no guarantee it would align with his desires. Wait, why must I bear this burden alone? I could simply hire someone adept in computers. Raymond realized he had been overthinking the matter. His current position in life is far superior to his past. There is no need for him to personally oversee every endeavor. Much like when he recruited David and Beth as employees, he could easily bring on board additional talent. With this in mind, a suitable candidate began to materialize in his thoughts. It's you. Embodying the principle that sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood, he decided it prudent to enlist this individual before continuing his investigation. In an empty alley, an old van sat parked. Outside, a light rain drizzled, yet the mixed-race girl inside the van remained oblivious, lost in a world of pulsating music emanating from her headphones. Suddenly, the back door of the van swung open, flooding the interior with light. The girl, previously engrossed in her music and video games, was startled and shivered, her headphones falling to the ground. "Who is there?" she exclaimed, taken aback. At that moment, a short-haired man in a suit climbed into the van. Reflexively, the girl reached for a steel pipe beside her, prepared to defend herself. But the man swiftly seized it from her grasp and tossed it aside. "Do not be alarmed. I am not here to rob you," the man said with a smile. Introducing himself, "I am Coulson from SHIELD. I believe Miss Skye is familiar with my name." Indeed. The short-haired man was none other than Agent Coulson, a level 8 operative of SHIELD. The girl in the van was Skye, destined to become the future Quake, though she remained unaware of her true heritage at this time. She was merely a core member of the Rising Tide organization, a remarkably skilled hacker. Coulson had come to find her due to her recent infiltration of SHIELD's database, from which she had stolen extensive data on the Tahiti project. "What is SHIELD? I don't know what you're talking about," Skye stammered, her demeanor betraying her anxiety. "This is private property. Please leave at once, or I will call the police." "Call the police?" "Certainly. Would you like me to assist you in dialing the number?" Coulson replied, pulling out his phone and pressing 911, offering it to Skye. Naturally, Skye had no intention of accepting the phone. She did not dare call the authorities. Instead, she warned, "If you don't leave, I will scream assault." "Miss Skye, I advise you against causing unnecessary trouble. Since you managed to breach SHIELD's defenses, you must be well aware that once I have found you, escape is no longer an option," Coulson stated, a knowing glint in his eye. At this, Skye's expression shifted slightly, her face paling as she asked, "Will I go to jail?" "All right, I will go with you," she murmured, head bowed. What Coulson could not see was that, as she lowered her head, a fleeting smile crossed Skye's lips. Just then, a voice echoed from the alley's entrance. "It seems I arrived just in time." The sudden voice startled both Coulson and Skye, causing them to turn towards the alley's mouth. There, two men stood, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to Skye, a mixed-race male of similar heritage. Chapter 093. Who are you? In stark contrast to Skye's bewilderment, Coulson's reaction was significantly more intense. He swiftly drew his firearm from behind, aiming it at the two figures before him, prepared for an imminent confrontation. Though he did not recognize the newcomers, their sudden appearance at such a critical moment suggested they were anything but mere passers-by. Moreover, He was acutely aware of the invisible hand manipulating the tides of the organization behind this incursion. The breach of S.H.I.E.L. DS database by the Tide organization was likely orchestrated by that very hand. Given their ability to locate Sky, it was conceivable that this shadowy figure had dispatched agents to eliminate witnesses. The two individuals at the alley's entrance appeared to Coulson as potential assassins, compelling him to remain vigilant. However, just as Coulson brandished his weapon, the golden-haired youth among them, who had yet to speak, casually beckoned with a finger. In an instant, his firearm was wrenched from his grip, levitating in midair, now aimed back at him. A superpowered individual. Coulson's pupils constricted in shock. As he grappled with the revelation that they had sent a superhuman, he wisely raised his hands in surrender. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sky quickly clarified. I'm not with him. If you must apprehend someone, take him. Miss Sky, please do not misunderstand. We are here specifically to find you. The mixed-race man, Raymond, replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sky visibly deflated, casting a pleading glance at Coulson for assistance. Coulson raised his hands once more, silently conveying his inability to aid her. Do we need to eliminate him? David suddenly inquired. I am Wayne, the adventurer. David gestured a victory sign towards Raymond, while his other hand still manipulated Coulson's weapon. Enough of this. Return the gun to him. He asks one of us. One of us, yet he draws a weapon? David expressed skepticism. With your intellect, it's challenging to explain. Just hurry. Very well. As David resumed his normal demeanor, Raymond shook his head, indicating it was of no concern. Coulson, now reacquiring his firearm, sensed that the situation was diverging from his initial assumptions. If they were indeed sent to eliminate Sky, they would not have returned his weapon. Who exactly are you? Coulson pressed once more. As his voice echoed, Agent May swiftly approached from the opposite side of the alley. Good afternoon, May, Raymond greeted. Doctor, how did you end up here? Agent May replied, astonished. Coulson could not refrain from asking, May, who is this? Isn't this Raymond from the Operations Academy? Coulson was taken aback. News of Raymond's victory over the Operations Academy's head, White Bear Leonid, had circulated beyond the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, making it nearly common knowledge within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. It would be difficult for Coulson to have not heard of him. This is Agent Coulson, May suddenly introduced, sending Raymond a knowing glance. Raymond understood perfectly. May was indicating that Coulson had lost part of his memory and thus did not recall him. In truth, the original body had been quite familiar with Coulson, who, as the project leader of the Tahiti project, would undoubtedly know the original body's expertise in psychological therapy. However, to spare Coulson from the anguish of resurrection, all memories associated with the Tahiti project had been sealed, including those pertaining to Raymond, a participant in the project. This may not be permissible. Can we not make an exception? Raymond turned to May. Doctor, this matter is indeed significant. Must you take her away? May's tone lacked Coulson's firmness. May? Coulson discerned her willingness to relent and quickly sought to interject. I need her assistance with something. Rest assured, she will not escape my grasp. Furthermore, if you have inquiries, my chances of extracting information from her will be considerably higher, don't you think? Since the doctor has spoken, I shall leave her in your capable hands. The particulars can be communicated directly by the director, May deliberated. Very well, I look forward to his call, Raymond replied. I shall take her with me now. Feel free to contact me anytime. With that, Raymond exchanged a glance with David. Sky had witnessed firsthand David's ability to disarm Coulson, leaving her no choice but to comply obediently. After bidding farewell to May, Raymond led David and Sky away. Coulson and his team would manage Sky's belongings without Raymond's concern. During Raymond's departure, Coulson attempted several times to intervene but was silently restrained by May's gaze. Once Raymond and his companions had left, Coulson voiced his dissatisfaction. Why did you prevent me from intervening? Even if he is one of us, he cannot simply obstruct my mission like this. This is the director's directive. If you have concerns, you may address them with him directly. It is beyond my jurisdiction, May replied, shrugging her shoulders. The director's orders? Is that true? Coulson questioned, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Come now, gather your belongings. Let us report the situation to the director. The subsequent matters will be addressed between him and the doctor. There is no need for us to fret, May said, moving to the van to search for any essential items worth taking. Coulson, hearing this, temporarily set aside his grievances and began assisting May in organizing Sky's belongings, primarily her laptop and any hardware that could be related to the recent incident. Chapter 094, Sky S. H. I. E. L. D. Headquarters, Director's Office. Are you saying that he is accompanied by a superhuman? Director Coulson expressed a flicker of surprise after hearing the mission report from Agent Coulson. Is it possible I misread the situation? With a simple gesture, my weapon levitated from my grasp. Is there any room for doubt? Coulson's expression was peculiar. Very well. I will discuss this matter with him. I shall keep you informed of any developments. Director Coulson nodded affirmatively. Understood. Once Coulson recognized that the director was aware of the situation, he refrained from further inquiries and exited the office. After Coulson's departure, Director Coulson pondered aloud. It seems the time has come for a serious conversation with him. Consider this place your home. Make yourself comfortable. David and Beth were bustling about, moving chairs and setting the tableware. Who exactly are you? Sky inquired once more, having asked the question thrice already. A detective agency. Are you a detective? Sky regarded Raymond with skepticism. Though she had noticed the sign at the entrance, she dismissed it as a mere fade. What kind of detective agency could possibly extract individuals from S. H. I. E. L. D.? She was well aware of S. H. I. E. L. D.'s formidable influence. Even the CIA and Homeland Security bowed to S. H. I. E. L. D., typically cooperating with their operations. When had she ever witnessed S. H. I. E. L. D. cooperating with others? The agent Coulson, who had previously identified himself, clearly possessed evidence of her intrusion into S. H. I. E. L. D.'s database. He would not let her off easily. The fact that this individual before her could whisk her away left her utterly astonished. Miss Sky, please join us for a meal. Beth offered, adding an extra set of cutlery for her. All right, Sky hesitantly replied. Compared to facing Raymond and the man with extraordinary abilities named David, Beth's presence was decidedly more reassuring. Moreover, having spent considerable time dealing with patients, Beth understood how to alleviate others' apprehensions. Thai cuisine? Beth opened the takeout box and glanced at Raymond. A change in flavor is welcome, Beth smiled. Once the four were seated around the table, they began their meal. While Raymond and the others ate naturally, Sky appeared remarkably reserved, seemingly lost in thought. Observing this, Raymond set down his utensils and remarked, Miss Sky, are you worried that we may harbor ill intentions towards you? Sky remained silent. To be forthright, I summoned you here to extend an invitation for you to join our detective agency, as I am in need of a skilled hacker. Miss Sky is a hacker? Beth expressed her astonishment. Not merely a hacker, but one of the finest, Raymond affirmed. The organization she belongs to, Rising Tide, is among the most prominent hacking groups in recent years, capable of infiltrating virtually any system, even the CIA and Homeland Security, with ease, as if they were in their own backyard. Wow, that's impressive. Beth gazed at Sky with starry eyes, akin to an avid fan. Such admiration left Sky feeling uncomfortable. As a top-tier hacker, she often considered herself just a typical tech-savvy individual, seldom engaging with others. Suddenly being regarded like a celebrity was a disconcerting experience for her. If I were truly that remarkable, I wouldn't have been caught, Sky murmured to mask her discomfort. Had you not willingly exposed your presence, would Coulson have located you? Raymond gazed at her intently. His words struck Sky with a jolt. Even when Coulson had found her, she hadn't truly panicked, for as Raymond pointed out, she had indeed revealed her location voluntarily, allowing Coulson to track her down. Otherwise, given S. H. I. E. L. D.'s technical capabilities, it would have been impossible to trace her. Yet, Raymond's statement hinted at something more unsettling. He possessed a profound understanding of her situation. It was not merely her self-exposure that led him to her. He genuinely had the means to pinpoint her location, even if she chose not to reveal herself. Her hacking skills had always been her greatest asset, even when faced with an organization as formidable as S. H. I. E. L. D. However, Raymond's earlier words undermined her confidence. Deep down, she was reluctant to accept this truth, so she defiantly retorted, I don't comprehend what you're implying. Why would I expose my location? Am I insane? Because you seek to infiltrate S. H. I. E. L. D. Raymond replied with a light chuckle. He truly knows. Sky's heart raced, yet she remained obstinate, asserting, if you wish to think that, I cannot stop you. Beth interjected, Miss Sky, before you stands a psychologist and one of the top 10 psychological experts in North America. I believe it would serve you well to be honest. Clearly, even Beth recognized that Sky was fabricating, despite not knowing the full truth. Moreover, as she stated, Lying in the presence of two psychological scholars is no easy feat. At the very least, Skye was not capable of such a task. Upon Beth's remark, Skye's complexion paled, yet she kept her head down, clenching her jaw. Unwilling to utter another word. "Trust me, Miss Skye, my knowledge of you far exceeds your expectations," Raymond continued. "As long as you fulfill your duties for me, I can provide you with answers to your inquiries, which is far more reliable than your attempts to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. You know what I am searching for?" Skye suddenly lifted her head, gazing at Raymond in disbelief. "You are in pursuit of your origins, am I correct?" "You know my origins," Skye exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Tell me. I am willing to do anything you ask in exchange for that information." "Patience. Let us finish our meal before discussing further." Raymond calmly resumed his meal, savoring each bite. Yet, Skye's mind was elsewhere, her appetite lost as she appeared somewhat distracted, consumed by her thoughts. Chapter 095. The visit of the egg. After a long wait for Raymond to finish his meal, Skye could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Can you tell me now? I mentioned before that I can help you uncover what you wish to know, but only if you agree to fulfill your part of the bargain," Raymond replied, wiping his mouth. "How do I know you're not deceiving me?" Skye retorted. "Whether you choose to believe me is entirely up to you. I have no obligation to prove the truth of my words," Raymond said nonchalantly. "If you truly wish to leave, I can easily return you to S.H.I.E.L.D. The choice is yours, stay or go." Skye hesitated, clearly torn. She understood that Raymond was confident she would not relinquish her chance at the truth, yet she was also reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. To be honest, she had little faith in her ability to uncover the truth from S.H.I.E.L.D. It was purely a gamble. Compared to the risk of venturing to S.H.I.E.L.D. without guarantees of discovery, agreeing to assist Raymond seemed far more prudent. After all, he clearly possessed knowledge, or else he would not have so directly indicated her intentions. "I choose to stay," Skye finally declared, her earlier resolve seemingly deflated. "This is your own decision. I hope you will honor our agreement," Raymond nodded. "As a form of advance payment, I can share one piece of information with you." Skye perked up at his words. "The individuals you are investigating are not your parents. Your true parents are still alive," Raymond disclosed. "Really?" Skye exclaimed, gripping Raymond's arm in excitement. "Once again, whether you believe it is your affair. Now, it's time to commence our work. If I discover any dishonesty on your part, you will not hear another word from me," he warned. "I will do my utmost." Skye nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. "Very well, your first task is to investigate the details of A.I.M. Corporation, particularly focusing on their enigmatic leader, Aldrich Killian," Raymond instructed. "Leave it to me," Skye assured, patting her chest confidently. "If you require any specific equipment, feel free to let me know. I can procure anything available on the market, or even something not readily available." Given some ingenuity, Raymond mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "That's not necessary. A standard computer will suffice," Skye replied with confidence. Just as Raymond opened his mouth to speak, his phone rang. Skye signaled him with an okay gesture, assuring him to relax. Minutes later, Raymond arrived at a CAF not far from the company building. Director Egg appeared to have just arrived, seated in a corner booth, smiling and waving at him. "I'll have a mocha, half sugar, please," Raymond casually ordered before taking a seat opposite Director Egg, who joked, "Are you really so free today, Director, that you came to find me for coffee? Do you really need to ask why I'm here, Doctor?" Director Egg chuckled, shaking his head. "Coulson has already informed me of today's events. I must say, you always manage to astonish me. You wish to inquire about my companion?" Raymond speculated. "David Haller. Your hospital mate, a mutant?" Director Egg placed his hands on the table, lightly tapping it. "Indeed, it seems nothing escapes your notice, Director," Raymond acknowledged, realizing how easy it was for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network and Director Egg's personal connections to swiftly ascertain David's identity. The mention of mutants likely stemmed from the earlier incident at the mental hospital. Raymond saw no reason to hide this information and chose to admit it openly. "When I first learned that you opened a detective agency, I thought it was merely a pastime. However, it seems you are serious about it now." Director Egg inquired with curiosity. "Sort of," Raymond replied, not denying it. "You might not believe it, but becoming a detective has always been my dream." "Why would I doubt it? My dream is to open a pet store filled with adorable kittens, who would flock around me every day." Director Egg's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Seeing Director Egg's excitement growing, Raymond cleared his throat to interrupt his daydream. I understand that. Thank you for the reminder. No. You do not understand, Director Egg said gravely. Not long ago, the leader of an organization dedicated to hunting mutants came to see me, likely to investigate the deaths at the mental hospital. If you were to fall into their hands, it would not be easy for me to rescue you. They have the backing of the North American military and act with utter impunity. Are you referring to the Sentinel Services? Raymond asked, slightly taken aback. It appears you have some knowledge about mutants, Director Egg confirmed with a nod. Since you are already aware, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Just be cautious. Director Egg reiterated. I understand, Raymond acknowledged, recognizing the director's good intentions. He then shifted the conversation, asking, I heard there has been a situation with Stark Industries? You have heard correctly, Director Egg affirmed, acknowledging the widespread knowledge of the incident. There was no need to conceal it. My first client at the detective agency is none other than Miss Potts. Raymond grinned. She sought you out? Director Egg expressed surprise, then shook his head and laughed. It seems Tony and the others are truly anxious. Hey, don't look down on me. Perhaps I'll find the solution before you do, Raymond retorted. With your agency's current personnel? Director Egg regarded Raymond with a bemused expression. Do not assume that superhumans are all-powerful. Some matters are far more complex than they appear. Well, we shall see, Raymond replied with a smirk. Chapter 096. The passionate youth David. After taking a sip of the coffee he had ordered from the waiter, Raymond inquired. By the way, how is the Tahiti project coming along? Any new developments? Director Egg nodded, though his expression darkened, revealing that the situation was worse than he had anticipated. Noticing Director Egg's reaction, Raymond understood that he must have uncovered some clues. Even if he had not fully grasped the extent of the Hydra infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D., he certainly must have a partial list of names. Otherwise, his reaction would not have been so pronounced. However, from Raymond's perspective, the reality was far graver than Director Egg imagined. Initially, Raymond had no intention of involving himself in these matters, wishing to keep his family out of danger. Yet, considering that Director Egg had taken the time to warn him about the Sentinel Special Operations, he felt it necessary to reciprocate. Oh, Director Egg seems to have perked up. There are two individuals who may be problematic, John Garrett and your old friend, Minister Pierce. Pierce. How could he possibly? Director Egg's only eyelid twitched, betraying his inner turmoil. However, he halted mid-sentence. You don't seem surprised by my mention of Agent Garrett, Raymond noted, observing that Director Egg was only unsettled by Pierce's potential involvement, while Garrett elicited little reaction. The issues surrounding Garrett are far too conspicuous. Ever since you advised me to use the Tahiti project as bait, I orchestrated two coincidences, both of which pointed directly to Garrett's associates. Director Egg replied solemnly. The reason I have yet to act against him is that I feared there might be other moles within the Bureau. It seems my fears were well-founded. You know what to do? Raymond nodded slightly. If you require my assistance, feel free to call me. Given our shared history, I can offer you a discount. Raymond smiled. Seriously? You still wish to discuss money with me? Director Egg glared at Raymond with his single eye. Even brothers must keep their accounts clear. Besides, I have a team to support. Being a boss is no easy task. Raymond sighed. Fine, I can give you a 30% discount. But it cannot go any lower. I can't be bothered with you. Director Egg rolled his eyes and stood up to leave. Seeing Director Egg walk away, Raymond quickly finished his remaining coffee and prepared to leave, only to be approached by the waiter, indicating that the bill had not yet been settled. Shit. A director taking advantage of me? With Director Egg having vanished, Raymond grumbled, but begrudgingly paid for both of their tabs. Boss, here is everything you requested. Comprehensive information regarding A.I.M. Group in that Dr. Killian, Sky said, shutting off the lights and projecting the prepared documents onto the screen for Raymond and the others. Thank you for your efforts. Raymond acknowledged with a nod. As Sky presented the information, Raymond's demeanor remained unchanged, while Beth and David appeared increasingly distressed. Even Sky, who had seen this data before, shared their grim reaction. The materials Sky uncovered about A.I.M. Group were not public knowledge and were filled with gruesome and brutal details. The documents revealed that many of A.I.M. Group's research and inventions were inextricably linked to human experimentation. The alarming number of missing persons worldwide correlated with A.I.M. Group, evident from the flow of funds. A.I.M. Group had long-standing partnerships with numerous human trafficking organizations. As for the fate of those sold to A.I.M. Group, one could easily surmise their grim outcome. Boss, should I make this information public? After presenting her findings, Sky asked indignantly, had she discovered this prior to being captured by Raymond? She would have long since released it under the banner of the Rising Tide organization. But now, she needed Raymond's consent. Make it public, and then what? Raymond looked at her. Then let the public denounce them, and let justice take its course. Sky replied matter-of-factly. A conglomerate of A.I.M. Group's magnitude is intertwined with vast capital, which possesses countless means to swiftly bury such matters. Finding scapegoats, fabricating false narratives, silencing those who raise questions, or even rebranding themselves to re-emerge, there is no tactic that cannot employ. Sky, dissatisfied, retorted, so we are to remain powerless against these depraved beasts? Beth hesitated to speak, but ultimately fell silent. From an ordinary person's perspective, confronting a behemoth like A.I.M. Group indeed seems futile. The truth is forever held by the few, a sentiment that can be interpreted in myriad ways. If she were a decade younger, she would likely share Sky's outrage, but now she understands the essence of helplessness. Of course, there are ways, Raymond stated calmly. The three turned to look at Raymond. Do you think I would have you probe into their depths for mere curiosity? Raymond walked to the window, gazing at the street outside. After this, the world will no longer know A.I.M. Group, no matter how much backing they have. Can it withstand the iron fist of justice? Boss, are you saying we can take action? David exclaimed, suddenly animated by Raymond's words. Wayne? Raymond glanced at David. Not Wayne, but myself. David's eyes sparkled. When did you become so inclined towards violence? Raymond regarded him with an odd expression. Perhaps it began when I witnessed you smash the face of that movie king? It was truly exhilarating. David said, his excitement palpable. Chapter 97. Forgotten to mute, rest assured. You will have your chance to take action. However, prior to that, we must prepare thoroughly, Raymond contemplated. Prepare? David did not comprehend what Raymond meant. If the leadership of a tech giant like A.I.M. Group were to be casually obliterated, it would be akin to delivering a resounding slap to the North American government, tantamount to declaring war. If one wishes to continue existing on this planet, such actions are unequivocally inadvisable. Raymond crossed his arms, speaking languidly. Thus, before we proceed, we must find a scapegoat. A scapegoat? You mean a collaborator? David queried, beginning to understand. Oh, indeed. In an uncharted cavern, a middle-aged, portly man named Happy bore the marks of a brutal beating. His face was bruised. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and two of his teeth lay missing, presenting a woeful sight. Observing the masked man seated nearby, he suddenly chuckled. I recognize you. Oh. The masked man regarded him noncommittally. You are the one who met with Pepper a few days ago. Happy laughed weakly, blood seeping from his lips. Pepper? Who is that? The masked man's voice, distorted by a voice changer, sounded somewhat mechanical. You needn't feign ignorance. This is my unique ability. While it may not be a superpower, I can identify individuals without fail. Even with a mask and altered voice, you cannot deceive me, Happy asserted firmly. Have you not heard that once a hostage sees the face of their captor, they are often swiftly executed? The masked man replied, simultaneously removing his mask and discarding it carelessly, revealing his true identity. Indeed, it is you, Happy confirmed, recognizing the masked man. Should I commend your cleverness or chastise your foolishness? The masked man, or rather Killian, sighed. If I fail to recognize you, will you set me free? Happy inquired. Certainly not. Then that settles it. I merely wish to vex you. Do not overestimate your significance, you scoundrel. Happy retorted with a bloody grin, spitting out phlegm and disdain. A resounding thud echoed as a burly man beside him delivered a punch to his gut, causing him to double over in pain. You seem to think I hesitate to kill you? Killian observed him quietly, betraying no anger. You may indeed kill me, but Tony will surely track you down to avenge me. Happy chuckled mournfully. I am merely a bodyguard, while you are the owner of a major corporation. One life for another. By that logic, I am the one who gains. Upon hearing Happy mention Tony Stark, a flicker of rage crossed Killian's face, swiftly replaced by a cold smirk. Do you truly believe that Playboy will seek revenge for you? Very well. I shall show you how he kneels before me, pleading for mercy. You will witness his demise firsthand, seeing everything fall into my hands. Anyone can boast. I could just as easily claim to be your long-lost father. Would you believe me? Happy jested. Make sure to give him a thorough massage, but do not kill him. Killian grunted, rising and walking away. The two remaining burly men, upon hearing Killian's orders, grinned wickedly, cracking their knuckles as they approached Happy. Moments later, the cavern reverberated with anguished screams. Once they had finished tormenting Happy, the two men stepped aside, beginning to quench their thirst with water. It must be said, the task of inflicting pain was indeed exhausting. Unbeknownst to them, a mobile phone slowly emerged from a crevice at the top of the cavern. Click! A sudden sound echoed through the spacious cavern, startling both men. What was that noise? They exclaimed, glancing around in alarm. The circular structure of the cave left them uncertain of the sound's origin, suspecting it may have come from one of the two entrances. At that moment, a voice echoed from above. My apologies, I forgot to mute my phone. Realizing the sound was indeed from above, both men looked up abruptly. They beheld a figure descending from the ceiling, clad in a vibrant red robe resembling a chef's attire, topped with a matching tall chef's hat, wielding two large cleavers. Ah, at last it is my turn to make an entrance. Are you two little darlings ready to play with me? The figure exclaimed with a giggle. Observing the individual's peculiar attire and somewhat unsettling demeanor, the two men exchanged glances, puzzled as to what this could entail. Is this person insane? They silently questioned each other, their confusion evident. Even Happy, still groaning in agony while bound to a wooden post, was taken aback by the newcomer. Indeed, the figure was Raymond. More precisely, it was Raymond possessed by the persona of Leib-Beala. With the assistance of his alter ego, he had traversed the distance in less than half a minute. Upon locating Killian, he indeed found Happy. Yet, Raymond opted not to reveal himself immediately, as it appeared that Killian had no intention of eliminating Happy. Instead, he was intent on allowing Happy to witness Tony's demise. Under such circumstances, Raymond chose to remain concealed. His primary objective was merely to ascertain whether Happy was indeed in Killian's clutches. Only after confirming this could he approach Tony regarding a collaboration. Thus, he intended to capture a photograph to provide evidence to Tony that he was not merely spinning tales. However, he had inadvertently forgotten to silence his phone. Given his desire to avoid alarming Killian and revealing his presence, Raymond decided to let Leib-Beala take the lead. Among his various personas, it seemed only Leib-Beala was suited for this task. And so, the flamboyant and eccentric Raymond appeared before them. Could you expedite your actions and cease the idle chatter? Raymond thought. Feeling a headache coming on, Leib-Beala's persona indeed exuded an eccentricity that even Raymond found somewhat embarrassing. Let us get to it. Raymond cackled, charging at the two men with his cleavers raised. The two men, no strangers to violence, quickly drew their firearms, preparing to fire. Chapter 098. What the hell? Is this fellow truly capable? He appears rather unreliable. If he fails, I should take over, questioned the secondary persona of Tao Bai Bai without a hint of mercy. I did not come here to commit murder. Why would I let you take charge? Stop jesting, Raymond promptly retorted. Look at his deranged expression. Is it truly safe? The secondary persona of Tao Bai Bai questioned once more. Raymond was tempted to inquire whether the secondary persona of Tao Bai Bai possessed any sense of self-awareness. In terms of eccentricity, they were hardly in a position to mock one another. However, such a remark would be too hurtful to convey, so he simply stated, moreover, they are merely two insignificant lackeys. Do not underestimate them. Leib-Beala is not so feeble. Just wait and observe. During the exchange between Raymond and the secondary persona of Tao Bai Bai, the Leib-Beala persona was already charging towards the two with a sinister grin. Despite possessing the capability to swiftly resolve the conflict, he chose not to. Hand tendon, slash. As he uttered the command, both gun-wielding individuals suddenly found their hands growing weak, causing their firearms to clatter to the ground. My hands, I can no longer exert strength. Upon realizing their hands were rendered powerless in an instant, both individuals gazed at Raymond in terror, as they had not comprehended what had transpired. It felt as though a gust of wind had swept through, leaving them unable to even grasp their weapons. Recognizing that this red-robed lunatic was likely not an ordinary person, their immediate instinct was to flee. If they could not even contend with him while armed, what hope did they have after being incapacitated? They dashed towards the cave's entrance. Foot tendon, slash. However, just as they lifted their feet to escape, Raymond's eerie laughter echoed once more. This time, they both collapsed, tumbling to the ground in utter disarray. Although they fell in different locations, the sensation was identical. They could not even feel their feet anymore. Unable to fight back or flee, despair consumed them. Yet, Raymond appeared to have had his fill of amusement. With a flourish of his watermelon knife, he rendered them unconscious. Having dealt with the two, Raymond strode directly towards the bound figure of Happy. Sir, I am not affiliated with them. If you can assist me in escaping, Happy Hogan? Startled by the sudden mention of his name, Happy froze. I was indeed summoned to rescue you. But the time to take you away has yet to arrive. Surely, You would not wish to see that arrogant individual escape prematurely, would you? You intend to discreetly notify Tony and then capture them all? Happy inquired tentatively. Astute, Raymond exclaimed, giving a thumbs up while producing a cell phone, positioning it beside Happy's face, and flashing a V sign with a grin. Now, on the count of 3, shout monkey with me. 1, 2, 3, monkey. After glancing at the selfie on his phone, Raymond nodded with satisfaction. What about those two? Happy glanced at the unconscious figures on the ground. Patience. Watch and learn, Raymond replied as he stored away his phone and inexplicably produced 2 elongated soft tubes, connecting them to the back of his head and inserting them. Inserting them? What the hell? Happy's eyes widened in shock, utterly bewildered. How could one insert tubes into their own head without fear of harming their brain? What he did not realize was that he was not the only one taken aback. What the hell? Raymond was astonished. Chloe's secondary persona was stunned. Jacques's secondary persona was shocked. The secondary persona of Tao Bai Bai was flabbergasted. What the hell X7? Astonishment X7. They all experienced a shared sensation as Raymond had granted them access to all sensory perceptions of his body. Thus, at that moment, they could distinctly feel 2 tubes penetrating their brains. WTF? What does it feel like to have 2 tubes simultaneously thrust into one's brain? Prior to this, neither Raymond nor the other secondary personas had any notion of such an experience. Even the Aquinas secondary persona, who had consumed a natural-type devil fruit, had never encountered a situation like this in a non-elemental state. Even Jacques, known for his reckless antics, had never engaged in such bizarre behavior. But Lai Bayala's persona had, and he had done so while they were sharing sensations. The peculiarity of the experience was indescribable. Heaven knows how he managed to insert 2 tubes into his brain without consequence. What perplexed Raymond even more was when his own head had developed 2 additional interfaces akin to those of the genuine Lai Bayala. Could it be that during the transition between secondary personas, not only did his body and strength transform to mirror that of the secondary persona's prototype, but the very structure and composition of his body also aligned with that of the secondary persona's prototype? Raymond contemplated this highly plausible possibility. If that were not the case, there would be no explanation for the sudden appearance of 2 interfaces on the back of his head, allowing for the insertion of tubes. The lack of awareness regarding this issue prior could be attributed to the fact that both the Chloe and Deschat secondary personas, as well as the later Tao Bai Bai and Jacques secondary personas, maintained a human-like physical structure, even when transformed into their secondary personas. The absence of discernible changes in appearance would mask any subtle differences in bodily structure. Yet Lai Bayala's persona was different. He had modified his own body, and those 2 interfaces on the back of his head were of his own creation. Had he not executed such a bizarre act, Raymond might never have realized that 2 interfaces had emerged on his head following the transition. At this moment, however, he had no intention of halting Lai Bayala's persona. Although the sensation of tubes penetrating his brain was incomprehensibly difficult to articulate, it was too late to stop now. Lai Bayala's persona grasped the ends of the soft tubes and approached the 2 individuals. Unlike the ends of the tubes connected to his head, the other ends bore suction cup-like structures. Lai Bayala's persona merely affixed the suction cups to the temples of the 2 incapacitated men. Moments later, an odd smile spread across their faces as they appeared to revel in the experience, akin to enjoying a service. Raymond, observing this scene in his mind, instinctively closed his eyes, despite the fact that he currently lacked physical eyes. A few seconds later, Lai Bayala's persona withdrew the tubes, removing them from his own brain as well. Mission accomplished. He clapped his hands, wearing a smug expression. However, he failed to notice Happy, who was watching him with an expression of sheer horror, far more terrified than when he had seen Killian. Chapter 099. The first encounter with Tony as Libera's secondary persona seated the 2 individuals in chairs. Raymond immediately inquired in his mind. What was the purpose of severing their tendons? What do we do now? It appears that the primary personality does not fully grasp the capabilities of a top-tier chef like myself. He cackled with a sinister laugh. True mastery of knife skills allows one to manipulate ingredients without causing any harm. Their tendons have not been truly severed. They have merely been temporarily paralyzed and will soon return to normal. Before he finished speaking, Raymond had already vanished from Happy's sight, having departed swiftly. Witnessing Raymond's fleeting presence left Happy with an uncanny feeling, as if he were ensnared in a surreal illusion. Yet, upon glancing at the 2 unconscious figures still slumped on the benches, he realized that this was no mere figment of his imagination. Someone had indeed come and gone. Approximately half a minute later, The two individuals awakened almost simultaneously. Strange, why did we suddenly fall asleep? One remarked. You fell asleep too? The other replied. Must be that we haven't rested well lately. Once this ordeal is over, we need to catch up on sleep. They exchanged playful banter. As though the preceding events had never transpired, Happy felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled the earlier scene. The sudden appearance of the crimson-robed figure who had knocked them unconscious and then produced two tubes, inserting one into his own head while connecting the other to the temples of the two. Initially baffled by the figure's actions, Happy now understood, as he observed the two behaving as if they had collectively lost their memories. Could two tubes truly modify memories? How utterly ludicrous. Had someone previously told Happy that a mere tube could alter another's recollection, he would have deemed them insane. Yet, witnessing it firsthand left him with no choice but to accept its reality. Thankfully, he was among allies, Happy thought with a sense of relief. After informing Pepper that he had located Happy, Raymond casually provided an address, suggesting she bring her partner along. Within 10 minutes of concluding the call, an armored suit descended from the heavens, landing before him. As the helmet of the suit opened, revealing a handsome visage, Raymond recognized that the principal had arrived. You must be the detective Raymond that Pepper mentioned, Tony inquired, regarding him with a hint of skepticism. Mr. Stark, you arrived quite swiftly. Where is Miss Pepper? Raymond scanned his surroundings, but did not see her. Indeed, Raymond acknowledged without denial. Where is he? Tony pressed, his urgency palpable. As the head of Stark Industries and a figure of immense wealth and fame, he typically maintained a stoic demeanor, even in the presence of the North American president. However, Happy was one of the few individuals capable of unsettling him, akin to family. Over the past few days, he had been frantically searching for Happy, barely sleeping for fear of a dire outcome. Now, upon hearing that Happy's whereabouts had been discovered, his impatience was entirely justified. Yet Tony interrupted him, impatience creeping into his tone. If what you say is true, money is no object. Once I rescue Happy, I will compensate you fully, not a penny less. At this moment, I am not inclined to discuss finances. Please inform me of Happy's whereabouts immediately. Clearly, Tony suspected Raymond intended to negotiate remuneration first, perhaps even to extort a small sum from him, given that Pepper likely mentioned Raymond had yet to receive payment. To Tony, monetary matters were trivial. As long as the demands were reasonable, he was willing to pay anything to save Happy. Of course, this was contingent upon Raymond not engaging in extortion. If Raymond were to demand something outrageous, such as half of Stark Industries shares, Tony would not acquiesce, as that would be akin to blackmail. However, he trusted that no sane individual would make such an absurd request, as it would only serve to foster animosity towards him without any meaningful purpose. Raymond, perceiving Tony's thoughts, bore no resentment and simply shook his head with a smile. What I wish to discuss is not a matter of money. Upon hearing this, Tony's misunderstanding deepened, his expression darkening as he responded gravely, Detective Raymond, or should I call you Dr. Raymond? Please, know your limits. I trust that given your societal stature and your connections with S.H.I.E.L.D., you are not foolish enough to attempt to deceive me. However, there are boundaries that should not be crossed. Indeed, I would spare no expense to save Happy, but I do not wish for anyone to leverage that against me or engage in extortion. Do you understand? Raymond was not surprised that Tony could articulate his background, including his expertise in psychology and his unique relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. Pepper must have briefed him on how to locate Raymond in the details of his detective agency. With J.A.R.V.I.S.S. intelligence, it was trivial to ascertain Raymond's true identity. The S.H.I.E.L.D. database posed no challenge for J.A.R.V.I.S. to navigate. It was certain that all records pertaining to Raymond online and across various departments had been thoroughly examined by J.A.R.V.I.S. Unless it pertained to matters like the Tahiti project, which were never documented, Tony had undoubtedly acquired a comprehensive understanding of Raymond's background during his journey. However, he refrained from mentioning this upon their first meeting to avoid creating an unpleasant atmosphere. Nevertheless, Raymond's attempt to leverage the situation had understandably provoked Tony's ire. No one could coerce him into submission, not Director Fury, and certainly not the current Raymond. Chapter 100. A disagreement. Tony's thoughts were easily discernible to Raymond, and Raymond could empathize with his mood. However, understanding did not necessitate indulging Tony's irritable temperament. Individuals like Tony, who were inherently arrogant and spoiled, inherently looked down upon those who capitulated to him. If you continue to communicate with me in this manner, I believe there is little left for us to discuss. Farewell. Stop. Tony barked, yet Raymond paid him no heed and moved further away, inciting Tony's ire. He had concluded that Raymond was attempting to extort him, calculating that he would not relinquish the opportunity to discover Happy's whereabouts, thus emboldening him to act so brazenly. With a swift motion, the propulsion device at Tony's feet activated, and he soared through the air, landing once more before Raymond. I commanded you to stop. Did you not hear me? Tony obstructed Raymond's path. Are you attempting to coerce me? Raymond replied with a sardonic smile. I have decided not to engage in this transaction with you. You can find your own way. Spare me your futile entreaties. I owe you nothing. Step aside. Yet, Tony had no intention of yielding. He was convinced that Raymond possessed genuine knowledge of Happy's whereabouts, a conclusion he had drawn upon reviewing Raymond's information. As he had stated, given Raymond's status, he was unlikely to be foolish enough to perpetrate a scam against him. Thus, without excessive skepticism regarding how Raymond had located Happy, he had directly inquired about Happy's location upon arrival. Now that Happy's whereabouts seemed tantalizingly close, could he merely stand by and watch Raymond depart? The answer was decidedly no. You cannot leave. Tony's tone grew resolute. Cannot leave? TSK, how typical of Iron Man. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Raymond retorted coldly. I now have reason to suspect you are colluding with those who abducted Happy to extort me, or perhaps you are the mastermind behind Happy's kidnapping. Oh, resorting to name-calling now, Raymond scoffed. If you truly believe I am a kidnapper, then feel free to report me to the authorities. Until then, I have no obligation to assist you in uncovering any so-called truth. Goodbye. Before he could finish, Raymond pivoted and began to walk away once more. This time, Tony could no longer restrain himself and reached out to seize Raymond's shoulder. Raymond's heart filled with contempt as he instantaneously switched to his alter persona, swiftly transforming his demeanor. In an instant, his expression morphed into one of malevolence, and he deftly caught Tony's hand, effortlessly tossing him aside. Boom. Caught off guard, Tony, along with his armor, crashed into the mountainside with a thunderous sound. Fortunately, his helmet had automatically reattached during the throw, sparing him from injury. You indeed have issues, Tony exclaimed gravely as he emerged from the dust. Your arrogance is quite irksome, Raymond replied, his expression smug. I've longed to give you a taste of retribution. With that, he propelled himself towards Tony like a missile aimed at the sky. In an instant, he was directly above Tony, who was taken aback. At this moment, he was at least 10 to 20 meters above the ground, a height that would require a fraction of a second to ascend. Yet Raymond seemed to teleport, appearing above him in the blink of an eye, surpassing his visual limits, only visible to him through Jarvis' tracking. However, his reaction was a beat too slow. Even with Jarvis detecting Raymond's movements, the information took precious moments to reach him, leaving him unprepared. Get down, Raymond commanded, forcefully stomping down, sending Tony crashing to the ground once more, creating a sizable crater. Using the momentum, Raymond landed gracefully nearby, his feet lightly touching the ground, embodying the poise of a master. Just then, a beam of blue laser shot towards him from the dust. Anticipating the attack, Raymond raised a finger, poised to counter. Ding wave. A golden beam erupted from his fingertip, colliding with the incoming blue laser. Boom. Another explosion echoed through the air. Tony was flung from the dust cloud, but his propulsion device activated just in time, lifting him into the air and preventing a collision with the mountainside. At this moment, Tony realized he was not dealing with an adversary to be trifled with. Observing Raymond on the ground, untouched and composed, he felt a surge of urgency and caution. He had learned the hard way that if Raymond wished to strike, the distance was inconsequential. He could close the gap in an instant. Most importantly, he had discerned that Raymond had previously held back. Inhuman strength, terrifying speed, and that mysterious wave attack. All these factors combined suggested that even his ally from Asgard might not be a match for this formidable opponent. Regret washed over him for hastily initiating this confrontation, for it was he who had instigated the conflict. Suddenly, his expression shifted beneath his armor as he glanced toward the left side of the road. A vehicle was approaching, and through his armor's sensors, he quickly identified the driver as Pepper, who had arrived just moments later than he. This realization struck him with dread. Chapter 101. Let's talk after the fight. Although this battle was, in a sense, instigated by him, and he had realized that he had been somewhat impulsive, he harbored no regrets now that it had escalated. Moreover, he did not believe he was truly at fault, at least from his perspective. It was Raymond who had been disrespectful first. However, Pepper's arrival at this moment was evidently troublesome. If Raymond was indeed the mastermind behind Happy's abduction, then Pepper's presence would essentially serve as a gift to him. Even if he couldn't defeat Raymond, escaping should still be feasible. He could always call for help if necessary. But with Pepper involved, the situation altered considerably. He had no confidence in protecting her from Raymond's advances. As Tony's thoughts raced, contemplating strategies, Pepper, sensing the unusual atmosphere, had already parked her car nearby and exited. On the ground, Raymond grinned malevolently and made a throat-cutting gesture before turning towards Pepper. Upon witnessing Raymond actually approaching Pepper, Tony cast aside all notions of strategy and flew to her side at the fastest speed, positioning himself protectively behind her. To his surprise, Raymond did not seize the opportunity to harm Pepper but instead approached leisurely. "Be cautious. This fellow poses a threat," Tony thought, fixating on Raymond, not daring to let his guard down. "Who exactly is the one posing a threat? Are you attempting to obfuscate the truth, Mr. Stark?" Raymond inquired, his demeanor unhurried. It was clear he had no intention of acting rashly unless absolutely necessary. Hearing Raymond's question, Tony retorted defiantly, "If you have nothing to hide, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Pepper, well acquainted with Tony's temperament, recognized that his foul mood had aggravated the situation. Observing the circumstances, she was astonished to find that Tony appeared to be the one at a disadvantage. The last time she had seen him in such disarray was during the Battle of New York, and prior to that, when he had fought with the Asgardian. It was indeed astonishing that the detective Raymond could reduce him to this state. Nevertheless, she knew she must step in. It was her customary role. "Detective Raymond, I sincerely apologize. May I inquire if there has been some misunderstanding? If Tony has erred, I offer my apologies on his behalf." "Honey, you don't need to. Shoo, do not speak." Pepper shot him a disapproving glance, signaling him to refrain from further comments, believing it best to handle the situation herself. Tony, having regained his composure, recognized that this was indeed the most appropriate course of action. Though he felt a tinge of humiliation, Pepper had provided him an avenue to retreat gracefully. "Had we communicated like this earlier, perhaps none of this would have occurred," Raymond remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Tony with a bemused smile. After Tony succinctly summarized the earlier events for her, Pepper nodded in understanding and inquired, "Would you be willing to disclose the terms you had in mind, Detective Raymond? If we can indeed locate Happy, we would be amenable to reasonable conditions. However, Detective Raymond, are you certain you have found Happy's whereabouts?" Raymond had anticipated their inquiry and produced his phone, displaying a recent selfie before tossing it to them. Upon receiving the phone, they indeed saw Happy, albeit in a rather dismal state, with bruises around his eyes and blood at the corners of his mouth, and 2 missing teeth. In the photo, Raymond sported a peculiar appearance, wearing a large red chef's hat and a crimson robe. Yet, they had little time to ponder Raymond's odd attire. As Tony beheld the image, he immediately instructed JARVIS to scan and verify its authenticity, quickly concluding that there were no signs of manipulation. This revelation ignited a surge of anger within Tony, who glared at Raymond. "Are you still going to claim that Happy's disappearance is not your doing? I previously mentioned that if you wish to engage with me in such a manner, then we have little to discuss. I am quite busy and cannot indulge in your frivolities," Raymond replied nonchalantly. Pepper gently tapped Tony's armor, signaling him to remain calm. She understood that Tony could not bear to see their old companion suffer, and his emotional outburst was entirely expected. However, it was evident that Raymond was indifferent to Tony's agitation. "If this continues, we may truly have nothing left to discuss," Raymond continued. "I did locate him, but the situation is somewhat complex, which is why I have not rescued him yet." "Complex? Could you elaborate?" Pepper inquired. Raymond put away his phone and said, "I reached out to you primarily to discuss how we should handle this matter, but before I could finish, our esteemed Iron Man interrupted, branding me as a kidnapper. TSK, had I lacked any resistance, I would likely have been apprehended and subjected to severe interrogation by now." At his words, Pepper glanced at Tony, only to find him unusually silent and unresponsive, his helmet concealing his expression. Yet, knowing Tony as she did, she immediately grasped that this predicament was likely a result of his mishandling of the situation. After once again apologizing to Raymond, she pressed further, seeking clarification on what he meant by complex. Raymond observed Tony's reaction and recognized that, for him, this was an act of humility. He had no desire to continue making things difficult, especially since Tony had just provided him with 300 exploration points. Such a valuable client, one with the potential for long-term benefits, was not someone he wished to alienate. Thus, he swiftly began to explain the situation to both of them, outlining the matters concerning the A.I.M. group and Killian. Chapter 102. The scheme. Pepper's expression fluctuated between apprehension and determination. Tony immediately discerned her discomfort and inquired, "Do you recognize this Killian?" Without concealing her feelings, Pepper replied, "He was a colleague of mine from long ago, once a very honest man. I do not know what caused such a drastic change in him. He has even become the president of A.I.M. recently. He learned of my arrival in Washington and made a special visit to see me." Tony's heart stirred at her words. "When he visited you, was happy with you?" "Yes." Pepper nodded, her countenance darkening further as the realization dawned upon her that Killian's abduction of Happy was likely due to her. With a sigh of despair, she lamented, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't met him, Happy would not be in this predicament." Tony quickly reassured her. "You cannot blame yourself. You had no way of knowing he was problematic." At this moment, Raymond interjected unexpectedly, "Miss Pepper, do not be too hard on yourself. This situation is not solely your doing. Even without your involvement, he would have targeted Stark Industries." Both Pepper and Tony turned to him. "From my investigation, his true target is you," Raymond stated, directing his gaze at Tony. "Me?" Tony replied, perplexed. "I cannot specify the reasons, but his hatred for you runs deep." Raymond explained nonchalantly. "His meeting with Miss Pepper may have been merely nostalgic, yet the fundamental reason behind Happy's abduction is undoubtedly you." "But I don't even know him," Tony retorted, visibly frustrated. "Before today, you didn't know me either, yet you managed to offend me upon our first meeting, did you not?" Raymond scoffed. Tony's expression darkened, for he recognized the truth in Raymond's words. His impulsive nature often led to conflicts with others, yet most lacked the capacity to retaliate against him. Even if they were displeased, they could only harbor their resentment internally. Conversely, if Raymond were merely an ordinary person today, he would have had no means to resist and would have simply borne a grudge against Tony. However, the emergence of someone capable of exacting revenge changed the dynamics entirely. Killian's appearance had clearly caught him off guard. He could not even recall who Killian was, or when he might have offended such a figure. Pepper, noticing Tony's discomfort, promptly intervened. "This is not the time for such discussions. We should strategize on how to rescue Happy, who remains in Killian's grasp." Raymond replied, "Rescuing Happy is not difficult. I could have taken him when I located him. However, thoroughly addressing Killian and the A.I.M. organization behind him is far more challenging. I have come to discuss potential strategies for apprehending the high-ranking officials of A.I.M. without provoking a backlash from the North American government." "Do you have a vendetta against A.I.M.? Tony suddenly inquired. Without hesitation, he commanded J.A.R.V.I.S. to retrieve the information from his email and closed his helmet to begin reviewing it. A minute later, when he reopened his helmet, his face was filled with an intense fury as he uttered, "Scum." As the head of a military-industrial conglomerate, Tony was not naive. He had witnessed the darker sides of humanity. However, the notion of human experimentation was utterly intolerable to him. Even without the incident involving Happy, he would have taken action against A.I.M. had he discovered their unethical practices involving live subjects. Thus, he realized he had misjudged Raymond in his earlier panic. The matter Raymond wished to discuss was a collaboration to dismantle A.I.M. rather than an extortion scheme as he had initially feared. "My apologies, I was hasty," Tony acknowledged, offering a slight nod to Raymond. "Forget it." Raymond waved off the apology, continuing, "So, do you believe the North American government can assist?" Tony shook his head. "As long as we can obtain evidence of A.I.M.'s crimes, establishing connections is not particularly difficult. However, directly assimilating A.I.M. is unlikely, at best. We might share a portion of the spoils. Otherwise, certain individuals will not relent easily." Raymond nodded in understanding, realizing this aligned with his own expectations. He was not naive enough to think that eliminating A.I.M.'s leadership would grant him immediate access to the conglomerate's assets. If such were the case, society would have already descended into chaos. Nonetheless, with Tony's assurance, it was evident that eliminating A.I.M.'s leaders was a feasible endeavor. Could this lead to the emergence of Hydra? Raymond pondered. If he could indeed draw them out, perhaps he could collaborate with Director Fury once more to reap some development value. His ambition to capture A.I.M.'s leadership stemmed not only from a sense of justice, but also from a desire to ensnare Hydra, a formidable adversary. It was essential to remember that the spies within S.H.I.E.L.D. represented only a fraction of Hydra. An impulsive strike could easily alert the remaining Hydra members, forcing them into deeper concealment. If he failed to eliminate them all at once, he risked being bitten by the very serpent he sought to vanquish. However, if this opportunity could be used to lure out Hydra operatives hidden outside S.H.I.E.L.D., it might indeed be possible to apprehend them all. The prospect of accruing significant development value was enticing. Agreed, Tony readily affirmed. By the way, regarding my abilities, I would prefer to keep them confidential for the time being to protect my family. Please ensure discretion and do not disclose this to anyone else. Raymond added. Absolutely, Tony nodded in agreement. Well then, I shall take my leave. See you tonight, Raymond remarked, turning away from the two and walking towards a nearby rock face. To their astonishment, he began chiseling a long stone pillar from the rock with his bare hands, then hurled it skyward. In an instant, he soared into the air, vanishing into the horizon alongside the stone. Witnessing this spectacle, both Tony and Pepper were left in silent astonishment, especially Tony, who, after J.A.R.V.I.S., provided the speed metrics of Raymond's disappearance, felt an overwhelming sense of shock. Chapter 103. The Great Flame. The location where Killian had imprisoned Happy was nestled behind an auto parts factory. As night fell, Raymond drove the employees to the foot of the mountain. By the time they arrived, Tony and Pepper had already been waiting for quite some time. Tony was perplexed to see Raymond had brought a group of people as if they were on an outing, especially when he noticed Beth and Skye appeared to be attending a celebrity meet and greet. Unbeknownst to him, Beth and Skye had fervently insisted on coming along, not only to witness the spectacle, but also to seize the opportunity to meet the world-renowned Iron Man. Ultimately, they insisted on joining the fray. Raymond could only shrug in innocence at Tony's bewilderment. Naturally, he understood the situation. Tony's fame in this world rivaled that of international superstars, perhaps even surpassing them. Aside from individuals like David, who had been isolated in a mental institution and was out of touch with current events, most people had heard of Iron Man to some degree. Beth and Skye were no exception. Therefore, when they learned their boss was about to engage in battle alongside Iron Man, they eagerly requested Raymond to bring them along. This minor request was not something Raymond would dismiss, and he gladly obliged. The two women gazed at Tony with palpable excitement, bombarding him with questions about various rumors circulating about Captain America, the Hulk, Thor, and so forth, leaving Tony quite flustered. It was Raymond who could no longer bear it and interrupted them. Yes, I have confirmed Happy's location. We can prepare to take action as soon as you arrive. Tony nodded. Then let us begin. First, we must rescue him. We can make quite a commotion and then wait for him to arrive. Raymond pondered aloud. Are you certain he will come? Tony questioned, puzzled as to why Raymond was so confident Killian would show up rather than flee. Rest assured, I guarantee he will not leave without dealing with you, his nemesis, Raymond replied with a smile. Hearing this, Tony felt a twinge of concern. Had he truly garnered such animosity from so many? Shaking his head, he pushed the thought aside and promptly issued commands to Jarvis to commence the operation. Soon, the mountainside erupted with a series of fierce explosions, clearly orchestrated by Tony as per Raymond's suggestion. Before long, an armored suit descended from the sky, cradling the battered Happy in its arms. Are you all right, old friend? Tony rushed forward with concern. Happy managed a wry smile as he responded. Once again, you've gone through so much trouble for me. Do not say such things. Rest well. We will handle everything from here, Tony reassured him. As Happy was set down by the armored suit, he noticed Raymond and the others nearby. It's you, Happy exclaimed, startled at the sight of Raymond. This reaction was instinctive. After all, having witnessed Raymond's earlier violent actions, he had developed a lingering fear that he had yet to overcome. You must have met Detective Raymond before? Tony introduced, explaining how Pepper had sought Raymond's help in locating Happy, adding, without him, we might not have found you. Yes, we met, Happy stammered, forcing the words out. Tony noticed Happy's strange reaction but attributed it merely to his injuries, not thinking much of it. After a nod of acknowledgement between Raymond and Happy, Raymond suddenly noticed a group of individuals approaching from all directions. They're here, Tony stated, having already researched Killian's background prior to their arrival, immediately recognizing Killian leading the charge. Likewise, Killian recognized Tony and Pepper among the group. As the saying goes, enemies meet with heightened animosity without a word. They charged at each other. Tony activated his thrusters and propelled himself towards Killian like a bolt from a crossbow. Happy, witnessing the scene, cheered for Tony. That's it. Beat that scoundrel to a pulp. What on earth? Happy and Pepper were taken aback, completely unprepared for such an escalation. Even Beth and Sky stood in stunned silence. Buzz. Killian transformed, his skin seemingly alive with flames, exuding intense heat. A mutant? Tony mused, momentarily taken aback. Pay attention to the others, Raymond prompted. It was then Tony noticed that Killian's henchmen exhibited similar transformations. If they were mutants, it was improbable for so many to possess the same abilities. Tony realized the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. However, he was undeterred. He was well prepared for this encounter, having significantly enhanced his technology since the Battle of New York, thereby elevating his overall combat prowess. Tony Stark, I didn't expect you to reach this point, Killian proclaimed with a tone of satisfaction. Have we met? Tony struggled to recall any past encounter with the man before him. You really are oblivious. Let me jog your memory. On a fateful night over a decade ago, I brought my hopes. Can we skip the useless chatter? I'm in a hurry. You all can come at me together, Raymond interjected, stepping forward as flames erupted around him. As the flames surged, his form appeared to swell, his skin seemingly coursing with molten lava. How is this possible? You've also used the Doomsday Virus? Killian exclaimed, momentarily stunned as his anger was interrupted. Doomsday Virus? What rubbish is that? Raymond's tone dripped with disdain, carrying an air of authority. Prepare to face the judgment of justice, you scoundrels. Allow me to send you on your way. With a thunderous roar, Raymond unleashed a colossal molten fist, at least 5 or 6 meters in diameter, hurtling towards Killian and his minions.